Chapter 1. The Divine Martial Continent, the Heavenly Fortune Manor. In a serene and elegant pavilion, Lin Huangyi awakened from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he beheld a woman of unparalleled beauty, currently perched upon him, her snow-white form undulating like waves. Have I been reborn? Is there truly such a fortuitous benefit? Before he could savor the moment, a searing pain gripped Lin Huangyi's head, and in an instant, countless memories began to collide and merge. Heavenly Fortune Manor, Fortune City, Lin Clan. I am Lin Huangyi, the candidate saint son of the Heavenly Fortune Manor. As the memories coalesced, Lin Huangyi felt a surge of intense stimulation. His bloodline surged uncontrollably, boiling forth. This is dire. This woman is siphoning my bloodline power. Lin Huangyi was struck with terror after fully merging with his memories. He understood that in the myriad realms, bloodlines reign supreme. The lowest tier is the mortal level, followed by the king level, the emperor level above that, and the most formidable is the divine level bloodline. For cultivators, even possessing a mere mortal level bloodline makes one a coveted target among the great sects and clans. Lin Huangyi possessed the bloodline of the divine king, a lineage of utmost superiority, ranking 8th among countless bloodlines. Once fully activated, with sufficient resources, his cultivation would encounter no bottlenecks. This physical form possessed the legendary divine king bloodline, while the woman atop him was Zhao Bingxian, the divine maiden of the Heavenly Fortune Manor, a figure of great esteem. Yet this body was merely that of a mundane scion from Fortune City, and her proximity to the original host was solely to seize the divine king bloodline. Having traversed realms, was he to perish before even realizing his grand ambitions? Lin Huangyi felt an unwillingness to succumb, struggling madly, yet all was in vain. Futile. Cease your pointless resistance. I, Zhao Bingxian, am of exalted status, while you are but a scion of the mundane Lin family of Fortune City. To be chosen as my soul man is a fortune you have earned through countless lifetimes. Now, to offer your divine king bloodline is your honor. What utter shamelessness! Once the divine king bloodline was extracted, he would be rendered utterly powerless. Such an honor was something he neither desired nor valued. Lin Huangyi yearned to shout in indignation, yet he found himself bereft of strength, the rapid depletion of his life force plunging him into unconsciousness. Moments later, the divine king bloodline within him was entirely drawn out, merging into the bloodline divine stone. Gazing at the unconscious Lin Huangyi, Zhao Bingxian's eyes were filled with tenderness as she gently caressed his face. After a lingering glance, she turned and departed. In the next moment, a small black tower on Lin Huangyi's person emitted a faint glow, gradually becoming transparent and slowly merging into his corporeal form. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate, until Lin Huangyi's consciousness stirred once more. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray mist, situated within a peculiar space. Upon lifting his gaze, he observed towering, mysterious stone tablets, each exuding an aura of ancient majesty. The nearest stone tablet bore carvings of archaic sword path runes, surrounded by a terrifying sword energy that instilled awe. Compelled, Lin Huangyi stepped forward. He felt the razor-sharp sword energy, as if it sought to rend him asunder. What place is this? What do these enigmatic monoliths signify? Lin Huangyi was filled with astonishment standing before these ancient tablets. He felt as insignificant as a speck of dust in the cosmos. Now bereft of his divine king bloodline, his cultivation had plummeted and his path of cultivation severed. Yet perhaps the mysterious monoliths before him held the key to his fortune. Lin Huangyi pressed onward, attempting to touch the towering tablet, yet a formidable resistance thwarted his approach. From the tablet, waves of sword energy erupted, lacerating his flesh, causing blood to flow freely. Intense agony coursed through his body, yet Lin Huangyi's resolve only strengthened. "Open for me," he bellowed, bracing against the pressure, allowing the sword energy to batter his form. At last, he stood before the first stone tablet, his blood dripping upon its surface. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted. Countless sword energies surged skyward, coalescing into a divine sword that pierced Lin Huangji's brow. A voice of authority resounded in his mind. I am the sword god of the celestial domain, wielding the sword path to traverse the 9 heavens, undefeated and unparalleled. Alas, shackled by bloodline, I could not transcend. Should you inherit my legacy, you must also uphold my will, shatter the bloodline curse, and transcend the path. Countless memories of inheritance flooded Lin Huangji's mind, causing him excruciating pain. After a moment, the torment gradually subsided. As Lin Huangyi regained his composure and slowly opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed by the shock of having received the sword god's legacy. He had never anticipated that the so-called bloodlines were merely the curses of the heavenly Tao, not gifts of cultivation, but chains imposed by fate. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation and break free from the shackles of the 9 heavens, one must relinquish their bloodline power entirely. Having been stripped of his divine king bloodline, he had inadvertently achieved this. It seemed this was the fortune bestowed upon a transmigrator. However, in his current state, with his bloodline extracted, his meridians damaged, and his dantian shattered, he needed to mend his meridians and reconstruct his dantian to cultivate anew. The sword god of the celestial domain had seemingly foreseen this, leaving behind an extraordinarily domineering cultivation method, the heaven-devouring sword art. The first step in cultivating this technique was to shatter the dantian. Then, within the dantian, one must forge a heaven-devouring sword furnace. Upon success, it would be capable of devouring all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, crafting an unparalleled heaven-devouring divine sword to dominate all swords. Lin Huangyi extended his hand, striking his dantian with force, utterly shattering it. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Such agony felt as if countless insects were gnawing at his heart, a torment few could endure. And this was merely the first step. Gritting his teeth, Lin Huangyi fervently summoned the blood energy within him, merging it into his dantian. Time became a blur until, at last, he managed to forge a rudimentary shape of the sword furnace in the location of his former dantian. The moment the sword furnace took form, Lin Huangji's cultivation surged uncontrollably. Blood Energy Realm, 1st level. Blood Energy Realm, 2nd level. Blood Energy Realm, 3rd level. Blood Energy Realm, 3rd level insufficient, still inadequate. With the sword furnace taking shape, it could now absorb the power of heaven and earth. Lin Huangyi fervently activated the heaven-devouring sword art, drawing in the spiritual energy of the cosmos. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy converged upon him, assimilating into his corporeal form, further elevating his cultivation. Blood Energy Realm, 4th level. Blood Energy Realm, 5th level. Though his divine king bloodline had been extracted, remnants of its immense power remained. This energy transformed into Lin Huangji's own cultivation. In a mere span of time, his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the blood energy realm. To an ordinary person, such a pace of cultivation was astonishing. Yet for Lin Huangyi, it was still far from sufficient. He had yet to attain the innate realm, and the distance remained vast. Though the sword furnace's rudimentary form has been forged, to create a true sword furnace, one requires the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. With his current cultivation, further advancement was unattainable in the short term. To achieve greater progress, he needed to acquire the extraordinary fire to ignite the sword furnace. Only then could he shatter his limitations and enter the innate realm. The inheritance from the first stone tablet had already provided Lin Huangyi with immense benefits. He now looked toward the second ancient stone tablet. What secrets lay within this second tablet? What opportunities awaited? Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached the second ancient stone tablet. Yet, as he rose to proceed, an overwhelming force repelled him. A melodious voice echoed in his mind. Young one, your current cultivation is insufficient. Receiving the inheritance from the first stone tablet is already your limit. Do not be greedy. Who are you, esteemed one? Lin Huangyi inquired hastily. Who I am is of no consequence, the mysterious woman replied. You may return to this realm once your cultivation breaks through to the celestial realm, and only then may you accept the inheritance of the second stone tablet. Go now." With that, Lin Huangyi felt his body become uncontrollable. In the instant he was expelled, he vaguely glimpsed a figure within the inheritance space, clad in white, her form graceful and familiar, as if he had seen her before. Lin Huangyi opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a familiar place, astonished that Zhao Bingxian had returned him to the Lin family. Was everything that transpired merely a dream? He hastily examined himself. His cultivation had indeed returned to the 6th level of the blood energy realm, and within his one-stamaged dantian, a sword furnace was continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It turned out that all of this was real. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous black tower left to him by his mother was, in fact, a conduit for inheritance. Although Zhao Bingxian extracted the bloodline of the divine king from him, Lin Tao found himself fortunate amidst this calamity, as it unlocked the inheritance space within the small tower, bestowing upon him boundless legacy. In the inner courtyard of the Lin family residence, dappled shadows danced beneath the trees, and the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse, starry sky. As the second son of the Lin family, Lin Tao surveyed everything in the courtyard with a face aglow with excitement. This was the abode of the young clan leader, originally belonging to Lin Huangyi. However, from this day forth, it was all his, as Lin Huangyi had been rendered powerless, allowing him to ascend to the position of young clan leader. A day he had long awaited, finally realized. From the distant corridor approached a woman of delicate beauty and graceful figure, clad in a simple green dress, her pace brisk. This woman was Lin Yuer, the personal maid of Lin Huangyi, who had long been the object of Lin Tao's unquenchable desire. He pondered inwardly on how to possess her, seeking to alleviate his feelings of emptiness and solitude. As Lin Yuer hurried into the courtyard and caught sight of Lin Tao standing in the moonlight, his expression complex, her heart trembled. The intensity of Lin Tao's gaze unsettled her. He approached her, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "Lin Yuer, do you know what it feels like to be the new young clan leader?" Lin Yuer's countenance shifted slightly. She understood the implication of Lin Tao's words. Raising her gaze to meet his, a flicker of wariness shone in her eyes. "Second young master, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am the maid of the young clan leader." Lin Tao chuckled dismissively. "The young clan leader? He has been discarded. From now on, in the Lin clan, I reign supreme." Lin Yuer's face paled. She could scarcely accept this reality. "Impossible. This cannot be true." With a smirk of satisfaction, Lin Tao replied, "This is the truth that you cannot deny. However, one must give credit where it is due. If not for Lin Huangyi, the Tianyan mansion would not have delivered such a bounty of elixirs and treasures. Without these, how could my cultivation have soared to the pinnacle of the blood-chi realm in such a short span, let alone have the chance to become a disciple of the Tianyan mansion?" Lin Yuer felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, fully aware that Lin Tao spoke not but the truth. The rapidity of these changes was overwhelming, too swift for her to comprehend. All that had belonged to Lin Huangyi was now in Lin Tao's grasp, and she felt utterly powerless. How can you do this? To appropriate those treasures without permission, those were earned by the young clan leader's life, gifts bestowed upon him by the Tianyan mansion. Her voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes, revealing her profound anger. Lin Tao, however, was unfazed, advancing step by step towards her, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. "What use is it for a worthless wretch to keep those treasures? They are better suited for a prodigy like me. This is the family's decision. Without these treasures, could he even remain in the Lin family? He would have been cast aside long ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuer felt herself teeter on the brink of collapse, murmuring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuerline, the young clan leader, will be fine." In her moment of distraction, Lin Tao seized her sleeve, yanking it forcefully, tearing her garment apart, and then flinging her onto the table. Beholding her delicate, fair form, Lin Tao lunged at her like a beast. Lin Yuer struggled desperately, but her feeble resistance was of no consequence to him. "The more you struggle, the more thrilled I become." "Ha ha!" Lin Tao sneered, tearing away her undergarments, exposing her pristine skin. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon Lin Yuer's pale flesh, rendering the scene both tragic and brutal. Yet, Lin Yuer did not abandon her fight. A glimmer of determination and ferocity flickered in her eyes. She sank her teeth into Lin Tao's arm, exerting all her strength to bite off a piece of flesh. "Vile wench, how dare you bite me?" Lin Tao roared, shoving Lin Yuer away. He stared at the bloody wound on his arm, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He stood abruptly, seizing Lin Yuer by her hair and yanking her back, lifting her entirely off the ground. "Wretched girl, do you think you can escape my grasp? Such delusions!" Lin Tao coldly mocked, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Lin Yuer felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth before she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Lin Huangyi entered the courtyard, witnessing this appalling scene, his entire being trembling with fury. He was not yet dead, yet those around him had been subjected to such indignities? This was intolerable. "Lin Tao, you despicable wretch, dare you lay hands on my people? Such audacity!" Lin Huangji's sudden appearance momentarily stunned Lin Tao, who had not anticipated this turn of events. In the past, he would have hesitated to confront Lin Huangyi, but now he regarded him with utter disdain. Lin Huangji's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, each step he took radiating boundless rage. He glared at Lin Tao, the once obedient cousin who now appeared so foreign and detestable. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Tao wore a cruel smile, mercilessly grasping Lin Yuer's hair and lifting her entire being off the ground. The flames of rage ignited within Lin Huangyi's heart. "Release Lin Yuer, or you shall face death." Lin Huangyi roared, his voice brimming with unfathomable menace. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire, causing Lin Tao to shudder involuntarily. Momentarily daunted by Lin Huangyi's imposing presence, Lin Tao found himself at a loss as he watched Lin Huangyi approach. Each step felt like a heavy tread upon Lin Tao's heart, quickening his pulse and hastening his breath. Lin Tao's hand involuntarily loosened its grip on Lin Yuer's hair, and she crumpled to the ground, her fate uncertain. However, Lin Tao soon regained his composure. After all, Lin Huangyi had long since lost his powers. Why should he fear? Thus, he arrogantly declared, "I shall toy with Lin Yuer right in front of you. What will you do about it? If you have the guts, kill me. Come and kill me, if you wish for death." "I shall oblige." At that moment, Lin Huangyi clenched his fists, channeling all his strength into his right hand. He leapt forward, instantly appearing before Lin Tao, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Caught off guard, Lin Tao was sent reeling by the blow. He could hardly believe that Lin Huangyi, stripped of his powers, still possessed such strength. "Lin Huangyi, how dare you harm me?" Lin Gongzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, seething with rage. "Now, I am a young clan leader of the Lin family, and you dare to defy me? I will kill you." With that, Lin Gongzi charged at Lin Huangyi, raising his leg to deliver a swift kick. His speed akin to a lightning strike, his leg technique well honed. Yet to Lin Huangyi's eyes, it was utterly deficient. Had he not been stripped of his divine bloodline and reduced in power, Lin Tao would not have warranted a second glance. A single punch would have sufficed to end him. But now, he had just begun to recover his strength. Even with the forging of the sword furnace, his power remained barely at 20%. In the blink of an eye, Lin Huangyi dodged and reappeared before Lin Tao, fists clenched as he struck again. Boom! Lin Tao had no time to react before being sent crashing against the courtyard wall with a deafening thud. Pain radiated through his entire body, as if his very organs had been dislocated, blood trickling from his lips. "This is impossible." Terror filled Lin Tao's eyes as he gazed at Lin Huangyi, unable to comprehend the scene before him. A tempest raged within him. The Lin Huangyi standing there was far from a powerless wretch. Phew! Lin Tao felt a bitter taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Consumed by rage, his eyes turned crimson as he glared at Lin Huangyi, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. "Even with my powers diminished, killing you is as easy as slaying a dog." Lin Huangyi raised his hand and unleashed the great smash of the tablet. His palm struck down like a colossal stone tablet, crashing heavily onto Lin Tao's ankle. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Lin Tao was sent sprawling to the ground. Then Lin Huangyi stepped forward, his foot crashing down onto Lin Tao's chest, producing another resounding crack. Lin Tao's chest caved in instantly. Having vanquished Lin Tao, Lin Huangyi hurried to support Lin Yuer, checking her pulse, which was alarmingly weak. "Yuer, wake up! Please, wake up!" How could Lin Yuer's breath be so faint? Though Lin Tao had hurled her to the ground in anger, she should not have been so grievously harmed. Lin Yuer's brows fluttered slightly as she struggled to open her eyes, a smile gracing her face as she beheld Lin Huangyi. "Young clan leader, I'm not dreaming, am I? Is it truly you? I'm so glad you're safe. Second young master was deceiving me, right? I knew you would be all right. You are not dreaming. It is indeed me," Lin Huangyi replied gently, holding Lin Yuer's hand. "And I'm fine. Do not fear. Young clan leader, it brings me such joy to see you again, but I feel so tired, so very tired. I long for a peaceful slumber. Without my permission, you shall not sleep," Lin Huangyi commanded loudly. You may no longer serve the young clan leader. You must take care of yourself and find someone better than me." Before he could finish, Lin Yuer's hand fell limp, her breath extinguished. "Ah!" Lin Huangyi howled to the heavens, his voice resonating with boundless sorrow and fury. His eyes turned bloodshot, and a surge of power welled up within him, the entire world blurring in that moment. "What is this commotion?" A voice echoed in Lin Huangyi's mind. None other than the mysterious woman from the realm of inheritance. "She is not dead." "What? You mean to say she still lives?" Lin Huangyi's heart soared with joy at her revelation. Indeed, she has merely activated a special bloodline within her, falling into a state of false death. Individuals with such unique bloodlines are exceedingly rare. I myself possess the legendary divine bloodline. Once awakened, cultivation becomes remarkably effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. "Senior, what bloodline does Yuer possess?" Lin Huangyi inquired. For his knowledge of bloodlines was limited, he knew that those with exceptional bloodlines were typically geniuses, coveted by powerful families and sections. The young girl possesses an extraordinarily rare bloodline, the 9 Deaths Ice Silkworm bloodline. This bloodline requires one to undergo 9 deaths and 9 lives. It is said that upon surviving the 9 deaths, one transforms into a deity, the mysterious woman explained. Lin Huangyi's gaze sharpened as he looked down at Lin Yuer, who now appeared as if encased in ice, her body shrouded in a layer of transparent, crystalline silk, emanating an unbearable chill. This coldness continued to intensify, penetrating Lin Huangyi's very bones. "What is this?" Lin Huangyi was astounded to sense something within Lin Yuer's body quivering. Striving to break free, that it was the ice silkworm silk, and under Lin Huangyi's watchful eyes, it enveloped her at an observable pace. In that instant, Lin Yuer's breath and heartbeat ceased. The 9 Deaths Ice Silkworm bloodline is indeed miraculous. Akin to the Phoenix bloodline, capable of rebirth through transformation, Lin Huangyi mused inwardly in a remarkably brief time. Lin Yuer's form transformed into a vast cocoon, pure white and crystalline, resembling an exquisite piece of art. "Senior, how long must Yuer wait to awaken?" This was Lin Huangyi's foremost concern. "I do not know when the young girl will awaken," the mysterious woman replied. "However, trouble is approaching." "What?" Lin Huangyi perked up, hearing footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. "If anyone sees the young girl's current state, consider the consequences for yourself," the mysterious woman cautioned. Lin Huangyi's heart tightened as determination set in his gaze. He understood the implication of the mysterious woman's words. It was precisely due to the exposure of his divine bloodline that he had suffered such a setback. He realized that until he had sufficient strength, he must ensure that the secret of Lin Yuer's extraordinary bloodline remained hidden from the outside world. As Lin Huangyi stepped outside the courtyard, he encountered Lin Jia's grand elder, Lin Yong. "Lin Huangyi, you have awakened?" Lin Yong expressed surprise upon seeing him. He had personally examined Lin Huangyi when he was brought back. Noting the depletion of his bloodline, the ruin of his cultivation, the damage to his dantian, the severing of his meridians, and his faint life force. Had it not been for the elixirs from the heavenly fate pavilion, he would have perished long ago. "What is it?" You seem surprised, Grand Elder. Lin Huangyi shot him a derisive glance. Lin Yang's expression shifted as he regarded Lin Huangyi. Your meridians are damaged, your dantian shattered, and your cultivation insufficient for even the Qi blood realm. You have been expelled from the Heavenly Fate Pavilion, and the Council of Elders has already revoked your position as the young clan leader. Lin Yang's words fell upon Lin Huangyi like a heavy stone, weighing heavily upon his heart. As he gazed at the elder before him, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Once he had nurtured the Lin family to prosperity, ensuring an abundance of resources and a peaceful existence for the clansmen. Yet now, stripped of his powers, he had become a pariah within his own family. The face of Lin Yong had transformed into that of a stranger. Once a benevolent smile, it now seemed laced with venom that he recalled the sacrifices he had made for his family, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Lin Yong paused momentarily before continuing. The second matter is this. 3 days ago, the beloved daughter of Lord Zhao, Zhao Xiaoman, was attacked and is in grave danger. However, the betrothal between her and our Lin family cannot be dismissed. A.S. Lin Tao is now the young patriarch of our family. He naturally cannot be wed in the Zhao family. Thus, this task falls upon you. As a former young patriarch of the Lin family, it is your duty to make sacrifices for our clan. Tomorrow, the Zhao family will send someone to escort the bride. Be prepared. Lin Huangyi regarded Lin Yong with a cold smirk, saying, so, you not only deposed me as the young patriarch, but also expect me to take Lin Tao's place and marry a dying woman? What if I refuse? Lin Huangyi's gaze bore into Lin Yong, each word dripping with disdain that a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Yong's eyes as he clenched his fists slightly, his voice low and icy. Lin Huangyi, you are a clever man and should understand that the interests of the family supersede all else. You have lost all your cultivation and have become a mere shell of your former self. Yet you dare to negotiate? How utterly laughable! Should you comply, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Fury blazed within Lin Huangyi, his fists clenched tight, nails digging into his palms. He had given everything for the Lin family. Yet this was the fate he received. Do you not fear the hearts of the clan's youth growing cold with such treatment? You are merely a branch of the Lin family. Being included in the main lineage is already a tremendous honor. You should be grateful. The marriage alliance with the Zhao family is of utmost importance. If there are any missteps, not only will you perish, but your entire branch will follow you to the grave. After finishing, Lin Yong flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, such a mere branch of the Lin family. Lin Huangyi felt a chill in his heart. A family like this was better off without. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. The following day, the Lin family compound was adorned with red and gold. The Zhao family had sent people to escort the bride, but the procession was unlike any typical wedding. It bore white silk and rode on paper horses. The faces of the Lin family darkened at this sight. White silk? Could it be that Lord Zhao's daughter has passed away? Does this not mean a marriage of the dead? One elder shouted angrily. Yet the Zhao family wields immense power. We cannot oppose them. Elder, what do you suggest? The others turned to Lin Yong. I could see this moment. Lin Yong's face was already ashen. If Zhao Xiaoman were indeed dead, how could they allow Lin Huangyi to marry into the Zhao family? What would become of the Lin family's honor? However, if they refused, it would amount to a broken engagement, and Lord Zhao would never allow that. The Zhao family's might was beyond the Lin family's capacity to resist. Previously, Lin Huangyi had been a candidate for the Saint of Tianyun, a position of high esteem, and could afford to disregard the Zhao family. But now, the situation was entirely different. Lin Huangyi's meridians were damaged. His dantian shattered. He had lost his status as a candidate for the Saint of Tianyun. The Lin family's standing had consequently diminished significantly. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family dare to act with such impunity? Ridiculing the Lin family? The marriage shall proceed. Lin Yong gritted his teeth, instructing someone to summon Lin Huang. No need. I've already arrived. A voice rang out, revealing a slender figure, single-handedly lifting a pitch-black coffin as he walked slowly forward. The crowd gasped in shock. Lin Huangyi shoved the coffin forward with force. With a thud, the black coffin landed heavily in the center of the hall. The onlookers' faces twitched as they stared at Lin Huangyi. The Lin family was likely to become the laughingstock of the city of Yun. Lin Huangyi? What is the meaning of this? Lin Yang's face turned livid, his veins bulging as he shouted. Lin Huangyi's expression turned mocking as he coldly laughed, saying, "Since Lord Zhao's beloved daughter Zhao Xiaoman is deceased, let us proceed with a marriage of the dead. Therefore, I have brought Lin Tao." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd leaped to their feet. One figure fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Huangyi. He was Lin Tao's father, the second elder Lin Ji. "Are you saying the person in that coffin is Lin Tao?" "Indeed, it is Lin Tao." Upon hearing the news of Lord Zhao's daughter's death, "I killed him. Only the dead can match with the dead. Is that not so?" Lin Huangyi cackled. "Impossible. This cannot be true. Tao has already broken through to the peak of the blood qi realm, just a step away from entering the innate realm. How could you, with your cultivation crippled, possibly defeat him?" Lin Ji was now utterly frantic, rushing to the center of the hall and forcefully flinging open the coffin lid. Within lay the young man, his face twisted, skin a sickly hue, chest collapsed, clear signs of a devastating injury leading to his demise. "Tao, my dear Tao." Upon seeing his son's lifeless body, Lin Ji was overcome with grief. Lin Tao represented the future hope of the Lin family, an exemplar of the younger generation, with extraordinary talent and a promising future. Yet now, he lay dead at the hands of this worthless fool. "You little beast, you have slain my son. I will ensure you pay for this with your life." Lin Ji's eyes turned crimson, filled with murderous intent, as he lunged toward Lin Huangyi in a blur. "Very well, to eradicate the roots." Lin Huangyi replied nonchalantly, as if killing Lin Ji was a trivial matter. This statement left the gathered crowd in shock. They knew Lin Ji was a formidable figure with a cultivation level at the second stage of the innate realm. In the entire Lin family, only the clan leader Lin Yong could contend with him. Even when Lin Huangyi had not been stripped of his powers, he could only match Lin Ji. Now that he was a cripple, how could he be so arrogant? Had he lost his mind, or had his powers been restored? At this moment, Lin Ji had already initiated his attack, drawing his long blade and delivering a powerful slash aimed directly at Lin Huangyi's face. He held nothing back, unleashing the full prowess of his second stage innate realm strength. "You little beast, I shall carve you into 1,000 pieces. Your attacks are riddled with flaws, utterly inadequate." Lin Huangyi scoffed, using his finger as a sword to unleash a surge of sword energy that struck Lin Ji's wrist like lightning, causing the long blade to be knocked from his hand. Following that, Lin Huangyi delivered a swift kick to Lin Ji's groin. Lin Ji emitted a piercing scream, doubling over in pain as he flew back, crashing against the wall and spewing blood. The scene left everyone present wide-eyed in disbelief. This waste, could he truly have regained his powers? Otherwise, how could he have possibly defeated Lin Ji? Elder Lin Yang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he observed the unfolding chaos. Then, like a leopard, Lin Huangyi leapt into action, delivering a punch to Lin Ji's neck. With a sickening crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed through the hall. Lin Ji's body crumpled to the ground, devoid of any life. The entire event transpired too swiftly, too abruptly. From the moment Lin Ji attacked to his defeat and death, it took barely a handful of breaths. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone stared at Lin Huangyi as if he were a monster. Their hearts roiled with tumultuous waves. A man whose powers had been stripped had just killed Lin Ji. How could this be possible? Even a senior elder would have to pay a steep price to take down Lin Ji. Lin Huangyi had likely concealed his true strength. "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone else wish to kill me?" Lin Huangyi raised his voice, surveying the crowd. "Lin Huangyi, you have gone too far." Lin Yong stood up, his eyes gleaming with unmasked murderous intent. This was an affront to him. To publicly kill an elder of the clan was a grave violation of clan rules, deserving of the harshest punishment. 13th Elder Lin, he rose, speaking out that he and Lin Ji were brothers, and witnessing his brother's death filled him with a desire to tear Lin Huangyi to shreds, yet he lacked the power to act. "Yang Lei, you are merely an external servant of the clan. What right do you have to speak?" Lin glared, his voice raised. "Lin Huangyi has not only slain the young patriarch Lin Tao, but also Elder Lin Ji. This is an affront to authority, an unforgivable crime. He deserves to be executed in the most brutal manner. Enough. Lin Yong was exasperated by the bickering. Killing Lin Huangyi now. How would they explain that to the Zhao family? Lin Huangyi had to marry into the Zhao family. Otherwise, they would never relent, and the Lin family would be in peril. He turned to Lin Huangyi and declared, Lin Huangyi, today, no matter what, you must marry into the Zhao family. Even if Zhao Xiaoman is deceased, the marriage must proceed. Elder Lin Huangyi is an unparalleled prodigy of our Lin family. We cannot forsake him. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoman is deceased. Yet Zhao Etian still demands that our clan's prodigy marry into his family. This is clearly an act of wanton trampling and humiliation of our lineage. How can we endure it? Yang Lei spoke again, staunchly defending Lin Huangyi. If we acquiesce, my Lin clan will become a laughingstock across the realm, losing all dignity. What unparalleled prodigy! Lin Huangyi has already been stripped of his cultivation and cast out from the Tianyan house. Were it not for lingering affections, that little wretch would likely have perished long ago. Lin He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Lin Huangyi and naturally cannot let him off the hook. Are your eyes dimmed by age, or have you become blind? If he has been rendered powerless, how could he possibly slay Lin Ji, who is at the second level of the innate realm? Yang Lei shot a glance at Lin He, coldly remarking, You! Cease your clamor! Lin Yang's formidable aura erupted, and the scene finally fell silent. While Lin Huangyi observed with a detached gaze, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Yang Lei. The only one in the Lin clan bold enough to speak on his behalf. I can overlook the deaths of Lin Huangyi, Lin Tao, and Lin Ji, but the betrothal to the city lord's residence is non-negotiable. The wedding procession has already arrived. You must change your attire at once, lest you miss the auspicious hour. Lin Yong had made his decision, his tone resolute and unyielding, that if you wish to go, then go by yourself. I shall not attend. Lin Huangyi snorted coldly, completely unfazed by Lin Yong's threats. Lin Yong inquired, Are you truly unwilling to go? Lin Huangyi shook his head defiantly. I will not go. Lin Yong's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lin Huangyi, raising his hand with a commanding gesture. Bring them forth. Lin Huangyi, if you refuse to go, then your entire branch of 36, plus Lin Yuer from your courtyard. A total of 37 lives shall perish. Lin Huangyi's fury surged as he looked at Lin Yong, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. His blood surged within him, fists clenched tightly. He slowly spoke. In my lifetime, I despise being threatened. Lin Huangyi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing towards Lin Yong, infused with overwhelming killing intent. Lin Yong felt his muscles tense as a tremor coursed through him. He was inwardly astonished. Although Lin Huangyi's cultivation was merely at the Qi blood realm, the strength he displayed rivaled that of a master at the innate realm. Such a prodigy is the hope of the clan. Yet now, for the sake of the family's interests, he is compelled to forsake Lin Huangyi. Lin Yong took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within. He locked eyes with Lin Huangyi and said with unwavering conviction, Threatened? If you perceive it thus, so be it. I, Lin Yong, have acted with a clear conscience. His words exuded an undeniable resolve. Despite facing Lin Huangyi's fierce gaze, his expression remained unyielding. What clear conscience? Nonsense! A resounding voice boomed as an elderly man clad in gray emerged from outside the courtyard. Wielding a bamboo staff, that he was short and stout, his face lined with wrinkles, hair grizzled, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Ancestor, you have returned. The elders of the Lin family were filled with excitement. The diminutive elderly man was none other than Lin Liang, the clan's long-absent ancestor, whose strength had reached the spirit transformation realm over 50 years ago. Now, decades later, one could only imagine the heights he had attained. The Lin clan had once dominated Yin City precisely due to his presence. With a sharp crack, 5 vivid red handprints suddenly appeared on Lin Yong's face. He froze, eyes wide. Incredulity etched across his features as he gazed at Lin Liang. The surrounding Lin family members were equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the ancestor had erupted in anger. Lin Liang's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing into Lin Yong's heart. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Seemingly reveling in Lin Yong's astonishment, he spoke slowly, his tone laden with undeniable authority. "Do you know what you are doing? Is it my Lin clan that is to perish at your hands? Now kneel and apologize to Lin Huangyi." The crowd gasped in shock. They had never anticipated that Lin Liang, the elder, would take a stand for Lin Huangyi, and in such a forceful manner, demanding Lin Yong to kneel and apologize. It was utterly astonishing. Ancestor, Lin Yong was naturally unwilling to comply. Why should he kneel to Lin Huangyi, who was merely a branch of the clan? He was the grand elder of the Lin family. "I command you to kneel. Are your ears deaf?" Lin Liang bellowed in fury, truly incensed. Reluctantly, Lin Yong knelt. Though unwilling, he could not oppose the greater authority, slap, that was to teach you to recognize your ignorance. Slap, that was to chastise you for abandoning your ancestry. Slap, that was to reprimand you for your servility. The resounding slaps echoed, and though Lin Yong's heart seethed with rage, he dared not display any dissatisfaction or resistance. Lin Liang's voice was stern and commanding. "My Lin clan, even if we must stand and die, shall never kneel to live. Do you understand? A mere city lord's residence has made you so subservient? How disgraceful! As your ancestor, I am utterly infuriated. I wish I could strangle you. Should this happen again, do not expect to live. In your own life." Lin Yong's complexion turned pale, feeling as though Lin Liang's words were daggers piercing his heart. He forced a bitter smile, well aware of the elder's temperament, that if he dared to retort, he might truly face death on the spot. "Ancestor, the city lord's residence is no longer what it once was. A peak spirit transformation realm expert now resides there. Our Lin clan cannot contend with them. I have no other choice," Lin Yong explained in a hushed tone. "What did I just say? Did you not hear? My Lin clan would rather stand and die than kneel to live." Lin Liang's face flushed with rage as he shouted, "What is the city lord's residence to us? How dare they humiliate my Lin clan? To force our prodigy into a marriage with a corpse? Is that not utter disgrace? If this deed is done, my Lin clan shall be mocked for a millennium. Our ancestors would be so angered they could hardly be laid to rest." "Ancestor!" Lin Yong's heart sank. He had never seen the elder so furious. He realized that this matter had truly provoked Lin Liang's wrath. Lin Liang glared at Lin Yong, his eyes ablaze with fury. He enunciated each word with chilling precision. "If you dare to mention the marriage of our prodigy to the city lord's residence again, I shall destroy you first." His words reverberated like thunder, shaking the very souls of those present. The Lin family members were awed into silence by the elder's imposing authority, none daring to utter a word. At this moment, the wedding procession from the city lord's residence had already arrived at the Lin clan's gates. Lin Yong felt anxious yet dared not contradict the elder. He knew well Lin Liang's temperament. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. However, this matter concerned the fate of the entire Lin clan. And how could he take it upon himself to decide? Outside the Lin clan's gates, the wedding procession from the city lord's residence arrived with great fanfare. Zhao Helen rode a tall steed, followed by numerous armored elite soldiers. At this moment, not a single person from the Lin family stepped forward to greet them, which greatly displeased Zhao Helen. He shouted, "Lin Yong, what is the meaning of this? Why do you not hurry and open the door to welcome the wedding procession? If the auspicious hour is missed, can you bear the responsibility? Begone!" Lin Liang's voice rang out. A terrifying wave of sound swept forth, instantly stunning the wedding procession from the city lord's residence. Such domineering strength. Who is this person? Does the Lin family still possess such a formidable presence? Zhao Helen's brow furrowed, sensing trouble. It appeared the Lin family was intending to renege. Yet, given this person's unfathomable power, unless the individual behind the city lord took action personally, they could not hope to contend. Lin Liang's gaze fell upon Lin Huangyi, his eyes seeming to contain the vastness of the stars and the ocean. Unfathomably deep. "You are Lin Huangyi, correct? Today, the Lin clan shall be led by you. I shall support you." This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Even Lin Huangyi had not anticipated such a powerful elder emerging within the Lin clan, one that even the grand elder Lin Yong dared not oppose. "Ancestor," Lin Huangyi attempted to inquire, but was interrupted by Lin Liang. "What is there to hesitate about? A true man does not dither." Lin Liang admonished, seeing Lin Huangyi's momentary hesitation, that we of the Lin clan must be strong-willed. Against our enemies, we kill when we wish and fight when we must. That is the essence of true manhood. Do you understand? Before Lin Huangyi could respond, the wedding procession from the city lord's residence had already entered. Zhao Helen glared at the Lin family members, demanding, "Lin Yong, do you dare to break off the engagement? Are you declaring war against the city lord's residence?" Zhao Helen's words were laden with malice, his threatening tone unmistakable. At this moment, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Lin clan, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "And if we were to declare war against the city lord's residence?" Lin Huangyi stepped forward, for had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Lin clan's ancestor, he and the Lin clan would likely have been at odds. Now he was eager to see what schemes the city lord's residence had in store. Zhao Xiaoman is dead, yet they still insist on a forced marriage. It is evident they are targeting me directly. Could it be for the sake of the divine royal bloodline? If that is truly the case, I fear your schemes have come to naught. Who is it that your lordship intends to wed? Pray, carry the body back to where it belongs. Lin Huangyi pointed towards the coffin in the grand hall, his finger directed at the coffin. His voice was icy cold, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. What do you mean? Zhao Heli was taken aback, having never encountered such audacity from a member of the Lin clan. Zhao Heli, return to the Lord and inform him that my Lin clan harbors no such unworthy descendants. Nor shall we ever become a part of your lordship's household. If it is war you seek, then let it be war. My Lin clan shall not flinch. Lin Huangyi articulated each word with resolute clarity. Zhao Heli's face turned ashen as he regarded Lin Huangyi, his heart ablaze with fury. His gaze shifted to Lin Liang, a figure of formidable strength, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. At this juncture, he found himself in a precarious position. Yet, the authority of the Lord could not be trifled with. It is a grand affair for my lord's household to welcome a bride. Do you expect me to carry back a corpse? Zhao Heli seethed with rage. How dare you insult us so? You are courting death. With a resounding bang, Zhao Heli unleashed a punch, imbued with overwhelming force. Intent on inflicting fatal harm, Lin Huangyi, however, raised his hand and retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash of their fists sent shockwaves through the air, creating a deafening roar. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom. A terrifying gust of wind erupted, sweeping away tables, chairs, and utensils, reducing them to mere dust in an instant. The very hall trembled from the impact of their powers. Zhao Heli's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Lin Huangyi could withstand his assault. His fist was torn by a blade-like force, blood gushing forth, the pain penetrating to his bones that a sense of dread filled him. The Lin Huangyi before him was no ordinary warrior, but a concealed swordsman. With unwavering resolve and a piercing gaze, Lin Huangyi's internal power surged like an unending ocean. The sword furnace within him churned, emanating a formidable sword intent. With each breath, sharp waves of sword energy radiated from him, instilling fear in those present. A swordsman. The hall erupted in exclamations of astonishment. They could scarcely believe that Lin Huangyi was indeed a swordsman. In the realm of Shenwu, swordsmen held an unparalleled status, their might transcending that of ordinary cultivators. Those who reached great depths in their training could soar through the skies on their swords, cleaving mountains and rivers asunder. Such power was not to be underestimated. No wonder he could rise to become the favored son of the Tianyin Prefecture. Rumors of Lin Huangyi's expulsion from Tianyin Prefecture seemed but a ruse concocted by the Lin family, perhaps to conceal his true potential until this very moment. How domineering! A swordsman indeed! With his vitality, he could slay those of innate realms. Such defiance could only be achieved by a swordsman. The Lin clan was destined to rise. The onlookers were filled with awe, while members of the Lin clan were exhilarated. The presence of a swordsman within their ranks was an immense fortune, with the return of their ancestral elder and the emergence of such a prodigy. The future of the Lin clan was undeniably bright and unstoppable. Look at you, Lin Yong, you fool. You nearly drove our clan's unparalleled genius away. Had I not arrived in time, the Lin clan might have met its doom at your hands, and you would become a historical villain. Elder Lin Liang scoffed, clearly displeased with Lin Yong. That was a swordsman. If Lin Huangyi had been forced out of the Lin clan, it would have been a tremendous loss for the Lin lineage. Moreover, the humiliation he suffered might turn him into the greatest enemy of the Lin family if he survived. Under the scrutiny of all, Lin Yong felt utterly mortified. "Elder," I wished to explain, but the words died on my lips. He realized he had no justification. All stemmed from his own narrow-mindedness and selfishness. Elder Lin Liang's gaze pierced through Lin Yong's very soul. "You nearly ruined our clan's genius. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Do you think I am oblivious? You acted solely for your own selfish desires, disregarding the interests of the entire family. How utterly foolish!" Within the grand hall, Lin Yong was consumed by regret, kneeling before Lin Liang and bowing repeatedly. "Elder, it was Lin Yong who erred. Had you not intervened in time, I would have committed an unthinkable mistake that I am deeply ashamed before our ancestors. Please, punish me." Lin Yong's forehead bled profusely, yet his heart was oddly calm. "Very well, Lin Yong. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Henceforth, the Lin clan shall regard Lin Huangyi as our leader. He shall preside over the clan's affairs. Even I shall bow to him." Lin Liang declared. "Clan leader, we greet the clan leader." The members of the Lin clan responded in unison. Lin Huangyi was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, I am now the clan leader? Elder, this cannot be." Lin Huangyi shook his head. He had no desire to be shackled by the Lin clan. His vengeance remained unfulfilled, and there was nothing he sought within this clan. "What, Huangyi, do you refuse?" Lin Liang inquired, his brow furrowing. Lin Huangyi hesitated for a moment, but soon found his resolve. "I appreciate the elder's good intentions, but I have pressing matters to attend to. The position of clan leader should be entrusted to someone more capable for now." The hall fell silent, astonished by Lin Huangyi's refusal. "Do not decline, Lin Huangyi," Lin Liang insisted. "You are a true dragon and cannot be confined to this shallow pond. However, you are still a member of the Lin clan, as long as you remain. You are our clan leader, and all resources of the Lin clan shall be at your disposal. I hope you will remember us in times of need and lend a hand should we face adversity." Lin Liang's tone was resolute. He understood that Lin Huangyi's extraordinary talent would lead him to unfathomable heights, and he could not remain bound to the Lin clan forever. Yet as long as Lin Huangyi was within their ranks, he would be honored as their leader, a privilege for the Lin clan. "Elder, I am deeply moved by your words." Lin Huangyi gazed at Lin Liang, his heart swelling with gratitude, seeing the hope in Lin Liang's eyes. He ultimately nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I, Lin Liang, salute the clan leader. Lin Yong, salute the clan leader. Yang Lei, salute the clan leader. Salute the clan leader." As Zhao Heli and the others witnessed Lin Huangyi's ascension to clan leader, they realized that their mission to welcome a bride had been utterly thwarted. After acknowledging the members of the Lin clan, Lin Huangyi turned his attention to those from the Lord's household. "Zhao Heli, your daughter, Zhao Xiaoman, is betrothed to my Lin clan's Lin Tao. Now take Lin Tao back with you, lest you miss the appointed hour. Congratulations on the return of Elder Lin to the Lin clan." At that moment, a voice resonated, heralded before the figure arrived. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure appeared before the crowd. Clad in a white scholarly robe, with a square face and sword-like brows, his piercing gaze was imposing. He was none other than Zhao Yiqian, the Lord of Yunqing. Who might this be? "Ah, it's you, Zhao Brat." Upon sighting Zhao Yiqian, Lin Liang scolded, "You little rascal, filled with malice. How dare you bully my clan while I am away?" "Predecessor, you jest. How could I dare to bully the Lin clan? If that were the case, I would not have arranged a marriage between my daughter Zhao Xiaoman and the Lin clan." Zhao Yiqian's expression darkened slightly, his tone laden with sorrow. "It is a pity that my daughter is a tragic soul. A few days ago, she was ambushed by thieves and gravely injured. I did not wish for her to depart with regrets. Hence I sought to fulfill her marriage to the Lin clan. Alas, she was ultimately too unfortunate to see the day of her wedding." Lin Liang's eyes narrowed. "If that is the case, it is somewhat understandable. Then, Zhao Brat, you may take Lin Tao away. It would suit your daughter well." However, Zhao Yiqian shook his head. "Before her passing, my daughter held Lin Huangyi in the highest regard. At the end, she wished to unite with him. Though she has departed, As her father, I must fulfill her final wish. With Zhao Etienne's words, the members of the Lin clan erupted in fury, their eyes flashing with menace as they glared at Zhao Etienne, ready to strike. Lin Liang trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Zhao Etienne, you little scoundrel! Do you not know that Lin Huangyi is the clan leader of my Lin clan? How can he be forced into a marriage under such circumstances? This is an affront to my clan. Are you truly prepared to wage war with us to the death? Zhou Yishan, unperturbed in the slightest, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of formidable power that weighed heavily upon the onlookers. Rendering them breathless, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Liang and declared, word for word, Senior, do not speak so confidently. Lin Huangyi is a prize I shall secure. If you are wise, you will allow Lin Huangyi to finalize his marriage with my daughter. Otherwise, I fear the Lin family shall find no foothold in Yunqing. Lin Liang stepped forward, his imposing presence bearing down on Zhou Yishan. You, a mere trifling of the third realm of the spirit transformation stage, dare to act so brazenly before me. If you possess any hidden cards, then reveal them, and I shall respond in kind. Lin Fatty, you remain the same, relishing in your might over the weak. Such behavior, if it were to spread, would have dire repercussions. A voice interjected, and the crowd turned to see a slender old man approaching, his movements slow yet deliberate, arriving before them in a mere breath. Lin Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Shiqi, you old rascal, you still draw breath? Zhao Shiqi smiled indifferently, casually waving a hand, which seemingly effortlessly dispersed Lin Liang's immense aura. Lin Fatty, after my battle with the powerful beings of the underworld, I had thought myself doomed, yet I miraculously escaped with my life. Albeit gravely injured, I have spent these years in seclusion to heal. Now that I am restored, I am merely here to stretch my legs. Zhao Shiqi's appearance instilled an unprecedented sense of danger in Lin Liang. The actions of the city lord's estate were no mere coincidence, but rather a calculated scheme against the Lin clan. He glared at Zhao Shiqi and articulated each word with precision. Zhao Shiqi, is it your intention to have the patriarch of the Lin clan marry into your family? A union between our two families is indeed a fortuitous event. Yet fate can be capricious. Zhao Shiqi sighed before shifting his tone. However, since my little granddaughter harbors affection for Lin Huangyi, as her granduncle, I shall do my utmost to fulfill her wishes. Lin family scion. I trust you will not refuse the heartfelt desires of an old father. At this, Lin Huangyi's expression turned icy. Zhao Shiqi's words were unmistakably a threat. He raised his gaze to Zhao Shiqi, his eyes glinting with frost. I am sorry, but I cannot comply. Zhao Shiqi's demeanor darkened, and a powerful force emanated from him. Pressing down upon the crowd, leaving them breathless, he retorted coldly. So, you are refusing to give me face? Lin Liang snorted. Zhao Shiqi, you shameless old fool. Do you truly lack any sense of decency, threatening a mere junior in front of so many? If you wish to fight, I shall oblige and see whether you have improved over the years. Ha! Zhao Shiqi scoffed contemptuously. Lin Fatty, do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? Decades ago, you were no match for me, and decades later, you remain just as incapable. Moreover, the hidden injuries you harbor run deep. You will not last long. Should we clash, you might very well perish on the spot. His words sent a wave of panic through the Lin clan. Even Lin Huangyi was filled with concern. If Zhao Shiqi spoke the truth, then the patriarch Lin Liang was indeed in grave danger. Should they engage in battle, if Lin Liang were to falter, the Lin clan could face annihilation. In that moment, Lin Liang's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Zhao Shiqi would discern his condition. Indeed, his lifespan was waning. His return to the Lin clan was to settle some affairs and resolve certain issues before his demise. Yet he had not expected that Zhao Shiqi, the scoundrel, was still alive. Furthermore, his aura was remarkably potent, making victory in a confrontation seem bleak. Knowing this, do you still wish to force me to fight? If I were to fight to the death, you would gain nothing. Lin Liang replied coldly. As his words fell, Lin Liang's aura surged dramatically, resembling a black tempest as it howled toward Zhao Shiqi. Anger simmered within him. If he were to retreat today, the Lin clan would undoubtedly be humiliated. And this battle was unavoidable. Zhao Shiqi stood with his hands clasped behind him, remaining utterly still against Lin Liang's furious assault, a cold smile playing on his lips. He was confident, though Lin Liang was strong. His injuries and age rendered him incapable of contending with Zhao Shiqi at his peak. In a flash, Lin Liang was upon Zhao Shiqi, unleashing a punch that caused the air to explode. Zhao Shiqi smiled coldly and met the blow with a casual gesture. Boom! The collision of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, causing nearby structures to collapse under the force. That moment, Zhao Shiqi stood unfazed, speaking nonchalantly. You are but this much now that a death match may indeed bring me some trouble. But what of the rest of your Lin clan? My nephew Zhao Yishan is of the spirit transformation stage. None among your clan can stand against him. The Lin clan members paled at his words. This was the undeniable truth. The Lin clan had fallen into decline, and in all these years they had not a single spirit transformation expert. Surrender Lin Huangyi or face annihilation. Lin Liang's face darkened. He replied solemnly, to surrender Lin Huangyi is but a step away from extinction. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Lin Liang's choice left Lin Huangyi astounded. Even at the risk of total annihilation, he chose to protect himself, and Lin Huangyi was deeply moved. You treat me as a worthy son. I shall repay you in kind. Stepping forward, Lin Huangyi spoke calmly. You come for me, and I am truly honored. Let us speak plainly. Zhao City Lord, do not feign politeness under the guise of marriage. State your desires openly. How about this? I shall duel with you. Zhao City Lord, if I can withstand even a single move, we shall consider this matter resolved. Should you triumph, I will submit to your wishes. What say you? Unthinkable. Lin Liang interrupted. Patriarch, you must not. Yang Han and others echoed, urging him to reconsider. What realm did Lin Huangyi occupy? Merely the blood vitality stage. Even if he were a sword cultivator, he could not possibly contend with Zhao Yishan, who was of the spirit transformation stage, a disparity too vast to bridge that if they fought, defeat was inevitable. Lin Liang admonished. Patriarch, do not act impulsively. Lin Huangyi replied. Grandfather, there's no need for further discussion. I have made my decision that a battle to the death would be detrimental to our clan. I cannot bear to see my kin perish for my sake. Prior to this, Lin Huangyi had already communicated with a mysterious woman in the legacy space. And with her power, he could contend with Zhao Yishan, perhaps even defeat him. However, after this battle, she would fall into a deep slumber. Patriarch. The Lin clan members were overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing that their leader was considering their very lives. Zhao Yishan, too, was taken aback by Lin Huangyi's audacity. This mere blood vitality stage cultivator dared to challenge him. Well done, young man. You have spirit. You have truly caught this city lord's attention. I accept your challenge. Should you lose, you shall join my city lord's estate, and I shall grant you the position of deputy city lord, with future governance of Yunqing in your hands. Should you prevail, my estate shall retreat. Come, let us battle. Lin Huangyi unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at Zhao Yishan. Zhao Yishan approached, addressing Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi, I shall grant you 3 moves, lest it be said that this city lord bullies the weak. Unnecessary. Lin Huangyi shook his head in refusal, his aura rising steadily. Blood Vitality Stage 7. Blood Vitality Stage 8. Blood Vitality Stage 9 peak. Innate Stage 1. Innate Stage 5. He halted only upon reaching the 6th level of the innate stage. The crowd was astonished that in an instant, he had surged from the 6th level of the blood vitality stage to the 6th level of the innate stage. Yet, even at the 6th level of the innate stage, it was still insufficient. Above the innate stage lay the chi gathering stage, and beyond that was the spirit transformation stage, a gap of 2 major realms. Even if Lin Huangyi was a sword cultivator, this disparity could not be bridged. However, in that moment, a formidable sword aura erupted from him. Zhao Yishan's expression grew serious. Lin Huangyi's leap from the 6th level of the blood vitality stage to the 6th level of the innate stage. Could he not ascend further? What if he reached the 6th level of the chi gathering stage? Thus, he could not afford to be careless, even as he stood at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation stage. Lin Liang, witnessing Lin Huangyi's formidable prowess, felt a surge of elation that if Lin Huangyi were in danger, he would risk everything to protect him. Zhao Shiqi's expression grew grave as he observed Lin Huangyi, a murderous intent brewing within him. This youth is far too formidable. He cannot be allowed to live. Lin Huangyi moved like a bolt of lightning. Swift as a flash, his form was quick, and the sword even swifter. A streak of sword light sliced towards Zhao Yishan. Zhao Yishan retaliated with a punch, shattering the sword light. Lin Huangyi had anticipated this, his speed increasing, his sword intent intensifying. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converge around him, a single sword strike that could pierce the heavens. A terrifying blade of light enveloped Zhao Yitian. This was a strike summoned by the very forces of heaven and earth, coalescing into a sword that had reached an exceedingly dreadful level, far surpassing the realm of Qi and rivaling the attacks of those who had undergone spiritual transformation. What an astonishing sword! So formidable, truly the essence of a sword cultivator. This was the epitome of an unparalleled genius. Genuinely invincible among peers, Zhao Yitian's expression was gravely solemn. This strike posed a genuine threat to him. It appeared he could not afford to hold back, lest he suffer a calamitous downfall. Zhao Yitian summoned his strength, an immense power surging into his fists, which he unleashed with a ferocious punch, akin to two mighty dragons charging towards Lin Huangyi. The clash of sword light and fist force erupted. In the next moment, a smile curled upon Lin Huangyi's lips. This strike was merely a diversion. The true killing move lay in wait. Sword control. Initiate. Sword control strike. A long sword materialized instantaneously behind Zhao Yitian. The sword aura erupted forth, piercing directly through his back. The sudden turn of events rendered the scene eerily silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Defeated. Zhao Yitian was defeated. This strike had grievously wounded a powerful being of spiritual transformation. Had it not been for Lin Huangyi's insufficient realm and strength, Zhao Yitian would have surely met his demise beneath the sword's edge. However, Lin Huangyi showed no signs of relenting. The long sword once again pointed menacingly at Zhao Yitian. Should another strike come, Zhao Yitian would assuredly perish. Witnessing this, Zhao Shiqi was consumed with fury. "You vile creature, how dare you act so recklessly?" Zhao Shiqi was a formidable being of the celestial realm. His power was immense, placing him among the upper echelons of the divine martial continent. How could Lin Huangyi withstand such might? With a domineering slap, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. "Zhao Shiqi, you old rascal, do you think I'm not here?" Lin Liang had been closely observing Zhao Shiqi. After all, this old wretch was no benevolent figure, and Lin Liang harbored no belief that he would honor any promises. He feared a treacherous ambush. That it was essential to note that Lin Huangyi was the Lin clan's prodigious talent. Should he grow in strength, he would pose a significant threat to the city lord's mansion. Given Zhao Shiqi's nature, he would undoubtedly take nefarious actions to stifle Lin Huangyi's growth. Not to mention, with Zhao Yitian thoroughly defeated by Lin Huangyi, the prospect of his imminent death would surely provoke Zhao Shiqi into action. As expected, he intervened. For Zhao Shiqi, even if it meant exchanging Zhao Yitian's life for Lin Huangyi's, he would act without hesitation. "Lin Fatty, you cannot stop me!" Zhao Shiqi bellowed, delivering a punch that forced Lin Liang back. Then charging directly at Lin Huangyi, he held nothing back, aiming for a fatal strike, intent on snuffing out Lin Huangyi before he could fully mature. What need was there for face? Kill when necessary. If Lin Huangyi lived, it would be Zhao Shiqi who perished in the future, and the city lord's mansion would face annihilation in that moment. Lin Huangyi sensed the looming threat of death. That the celestial realm powerhouse was truly terrifying. Without the aid of the inheritance space and a mysterious elder, survival would have been impossible. Even Lin Liang, a fellow celestial realm elder, could not withstand Zhao Shiqi's might. Lin Huangyi's aura surged uncontrollably, rocketing to the Qi realm, and then further, until it reached the pinnacle of spiritual transformation. The transformation was astonishing that a fissure appeared in the void, and a divine sword shot forth from within. The flash of the blade sliced through the colossal hand in the sky. Zhao Shiqi staggered, his face shifting dramatically, eyes filled with shock and dread. Yet, it was too late. The divine sword soared towards his brow, and he found himself unable to evade. The sword was too swift. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Shiqi was slain. Such terror! This was the might of a sword cultivator, So powerful. It was overwhelming. The Lin clan erupted in cheers. Lin Yong felt a sense of relief, as did Lin Liang. Had Lin Huangyi been cornered, the Lin clan might have faced total annihilation. Unbeknownst to Lin Huangyi, the thoughts of the Lin clan were far from his concern, and he turned his gaze upon Zhao Yiqian. With Zhao Shiqi dead, it was now Zhao Yiqian's turn. Realizing that Lin Huangyi had set his sights on him, Zhao Yiqian understood that Lin Huangyi was in a bloodthirsty frenzy, intent on killing him as well. To eradicate the root of the problem was essential, and he was all too aware of this. However, he did not wish to die. If he wanted to survive, he had no choice but to offer a ransom for his life. Lin Huangyi, wait, Lin Huangyi asked, do you have any final words? Zhao Yiqian wasted no time, speaking directly, I know of a secret inheritance. Can it buy me my life? Lin Huangyi replied, let us see if it's worth it. In truth, Lin Huangyi lacked sufficient strength at that moment. The mysterious woman from the inheritance space had fallen into a deep slumber, with no knowledge of when she would awaken. Zhao Yiqian continued, it is the legacy of an ancient alchemist. Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi raised his brow, intrigued. The inheritance of an ancient alchemist. Did it possess spiritual fire? If so, it could ignite the alchemical furnace within his dantian, allowing his strength to ascend to new heights. Lin Huangyi responded, if it is true, I may spare your life. Zhao Yiqian, being a cautious individual, was reluctant to divulge the secret inheritance only to be killed afterward. Thus, he said, I trust you alone, but you must swear a blood oath. Once I reveal the details of the secret inheritance, you must let me go and not lay a hand on me. Lin Huangyi pondered for a moment before saying, I can spare your life, but I cannot allow you to leave. Today, your city lord's mansion has acted against me, making you enemies for life. I have no habit of letting tigers return to the mountains. If you wish to live, you must submit to me and lead the entire city lord's mansion to pledge allegiance to the Lin clan. Zhao Yiqian forced a smile, realizing he had no other choice to survive. He could only agree. Otherwise, he would perish, and the entire city lord's mansion would face destruction. Very well, I accept. Lin Huangyi noted Zhao Yiqian's despondency, but thought little of it. Such a reaction was natural. After all, he had been a city lord, now reduced to a mere vassal. Zhao city lord, you will come to cherish today's decision. Zhao Yiqian replied, Lin, no, from now on, you may call me Old Zhao. In the future, the city lord of Yunqing should rightfully be you. Having chosen to submit, Zhao Yiqian felt a sense of acceptance. Lin Huangyi was correct. Following such a prodigious talent would not be a misfortune. At such a tender age, not yet 18, he had already achieved such strength, surpassing even the elders of the celestial realm. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the divine martial continent. Perhaps in that future, immense benefits would come his way. This Yunqing was likely too small to contain such greatness. Lin Huangyi patted Zhao Yiqian's shoulder, saying, there is no need for such formality, city lord. You shall continue to govern the city lord's mansion. I have more pressing matters. For now, tell me about the secret inheritance, and let everything else wait. However, I must warn you in advance. If you deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Furthermore, now that you have submitted, absolute loyalty is expected that I do not wish to witness betrayal. Do you understand? Without hesitation, Zhao Yiqian knelt before Lin Huangyi, drawing his finger across his skin to draw blood, then raised his hand to the heavens, swearing, I, Zhao Yiqian, hereby swear a blood oath to serve Lin Huangyi, never to betray, should I violate this oath. May the heavens strike me down and grant me no peaceful death. Lin Huangyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, rise. After getting to his feet, Zhao Yiqian spoke, my lord, actually my visit to the Lin clan this time was indeed concerning the ancient alchemist's secret inheritance. The master of this secret inheritance is, in fact, a member of the Lin clan and is related to you. Lin Huangyi inquired in astonishment. Related to me? Zhao Yiqian affirmed, yes, my lord. Lin Huangyi pressed further. What is this secret inheritance? Where is it located, and how is it connected to me? Please clarify. Zhao Yiqian proclaimed, the secret realm of mountains and rivers lies nestled within the Tianwan mountain range. Just beyond the city T-O unlock it. One requires the mountain and river order alongside the blood of the young master. Lin Huani inquired. How do you know that my blood is necessary to access the secret realm? Furthermore, where can the mountain and river order be found? Zhao Yiqian replied. 20 years ago, the young master's father entered the secret realm of mountains and rivers. I witnessed it firsthand that as for the mountain and river order, it resides within the Lin clan. Lin Huani turned his gaze towards Lin Liang and Lin Yong, for they should possess knowledge of the order's whereabouts. Lin Liang addressed Lin Yong. Lin Yong, where's the mountain and river order? Having left the Lin clan 2 decades prior, Lin Liang was unaware of its location, nor did he have any insight into Lin Huani's father at that moment. Lin Yong spoke. Patriarch, 16 years ago, when your father Lin Qingxian departed from the Lin clan, he entrusted me with an item to present to you upon your 18th birthday, that I shall retrieve it now. If the mountain and river order exists, it will surely be among it. The group followed Lin Yong into the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, he appeared before them, cradling a crimson wooden box. He handed the box to Lin Huani, stating, Patriarch, this is the relic your father left behind. The box bears a restriction that can only be lifted with your blood. Lin Qingxian, possessing formidable strength, had placed a restriction on the item. Were it not for this, Lin Yong would have opened the box long ago. Accepting the box, Lin Huani did not shy away from the onlookers. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the box. In an instant, a radiant light flickered, and the restriction on the wooden box was dispelled. Lin Huani gently opened the box to reveal 3 items within. A pitch-black token embossed with 3 ancient symbols, which was indeed the mountain and river order, a jade vial, and an ancient tome. After extracting the mountain and river order, he closed the box once more. The token felt remarkably weighty in his hand. Composed of a unique material that radiated warmth, that a gentle power began to merge with his flesh. The mountain and river order was truly a remarkable treasure. Without hesitation, Lin Huani acknowledged it as his own by dripping blood upon it. In the next moment, the token melded into his palm, and a multitude of memories flooded his mind. The mountain and river order governed the mountains and rivers, understood the yin and yang, and could sever the heavens and earth. This order was not merely the key to the secret realm. It also contained a grand array capable of immense power once activated. Moreover, Lin Huani felt his own cultivation level rise, having ascended from the 6th level of Qi and Blood realm to the 8th. Overjoyed, he marveled at the order's potency. Initially, he had harbored concerns about the mysterious elder within the inheritance space who had fallen into slumber, given his own limited strength, still far below the innate realm. The disparity compared to true powerhouses was daunting. Even as a sword cultivator, he could not contend with genuine strength. Faced with a formidable opponent in the Ganqi realm, or even the Lingbian realm, he feared he would have no chance to escape. However, with the mountain and river order, such concerns were alleviated. Even if he could not defeat a Ganqi realm expert, he could still flee, and against a Lingbian realm powerhouse, he might find opportunities. Furthermore, should he gain entry into the secret realm and acquire the inheritance, his strength would surely ascend to new heights. At that point, worries would be a thing of the past. Zhao Yiqian hesitated before speaking. Young master, the secret realm will open in 3 days. This news is not known solely to me. The Yuming clan is also aware. The revelation sent a shockwave through Lin Liang, who widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, What? You mean the Yuming clan has emerged and is aware of the secret realm's opening? Lin Huani pondered for a moment before addressing Zhao Yiqian, if I am not mistaken. Zhao Shiqi and your daughter Zhao Xiaoman are linked to the Yuming clan, and Zhao Xiaoman is not truly dead. It was important to note that Zhao Yiqian had only one daughter. If she had perished, his grief would have been profound, not laced with complexity and entanglement. Zhao Yiqian, taken aback, felt a flicker of surprise at Lin Huani's perceptive insights. What you say is accurate. The one who perished was merely a surrogate daughter. However, misfortune has befallen my family. Indeed, my ancestor and my daughter are connected to the Yuming clan. With a sigh, Zhao Yiqian's heart felt heavy. The Yuming clan was indeed powerful, yet they were not of the righteous path. Rather, they were scorned and reviled. Lin Liang inquired, was the news of the secret realm leaked from you? Zhao Yiqian nodded. Indeed, it was my daughter. Lin Yong interjected, now that the Yuming clan has set their sights on the secret realm, We find ourselves in a predicament. Patriarch, our only course of action is to enter the secret realm before the Yuming clan does, in order to obtain the inheritance and secure a slim chance. Zhao Yiqian shook his head. The matter is not so simple. The Tianluan mountain range has already been sealed off by powerful members of the Yuming clan, making it nearly impossible to breach. Moreover, even if we could enter, we could not do so quietly. Once the secret realm is activated, celestial phenomena will manifest, and the Yuming clan will undoubtedly be alerted. Lin Huani proposed, since the Tianluan mountain range is sealed by the Yuming clan, and we cannot enter easily, let us divert their attention that if the Yuming clan desires to monopolize the secret realm, they shall find it impossible that a glimmer of understanding pass through Lin Liang and the other's eyes. Patriarch, do you mean to say? Lin Huani smiled and continued, let us spread the word of the secret realm's existence within the Tianluan mountain range that a clear river cannot sustain fish. Only by muddying the waters can we seize our opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Liang and the others erupted in applause. What a clever tactic, diverting attention and muddying the waters. The Patriarch's plan is truly ingenious. The Yuming clan was far too powerful. Should they attempt to enter the secret realm directly, they would surely be captured, leaving no opportunity for success. However, if they disclose the existence of the secret realm, drawing in other factions, the scenario would shift entirely in that case. The conflict between the clam and the snipe would benefit the fishermen. As the bearer of the bloodline inheritance, Lin Huani was poised to leverage the advantageous timing and location. Lin Huani surveyed the gathered individuals and declared, prepare yourselves. We shall set forth for the Tianluan mountain range in 3 days. Yes, Patriarch. In the courtyard of the rear residence, Lin Huani gazed at the ice cocoon transformed from Lin Yuer's form, his brow slightly furrowed. Days had passed, yet the cocoon showed no signs of opening. He wondered when Lin Yuer would awaken. Perhaps the secret realm held the key to her revival. The 3 days swiftly elapsed on this day. The weather was fair and the sky was clear. Lin Huani and Lin Liang, along with others, set out early in the morning. Following 3 days of fervor, the news of the secret realm had spread far and wide. The entire Tianluan mountain range buzzed with activity. Only the members of the Yuming clan were incensed. Whoever leaked the news of the secret realm will pay dearly. If I discover their identity, I shall make them wish for death, cursed a figure clad in black robes from the Yuming clan. When Lin Huani and his companions arrived at the Tianluan mountain range, they found several factions locked in a standoff. Among them, 3 factions were particularly formidable. Point 1 was the Tianyun clan, led by an elder known as Luo Yi, who bore a square face, sharp brows like swords, and donned coarse linen robes, carrying a hefty long knife upon his back. Another faction was the royal family of the Dying Kingdom, represented by the tiger prince Zhou Weiwa, who wore a black python robe and exuded the aura of a ruler. Behind him followed the formidable troops of the Great Flame Tiger Guards, lined up with precision and exuding an aura of lethal intent, unmistakably seasoned by countless battles and brushes with death. Opposing them stood the illustrious underworld court, with Zhao Yiqian positioned at the rear. The leader, draped in a black robe, bore a fierce visage marked by a long scar that stretched from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He was none other than the celestial doomed sovereign of the underworld court. Beside him stood a striking woman, conspicuously positioned next to Zhao Yiqian, with a beguiling figure clad in a flowing black gown and a black veil. She radiated an irresistible allure, embodying the essence of a sorceress. Lin Huangyi cast a fleeting glance, recognizing her as Zhao Yiqian's daughter, Zhao Xiaoman. Upon sensing his gaze, Zhao Xiaoman spoke, "My lord, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." With a sinuous grace akin to a water serpent, she glided towards Lin Huangyi, exuding an intoxicating charm that rendered others powerless to resist. Oomph! At that moment, a deep grunt echoed through the air. Zhao Xiaoman halted abruptly, her demeanor shifting. The source of interruption was Luo Yi, the law elder of the Heavenly Fortune Court, who admonished, "Young one, do not overstep your bounds. Lin Huangyi is a disciple of our Heavenly Fortune Court." The celestial doomed sovereign's expression darkened as he retorted, "Luo Yi, if you seek a confrontation, direct your aggression towards me. Xiaoman is the holy maiden of the underworld court. Should you show her disrespect again, Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Furthermore, I have heard that Lin Huangyi has been expelled from the Heavenly Fortune Court, thus severing any ties with your institution. Moreover, he is bound by a marriage contract with our holy maiden, making him a disciple of the underworld court. With a swift motion, the celestial doom sovereign unleashed a powerful force aimed at pulling Lin Huangyi towards him. Luo Yi, sensing the threat, raised his brows and declared, "Celestial doom sovereign, do you dare?" He thrust his hand forward, channeling a blade of energy towards the sovereign. The two forces clashed, resulting in both being momentarily pushed back, indicating their evenly matched prowess. Nevertheless, it was evident to all that their exchange was merely a tentative skirmish, as neither wished to engage in a genuine battle at this juncture. A true clash could only lead to mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting a third party. Both parties retreated in tacit agreement. Without a doubt, the most formidable threat to them was the Tiger King, Zhou Weihua, of the Great Flame royal family. All eyes turned towards Lin Huangyi. At that moment, he felt a throbbing headache. He had unwittingly become the center of attention. His plans to incite chaos and discreetly activate the secret chambers were now utterly dashed. Lin Huangyi, do you wish to join my Great Flame kingdom? I can offer you the esteemed position of General of the Tiger Guards, Zhou Weihua proposed. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. The title of Tiger Guard General held immense prestige, second only to the Tiger Prince Zhou Weihua himself. Placing its bearer above countless others, it was clear how highly Zhou Weihua regarded Lin Huangyi. Many present were consumed by envy and admiration, pondering how this young man had garnered such attention. Not only had he caught the eye of the holy maiden of the underworld court, but he was also being courted by the Heavenly Fortune Court. And now even the Great Flame royal family was extending an invitation with generous rewards. What is his background? Wasn't he expelled from the Heavenly Fortune Court as a discarded disciple? Luo Yi's eyes narrowed as he confronted Zhou Weihua. The Celestial Doom sovereign interjected. Lin Huangyi is my son-in-law of the underworld court, not a disciple of the Heavenly Fortune Court. If you wish for him to become the Tiger Guard General of the Great Flame Kingdom, it is not entirely out of the question. Provided Lin Huangyi and the Holy Maiden agreed, this young man truly worthy of such contention. I find him rather unimpressive. A voice rang out from a distance. A woman clad in purple arrived, accompanied by a young man in white. Luo Yi and Zhou Weihua's expressions darkened, while the Celestial Doom sovereign tensed, perceiving her as a significant threat in the blink of an eye. She approached Lin Huangyi, her beauty striking yet unassuming, devoid of any overt display of power. Lin Huangyi was taken aback. Her strength seemed to transcend the ordinary, suggesting she had reached a state of martial purity. The young man behind her carried a long sword, radiating an aura akin to a sword unsheathed. This presence was all too familiar to Lin Huangyi. The young man was also a swordsman. The woman placed her hand on Lin Huangyi's shoulder, leaving him no opportunity to resist. He possesses a natural sword bone, she exclaimed, yet, alas, his bloodline has been wasted. Otherwise, with proper nurturing, he could have become a prodigy of the sword path. Her words conveyed a sense of admiration for talent. The white-clad youth's gaze turned hostile as he regarded Lin Huangyi. Unfazed, Lin Huangyi focused on the woman, pondering her identity, someone whom even Luo Yi and the others regarded with apprehension. Young man, are you Lin Huangyi? Would you consider becoming my registered disciple? The purple-clad woman inquired. The white-clad young man frowned, retorting, Master, since this fellow's bloodline is wasted and his future ruined, what right does he have to join your sect? Becoming a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? The woman, slightly displeased, responded, Su Yi, how many times must I remind you not to be arrogant? Although his bloodline is diminished, opportunities still exist, should he encounter fortune and restore his bloodline. With his innate sword bone and mastery of the sword path, he may yet rival you. Chastened, the young man fell silent, yet his gaze towards Lin Huangyi remained laden with animosity. Lin Huangyi, however, remained indifferent. The revelation that this purple-clad woman hailed from the Divine Sword sect astonished him. It was no wonder that Luo Yi and the others treated her with such caution. The Divine Sword sect was renowned throughout the divine martial continent, often considered the foremost sect in existence. For Lin Huangyi, becoming a disciple of the Divine Sword sect would be an excellent opportunity, in comparison. The heavenly fortune court, the underworld court, and the great flame kingdom paled in significance. Yet, Lin Huangyi harbored no desire to merely become a registered disciple. Furthermore, the white-clad youth was likely the woman's favored pupil. Aligning himself with her would only invite exclusion, a scenario he wished to avoid. Contemplating this, Lin Huangyi clasped his hands, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I am truly honored. Are you inclined to acknowledge me as your master?" the woman inquired. Lin Huangyi shook his head, replying, "I would like to consider it for a moment." The white-clad youth, incensed, retorted, conceded, "You are nothing but a trifling existence, daring to refuse. My master is a figure of great stature. To be offered the position of registered disciple is a fortune you could scarcely hope for. Truly ungrateful. Master, allow me to eliminate him." As he spoke, he prepared to strike. The woman raised her hand to hold him. "Su Yi, do not act rashly." She then turned to Lin Huangyi and asked, "Do you realize how many people aspire to join under my name? Yi Hongyan, and you dare to refuse?" Yi Hongyan, was she not the legendary sword sovereign of the Divine Sword sect? Lin Huangyi's heart raced. He had never expected to encounter her here. To meet the renowned female swordsman of the Divine Sword sect was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The opportunity to become her disciple was a dream come true for many, and he felt as though he were losing his grip on reality. Lin Liang and others nearby shared his anxiety, wondering why he was not seizing such a remarkable opportunity. As long as one joins the Divine Sword sect, they would ascend to greatness in a single leap. At that moment, the Lin clan would also rise alongside him. Yet he had the audacity to refuse. Once he declined, a fortunate opportunity could swiftly turn into a grave misfortune. Should Yi Hongyan be provoked by this, Lin Huangyi and the entire Lin clan would find themselves ensnared in peril. The onlookers regarded Lin Huangyi with a mix of pity and incredulity, wishing they could step in and accept on his behalf. This sentiment left Lin Huangyi feeling quite uncomfortable. The three esteemed female sword cultivators of the Divine Sword sect indeed held illustrious reputations, which he had heard of during his time at the Celestial Fate Mansion. But what of it? He possessed a mysterious inheritance space and had already acquired the legacy of the sword god of the celestial domain. What could the Divine Sword sect offer him? In comparison to the sword god of the celestial domain, the Divine Sword sect paled in significance. Opting for a powerful sect and a formidable master was merely a choice for a temporary and robust support system. In the not-so-distant future, his strength would undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle of the divine martial continent, allowing him to ascend to even greater heights. What of the sword's sovereign Hongyan? A mere nominal disciple was hardly of any value. Lin Huangyi declared, "If I am not a direct disciple, I shall not comply." This statement incensed Su Yi even further. She herself was not a direct disciple of her master. Yet this wretch, whose divine blood had been drained, dared to indulge in such fantasies. She rebuked him fiercely. "With your current status, how dare you aspire to be a direct disciple of the master? You're merely daydreaming." However, Yi Hongyan did not react with anger. Instead, her eyes narrowed, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she said, "If you wish to become my direct disciple, it is not impossible. If you can condense 3 points of sword intent before you turn 20, I shall take you as my personal disciple. 3 points of sword intent, a minor mastery of sword intent. How could that be achievable?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Achieving minor mastery of sword intent by the age of 20 was a feat only a handful could claim across the entire divine martial continent. Not to mention, to reach the level of intricate swordsmanship before 20 was already an extraordinary accomplishment. Had Lin Huangyi's divine blood not been depleted, he might have reached the realm of minor mastery of sword intent before turning 20. Now, however, with his divine blood rendered useless and lacking the power of his lineage, any hope for advancement seemed insurmountable, unless he could truly reconstruct his bloodline and break free from his shackles. Such a feat would remain a distant dream. The conditions set forth by Yi Hongyan was nearly impossible for others, yet for Lin Huangyi, it posed no challenge. With the existence of his inheritance space, he brimmed with confidence. However, if he were to achieve minor mastery of sword intent by the age of 20, what extraordinary potential would he possess in the future? Countless individuals far superior to Yi Hongyan existed in this world. Why should he choose to be her disciple? Simply because of her beauty. This was not a selection of a romantic partner, Lin Huangyi asserted. Comprehending 3 points of sword intent is not difficult. The declaration left the crowd in shock. This young man truly did not recognize the gravity of his words. He was exceedingly arrogant. Su Yi retorted, "Such audacity! Aren't you afraid that the wind might carry your tongue away? Even I, at present, have only achieved intricate swordsmanship, and to attain minor mastery of sword intent remains an uncertainty. And you are merely at the realm of qi and blood. I doubt you have even mastered a single ordinary sword technique." Lin Huangyi felt a surge of anger at Su Ye's constant provocations and replied, "Merely for show, your limitations do not imply the same for others." Su Yi was infuriated. "Are you implying that you have already achieved minor mastery of sword intent?" "Not yet," Lin Huangyi retorted with conviction. "What was minor mastery of sword intent? Merely a trivial matter. Had you ever heard of the realm of no sword? No sword in hand, yet a sword in the heart. That is the true, invincible swordsmanship." Su Yi was rendered speechless. Such empty rhetoric. At that moment, upon hearing these words, Yi Hongyan trembled slightly. A faint aura of sword intent emanated from her, soaring skyward. The crowd stood in astonishment. One single statement had pushed Yi Hongyan to a breakthrough. It was astounding. One must understand that Lin Huangyi was merely at the qi and blood realm. Yet he had instigated a breakthrough in someone who had long surpassed the celestial journey realm in swordsmanship. An unbelievable feat. Yi Hongyan reigned in her aura and gazed at Lin Huangyi, saying, "No wonder you possess innate sword bones. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is exceptional. What a pity that your bloodline has been wasted. Otherwise, not only minor mastery, but even mastering profound sword intent would have been a matter of time." With a sigh, Yi Hongyan expressed her deep regret. "Still, as I mentioned, should you achieve minor mastery of sword intent, I would take you as my only personal disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Yi seethed with jealousy. How could this low-born wretch possess such undeserved fortune? Once he unlocked the secret realm, he would surely eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Yet Lin Huangyi grinned and replied, "By the time I achieve minor mastery of sword intent, perhaps I shan't care for it anymore." Yi Hongyan, Sui, Luo, Lin Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. Was this young man truly fearless? That was the sword sovereign of the divine sword sect, a sword cultivator of the divine image realm. Annihilating the Lin clan would be as simple as childish play. Would it not be more prudent to expel him from the clan to avert greater calamities in the future? Before long, the heavens and the earth stirred. The entire Tianluan mountain range roiled with clouds, and a gigantic phantom appeared in the sky. The secret realm's great formation was activated, revealing a magnificent palace deep within. The Mountain River Palace. It was said that this secret realm was left behind by the ancient powerhouse Lin Shanhua. The secret realm was finally set to open, and the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. Some rogue cultivators attempted to force their way. As they drew near, they were repelled by a formidable force. Weaker cultivators were severely injured or even killed by the impact of the powerful formation. Lacking strength yet attempting to breach the great formation was akin to courting death. The celestial scourge sovereign stated coldly. Yi Hongyan observed the formation before her, feeling helpless. This great formation, known as the Mountain River Formation, was truly fearsome. Even she could not forcibly break through it. Lin Huangyi, however, remarked, "This trivial mountain river formation is of no concern." After saying this, he cast a provocative glance at Su Yi. This moment, Su Yi remained silent, choosing to ignore Lin Huangyi. Zhao Xiaoman chimed sweetly, "My lord, please activate the formation. I can hardly wait." Su Yi shot a glance at Lin Huangyi and Zhao Xiaoman. This woman was indeed enchanting, like a bewitching spirit. Yet she exchanged glances with Lin Huangyi, and a pang of jealousy surged within him. "Just wait. I shall deal with you soon." Lin Huangyi approached the great formation. A slight smirk playing on his lips, he raised his hand and pressed it against the formation. In the next moment, the entire mountain river formation slowly opened. Inside, ethereal mist swirled, shrouded in mystery. Ancient trees towered, and a myriad of creatures roamed within. Roars echoed intermittently. Those were the cries of savage beasts from the wilderness. The Mountain River secret realm welcomed those under the age of 20. Anyone else attempting to force their way in would bear the consequences. Lin Huangyi declared, then boldly stepped forward and entered. Some individuals, despite being over 20, were undeterred. Let us go. We Shanti missed this opportunity. After all, no one wished to forfeit such a chance. They rushed in. But as they reached the entrance, a domineering force overwhelmed them, reducing them to nothingness in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in horror. Some felt a wave of relief. Had they been a moment faster, they might have met a similarly tragic end. What a ferocious force! This was the restriction of the Mountain River secret realm. Attempting to breach, it meant seeking one's own demise. Although Yi Hongyan and the others wished to enter, they could only relent. Why? Yi Hongyan turned to Su Yi and said, Su Yi, you may enter. Once inside the secret realm, do not be careless. Proceed with caution. She understood Su Ye's temperament. Having been provoked by Lin Huangyi, he would likely seek trouble with him. Yet Yi Hongyan was aware that although Lin Huangyi's cultivation was merely at the qi and blood realm, his strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his bloodline, his power could not be enhanced, and his potential remained constrained. Point 1 could not dismiss the possibility that there might be opportunities within the Mountain River secret realm that could allow him to reconstruct his bloodline. After all, it is rumored that Lin Shanhe is an unparalleled master alchemist. Should he possess a divine-grade bloodline elixir, it might aid him in reconstructing his bloodline. The likelihood of this is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the confidence reflected in the youth gaze is unmistakable, indicating that Lin Huangyi is far from ordinary. Why Yi Hongyan harbors some concerns for Su Yi, as this is his first venture down the mountain for training. And he is inexperienced, unaware of the treachery that lurks within human hearts. On the other side of the Tianluan mountain range, another entrance has opened. Numerous prodigies have entered the secret realm of the mountains and rivers. Only Lin Huangyi is aware of this, for he possesses the Mountain River Order, the very core that controls this grand formation. Once he reaches the deepest part of the secret realm, the Mountain River Hall, and locates the core of the secret realm, he can utilize the Mountain River Order to command the entire domain. Lin Huangyi hastened his pace. Zhao Xiaoman, moving with remarkable speed, quickly caught up and exclaimed, My lord, don't be in such a hurry. Wait for me. Lin Huangyi retorted, Who is your lord? Stop spouting nonsense, and do not follow me. Otherwise I shall not hold back. This woman is certainly not to be trifled with. Moreover, the underworld palace is notorious, and associating with her can only bring trouble. Unfazed, Zhao Xiaoman replied with a hint of melancholy, My lord, how can you be so heartless? Are you going to abandon me and become a faithless scoundrel? Just as Lin Huangyi was about to respond, he sensed Su Yi approaching rapidly. This young man seems to have set his sights on him. In fact, Lin Huangyi found Zhao Xiaoman to be more troublesome than Su Yi. Su Yi possesses immense strength, yet Zhao Xiaoman is far more enigmatic. Her cunning and schemes are formidable. Initially, it appeared that the celestial fiend Venerable was in control, but in truth, it was Zhao Xiaoman pulling the strings. Compared to her, Su Yi is far too simplistic. The boy's jealousy is evident on his face. Despite his considerable cultivation, his guile is sorely lacking. He is but a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Having never weathered any storms in contrast, Zhao Xiaoman remains an enigma to him as Su Yi approached. Lin Huangyi contemplated that if he were to reveal his trump card, he would have the confidence to defeat Su Yi. However, there is no necessity for such drastic measures at this moment. It has not yet reached the point of life and death. Furthermore, leveraging Su Yi could provide insight into Zhao Xiaoman's true intentions. Thus he spoke, Zhao Xiaoman, I suggest you follow Su Yi instead. He is a disciple of the Red Beauty Sword Sovereign and possesses exceptional cultivation that I, on the other hand, am merely at the Blood Qi realm, and my bloodline has been wasted. There is no future for you in following me. Zhao Xiaoman responded with a flirtatious smile. That pretty boy, I have no interest in him. He merely relies on his esteemed master. He pales in comparison to you, my lord. Others may be oblivious, but I am not. You possess the bloodline of a divine king. How could it be extracted? The Blood Qi realm is merely a fade for you. In this lifetime, I have chosen you, and you shall not rid yourself of me. Lin Huangyi's expression shifted as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by this woman. He had sensed Su Ye's arrival with the Mountain River Order and had unwittingly played into Zhao Xiaoman's hands. This woman is truly devious. I must make a quick escape. As Su Yi pursued him, he overheard Zhao Xiaoman's words, instantly igniting his murderous intent. Lin Huangyi possesses the bloodline of a divine king. This is unacceptable. With a natural sword bone and a divine king's bloodline. If his master were to learn of this, he would surely take him as a direct disciple and do everything possible to restore his bloodline. At that point, what place would Su Yi have on the Red Beauty Peak? This cannot be allowed. Lin Huangyi must Su Yi drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Huangyi, shouting, "Lin Huangyi, were you not so arrogant just moments ago? Come, today we shall battle to the death." Zhao Xiaoman feigned anger and provocatively suggested, "My lord, this pretty boy is clearly courting death. Why not eliminate him?" This woman knows full well that Su Yi is coming for her, yet she deliberately instigates trouble, clearly intent on leading me to my doom. Su Ye's strength is formidable, and he has the terrifying Red Beauty Sword's sovereign backing him. Without absolute certainty, Lin Huangyi is reluctant to confront him. Thus, he chose to ignore Su Ye's provocation and instead quickened his pace. Su Yi, witnessing this, stomped his foot in frustration. What a coward! He is far inferior to my lord. After Zhao Xiaoman spoke, she chased after Lin Huangyi, with Su Yi hot on her heels, shouting, "Lin Huangyi, if you are a man, stop and fight me." Zhao Xiaoman retorted, "My lord is undoubtedly a man. As for you, that is uncertain. Just look at you. You are nothing but a coward." Hearing this, Lin Huangyi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. His cultivation is still too weak. The blood chi realm is far from sufficient. Lin Huangyi sprinted forward. But Su Yi and Zhao Xiaoman, pursuing him swiftly, were gradually closing the gap. It is no easy feat to break through to the innate realm, within this secret realm of mountains and rivers. Lin Huangyi, utilizing the sword furnace within his dantian, continuously absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, causing his cultivation to rise rapidly. Boom! A barrier shattered. He reached the 9th level of the blood chi realm, drawing closer to the innate realm. However, to transcend this threshold, he must find a rare fire to ignite the sword furnace. His divine king bloodline has already been extracted, so to accumulate innate true chi, he can only rely on the sword furnace to refine innate sword chi as a substitute, paving his way into the innate level. With the enhancement of his cultivation, Lin Huangyi's speed increased significantly. Yet even so, he still lagged behind Su Yi and Zhao Xiaoman at this rate. It would not be long before he was caught. He must devise a plan as he pondered. Lin Huangyi sensed, using the Mountain River Order, that not far ahead lay a lake. Within this lake resided an extraordinarily powerful presence, a formidable savage beast, currently in slumber. Glancing back at the two who were in hot pursuit, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Huangyi's eyes. Since they refuse to relent, I shall show them a thing or two. I believe the creature in that lake will provide quite the surprise. Before long, Lin Huangyi arrived at the lake. The creature within was immense. Resembling a colossal stone at the center of the lake. It was a nearly mature, savage, giant crocodile. An adult savage, giant crocodile possesses strength comparable to that of a celestial realm expert. And while this one has yet to reach maturity, if awakened, it would be a terrifying entity, likely rivaling a peak spirit transformation realm expert. Lin Huangyi deliberately slowed his pace. Seeing this, Su Yi surged forward, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, and with a flourish of his sword, unleashed a wave of sword chi. Lin Huangyi snorted softly and raised his hand to block it, utilizing the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique to absorb part of the sword chi. Then he punched a nearby dead tree, sending it crashing into the lake. In the next moment, Lin Huangyi stepped onto the fallen tree, propelling himself forward with great speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the center of the lake. At this moment, both Zhao Xiaoman and Su Yi, following Lin Huangyi's lead, kicked deadwood into the lake and walked on the water's surface. Observing this, Lin Huangyi's lips curled into a smile. This is the opportunity. As Lin Huangyi neared the opposite shore of the lake, Su Yi and Zhao Xiaoman also reached the center. Now, in that instant, Lin Huangyi channeled his qi and, with a sweep of his long sword, sent a wave of sword qi slicing through the air, striking the center of the lake. The tremendous force caused the water to erupt, awakening the slumbering, savage, giant crocodile below, with a thunderous roar. The surface of the water exploded, revealing the massive form of the savage, giant crocodile before the three of them. This is bad. At this moment, Su Yi and Zhao Xiaoman both suddenly sensed the ominous turn of events. It dawned on them why Lin Huangyi had just slowed his pace to IT was not due to his lack of strength, nor was it the lake obstructing his path. Rather, it was a calculated move to awaken the colossal savage crocodile lurking beneath the waters. This was a trap. The instant the giant crocodile stirred from its slumber, it had already fixed its deadly gaze upon Su Yi. The surface of the lake shimmered with familiar sword energy. Su Yi gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend how Lin Huangyi could replicate his sword aura. After all, he practiced the ancestral Tiangang sword art of the Su family. How could Lin Huangyi possibly achieve such a feat? However, there was no time for further contemplation. The savage crocodile had already launched its assault. Its massive form loomed like a mountain, and with a roar that echoed like thunder, it charged directly at Su Yi. Across the lake, Lin Huangyi had initially intended to proceed further, but after a moment's thought, he opted to observe the unfolding spectacle instead. In the face of the crocodile's attack, Zhao Xiaoman and Su Yi were in quite a predicament. Both possessed formidable strength. Su Yi was at the Gengqi realm, and Zhao Xiaoman displayed similar prowess. In terms of cultivation, they were indeed among the elite of their age. However, mere strength would not suffice to confront the savage crocodile. Lin Huangyi, observing the two in dire straits, smiled and waved. This only fueled Su Ye's anger. Unlike Su Yi, Zhao Xiaoman was not the primary target of the crocodile's wrath, allowing her to maneuver with relative ease. Lin Huangyi, you scoundrel, once I slay this beast, it will be your turn, Su Yi seethed. Lin Huangyi paid him no mind. Instead, he settled down and produced some snacks, adopting the demeanor of an amused spectator. This further incensed Su Yi. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoman, while evading the crocodile, shot Lin Huangyi a wistful glance. My lord, your treatment of me is truly disheartening. You are such a cold-hearted fellow. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoman's enchanting figure danced gracefully, conjuring numerous illusory afterimages. These phantoms twisted and turned, and in the next moment, she had evaded the crocodile's range of attack, leaving Su Yi to face the creature alone. Su Yi, too, wished to escape the crocodile's clutches. But it was impossible. He was already locked onto by the beast, its cavernous maw opening wide in a menacing bite. That moment, Su Yi was utterly enraged, his eyes burning with fury. Beast, you seek death, he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura. He raised his right hand, and a fearsome talisman materialized in the air, brimming with a destructive sword intent. The destruction sword talisman contained a dreadful power. The savage crocodile sensed the lethal threat emanating from the talisman and instinctively sought to retreat. But it was too late. The destruction sword talisman had been activated. A formidable sword energy coalesced into a colossal sword of annihilation, tearing through the crocodile's formidable armor and piercing its flesh. A harrowing scream erupted, staining the entire lake with the creature's blood. Lin Huangyi had underestimated Su Yi. Such a trump card was indeed formidable. However, he remained skeptical that Su Yi possessed any further powerful secrets. This was merely a life-preserving measure. Yet he could not afford to be careless, he observed with keen interest. This fellow was truly fortunate. Lin Huangyi felt a pang of envy. With a strong backing, one could afford such powerful trump cards. Though the destruction sword talisman had severely wounded the savage crocodile, it was still a force to be reckoned with, especially now as it prepared to counterattack in its dying moments. Lin Huangyi was well aware of the danger. Beast die! Su Yi leapt into action, his sword aimed at the crocodile's gaping maw. The sword energy surged forth, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Lin Huangyi chuckled at the sight. This fool was far too arrogant. Clearly lacking in battle experience, the most perilous aspect of these savage beasts was their last-ditch retaliation. Sure enough, at the moment Su Ye's sword pierced the crocodile, a surge of overpowering force erupted from its mouth. It was the crocodile's inner core. With a resounding explosion, the savage crocodile detonated its inner core in its final moments. The tremendous force sent Su Yi hurtling backward. An opportunity. Lin Huangyi's speed surged to its utmost. Zhao Xiaoman, witnessing Lin Huangyi's movement, chose not to follow, but instead retreated several dozen paces. She sensed several powerful auras, her expression shifting in alarm. She could not fathom why Lin Huangyi would choose to take such a risk at this moment. Lin Huangyi, too, felt the powerful presence, yet he did not retreat. He had discovered something. Beneath the lake, there lay a life lotus, pulsating with immense vitality that captivated Lin Huangyi. If he could obtain this life lotus, perhaps he could awaken Lin Yue. Even if it were not for her, he could refine his physical body with its power. His cultivation of the Devouring Heaven Sword art was exceedingly tyrannical. Without a robust physique, it would be difficult to sustain such overwhelming sword intent. He had to acquire the life lotus, even if it meant leveraging the power of a mountain river order. Diving into the lake, Lin Huangyi beheld a crystalline lotus, translucent and immaculate, radiating pure life force that he inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and reached out to pluck the life lotus, storing it within his inheritance space. Having accomplished this, Lin Huangyi turned to flee. At that moment, Su Yi emerged from the water, looking utterly disheveled. His hair was disarrayed, his garments tattered, and he no longer resembled the graceful young man he once was. Fury coursed through him, his gaze ablaze with murderous intent. Lin Huangyi, I will kill you! In the instant the savage crocodile detonated its inner core, the barriers surrounding the life lotus shattered, and he instinctively sensed its presence. He had expended such tremendous effort to slay the savage crocodile. Obtaining the life lotus would elevate his bloodline, making it all worthwhile. Yet he had never anticipated that Lin Huangyi, the scoundrel, would seize the life lotus right under his nose. Lin Huangyi knew that Su Yi would now harbor an intense hatred for him. But he was unconcerned. He pushed his speed to the limit, using the mountain river order to conceal his presence as he swiftly escaped the area. After covering several miles, Lin Huangyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from Su Yi, it was the other powerful auras that truly troubled him. These individuals had entered from the opposite side of the Tianluan mountain range and possessed formidable strength. Just dealing with Su Yi was already a challenge. Adding these individuals into the mix would be overwhelming given his current cultivation level. Unless he activated the mountain river order to summon the mountain river formation, he would be unable to contend with them. My lord, you run so swiftly that I nearly couldn't keep up. Zhao Xiaoman's voice rang out from behind. Lin Huangyi felt as though he had encountered a ghost, his heart racing with dread. This woman was like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off at that moment. Lin Huangyi had no desire to engage with Zhao Xiaoman. She was truly formidable. Perhaps only Zhao Bingxian could rival her. Having suffered once at Zhao Bingxuan's hands, Lin Huangyi chose to keep his distance from such women. Seeing Lin Huangyi ignore her, Zhao Xiaoman was unperturbed. She narrowed her eyes and, in a coy tone, remarked, My lord's performance just now was truly eye-opening. That item you acquired must be the life lotus, correct? I wonder if my lord would be willing to let me have a glimpse. I have never seen one before. Lin Huangyi waved his hand in refusal, stating, No way. What a ridiculous notion. This item is far too precious. He had fought tooth and nail to obtain it, so how could he possibly bestow it upon her? Zhao Xiaoman pouted, Don't be so stingy. I just want to take a glance. That is still out of the question. Lin Huangyi shook his head. Zhao Xiaoman then said, Let me share with you an extremely important piece of information. How about allowing me just one look? Lin Huangyi inquired, What information is this? Do enlighten me. Zhao Xiaoman replied, It pertains to the enemies you're about to face. Lin Huangyi probed further, Who are they? And what is their strength? Zhao Xiaoman cast a disdainful glance at Lin Huangyi and insisted, First, let me see the Lotus of Life. With a sense of resignation, Lin Huangyi took out the Lotus of Life. Instantly, a rich aura of vitality emanated from it, uplifting the spirit and mesmerizing all who beheld it. Zhao Xiaoman gazed at the translucent lotus in Lin Huangyi's hand, her eyes wide with wonder. Indeed, it is the Lotus of Life. What a pity it has yet to fully mature. Full maturity was a distant dream. Even in its incomplete state, it was still a sacred herb, a true treasure. Lin Huani carefully put away the lotus of life and asked, "Can we discuss it now?" Zhao Xiaoman replied, "All of them are figures from the divine martial rankings." Upon hearing this, Lin Huani's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware of the divine martial rankings. The secret realm of mountains and rivers imposed restrictions. Anyone over the age of 20 could not enter. To have made it onto the divine martial rankings before the age of 20 was a testament to immense talent. Even being on the human rankings was already quite astonishing. If this were indeed the case, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Xiaoman nodded and said, "There is no need to deceive you. There are 3 individuals in total. 2 are on the human rankings, both at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm, and 1 is on the earth rankings, having reached the spirit transformation realm." Lin Huani's heart sank at this news. The divine martial rankings are divided into human, earth, and heaven rankings, with the prodigies listed possessing formidable strength. Even those merely on the human rankings are exceptionally powerful, not to mention those on the earth and heaven rankings. A prodigy from the earth rankings, despite being at the spirit transformation realm, could easily rival someone at the celestial movement realm. Currently, Lin Huani was still at the blood chi realm, not even at the innate realm. Unless an elder from the inherent space could awaken, he would have no hope of contending against them. That he never anticipated that the mountains and rivers' secret realm would be so alluring that even figures from the divine martial rankings would come. This was beyond Lin Huani's expectations. Noticing Lin Huani's silence, Zhao Xiaoman asked, "What is the matter? Are you frightened, my lord?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huani looked at Zhao Xiaoman and inquired, "And you, what is your current rank on the divine martial rankings?" Zhao Xiaoman raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression somewhat disdainful, yet she replied, "I must disappoint you. I am not on the divine martial rankings." Lin Huani furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical, and pressed on, "What about Su Yi? What is his rank?" Zhao Xiaoman responded, "As for Su Yi, he has indeed made it onto the human rankings, holding the 83rd position." Lin Huani squinted slightly, surprised that Su Yi, with such strength, was only ranked 83rd. The prowess of those on the divine martial rankings was truly astounding. The human rankings, also known as the divine martial prodigy rankings, represented the elite of the younger generation. That Su Yi was strong. And so were the other 3, especially with one being a prodigy from the earth rankings. That a direct confrontation would be utterly unfeasible. Only wits could prevail. However, for Lin Huani, the most pressing matter was still to find the spirit fire and ignite the sword furnace within his dantian. Otherwise, he would be unable to advance beyond the innate realm. It was indeed shocking that he was only ranked 83rd on the divine martial rankings. Yet, if you are not mistaken, your strength should easily place you within the top 10 of the human rankings. Correct? Zhao Xiaoman seemed to regard Su Yi with little concern, implying that her own strength must far surpass his. Zhao Xiaoman remained silent, effectively affirming his suspicion. Lin Huani was greatly astonished. It appeared that Zhao Xiaoman's backing was likely more formidable than just the Underworld Palace. While the Underworld Palace was powerful, it paled in comparison to a grand force like the Divine Sword Sect. However, Zhao Xiaoman exhibited no fear, indicating that her hidden cards were indeed formidable, and her backing must rival the Divine Sword Sect. But what was her motive for approaching him? The bloodline of the God King. That was no longer applicable. Then, what else could it be? Surely it was not the inherent space. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Lin Huani's eyes. If that were the case, Zhao Xiaoman would indeed be an adversary. For Lin Huani, his only hope now lay within that inherent space, a treasure he could not afford to lose. He hoped it was not as he feared. Lin Huani cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoman at that moment. With a thought, he utilized the mountain and river command to survey his surroundings. Zhao Xiaoman had managed to track him down. He wondered what method she had employed. If she could locate him, could Sui not do the same? It seemed time was of the essence. He had to reach the core of the mountains and rivers' secret realm, the Hall of Mountains and Rivers, as swiftly as possible. Only by finding the control core of the mountains and rivers' secret realm could he have a chance of contending with these individuals. Speak plainly. What are your intentions toward me? Lin Huani sought to ascertain whether Zhao Xiaoman was truly an enemy. He looked at her, his tone exceedingly serious. Zhao Xiaoman, being astute, inferred Lin Huani's thoughts from his words and smiled slightly. Are you worried that I would harbor ill intentions towards you? My lord? Lin Huani did not deny it. Nodding in affirmation, indeed, I do not wish to be beset on all sides. Zhao Xiaoman replied, You need not worry about that. I shall not bring harm to you. At least for now, as for the future. Who can say? If you are willing to accept me, then none of this need come to pass. But should you betray me, I may be left with no choice but to act. Lin Huani frowned slightly and regarded Zhao Xiaoman. I hardly believe myself to be so charismatic. You are a celestial prodigy. Why would you take an interest in me? It is quite perplexing, of course. If you prefer not to divulge, then so be it. From Zhao Xiaoman's demeanor, it was evident that she bore him no malice, at least not at this moment. You will come to know in due time. But I can assure you, you may trust me. I will not act against your interests. I swear. Zhao Xiaoman's tone was equally solemn. Lin Huani chose to place his trust in her. There is no need for oaths. Let us depart. Time is of the essence. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. A voice resonated, and a rift opened in the void as three individuals materialized. Lin Huani's expression changed dramatically. Utilizing the mountain and river command, he could easily assess the surrounding situation, but he had never anticipated that the adversaries possessed a means of teleportation, in general, within the mountains and rivers' secret realm. Teleportation was no simple feat, however. It could be accomplished using special teleportation talismans that He fixed a murderous gaze upon Lin Huani, his eyes filled with malice. Lin Huani, this time, I shall see how you escape. Hand over the lotus of life, and I may grant you a merciful end. Zhao Xiaoman sprang forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Huani. My lord, you must flee. I will hold them off. You? One of the men regarded Zhao Xiaoman with a hint of surprise, dismissing her entirely. Another, however, did not dare to underestimate her, fixing his gaze upon her and assuming an offensive stance. Sun Kaishan, do not be careless. This woman is not to be trifled with. Sun Kaishan laughed disdainfully. Long Shufang, you worry too much. This woman may be pleasing to the eye, but her cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the qi condensation realm. I alone can easily deal with her, if you are afraid, step aside. After I subdue her, we can have some fun. Zhao Xiaoman's anger flared upon hearing this, her killing intent surging forth. You're courting death. With that, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Xiaoman as a white ribbon shot forth from her hand like a white serpent, striking swiftly toward Sun Kaishan. The overwhelming force tore through the air itself. In an instant, it was upon Sun Kaishan's chest. Sun Kaishan's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to grasp the white ribbon, exclaiming, Little lady, your temper is quite fiery. I like it. However, with such meager strength. You are no match for me. When I subdue you, it will be most delightful to hear you cry out. Zhao Xiaoman let out a cold snort and flicked another piece of white ribbon into the air. The two ribbons in her deft hands moved with such agility that they seemed almost alive, deftly wrapping around Sun Kaishan's arm before crashing directly into his chest. With a resounding bang, Sun Kaishan was sent flying several feet, colliding violently with a stout cypress tree. The tree cracked with a sharp snap and broke under the impact. That moment, Long Shufang also sprang into action, with a flick of his wrist. His long knife was unsheathed, its golden blade shimmering radiantly. The dragon patterns etched along the blade stood out prominently, and the ring on the back of the knife emitted a crisp sound as he swung down, unleashing a domineering surge of blade energy aimed directly at Zhao Xiaoman's hands. Zhao Xiaoman deftly evaded, her hands waving to retract the two ribbons in an instant. Then, with her jade-like hands slightly parted, she launched two white pieces, akin to precious stones, that struck against the blade. The crisp ding resounded as Long Shufang's golden long knife was knocked aside. Yi felt a twinge of surprise. Zhao Xiaoman possessed such formidable strength that even Sun Kaishan and Long Shufang, both practitioners at the third level of the Qi realm, were held at bay by her, seemingly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Suyi truly began to regard Zhao Xiaoman with newfound respect. However, his true target was not Zhao Xiaoman, but rather Lin Huani. Despite Zhao Xiaoman's prowess, she was still preoccupied with Sun Kaishan and Long Shufang. Leaving Lin Huani vulnerable to his assault, it was important to note that Lin Huani was merely at the Blood Qi realm. Even with treasures in his possession, he was no match for Suyi. Last time, he had simply been fortunate enough to leverage the wild giant crocodile to impede him. This time, without such distractions, Lin Huangyi would undoubtedly perish. Lin Huangyi, prepare to meet your demise, Su Yi bellowed. Withdrawing his sword and leaping into the air, the blade shooting forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi narrowed his eyes, fully aware that this battle could not be avoided. Su Yi, if you seek death, I shall oblige, and show you what true swordsmanship entails. As he watched the sword heading for his heart, Lin Huangyi's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, his long sword was unsheathed. He executed a flourish with it, conjuring a dazzling display of sword flowers, and unleashed a surge of sword energy. With a ripping sound, the sword energy sliced through Su Ye's arm, leaving a crimson mark. Lin Huangyi's technique was indeed exquisite. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly retreated to create distance. Although he had gained the upper hand with that strike, Lin Huangyi was nonetheless filled with concern. He had to admit that Su Ye's strength was genuinely formidable. Lacking the support of the elder from the inheritance space, his own abilities paled in comparison. In a direct confrontation, he would gain no advantage. To truly defeat Su Yi, he would likely have to resort to his trump card. Su Yi glanced at the wound on his arm, unable to believe that Lin Huangyi, merely at the blood-chi realm, had managed to injure him. Even more infuriating was the fact that this brat dared to provoke him so openly. However, Su Yi could not deny Lin Huangyi's astonishing talent in swordsmanship. Despite being only at the blood-chi realm, he had already grasped the intricacies of the sword technique that if allowed to grow, he would surely become even more terrifying. Lin Huangyi must not be allowed to live. You, an insignificant insect, have dared to wound me. Su Ye's aura surged as he transformed into a drawn sword, radiating a chilling intensity. Heavenly Gang sword art. The sword light flickered brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings. A terrifying sword energy whipped through the air like a tornado, uprooting the surrounding flora. Lin Huangyi was forced to retreat. Su Yi was deadly serious now. This was the Su family's ultimate technique, truly fearsome. Lin Huangyi understood that with his current cultivation, he could not possibly withstand this formidable strike. Thus, he had no choice but to employ his trump card. Mountain and River Grand Formation, activate. With a soft command from Lin Huangyi, a talisman flew from his hand, enveloping the area in a mystical power. In an instant, a radius of 10 feet was ensnared by this force. An overwhelming aura descending to suppress Su Yi and the others at Su Yi. Let me show you what true sword intent is. Raising his hand, Lin Huangyi condensed a beam of sword energy, then with a sweep of his long sword, sent the energy hurtling towards Su Ye's heart. The power of the Mountain and River Grand Formation held Su Yi in place, and in that moment, Lin Huangyi's sword energy posed a lethal threat to his life. Lin Huangyi could see that while Su Yi was shocked by his nascent sword intent, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. As expected, just as the sword energy was about to pierce Su Ye's flesh, a brilliant light erupted from within him, forming a formidable shield that deflected the sword energy. The strike, indeed, could not kill him. Did you think that was all? Lin Huangyi had anticipated that Su Yi possessed numerous hidden cards. It would not be so easy to eliminate him. The real killing move was yet to come. In that fleeting moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from behind Su Yi. Little did he know, Lin Huangyi practiced the heaven-swallowing sword art, which allowed him to command countless swords. Although he was still in the early stages of mastering this technique, it was extraordinarily powerful. The sudden surge of sword energy pierced through Su Ye's body in an instant. Su Yi trembled, a wave of shock coursing through him, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Lin Huangyi, too, felt a deep sense of frustration. This sword energy had drained all his strength, yet it had not killed Su Yi, merely inflicting severe injury. In the distance, Sun Kaishan and Long Shufang were left in awe at this scene. And no one was around, yet a sword energy had materialized out of thin air, wounding Su Yi. Was it Lin Huangyi, or was there a powerful sword cultivator lurking in the shadows? Regardless of which it was highly disadvantageous for them. Let us go. Both were astute individuals, recognizing the uncontrollable situation. And they wasted no time in fleeing. This moment, Su Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, understanding that he too had to escape. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. That he cast a furious glance at Lin Huangyi. Unwilling to accept defeat. Lin Huangyi, one day I will kill you. With that, a white light enveloped him, and in the next instant, a rift in space appeared, and Su Yi vanished. Pooh. Lin Huangyi also coughed up blood, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. The toll had been immense. Forcing the use of the heaven-swallowing sword art had placed a great burden on his frail body, unable to withstand the backlash from such overwhelming sword energy. Lang Jun, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me. Upon seeing Lin Huangyi spitting blood, Zhao Xiaoman lost her color, rushing to his side to support him. Lin Huangyi regarded her with surprise. Her concern seemed genuine. I am fine, just a bit drained, he reassured her. What was this woman's deal? Why was she so concerned for him? Could it be that his charm was indeed that potent? Though they both hailed from Yunqing, their interactions had been minimal in his memories. This damned charm of his, having too many women around, was no blessing. Thank goodness. Zhao Xiaoman sighed in relief, clearly anxious for Lin Huangyi's well-being. Lin Huangyi couldn't help but smile wryly. The backlash he had suffered was indeed troublesome, and the only solution lay in using the Lotus of Life. Yet he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Let us go. We need to leave this place quickly. Zhao Xiaoman shook her head. We must not rush, that you're not in the best condition and need to recuperate. Using the Lotus of Life should suffice to restore you. Just as Lin Huangyi was about to speak, Zhao Xiaoman interrupted him again. Do you know those two who just arrived? Although they possess decent strength, they are not figures on the divine martial rankings. Their abilities pale in comparison to those on the list. If the top 3 from the divine martial rankings were to arrive, it wouldn't be so easily resolved. This remark caused Lin Huangyi to furrow his brow. The 2 individuals he had just encountered were not even figures on the divine martial rankings. It appeared he had underestimated the significance of the divine martial rankings. Very well, you shall assist me in guarding. Lin Huangyi produced the Lotus of Life, plucked a petal, and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, the petal transformed into a pure surge of energy, merging seamlessly with Lin Huangyi's physical form. The overwhelming vitality rapidly mended his injuries, and astonishingly, even the hidden wounds caused by bloodline extraction experienced remarkable healing under this formidable life force. The sheer vitality left Lin Huangyi in awe. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the sacred remedy for wounds. Merely a single petal had granted him such immense benefits, were it not for the fact that the sword furnace within his dantian had yet to ignite. He could have already condensed innate sword energy and transcended into the innate realm. Once Lin Huangyi thoroughly refined and absorbed the Lotus of Life, Zhao Miaomian, observing that Lin Huangyi still remained in the blood-chi realm, inquired, My lord, now that it is just the 2 of us, is there any need to conceal our cultivation? Lin Huangyi smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Concealing his cultivation? He was, after all, merely at the blood-chi realm. Naturally, he aspired to reach the innate realm. He had once been at that level, but now, due to the crippling of his bloodline, his cultivation had fallen to the blood-chi realm. Without igniting the sword furnace, he could not re-enter the innate realm. That if he were to ignite the sword furnace first, and then consume the Lotus of Life, he might even have the confidence to shatter the bottleneck of the innate realm and ascend to the chi-gathering realm. Now that his injuries had healed, it was time to set off swiftly. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity. Lin Huangyi was eager to enter the Hall of Mountains and Rivers to seek the core's location. He had already delayed for too long, and if he did not hurry, he might find others had beaten him to it, leading to irreparable regret. Zhao Miaomian nodded in agreement. Just as the 2 were about to embark on their journey, a voice rang out, They are still here and have not left. What a stroke of fortune! 2 figures materialized, one of whom was exceedingly familiar. It was Su Yi. The other was unrecognizable, but exuded an intensely violent aura, marked by a flame insignia on his forehead. Su Yi, is this the person you mentioned? The stranger inquired, gazing at Lin Huang. Su Yi replied, Cousin, it is indeed him. The Lotus of Life was taken by him. Lin Huangyi's expression darkened, that he had not anticipated that Su Yi would be so relentless. Having just injured him, he had now caught up. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Su Yi possessed a plethora of hidden cards. Despite the brief time that had passed, his injuries had seemingly healed. It was worth noting that Lin Huangyi had relied on the sacred healing properties of the Lotus of Life for such swift recovery, whereas Su Yi must also possess some form of healing elixir. However, this was hardly surprising. After all, he was not only a disciple of Yi Hongyan, but also an heir of the Su family, holding a position of high status, making it odd if he lacked life-preserving trump cards. Zhao Miaomian frowned slightly and whispered to Lin Huangyi, "This time, we are indeed in a bit of trouble. This fellow is named Dongfang Yan. He's one of the three I mentioned earlier, the son of Dongfang Shuo from the Dongfang family. Now 19 years old, he is at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi-gathering realm and ranks 36th on the divine martial rankings. A true disciple of the alchemy sect. Upon the emergence of Dongfang Yan, Lin Huangyi's sword furnace stirred with an intense longing that he realized that only two possibilities could provoke such a reaction. Either he possessed a supreme sword path treasure, which was unlikely, or he bore spiritual fire. As a true disciple of the alchemy sect, the likelihood of him wielding spiritual fire was exceedingly high. Thus, it explained the reaction of the sword furnace within his dantian. Lin Huangyi fixed his gaze on Dongfang Yan. Spiritual fire. This was something he had longed for. Now that Dongfang Yan was seeking trouble with him, he could hardly be blamed for retaliating to Su Yi. You are growing increasingly useless. You cannot even handle a mere blood-chi realm brat. How embarrassing. In the future, do not claim to be my cousin, Dongfang Yan. After speaking, Dongfang Yan turned his contemptuous gaze upon Lin Huangyi. Brat, hand over the Lotus of Life. Do not force my hand. His tone was laced with arrogance. Completely disregarding Lin Huangyi, Su Yi hastily cautioned, Cousin, do not underestimate him. This boy is quite peculiar and may possess a formidable sword path treasure. Stand aside. I do not require your guidance in my affairs, Dongfang Yan retorted impatiently, before unleashing a tremendous aura to pressure both Lin Huangyi and Zhao Nong at that moment. Lin Huangyi's heart was also consumed with murderous intent. Su Yi was a persistent nuisance that needed to be dealt with. However, Dongfang Yan was the one he yearned to confront most, for he possessed spiritual fire, an object of utmost importance to Lin Huangyi. Zhao Miaomian, you deal with Su Yi. I shall take care of Dongfang Yan. Today I intend to kill. Zhao Miaomian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Huangyi's declaration, but eventually responded, All right, but be cautious. He is not easy to handle. Lin Huangyi expressed his confidence. Fear not. He is merely at the Qi-gathering realm. I have slain foes of that caliber before. Dongfang Yan, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. How dare a mere blood-chi realm cultivator disregard him? What audacity! I shall see what you are capable of. As he spoke, Dongfang Yan propelled himself into the air, delivering a kick aimed directly at Lin Huangyi's head with the speed of lightning. Lin Huangyi snorted lightly. This time, he held nothing back. Dongfang Yan was one of the most formidable adversaries he had encountered, second only to Zhao Shiqi. Previously, he had the support of an elder in the inheritance space. But this time, he stood alone. However, he possessed the Hall of Mountains and Rivers, capable of activating the Grand Formation. Hall of Mountains and Rivers, activate. Lin Huangyi summoned the Hall of Mountains and Rivers, and a radiant light surged forth, forming a barrier that intercepted Dongfang Yan's kick. Immediately, mountains and rivers materialized. A terrifying force enveloped the entire space in an instant, erupting with overwhelming dominance. Kill. With a thought, Lin Huangyi unleashed the full power of the Grand Formation. The formidable energy of the formation gushed forth like a torrential flood, surging directly towards Dongfang Yan in that moment. Terror filled Dongfang Yan's eyes. A formation. This brat possesses such a tyrannical formation treasure. Could it be that he was related to Lin Shanhe, the master of this secret realm? He had truly underestimated his opponent this time. Yet, there was no turning back now. He had no choice but to eliminate this boy. If he could seize the formation treasure from him, perhaps he might gain access to the legacy of this secret realm. It was both perilous and opportunistic. Dongfang Yan's eyes blazed with fury. It was too late for regrets now, as they had reached a point of no return. Inferno Blaze. Dongfang Yan unleashed his most potent martial technique. Flames engulfed his body, transforming him into a blazing dragon charging straight towards Lin Huangyi. This was a clash of fire and water. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in an explosive eruption. The sheer might of the impact shattered everything in the vicinity, sending debris flying. Dust and smoke billowed. Su Yi and Zhao Miaomian were both violently expelled by the overwhelming force that it was terrifying. The strength was utterly overwhelming. This was not merely a confrontation between the Blood Qi realm and the Qi Gathering realm. It could rival even the Spirit Transformation realm. Sword shatters the heavens. Lin Huangyi roared, channeling the power of the Hall of Mountains and Rivers into his sword technique. In an instant, a colossal sword materialized. The terrifying power of the sword path erupted, piercing through Dongfang Yan's defenses. Waves of sword energy detonated. The Hall of Mountains and Rivers thoroughly suppressed Dongfang Yan. Faced with this formidable sword energy, he could no longer withstand it. His physical body was torn apart by the onslaught of the sword energy. Damn it! Oriental Yan's furious roar echoed in the air, a mere boy in the Blood Qi realm. Utilizing the treasure of formations, displayed such formidable prowess. Boy, you have forced my hand. In this moment, Oriental Yan was consumed by madness, flames consuming the heavens. He ignited his own life force, achieving an astonishing enhancement in power. His aura surged, escalating directly to the Spirit Transformation realm. Subsequently, a flame coalesced between his hands, a manifestation of spirit fire, the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire. Die. Oriental Yan summoned all his strength to unleash the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, which radiated a terrifying energy akin to a miniature sun. Zhao Xiaoman's countenance changed drastically upon witnessing the spectacle, urgently shouting, "Get back quickly!" That is the Oriental family's Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, utterly indomitable. Oriental Yan cackled maniacally. "Ha! You little beast, perish! The Crimson Flame Spirit Fire is beyond your capacity to withstand. Even with the treasure of formations, you cannot resist." At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoman felt a profound sense of despair. A slender silhouette appeared in her mind, bravely shielding a little girl. "Enough! If you perish, I shall follow you into the abyss." Zhao Xiaoman forcefully pushed Su Yi aside and raced towards Lin Huangyi. Yet, Su Yi would not allow her to proceed. Blocking her path with his sword, "I end this life-and-death moment." Lin Huangyi unexpectedly laughed. "The Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, a splendid treasure. Precisely what I desire. Thank you." Rather than retreating, Lin Huangyi advanced directly toward it. The Crimson Flame Spirit Fire engulfed him in an instant. Then, a shocking scene unfolded that a vortex emerged around Lin Huangyi, devouring the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire whole. It had consumed the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire. The three onlookers were left speechless. Oriental Yan snapped back to reality. Sneering, "You seek death, daring to consume my Crimson Flame Spirit Fire. Even a formidable figure in the divine aspect realm would not dare to confront it so recklessly. Who do you think you are?" Lin Huangyi ignited in flames. The fiercely dominant Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, once inside his body, resisted confinement, its fiery power exploding forth, intent on reducing Lin Huangyi to ashes. "Burn him alive." Zhao Xiaoman wished to aid Lin Huangyi, but Su Yi obstructed her path. "Get out of my way." Zhao Xiaoman exclaimed in desperation. "Otherwise, I shall kill you." Not far away, Lin Huangyi cried out in agony. The torment of the spirit fire consuming him was akin to the excruciating pain he endured while cultivating the swallowing the heavens sword technique as it shattered his dantian, perhaps even more intense. Yet, Lin Huangyi gritted his teeth, resolute not to yield. However, the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire was too domineering, and his fragile physique was on the verge of collapse. Like a tea that moment, a translucent lotus flower floated into view within the inheritance space. Lotus of Life. Su Ye's eyes widened at the sight of the flower, which rightfully belonged to him. Yet, it was snatched away by Lin Huangyi right under his nose. The Lotus of Life merged into Lin Huangyi's body, revitalizing his almost shattered frame with newfound vigor. Lin Huangyi bellowed. Within his dantian, the sword furnace ignited instantly, and the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire was completely absorbed into it. At this moment, Lin Huangyi's aura began to rise uncontrollably. Innate Sword Qi, activate. Innate realm achieved. Lin Huangyi finally ignited the sword furnace within him, shattering the bottleneck of the blood chi realm, and he once again ascended to the ranks of innate martial artists. First level of the innate realm, second level of the innate realm. Lin Huangyi's cultivation surged at an astonishing pace. Akin to a rocket that I in just a few breaths, his power soared from the ninth level of the blood chi realm to the fifth level of the innate realm. That IT was undoubtedly the result of his divine royal bloodline combined with his innate sword bone. Immensely powerful. Su Yi seethed with jealousy that if he was this formidable at the innate realm, how powerful would he become at the profound chi realm? It was simply unfathomable. That would be true invincibility among peers. Su Ye's resolve began to wane. His cousin Oriental Yin lay half dead, and he alone was already a challenge to confront Zhao Xiaoman, let alone Lin Huangyi, who was now a greater threat. Unlike Su Yi, Oriental Yin was severely wounded. For him, the most critical blow was the loss of control over the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, an ancestral treasure of his family. The connection had been severed. Moreover, he discerned that Lin Huangyi had absorbed the power of the flames, indicating that the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire had been refined by him. Little beast, return my Crimson Flame Spirit Fire? Lin Huangyi, having ignited the sword furnace and broken through in cultivation, felt immensely pleased. Observing Oriental Yin in his pitiful state, he mused, one must not be too arrogant. However, it seems this fellow is a treasure bringer. Perhaps I should grant him a swift end. Who are you calling a little beast? Oriental Yin roared in fury. You seek death. Do you know who I am? I am the young patriarch of the Oriental family, a true disciple of the Pill Dao sect. If you hand over the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire now, I may spare you, but if you refuse to comply, I will ensure that you meet a gruesome end, and your family will also bear the wrath of the Pill Dao sect and the Oriental family, suffering dire consequences. Oriental Yin, though arrogant, was not foolish. He resorted to threatening Lin Huangyi with the might of his sect and family, hoping to instill fear and compel him to relent. Lin Huangyi replied with a cold laugh, the Oriental family and the Pill Dao sect are indeed powerful forces. I acknowledge that I am not your match. However, if you all perish, who will ever know that I was the one who killed you? At this point, Lin Huangyi showed no restraint in his murderous intent. Having engaged in battle and seized the Crimson Flame Spirit Fire, this enmity was one of no return. How could he let the tiger return to the mountain? He was no fool. Su Ye's heart tightened at these words. In that instant, he made a decision. Escape. Previously, it was Lin Huangyi who fled, and he pursued. Now, aware of the impending danger, he prepared to save himself. Su Yi, are you not going to take action? Hearing Lin Huangyi's words, Oriental Yan's expression changed dramatically. This little beast had already harbored murderous intent. The only ally left was Su Yi. Though his cousin was slightly weaker in cultivation, he possessed numerous hidden cards. Not only was he the legitimate heir of the Su family, but he was also a disciple of the revered sword master of the Divine Sword sect, whose prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. However, he was taken aback when Su Yi showed not the slightest hesitation and turned to flee. Su Yi, you want to escape? You don't even consult me? Zhao Xiaoman had long since blocked their path. Escaping would not be an easy feat. Get out of my way. As Zhao Xiaoman obstructed his route, a fierce expression crossed Su Ye's handsome face that he realized this was his only chance to escape. Once Lin Huangyi engaged, joining forces with Zhao Xiaoman, he would stand no chance. With steely determination, Su Yi swallowed a medicinal pill. Then, he ignited his life force, unleashing the Heavenly Gang Sword Technique to its utmost potential. Zhao Xiaoman's complexion shifted. Su Ye's strength was indeed formidable, and now, with the aid of secret technique and a pill to elevate his realm, he became even more powerful. Waves of sword energy poured forth like a torrential storm. Zhao Xiaoman was compelled to evade the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a talisman appeared in Su Ye's hand, imbued with overwhelming power that made Zhao Xiaoman feel a sense of danger. She raised her delicate hand, summoning a small red-black flag. Upon seeing the flag in Zhao Xiaoman's grasp, Su Yi hesitated no longer. Crushing the talisman, and a rift in the void emerged, into which he vanished in an instant. Damn it, he escaped. Though Zhao Xiaoman felt reluctant, She had no choice. Lin Huangyi, witnessing Su Ye's escape, felt a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, he understood that retaining Su Yi would not be an easy task. Who knew what other hidden cards he might possess? Should both parties suffer mutual destruction, Lin Huangyi would rather not. However, allowing Su Yi to escape may lead to considerable trouble in the future. Gazing at Dongfang Yin before him, Lin Huangyi drew forth a sword-like light from his fingertip, directing it straight at his forehead. Dongfang Yin struggled to fend it off, harboring intense hatred for Su Yi. That scoundrel had actually abandoned him to flee for his life. How infuriating! At this juncture, he had reached a dead end. Though he still held some trump cards, he found himself unable to deploy them. Lin Huangyi utilized a treasure of formation to suppress him, coupled with the onslaught of sword energy, leaving him no room to divert his attention. Any slight movement would result in his demise. Lin Huangyi, killing me will bring you no benefit, Dongfang Yin implored, unwilling to embrace death. Since Su Yi had forsaken him, he had no choice but to seek another path that, if you spare me, I can offer you countless advantages, treasures, secret techniques, elixirs, whatever you desire. I can provide. I am a true disciple of the Dan Dao sect, and I can grant you many spiritual pills. Lin Huangyi sneered. Killing you would yield me the same rewards. If you take my life, you will incur the wrath of both the Dan Dao sect and the Dongfang family, setting the stage for an unending feud. Although you possess extraordinary talent, you stand no chance against the Dan Dao sect and the Dongfang family. Few dare to oppose them on this divine martial continent, Dongfang Yin replied. The Dan Dao sect was indeed formidable. Yet Lin Huangyi dismissed Dongfang Yan's words with scorn. He had seized the crimson flame, spirit fire, the supreme treasure of the Dongfang family. Even if he retreated, it would still lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Therefore, Dongfang Yin must die. Words are futile. Today, no matter how eloquently you plead, your fate remains unchanged. Lin Huangyi invoked the art of sword control, summoning his sword at a strand of sword intent emerged from his dantian. Sword control technique. The flash of sword light was utterly resplendent, an art of killing. Dongfang Yin could no longer withstand it. As the sword light swept by, a head was severed and flew into the air. Dongfang Yin is dead. The slaying of Dongfang Yin took a toll on Lin Huangyi. Yet it paled in comparison to the gains of this encounter. He had obtained the spirit fire, truly a case of, having trudged through iron shoes, I found my prize without effort. However, the lotus of life had also been consumed. Preventing him from bringing it back to you, Zhao Xiaoman approached and spoke. My lord, you have killed Dongfang Yin, incurring the wrath of the Dongfang family and the Dan Dao sect. This is quite troublesome. Lin Huangyi replied, Trouble is trouble. If necessary, I shall annihilate both the Dan Dao sect and the Dongfang family in the future. Zhao Xiaoman countered, the Dongfang family is powerful, as is the Dan Dao sect. At our current strength, opposing the Dan Dao sect is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Lin Huangyi asserted, the person I killed was Dongfang Yin, and it has nothing to do with you. You may leave. Yet Zhao Xiaoman shook her head, I shall bear this burden with you. Lin Huangyi replied, it is unnecessary. You possess extraordinary talent. If I am not mistaken, you have at least an imperial bloodline. Your future is limitless, and there is no reason for you to endure the pursuit of the Dan Dao sect and the Dongfang family alongside me. Although he was unclear as to why Zhao Xiaoman chose to stand by him, he felt a surge of emotion. One must admit that it is in times of life and death that true feelings are revealed. At this moment, Lin Huangyi had developed a fondness for Zhao Xiaoman. You could join the Netherworld Court. While the Dan Dao sect and the Dongfang family are powerful, they cannot extend their reach into the Netherworld Court. Lin Huangyi regarded her, saying, though the Netherworld Court is strong, it still cannot contend with the Dan Dao sect, right? Moreover, the Netherworld Court. Lin Huangyi paused, refraining from continuing. Zhao Xiaoman was naturally aware of what he intended to say, feeling a tinge of disappointment that my lord, do you look down upon me? The Netherworld Court indeed has a poor reputation. Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi sighed. You could leave the Netherworld Court. With your talent, all the major sects would vie for you. Zhao Xiaoman smiled wryly. Things are not as simple as you think. I am destined to be a part of the Netherworld Court. Even if I were to die, I could not escape. This is my fate. Lin Huangyi did not pry into her hidden troubles. Since she was unwilling to speak, he would not press further. Everyone has their own difficulties, and that is entirely normal. This time, Zhao Xiaoman had helped him, which was both a favor and a kindness. Had it not been for her, he might not have been able to withstand the combined forces of Su Yi and Dongfang Yan, since it was a kindness. It must be repaid. If I survive after I leave, I shall help you escape your fate. Zhao Xiaoman smiled, a sweet smile that was entirely different from her previous allure. At this moment, she appeared innocent, akin to the blooming lotus of life, pure and untainted. Lin Huangyi was momentarily entranced. "My lord, I believe in you." The two composed themselves and continued onward. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild beasts, yet their strength was lacking, and they easily dealt with them. This was largely thanks to the Mountain River Order. With the aid of the Mountain River Order, Lin Huangyi could sense powerful wild beasts and evade them, thus saving much trouble that a day later, they beheld in the distance a magnificent, towering, and mysterious palace. Upon the palace was inscribed 3 ancient and enigmatic characters. The Mountain River Hall. We have finally arrived. Outside the Mountain River Hall, a crowd had already gathered. Among them, one individual stood out prominently. This person was tall and robust, with thick iron rings adorning his arms, his muscles extraordinarily powerful, resembling steel and iron. His head was completely bald, and he stood there like a small mountain on his back. He bore a massive wolf-toothed club, its iron teeth gleaming ominously. The souls who perish beneath this club must number in the countless. This man was none other than the most formidable opponent in this encounter, Tai Tu, ranked 98th on the Divine Martial Earth ranking. Zhao Xiaoman explained, he possesses the bloodline of a wild giant. With immense strength and astonishing defense, the attacks of ordinary spirit transformation realm warriors would feel like mere tickles against him. Lin Huangyi remarked, "So, he is invincible here, and we have no means to contend with him?" Zhao Xiaoman replied, "To deal with him, there is only one method." "What method?" "Find his weak point. That is his vulnerability, capable of breaking through his defenses." Lin Huangyi scanned Tai Tu, attempting to identify his weakness. But this drew Tai Tu's attention. He turned around, his giant frame exerting immense pressure. Especially given his formidable strength, Lin Huangyi felt apprehensive, his brow furrowed. This fellow truly is troublesome. Even now, with his cultivation having broken through to the innate realm, he had no confidence in confronting Tai Tu this moment. Tai Tu looked at Lin Huangyi and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You are Lin Huangyi, the one who offended Su Yi?" Lin Huangyi replied, "That is I. Are you Su Ye's lackey, seeking to confront me? Trying to curry favor with Su Yi?" The crowd was astonished to see Lin Huangyi daringly provoke Tai Tuesday, this lad, merely at the innate realm. Dare to challenge such a killing machine. Did he have a death wish? Everyone expected Tai Tu to erupt in fury. However, the next moment, Tai Tu's reaction left everyone dumbfounded. He burst into laughter and said, "It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You have quite the guts. Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Lin Huangyi retorted, "It is not certain that I will be the one to die. Furthermore, if it were not for me, none of you would be able to enter this Mountain River Hall." Initially, Lin Huangyi had worried that someone would precede him into the Mountain River Hall. But upon reaching this point, he realized that access to the Mountain River Hall required his Mountain River Order to truly unlock it. This was indeed the proper method to access the secret estate. More accurately, it was the ancestral secret estate of the Lin family. Lin Shanhe, after all, was still the ancestor of the Lin family, having left behind many restrictions, of course, unless one possessed sufficient strength to forcibly break the barriers within the Mountain River secret state. Otherwise, the inheritance of the Mountain and River Secret Palace can only be truly unlocked by the chosen one selected by Lin Shanhe, one who possesses the bloodline of the Lin clan. Tai Tu squinted his eyes, gazing at Lin Huangyi. "You truly are a descendant of Lin Shanhe. Just for this reason alone, I shall not lay a hand on you. Whoever dares to harm you shall become my enemy." His sweeping glance at the crowd left no room for doubt regarding his threat. The onlookers were bewildered, including Lin Huangyi, who found himself puzzled by Tai Tu's words. What did he mean by protecting himself? Was it merely because he was a descendant of Lin Shanhe? Could it be that the Tai family had some connection to Lin Shanhe? Even if there were significant ties, countless ages had passed, and any relationship would have long since faded. Now that he was revealed as Lin Shan has descended, only he could unlock the mountain and river palace. After such a long wait, he had finally arrived. Yet he was merely at the innate realm. We all still have a chance, the crowd murmured among themselves. If Lin Huangyi were at the peak Qi realm, their chances of obtaining the inheritance from the mountain and river palace would diminish significantly. Shall we unlock the mountain and river palace? Tai Tu beamed with a smile, his tone amicable as he addressed Lin Huangyi. With me here, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Whoever strikes at you, I shall kill without hesitation. You harbor ulterior motives? Lin Huangyi scrutinized Tai Tu, a towering figure with a fierce countenance, attempting to feign kindness towards him, which struck Lin Huangyi as absurd. With an inscrutable expression on his dark face, Tai Tu retorted, "You young lad, you're overthinking it. What motives could I possibly have towards you? Since you have caught Suye's attention, it proves your talent is commendable. Being a descendant of Lin Shanha, we can befriend each other. I enjoy making friends, especially with those who are not afraid of me." Before Lin Huangyi could respond, Zhao Xiaoman interjected, "You claim you have no ulterior motives? No good deed goes unpunished. Silly giant, let me inform you, Lin Huangyi is my beloved, so keep your hands off him." Tai Tu was rendered speechless by her words, as was Lin Huangyi. Tai Tu replied, "Little girl, you're overthinking it. I have no interest in men. I simply like making friends." Zhao Xiaoman ignored him, turning to Lin Huangyi, "My lord, do not be deceived by this silly giant. He may appear dim-witted, but he is quite cunning and sly. If you grow close to him, you might find yourself duped without realizing it." Lin Huangyi understood her concern. In this world, one cannot easily trust others. To be so naive as to believe in others could lead to dire consequences. It is a world that consumes the unwary, where everything hinges on strength. Tai Tu exclaimed in frustration, "You little girl, were it not for Lin's sake, I would have struck you down already." Zhao Xiaoman was incensed by this remark, which was a rare sight. Lin Huangyi could not help but chuckle. "All right, everyone step aside. I am about to unlock the mountain and river palace." The crowd had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Some had attempted to forcefully open the palace before, but the outcomes had been rather tragic. As Lin Huangyi approached, the crowd parted, allowing him passage. He extended his hand, and the mountain and river token emanated a radiant glow. In the next moment, the protective array of the grand hall slowly opened. After Lin Huangyi activated it, he stepped directly inside, with Zhao Xiaoman and Tai Tu following closely behind. Once the three entered, others trailed behind them. Even those who wished to rush ahead dared not act, for Tai Tu's formidable presence loomed large, and no one dared to act recklessly, fearing that provoking this harbinger of death would lead to their demise. Lin Huangyi gazed upon the grand hall before him, adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations. The air was thick with the mystique of ancient runes, exuding an aura of enigma. The entire mountain and river palace was vast, and after traversing several yards, they encountered numerous passageways leading in various directions. "Let us split up?" Lin Huangyi declared. "No, I must follow you." Zhao Xiaoman shook her head, as if separating from Lin Huangyi would lead to his loss. "Women are such busybodies. Lin, I shall take this path. Call for me if you need anything," Tai Tu stated before choosing a passageway and entering. Lin Huangyi cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoman before stepping into a different passageway. Although he wished for her to not follow, it seemed she was unwilling to part from him, at least for the time being. The two quickened their pace, and as they ventured deeper, they began to feel the pressure within the mountain and river palace. This subtle pressure caused Lin Huangyi to furrow his brows. After entering the palace, he had yet to encounter any obstacles, which struck him as peculiar. There were no savage beasts, nor traps or restrictions to be found, leading him to question whether he had taken a wrong turn. After several breaths, the two arrived at an open area where a tower stood before them. "Something here is calling to me," Zhao Xiaoman remarked, her gaze fixated on the tower. Lin Huangyi had intended to investigate the tower to see if he could uncover anything of value, but upon hearing Zhao Xiaoman's words, he abandoned that thought. This was a chance to temporarily rid himself of her presence. "Perhaps your opportunity has arrived. You should go ahead." Zhao Xiaoman, aware of Lin Huangyi's intentions, hesitated, reluctant to part ways with him. However, as the allure of the tower tugged at her bloodline, She did not wish to forfeit it. After some contemplation, she said, "My lord, you go first. Once I obtain my opportunity, I will come to find you." Lin Huangyi's heart soared with joy, relieved to finally escape the clutches of this persistent little vixen. Although he knew Zhao Xiaoman might possess secret techniques to easily pursue him, at least for now, she was preoccupied, which meant he could seek the core of the mountain and river secret palace. "Be careful," Lin Huangyi instructed, quickening his pace as he dashed away. Seeing Lin Huangyi's retreating figure, Zhao Xiaoman fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. Is he really that terrifying? It's infuriating. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Huangyi arrived at the foot of a towering structure. This was a Dan Tower, and he recognized that this was the very place he had been searching for. The tower stood 9 stories tall, each level fortified with a restriction. From the information relayed to him by the mountain and river token, Lin Huangyi understood that these restrictions were tests he would need to pass. Only through these trials could he unlock the barriers and enter the Dan Tower. Before he could commence his ascent, 2 figures appeared. Point one was all too familiar. What an insufferable nuisance, Lin Huangyi thought bitterly. It was Su Yi again. This fellow was like an indestructible cockroach, always reappearing. Just the sight of his face irked Lin Huangyi. Indeed, he was impossible to shake off, and beside him stood another peaked Qi realm warrior. It seemed this individual was the other prodigy from the divine martial ranking that Zhao Xiaoman had mentioned. This time, there was no Zhao Xiaoman to restrain him, and the man before Lin Huangyi appeared even more formidable than Dongfang Yan. Lin Huangyi addressed Su Yi. "You dare to show your face here again? Your audacity is remarkable." Su Ye's expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice and hatred that seemed to penetrate to his very bones. Since his debut, he had sailed smoothly through life, but each encounter with Lin Huangyi had dealt a crushing blow to his pride. It was as if Lin Huangyi were his natural nemesis, causing him to develop a heart demon. He knew that unless he eliminated Lin Huangyi, he would likely never achieve greatness in his lifetime. "Lin Huangyi, do not be so arrogant. Last time, it was due to Zhao Xiaoman's interference, but this time, I doubt anyone will come to your aid. That I admit your strength is formidable, but now you stand alone. Even with a treasure to protect you, your demise is inevitable." Su Yi gritted his teeth, speaking with a fierce intensity. Although Lin Huangyi felt a twinge of apprehension within, he replied, "Last time, you said the same. Yet each instance found you fleeing like a stray dog, utterly disheveled. What you utter is precisely what I wish to convey. Not every occasion bestows such fortune. Why waste breath on him? Let us strike together and eliminate him swiftly to prevent prolonged entanglements." The man accompanying Su Yi brandished a spear, directing a menacing aura that had already locked onto Lin Huangyi. With a quick flick of his spear, he stepped forward, lunging toward Lin Huangyi. Observing this, Su Yi unsheathed his sword. The two launched their attacks, one from the left and the other from the right. Lin Huangyi's complexion changed dramatically, and he immediately withdrew. This man was far more astute than Dongfang Yan. Devoid of the arrogance that marked Dongfang Yan and his ilk, he had no qualms about calling Su Yi to join him in a 2-on-1 assault against a single innate warrior. Such disgraceful tactics, he could not allow them to succeed. As Su Yi recalled his previous defeats, and without hesitation, summoned a talisman, a sword talisman, no less. Lin Huangyi's expression turned grave, having previously witnessed the formidable power of this sword talisman. A force so overwhelming it inspired despair, rendering him powerless against it. Moreover, a peak realm warrior was poised nearby, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The mountain and river order. Lin Huangyi wasted no time activating the mountain and river order. Yet, even with this, he understood that it would be challenging to withstand the combined might of his assailants. His only hope lay in entering the Dan Tower. Do not let him in. Fang Xiaohan's eyes flashed with a fierce determination as he urgently commanded his companions. Once Lin Huangyi set foot within the confines of the Dan Tower, their powers would be severely suppressed, making it nearly impossible to slay him thereafter. Lin Huangyi seemed to intuit their intentions. Yet he did not falter in his stride, advancing resolutely toward the Dan Tower. This boy is truly cunning. Fang Xiaohan silently cursed. He knew that if they did not intercept Lin Huangyi before he entered the Dan Tower, their plans would likely be irrevocably dashed. This moment, Lin Huangyi felt a surge of urgency. He lamented inwardly, wishing Zhao Xiaoman were present to aid him in this predicament. But for now, he could only rely on himself. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the distractions in his mind. This was his singular opportunity. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, its overwhelming presence instilling fear and trepidation in the distance. A crowd surged forth like a tide, their gazes drawn to the astonishing sword energy. This sword energy is terrifying. It unmistakably originates from a sword talisman. Someone exclaimed in awe. Look over there, the one activating the sword talisman is none other than Su Yi from the Su family. Another recognized one of the combatants, and Fang Xiaohan too. These two scions of powerful families are teaming up to besiege a single individual and have even resorted to such trump cards. How unexpected. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet none dared approach the fearsome battlefield. Under the shadow of the sword energy, everyone sensed the proximity of life and death, eager to distance themselves from this quagmire. How shameless! 2 against 1, and they dare to lay hands on my brother. Did you ever consider my opinion? Tai Tu. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice as thunderous as a lion's roar resonated, shaking the hearts of all present. The newcomer was indeed Tai Tu, and his arrival ignited a flicker of hope in the previously despondent Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi's heart surged with joy. He had prepared himself for a desperate fight. But Tai Tu's sudden appearance felt like divine intervention, his lifeline in this dire moment. As long as Tai Tu could hold off one of them, he would have the confidence to confront the other. However, Su Yi was too preoccupied to consider Lin Huangyi's thoughts. He urged loudly, "Hurry, kill Lin Huangyi." Su Yi had initially intended to strike when Lin Huangyi, Zhao Xiaoman, and Tai Tu were distracted, but Tai Tu's unexpected arrival had thrown his plans into disarray. They had not anticipated Tai Tu's swift arrival. Now, with Tai Tu joining the fray, their hopes of eliminating Lin Huangyi seemed increasingly bleak. "You wish to take my life? It shall not be so easy. Tai Tu, if you can hold one of them off for me, I, Lin Huangyi, owe you a favor." Lin Huangyi activated the mountain and river grand formation in an instant. The wild energy released by the sword talisman surged toward Lin Huangyi like a torrent, intent on shredding him to pieces. Yet as countless sword energies akin to shooting stars surged toward him, they were thwarted by the robust mountain and river grand formation. Lin Huangyi poured all his innate sword energy into fortifying the formation, straining to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaohan's spear radiated a bone-chilling cold. He thrust forward, the silver spear light slicing through the air like a dragon breaking free from the sea, swiftly aiming to tear into Lin Huangyi, like an eagle soaring through the skies, unleashed the heavenly gang sword technique to its zenith, channeling his entire might like a torrent into his blade, launching a lethal strike against Lin Huangyi that he was at the end of his strength. Today, he would surely slay him. Madness flickered in his eyes, for if he failed to sever Lin Huangyi's head today, he would likely descend into deeper insanity. "Brother Lin, remember your promise. Today, I shall shield you from this calamity." Tai Tu, the towering giant, stood firm like an iron tower, placing himself before Fang Xiaohan. Lin Huangyi struggled to maintain the mountain and river grand formation. Even though he had successfully ascended to the innate realm, facing the combined assault of Su Yi and Fang Xiaohan still left him feeling outmatched. His innate sword energy was stretched thin, unable to endure the relentless barrage of their attacks for long. If this continued, the mountain and river grand formation would surely face destruction. I, Lin Huangyi, am a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promise. Lin Huangyi declared resolutely. "Good," Tai Tu replied loudly, then turned to Fang Xiaohan, bellowing, "Fang Xiaohan, get out of my way." Su Yi and Fang Xiaohan's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Su Yi's voice turned icy. "Tai Tu, do you truly wish to oppose us? Can you bear the wrath of the Su family?" Tai Tu scoffed dismissively. "I've always despised being threatened by mere words." Before he could finish, his wolf-toothed club swung through the air like thunder, roaring with the wind as it hurtled toward Fang Xiaohan. Fang Xiaohan's countenance changed. He recognized he was outmatched, though he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm. He found himself powerless against Tai Tu, a first-level spirit transformation warrior. Furthermore, Tai Tu possessed immense strength. The 1,000-pound wolf-toothed club felt weightless in his grasp, instilling fear in all, faced with such a thunderous strike. Fang Xiaohan dared not confront it head-on and could only evade. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as the ground cracked open like it had been struck by a meteor, creating a terrifying fissure. Dust soared, momentarily obscuring half the sky. Fang Xiaohan's expression grew grave, his eyes filled with helplessness. Tai Tu stood before them like a towering mountain, and their plans had crumbled. The hope of teaming up with Su Yi to eliminate Lin Huangyi now seemed insurmountable. Their only recourse was to place their hopes in Su Yi. Tai Tu laughed boisterously, his mirth brimming with arrogance and disdain. What the Su family? What the Fang family do I? Tai Tu, fear you? Step aside, or I shall reduce you to a pile of minced flesh. His words dripped with hubris and bravado, as if the entire world trembled beneath his feet. The expressions of Su Yi and Fang Xiaohan darkened. Akin to a storm-laden sky, rage simmering in their hearts, yet finding no outlet. Under Tai Tu's protection, Lin Huangyi felt as though he had gained an indomitable talisman, making Su Ye's task of striking him considerably more arduous. Akin to scaling a towering peak, but could he simply let Lin Huangyi be? Su Ye's heart brimmed with resentment. Each time he recalled Lin Huangyi's taunting gaze and mocking words, a fierce anger ignited within him. In the path of cultivation, the greatest hindrance is the presence of distractions in the heart. Inner demons act like invisible shackles, binding Su Ye's soul and preventing him from fully immersing himself in his practice. Again and again, these inner demons lingered like phantoms in Su Ye's mind, attempting to drag him into an abyss from which there is no return. Su Yi, you're destined to be unable to kill me. Lin Huangyi's voice echoed coldly in Su Ye's ear, laced with a hint of mockery and provocation. He understood that Su Yi had now fallen into the clutches of his inner demons, making it the perfect moment for him to strike back. Initially, Lin Huangyi had no intention of easily eliminating Su Yi. After all, standing behind Su Yi was the formidable red-faced sword sovereign. However, witnessing Su Yi in such profound agony and struggle, Lin Huangyi felt a flicker of satisfaction arise within him. Should he eliminate Su Yi now, even if he were to seize control of the Mountain River secret mansion, he could never hope to rival Yi Hongyan. Yet, if he spared Su Yi, it would mean his own demise. A headache ensued. He wished upon her no further. In any case, it was unlikely he could kill Su Yi in the short term. If you have any sense, leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be your life at stake. Zhao Xiaoman will arrive soon, and by then, both you and Fang Xiaohan shall meet your end. Lin Huangyi's provocation ignited a blaze of fury within Su Yi. He understood all too well that Lin Huangyi's words were not empty threats. If another Zhao Xiaoman were to join, his fate would be uncertain. However, amidst his raging anger, a spark of inspiration flickered in Su Ye's mind. Perhaps he was not entirely without hope, but he surveyed his surroundings and proclaimed loudly, "Fellow cultivators, this man is a descendant of Lin Shanhe, bearing the Mountain River Order, capable of commanding the Mountain River Hall. Currently, he has yet to attain the true inheritance of the Mountain River Hall. This is our sole chance. Once he acquires the inheritance and fully masters the Mountain River Hall, we shall all hang by a thread." Lin Huangyi's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. But a glance at Su Yi revealed a newfound cunning in him. If these individuals truly coordinated their attacks, his prospects would be dire. Tai Tu felt a similar urgency. He looked at the talented individuals surrounding him and understood the implications. Should they unite in their assault, even his formidable strength in the spirit transformation realm would struggle to withstand their onslaught. In that moment, both their spirits grew heavy. Fang Xiaohan's gaze sharpened, and he could not help but admire Su Ye's wit and acuity. They had been on the brink of despair, yet now, a glimmer of opportunity had quietly emerged. It is often said that men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. What brought these people here from afar? It was none other than the legendary ancient inheritance, a descendant of the Lin clan. And with the Mountain River Order in hand, Lin Huangyi was almost certainly the heir to the Mountain River Hall. To obtain this inheritance, their only hope lay in defeating Lin Huangyi. Otherwise, they would forever be deprived of that chance. Indeed, only by removing Lin Huangyi could they glimpse a flicker of hope. The hearts of the people wavered, without exception. Lin Shanhe, this ancient titan and unparalleled alchemist, left a legacy that was enough to make anyone salivate. Should one be fortunate enough to inherit it, the ensuing wealth and benefits would be immeasurable. Who could resist the allure of such surging riches and resources? Furthermore, rumors spoke of miraculous elixirs hidden within the alchemy pavilion deep in the Mountain River Hall, capable of bestowing eternal life and transcending realms. Just one pill could elevate even the strongest among the divine manifestation realm by an entire level. Who could easily reject such tantalizing prospects? Thus, various clans and factions dispatched their exceptionally gifted disciples into the Mountain River secret mansion, hoping to uncover its mysteries. Outside the mansion, an influx of talented individuals surged in, creating a bustling scene. Lin Huangyi had not anticipated such a spectacle. Yet he understood that the emergence of the Mountain River secret mansion, regardless of their silence, would eventually attract the attention of other factions. The temptation of the mansion was too great for anyone to resist. Presently, as he gazed at those intoxicated and recklessly charging forward, Lin Huangyi's heart raced with anxiety. He knew that every step from here on was crucial. Any misstep could lead to irreparable doom. An audacious talent charged towards Tai Tuesday with a roar. Tai Tu gripped his wolf-tooth club and struck fiercely, reducing the challenger to a gruesome pulp. Whoever dared to advance further would meet a similar fate. Tai Tu's voice thundered, resonating with authority. Yet, the fighting spirit among the crowd did not wane or not fear. There are only two of them. With so many of us, can we not prevail? A voice rang out, igniting the resolve of the masses. Indeed, no matter how strong they are, they cannot withstand us. Others echoed in agreement, their voices brimming with conviction and determination. Point one after another, they surged forward like a tidal wave towards Tai Tu and Lin Huangyi. Tai Tu swept across the battlefield like a tempest, his power overwhelming and despair-inducing. Before his iron-like physique, the feeble opponents appeared as mere ants, their attacks leaving only insignificant marks on him, akin to a gentle tickle. However, even a powerhouse like Tai Tu could not stem the relentless tide of enemies. The sheer number of foes began to weigh heavily upon him, each swing and charge demanding immense energy, causing his movements to grow sluggish. Lin Huangyi's situation was even more dire, were it not for the faint glow emanating from the Mountain River Order in his grasp, which absorbed some of the oncoming attacks. He would likely have succumbed to a pool of blood by now. That he chuckled bitterly to himself, recalling the elder in the inheritance space. If only she could awaken, these adversaries would stand no chance against them. As time wore on, cracks began to appear in the Mountain River array. What was once an impregnable defense now resembled mere paper, on the verge of being breached. The situation grew increasingly dire. Whether they could withstand this relentless onslaught of foes remained uncertain. Lin Huangyi's heart churned with unease. His strength was nearly depleted. Had he not consumed the precious life lotus earlier, and benefited from his unique cultivation method that allowed him to continuously absorb the power of heaven and earth, he would have long since run dry of energy. Even so, the formidable Devouring Sword Technique had exacted an unimaginable toll on him. He had to devise a strategy swiftly. Otherwise, death was all but assured. The alchemy tower became his sole hope. Tai Tu, Lin Huangyi called out in a low voice. Tai Tu immediately grasped his intent. They could not allow them to enter the alchemy tower. They must join forces to prevent this. If Lin Huangyi were to step into the tower, all their plans would be rendered moot from a distance. Feng Xiaoan observed coldly, and upon seeing Lin Huangyi and Tai Tu intending to enter the alchemy tower, he urgently cried out to alert everyone. They must not let them succeed. Indeed, with the Mountain River Order in Lin Huangyi's possession, should he enter the alchemy tower, he would be shielded by its powers, leaving them with no chance whatsoever. This assertion echoed. The crowd rallied together at the entrance of the alchemy tower. I could see this moment. Lin Huangyi and Tai Tu were consumed by an uncontrollable fury, their thoughts of Feng Xiaoan igniting an endless desire for vengeance. This shameless wretch was utterly despicable. They vowed that if they could escape this calamity, they would dismantle Feng Xiaoan piece by piece. No, merely killing him would not suffice. He must experience every conceivable pain and torment. Lin Huangyi resolved a cruel fate for Feng Xiaohan in his heart. Yet, how was he to unravel this predicament? Would he truly perish here today? Suddenly, he recalled the item left behind by Dongfang Yin. The flash of inspiration struck Lin Huangyi's mind as he remembered seizing a storage pouch from Dongfang Yin when he had slain him. Due to the urgency of the situation at that time, he had not had the chance to examine its contents closely. Now, trapped in this desperate situation, he had no other options left, and he secretly hoped that within that storage pouch lay a teleportation talisman. In this moment of life and death, he could only place his hopes on this unknown opportunity, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a miracle. With this thought, Lin Huangyi swiftly retrieved Dongfang Yan's storage bag from the realm of inheritance. Upon catching sight of the storage bag in Lin Huangyi's hands, Su Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that his cousin Dongfang Yan's storage bag contained a plethora of treasures. Su Ye's reaction ignited a glimmer of hope in Lin Huangyi. Multitasking, extended his consciousness into the storage bag in search of any useful artifacts. In the next moment, Lin Huangyi stumbled upon something that could prove beneficial. Though the storage bag was filled with resources, what Lin Huangyi truly needed at this juncture were spiritual herbs capable of restoring his strength, yet their efficacy was ultimately limited. The only item that could resolve his immediate predicament was a particular divine ability, the art of shrinking the land to an inch. Upon discovering this technique, Lin Huangyi was filled with delight. However, the pressing danger left him no time for cultivation. If only he had explored Dongfang Yan's storage bag earlier to practice this art. After all, mastering such an esoteric technique in a short span of time was exceedingly difficult. The distance between himself and the Dan Tower was approximately 10 zhang, but this distance was thronged with hundreds of prodigies. With even more reinforcements arriving incessantly, should he manage to cultivate the art of shrinking the land to a minor success, he could easily traverse it. Achieving a major success would allow him to cover 1,000 zhang in a single step. At this moment, he had no alternative. Success or failure hinged on his endeavor. Lin Huangyi took a deep breath, focusing his mind as he began to cultivate the art of shrinking the land to an inch. This technique was profoundly intricate, imbued with the principles of space. Only by comprehending the mysteries of space could one hope to succeed in its cultivation. Lin Huangyi had once possessed the bloodline of a divine king. Yet it had been extracted. Had he retained that power, understanding the art of shrinking the land would have been significantly easier. But for Lin Huangyi, the time for hesitation had passed. He must succeed or perish. Beads of sweat began to dot his forehead, a clear indication of his immense exertion. The cracks in the grand formation supported by the mountain river order were multiplying rapidly. He could not sustain it for much longer. Soon, the formation would shatter, leaving him with no path but death. As the onslaught from the crowd intensified, the fissures in the formation grew ever more pronounced, the rate of repair diminishing. Witnessing this, everyone wore expressions of delight, particularly Su Yi, who seemed to envision Lin Huangyi's demise with glee. Iron Butcher, meanwhile, was frantically swinging his wolf-toothed club, having dispatched dozens in mere moments. Even his formidable prowess in the spirit transformation realm was beginning to show signs of fatigue under the relentless assault of so many prodigies. "Lin, my brother, think of something quickly or I'm going to be killed," he shouted, sending one assailant flying with a punch. "Just hold on a little longer. Once I master this divine ability, I can break through this wall of people and enter the Dan Tower." Lin Huangyi replied, his own anxiety mounting. Yet he found himself in an impasse. The art of shrinking the land was no ordinary technique, and understanding it was no easy feat. I can't hold on much longer either. 15 minutes at most, and if that doesn't work, don't blame me for abandoning you. Iron Butcher retorted, 15 minutes will suffice. However, during this time, you must bear the brunt of their attacks and prevent them from interrupting me. I'm delving into a secret technique. Once I grasp it, I can bypass them and enter the Dan Tower. Lin Huangyi could only place his hopes in Iron Butcher if he could assist in fending off these attackers. Granting Lin Huangyi a moment's respite to focus on the art of shrinking the land, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Iron Butcher chuckled bitterly. "Now you choose to contemplate a secret technique. Isn't that a bit late? You expect me to hold off all of them alone. That's not feasible." He was nearing his limits, despite being on the divine martial earth ranking, with a unique physique and formidable defenses. These adversaries were far from ordinary. Moreover, Su Yi and Fang Xiaoan had yet to make their move. If both of them teamed up with all their might, Iron Butcher could only hold out for a while longer. Unable to last for 15 minutes, hold on for as long as you can, Lin Huangyi urged. If it truly becomes untenable, you should leave, and I cannot ask others to sacrifice themselves for me. Fine, Iron Butcher replied, stepping beside Lin Huangyi and fiercely repelling the attackers. This reduced Lin Huangyi's burdens significantly. Granting him a moment to breathe, he immersed himself in the contemplation of the art of shrinking the land to an inch. As time wore on, Iron Butcher began to falter. His giant frame bore numerous wounds, blood streaming forth, staining him crimson. Lin, my brother, have you succeeded? Not quite, just a bit more. Lin Huangyi felt he was on the verge of breaking through. Just a thin membrane of understanding away from mastering the technique. Yet that membrane proved elusive. Lin, I truly can't hold on any longer, Iron Butcher exclaimed, staggering back from a blow by Fang Xiaoan. The crowd surged forward, relentlessly attacking, their repeated assaults battering the mountain river formation. Blood dripped from Lin Huangyi's lips as the formation began to buckle under the pressure. Cracks appeared, the entire array on the brink of collapse. Everyone, unite your strength and attack together. The formation is about to break, Su Yi shouted, her voice brimming with murderous intent. The moment of crisis was upon them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lang Jun, I have arrived. It was Zhao Xiaoman, and a flurry of white sleeves surged forth, instantly repelling a throng of attackers. Zhao Xiaoman's arrival granted Iron Butcher and Lin Huangyi a much-needed respite. Zhao Xiaoman, it's you again. Su Ye's fury ignited at the sight of her. Her eyes ablazed, in previous encounters. Zhao Xiaoman had thwarted their plans. Without her interference, Lin Huangyi would have perished long ago. Now, as the formation teetered on the brink of destruction, Zhao Xiaoman's reappearance was infuriating. Fang Xiaoan, seizing the moment, declared, Su Yi, I will hold off Zhao Xiaoman. You break the formation and kill Lin Huangyi. Fang Xiaoan, you seek death, Zhao Xiaoman cried out, unleashing her full strength. Though Fang Xiaoan was formidable, he still fell short compared to Zhao Xiaoman. Yet, she was compelled to consider Lin Huangyi's safety, which hindered her ability to fully counter Fang Xiaoan. As the crowd continued their frenzied assault, Zhao Xiaoman began to falter under the overwhelming numbers. We must kill them. As long as we eliminate them, the inheritance will be ours. Seeing Zhao Xiaoman and her allies struggling, the attackers became invigorated, their frenzy escalating. Lin, my brother, have you succeeded? If not, I will truly perish. Iron Butcher was nearing his breaking point. Zhao Xiaoman was in a similar predicament. The cracks in the mountain river formation widened ominously. With a sharp crack, the mountain river formation shattered. Su Ye's murderous intent surged as she brandished her longsword, unleashing the celestial gang sword technique, that a blade of sword energy soared towards Lin Huangyi. Lin Jun, be careful. Zhao Xiaoman attempted to intervene, but she found herself powerless to move. Lin Huangyi, today, you shall meet your end. Su Yi was overjoyed, as if he could already envision Lin Huangyi being pierced by a sword aura. In that fleeting moment, Lin Huangyi's eyes suddenly snapped open that he extended his arms, grasping Zhao Xiaoman and Tai Tuesday. In the next instant, the three vanished without a trace. The place where Lin Huangyi had stood was cleaved by sword light, revealing a vast fissure. Yet the trio had already disappeared. Su Yi was momentarily stunned. As were the others present. Three living beings had vanished in an instant. Without any visible eruption of talismanic power, IT felt as though a ripple of spatial energy had surged, and they were gone. If Lin Huangyi possessed a teleportation talisman, he would have used it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Furthermore, under such circumstances, even if he had a teleportation talisman, it would be impossible to activate it. It should be noted that Su Yi and Fang Xiaohan had already utilized treasures to seal off the space, rendering teleportation talismans utterly useless within this realm. The art of shrinking the land into inches. A voice resonated. Damn it! Su Yi bellowed, cursing Lin Huangyi's success, that he knew that Dongfang Yin had once acquired an ancient divine ability, the art of shrinking the land into inches. Yet this technique was extraordinarily formidable and challenging to master. Unless one possessed a bloodline with spatial attributes, it would be utterly impossible to grasp. Even Dongfang Yin had been unable to achieve success after years of comprehension. How long had it been since Lin Huani obtained this divine ability? Astonishingly, he had already mastered it in such a short span. This incited a wave of jealousy within Su Yi. Was the bloodline of a divine king truly that powerful? He was still merely in the innate realm. Given more time, what level of strength could he attain? Once Lin Huani entered the vigorous energy realm, he would be an insurmountable opponent. How infuriating it was that this wretch could master the art of shrinking the land into inches. So many had failed to eliminate him. It was utterly detestable. At this moment, Fang Xiaohan felt a surge of fear. Such talent was far more terrifying than that of Su Yi or Tai Tuesday. Only the top 10 on the Earth ranking could possibly rival him. Regret washed over him. He regretted agreeing to assist Su Yi in dealing with Lin Huani, having offended such an unparalleled prodigy. What to do? If he survived, once he grew stronger, we would all be doomed. Su Ye's expression darkened. He was well aware of Fang Xiaohan's concerns. The Dan Tower. They must have entered the Dan Tower. We must hurry. We cannot allow him to obtain the inheritance of the Dan Tower. Fang Xiaohan addressed the group. Everyone, we must prevent Lin Huani and the others from acquiring the inheritance. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Su Yi urged, indeed, although Lin Huani and the others have entered the Dan Tower, they are exhausted and devoid of combat power. If we can locate them, we can easily eliminate them. With that, Su Yi and the others swiftly pursued into the Dan Tower. However, once 7 individuals had entered, the entrance sealed shut. Why can't we get in? The Dan Tower had restrictions. Only 10 individuals could partake in the assessment at once. They had miscalculated. Had they known, they would have entered the Dan Tower earlier. Now, those who failed to enter were filled with regret, helplessly watching the Dan Tower, forcefully breaking in. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Inside the Dan Tower, Lin Huani and the others were utterly drained. The consumption had been immense. Finally escaping with their lives, they breathed a sigh of relief, having come perilously close to disaster. Lin Huani turned to Zhao Xiaoman and Tai Tu, asking, "Are you both all right?" The two shook their heads. Tai Tu remarked, "Brother Lin, if you had been even a moment slower, I would have been done for. Remember, you owe me a favor." Lin Huani took a deep breath to calm his emotions and replied, "Of course, from now on you, Tai Tu, are my sworn brother. Enough of the chatter. We must recover quickly. They will not let this go easily and will be on our heels shortly," Zhao Xiaoman insisted. Lin Huani nodded, acknowledging Xiaoman is right. Restoring our strength is of utmost importance. Unfortunately, the life lotus I previously obtained has already been refined. Otherwise, a petal for each of us would suffice for our recovery. Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. The three exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the impending danger. The real crisis was far from over. The 9-tier Dan Tower presented 9 trials, each governed by supreme restrictions, as long as they had not entered the trial. No limits applied. Given the urgency of the situation, they could only enter the trials first and then recover. The trio gazed towards the distant trial entrance. Without hesitation, they swiftly stepped inside. Lin Huani felt a sudden shift before finding himself in an expansive training ground. Upon entering, he felt his energy restored to its peak, which brought him relief. However, what manner of trial awaited him within the Dan Tower? If it involved alchemy, it would be a disaster. Observing the scene before him, he felt a wave of worry. He was not an alchemist and lacked the knowledge of alchemical methods. Before him lay a training ground. Since it was a training ground, it should not involve alchemy, but rather combat trials. Right? Indeed, a figure soon appeared within the training ground. This individual fixed their gaze on Lin Huani and declared, "Descendant of the Lin clan. Not bad, though your cultivation is somewhat lacking. I am the examiner for this first layer of the Dan Tower. If you can defeat me, you may pass the first trial and unlock a restriction." Lin Huani assessed the figure before him, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm. Defeating him wouldn't be overly difficult. Just defeat you? Indeed, defeating me will suffice. Lin Huani inquired, "Is the same true for the trials in the other 8 layers? Defeating the examiner allows one to pass." The first 7 layers are indeed the same. You will understand the 8th and 9th layers when you reach them. So, the final 2 layers of the Dan Tower had different assessments. Understood. After speaking, Lin Huani waved his hand. unleashing a sword aura. The examiner barely had time to react before the sword aura pierced through his neck. Upon the examiner's death, Lin Huani felt a mysterious force surge into his body. A passageway appeared in the distance. The restriction lifted. Without hesitation, Lin Huani stepped into it. This first trial had been rather simplistic, but why had he not received any rewards? Lin Huani murmured, could that mysterious force just now be the reward for this first trial? Outside the Dan Tower, the onlookers gasped as the second layer of the Dan Tower lit up. Who is it that has passed the first trial so swiftly? It must be Tai Tu. After all, he is in the spirit transformation realm. Not necessarily. Tai Tu and his companions were exhausted moments ago. It so easy for them to pass the trial, I suspect it might be Su Yi and Fang Xiaoan. At this moment, Lin Huani had already entered the second layer of the Dan Tower. As before, a figure emerged. In an instant, Lin Huani sprang into action, unleashing his full strength with a sword aura. The examiner barely had time to utter a word before being pierced by the sword aura, a sneak attack. After another brief moment, Lin Huani's lips curled into a smile. Who had time for idle chatter? The examiner for the second layer of the Dan Tower exhibited significantly greater strength, having reached the vigorous energy realm. Were it not for the element of surprise, defeating him would have posed quite a challenge. Upon vanquishing this second opponent, Lin Huani felt another surge of mysterious power infuse his being. This newfound energy significantly enhanced his spiritual strength. The reward for the second layer of the Dan Tower was considerably more substantial than that of the first layer. So this is the reward, an enhancement of spiritual strength? Quite impressive indeed. Lin Huani was acutely aware that the elevation of spiritual power was significantly more arduous than the advancement of one's cultivation realm. If one could attain an enhancement of spiritual strength after passing each level of assessment, it would indeed be a most delightful situation. As one progresses further in cultivation, the demands on both physical strength and mental fortitude intensify. There are three primary reasons why some individuals find it challenging to advance in the later stages of their cultivation. The first pertains to the lineage of one's physical body, though this is but one aspect. The other two factors are the comprehension of one's realm and the strength of one's spiritual power. The stronger the bloodline, the easier it is to elevate one's cultivation, the higher the realm. The simpler it is to augment one's prowess. Moreover, the greater the spiritual power, the more adept one becomes at advancing in cultivation and mastering the potent forces within one's bloodline. The intricacies of spiritual power extend far beyond this. With an increasingly potent spiritual force, comprehending various techniques and practicing diverse divine arts becomes increasingly effortless. Heavens, how swiftly that individual has broken through to the second level of the Pill Tower. In merely a few breaths, it is unfathomable. I once heard an elder mention that the trials of the Pill Tower within the secret realm of mountains and rivers are exceedingly arduous. The most outstanding prodigy of yesteryears, Lin Qingxian, required half an hour to breach the second level. Yet this fellow has astonished everyone beyond measure. I wonder how long it will take him to surpass the assessment of the third level. Lin Huangyi was oblivious to the astonishment of the crowd outside the Pill Tower. He had already entered the third level. This was no longer the familiar arena of before. Before him lay an expansive snowfield, an icy expanse that exuded a bone-chilling cold. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Huangyi, who had attained the innate realm and was shielded by the Crimson Flame's spirit fire, rendering him impervious to the frigid temperatures. What manner of adversaries would await him in this third level of the Pill Tower? Lin Huangyi narrowed his eyes, vigilant and ready for action at the slightest sign of disturbance. A roar echoed from distance, and Lin Huangyi beheld a pack of snow-white wolves charging towards him with wild abandon. They were not examiners, but rather a horde of savage snow wolves, over 10 in total. Each of these formidable beasts possessed strength comparable to that of a Qi condensation realm expert. The difficulty of the third level had escalated by at least tenfold compared to the second level. Would he need to slay all the savage snow wolves to pass this trial? Regardless, it sufficed to eliminate any adversaries that appeared. Lin Huangyi soared into the air, wielding his long sword with finesse. Waves of sword energy burst forth, slicing through the in an instant. One savage snow wolf fell to his blade. only for others to rush in to attack him. They surrounded Lin Huangyi, forming a coordinated assault. Let these beasts experience my crimson flame sword chi. With a thought, he activated the heaven-swallowing sword technique, channeling the power of the crimson flame spirit fire into his sword, merging the flame with the sword energy to form a blazing sword Q. In a flash. Searing sword energy erupted forth, sizzling as it melted the snow around him. Wherever the sword energy struck, it left behind scorched traces. Within moments, Lin Huangyi had dispatched 3 savage snow wolves. Indeed, these snow wolves recoiled in fear from the crimson flame spirit fire. Lin Huangyi felt a surge of joy as he observed the remaining wolves retreat. Yet in the next instant, he sensed a powerful killing intent behind him. There was someone lurking in the shadows. The savage snow wolves were merely a distraction. In an instant, Lin Huangyi realized this grim truth. Damn it, a sneak attack. How shameless. He cursed, evading the assault, yet recalling how he had similarly ambushed others in the first and second levels. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as a forceful blow struck the ground where Lin Huangyi had just stood, creating a deep crater. He turned to see a dark figure. You again? The examiner from the first and second levels? You managed to evade? Huh, you're quite cunning. You passed the first and second levels through unscrupulous means. But I must commend your abilities, the examiner remarked. That aren't you the one who ambushed me as well? Lin Huangyi retorted. What is your name, senior? Why is it always you overseeing each assessment? What is my name? You lack the qualification to know that now. Once you pass the 7th level, I shall tell you, the examiner replied. For now, you may call me examiner. Examiner, Lin Huangyi repeated, once more employing the sword control technique. A stream of sword energy surged forth from behind the examiner. However, the examiner nimbly evaded this attack with ease. Kid, still resorting to sneak attacks? The examiner frowned. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Such petty tricks are futile. Only overwhelming strength is fundamental. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and calculations are rendered meaningless. Lin Huangyi remained unconvinced. Was he unaware that strength was indeed fundamental? However, defeating the strongest enemy with minimal loss was the most prudent approach. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength to disregard all plots and schemes, that would be an entirely different matter. Regrettably, his current prowess was still far from adequate. You are right, senior, that I shall heed your lessons. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Lin Huangyi summoned the mountain and river token. A surge of overwhelming power descended upon the examiner, followed by a swift strike that severed the examiner's head from his body. The snowfield vanished, and a torrent of life force surged into Lin Huangyi's being, 6th layer of innate realm. His cultivation had once again advanced. The reward for the 3rd level of the trial was indeed life energy. While it could not compare to the life lotus, it was still significantly superior to the rewards from the 1st and 2nd levels. Should the spectators hear such words, they would surely be infuriated. What was the life lotus? It was an unparalleled sacred herb, exceedingly rare. This abundant life energy was enough to rejuvenate an aging innate realm warrior, extending their lifespan by 20 years, a truly fortuitous opportunity. Yet Lin Huangyi remained unsatisfied. What would the 4th level's trial entail? Lin Huangyi felt a twinge of anticipation. If the examiner at the 3rd level possessed strength equivalent to the 4th layer of chi condensation, then the examiner for the 4th level would likely reach the 7th layer. With a determined stride, Lin Huangyi stepped into the 4th level. The moment he entered, he immediately sensed a powerful force crashing towards him. Here we go again. Lin Huangyi cursed inwardly, realizing there was no way to evade this blow. He could only brace himself to endure it. That a punch was thrown, and the two forces collided with a thunderous impact. Lin Huangyi felt as though he had been struck by a massive boulder, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered backward. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. It was the same examiner as before. He unleashed another punch, even more formidable than the last. Lin Huangyi's expression shifted. He had to admit that this individual was indeed exceptionally powerful at this moment. The challenge of this level was equivalent to the 7th layer of chi condensation. Bang! Once more, Lin Huangyi was sent flying. This was merely the 4th level, and already the difficulty was considerable. How could he possibly overcome this opponent? In the previous 3 trials, he had managed to outsmart him several times. But now, attempting another ambush seemed quite challenging. "Senior, are you still angry?" Lin Huangyi asked as he clambered back to his feet, somewhat disheveled. "Angry?" the examiner replied. "How could I simply let it go? You ambushed me and killed me 3 times. I must at least take my revenge." Lin Huangyi's face darkened. "Great one. Please reconsider. How am I to proceed if you do this?" "If you kill me, I'm done for." The examiner responded, "You won't be done for. You'll merely be expelled from the trial. That it's nothing serious." Lin Huangyi hastily explained, "How can it be nothing? I have many enemies waiting for me outside. If you cast me out, I will surely meet my end." Upon hearing this, the examiner gazed at Lin Huangyi and remarked, "It is evident, young man, that your despicable and base nature inclines you to ambush others, thus earning you numerous enemies, which is quite typical. So, does this imply that you are willing to let me off the hook?" "Absolutely not. Truly not." "Indeed, not at all," Lin Huangyi retorted. "Then you are indeed formidable. May you meet your demise." With that, Lin Huangyi produced a talisman he had obtained from Dongfang Yan. In an instant, the talisman detonated, sending the examiner flying. Lin Huangyi chuckled softly as he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the examiner moments later. Concurrently, he left his sword in its original position, employing the technique of sword control to launch a direct assault on the examiner, while simultaneously executing a surprise attack from behind. Seizing the examiner in a moment of bewilderment, Lin Huangyi unleashed a powerful punch that struck the examiner's back with ferocity, infusing him with the overwhelming force of the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fire. Once again, it was a covert strike. The examiner's form twisted as he was vanquished once more. Over the years, he had never encountered such a shameless individual. Time and again, the ambushes had proven successful. "You've truly managed to infuriate me, young man." He left behind a voice filled with exasperation as he vanished. Lin Huangyi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he remained wholly unconcerned by the examiner's final threat. What did it matter if he was enraged? Would he show mercy? Unlikely. He had already made an enemy of him. Offending him once more was of little consequence. What reward awaited him this time? If he could not elevate his cultivation level, ascending to the 9th level of the Pill Tower would be virtually impossible. The 5th level may still be within the realm of the Qi realm, but by the 6th level, it would undoubtedly be a realm of spiritual transformation. The 7th and 8th levels would require even greater prowess. As for the 9th level, it likely surpassed the realm of spiritual transformation, reaching the domain of celestial movement. With his current strength, even if he broke through to the innate realm and entered the Qi realm, contending against a celestial movement expert would still be unrealistic. At that moment, an energy fluctuation manifested in the space around him. Lin Huangyi recognized it as the arrival of his reward. A beam of light descended, revealing a floating jade vial. He reached out and grasped the vial in his hand. "Is this a medicinal pill?" The vial bore no inscriptions. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Just a whiff revitalized Lin Huangyi, and the innate sword energy within him began to circulate, continuously absorbing the emanating medicinal essence, hinting at a potential breakthrough. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Was it possible that it was the legendary pill known to facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation? Within the jade vial lay 3 pills. Lin Huangyi extracted one, revealing a crimson hue, imbued with immense solar energy. This was the Tianyang pill. The scarlet pill displayed 5 delicate patterns resembling flames. Each pattern represented a first-grade spiritual pill, thus making these 3 Tianyang pills equivalent to 5th-grade spiritual pills. 5th grade, Lin Huangyi had only encountered such a treasure once before, that a single 4th-grade spiritual pill could propel one from the ordinary blood realm directly through the bottleneck to the innate realm. Now, possessing these 3 5th-grade Tianyang pills, he could potentially ascend 2 or 3 realms. However, breaking through to the Qi realm remained a challenge. Without hesitation, Lin Huangyi consumed 1 Tianyang pill. Acid entered his mouth. It instantly transformed into a torrent of solar energy. He seated himself cross-legged, channeling the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique to its utmost limit. The medicinal essence was rapidly refined and converted into innate sword energy. While his cultivation continuously ascended, he experienced a breakthrough. Innate realm, 7th layer. Lin Huangyi opened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely one Tianyang pill would elevate his cultivation to the 7th layer of the innate realm, presenting him with the prospect of directly reaching the 9th layer. With this thought in mind, Lin Huangyi consumed another pill. The medicinal essence was refined, elevating him to the 8th layer of the innate realm. Yet it was still insufficient that he swallowed the last pill. This final pill was completely refined. His cultivation reached its peak, 8th layer of the innate realm, that he was tantalizingly close, just a step away from crossing into the 9th layer. However, this was already the limit. If only he had one more pill. The inability to break through to the 9th layer left Lin Huangyi feeling rather discontented. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the outside world, to ascend from the 5th layer of the innate realm to the 8th layer would require an indeterminate amount of time. It was remarkable to think that, just days prior, he had merely been in the blood realm. Having achieved the peak of the 8th layer of the innate realm in such a short span, his speed of cultivation was astonishing compared to ordinary individuals. Now, however, the question remained, how to navigate the trials of the 5th layer. Lin Huangyi pondered that if he exerted himself to the fullest, he should be able to pass the 5th layer's trials. Although hope for the 6th layer seemed dim, taking a deep breath, Lin Huangyi stepped into the passage. 5th layer, here I come. As he entered, he proceeded with utmost caution, having already been ambushed by the examiner in the 4th layer. He had undoubtedly made a formidable enemy. If it were the same examiner once more, this time, he would likely show no mercy and could strike with devastating force. He resolved to employ the technique of shrinking the distance to evade any attack at the slightest hint of danger. However, to his surprise, upon entering the 5th layer, the entire space was eerily silent. Was there nothing? Lin Huangyi dared not let his guard down, surveying his surroundings. This was a confined space, considerably narrower than the previous 4 layers. A mere small chamber. What kind of trickery was this? Was the 5th layer truly so, or was the examiner plotting against him once again? With his sword in hand, Lin Huangyi unleashed a surge of sword energy towards the wall. To his astonishment, it met no resistance whatsoever. It was utterly absorbed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Huangyi refrained from approaching carelessly. The wall could effortlessly devour his sword energy. Could it be merely an illusion? Great One, Lin Huangyi called out. Where are you? I assure you, I shall not ambush you again. As his words faded, he felt a chill creep down his spine. Turning around, he beheld the wall shifting ominously. Terrifying mechanisms emerged from the wall, with countless sharp swords extending forth. The wall began to move with increasing speed. Lin Huangyi swung his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy, yet they merely struck the wall without causing any disruption. The protruding swords remained unscathed, glinting menacingly. In a moment of realization, Lin Huangyi tossed aside a piece of clothing, which was instantly shredded into countless fragments by the vicious swords. He understood that this was all too real. If those swords pierced his body, his fate would be no different from that torn garment. The walls continued to accelerate, leaving Lin Huangyi with no choice but to move forward. However, the path ahead was obstructed. What to do? Continuing would result in being pierced by 1,000 swords. Retreat was not an option. He could only advance. Yet his way forward was blocked. If the examiner sought to ensnare him, it would not be an easy task. He was compelling himself to advance, fully aware that traps lay ahead. After several contemplations, Lin Huangyi's lips curled into a smile. This time, that fellow would surely miscalculate once again. After all, he was a sword cultivator. Moreover, he practiced the Devouring Heaven Sword Technique, whose most formidable aspect lay in its ability to devour the powers of heaven and earth, commanding myriad swords across the realms. Although he had yet to reach the level of commanding all swords, he could still wield several dozen sharp blades with ease. Thus, Lin Huangyi stood still, closing his eyes. This space, though seemingly confined, was indeed vast. It was merely a trick of illusion. However, discerning the true nature of this illusion was no simple feat. As the trial examiner within this alchemy tower, how could it be so uncomplicated? Furthermore, it was evident that he intended to ensnare Lin Huangyi. It would be bizarre if he could see through it so easily. In the shadows, the examiner watched in surprise as Lin Huangyi closed his eyes. Could it be that this lad had discerned the illusory nature of his surroundings? Yet upon reflection, it made sense. The space was too limited to conceal the truth effectively. But what of it? The real challenge lay in how he would respond. The examiner narrowed his eyes, recalling the times he had been outmaneuvered by this young man, which naturally ignited a flame of anger within him. The trial on the 5th floor was not meant to unfold in this manner, that he had conjured the illusion merely to vent his frustrations, just as the blades mounted on the wall were poised to pierce Lin Huangyi. He opened his eyes and declared, "Sword control." Instantly, the swords on the wall shot upwards, spinning in midair. Was this lad a grand sword cultivator? The examiner's eyes widened at the sight. Initially, he had been ambushed by Lin Huangyi's sword energy. Yet that was merely a single sword's attack. If one mastered the ordinary sword control techniques, such feats could be achieved, provided they had the aptitude for the sword path. However, at this moment, Lin Huangyi was commanding dozens of blades. That was no small feat. Only a grand sword cultivator could accomplish such a thing. What level of cultivation did he possess? Merely the innate realm. Even if he were at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, or even the spirit transformation realm, becoming a grand sword cultivator would be impossible. How could he achieve this? It was truly perplexing. This young man was indeed a prodigy. Break! The sword light surged forth, piercing through the wall behind him. The illusion shattered, revealing the examiner once more. Esteemed one, does this count as passing the 5th floor trial? The examiner's lips twitched in response. How could it be so easy? This was merely an appetizer. I never anticipated that you possessed such a remarkable talent for the sword path. It is a pity, however, that your cultivation level is still too low, that I have now elevated my own cultivation to the peak of the Qi transformation realm. If you wish to ambush me again, it is utterly impossible. Lin Huangyi, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Esteemed one must not speak too confidently. I am keen to see how you intend to ambush me at this moment." The examiner unleashed a torrent of power, his garments billowing as he stood there, resembling a war deity, rendering him nearly impossible to exploit. One could not deny the examiner's formidable strength, though his cultivation was suppressed at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. The combat prowess he exhibited was certainly not inferior to that of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Despite Lin Huangyi's diligent efforts to observe and find an opening, he still could not discern any flaws. The examiner was devoid of vulnerabilities. "Young man, are you still not going to make a move?" The examiner inquired. "If you do not act soon, I shall take the initiative." He began to slowly advance toward Lin Huangyi. Each measured step exerted immense pressure upon him. Although he appeared to be at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, his combat strength surpassed even that of the spirit transformation realm's Iron Butcher. With every step he took, it felt as if a colossal mountain bore down upon Lin Huangyi, an oppressive aura that was truly terrifying. Sword control. Lin Huangyi once again commanded his swords to rise. The blades soared into the air, converging to form a massive sword. Kill! The gigantic sword descended upon the examiner. The examiner, however, merely smirked disdainfully, raising a hand to effortlessly block the formidable strike. Lin Huangyi snorted lightly, wielding the Mountain River command in hand. The formation was swiftly established. Mountain River formation. Now, Lin Huangyi had mastered the Mountain River command with remarkable proficiency. Unlike before, his cultivation had ascended several tiers. The power of the Mountain River formation was now unleashed with great efficacy. Upon its deployment, the pressure on Lin Huangyi diminished significantly. In the next instant, he moved with lightning speed, reaching the pinnacle of swiftness. Yet, before the examiner, it was still inadequate. Yes, that's so. As Lin Huangyi moved, he suddenly appeared before the examiner. However, in the blink of an eye, the examiner vanished, reappearing 10 zhang away. The place where he had originally stood had transformed dramatically, revealing a massive pit filled with golden objects, a cesspool. The foul stench surged upward at this moment. The examiner wore a smug smile, a look of triumph gracing his countenance. "Young man, descend." He struck with a powerful fist, akin to a deluge. Should this fist connect with Lin Huangyi, he would be unable to withstand it. Conversely, if he evaded, the force would send the golden objects in the cesspool flying in all directions. Lin Huangyi could not escape the consequences. What a clever scheme. Lin Huangyi had indeed underestimated the examiner to exact revenge upon him. The examiner resorted to such despicable and vile tactics, seeking to humiliate him. Nevertheless, Lin Huangyi was well prepared, albeit he had not anticipated such a maneuver from the examiner. Esteemed one, this is not something I can partake in. You may indulge instead. Lin Huangyi produced a talisman from his hand. The sky-swapping talisman. Go. Instantly, an overwhelming force shifted the entire cesspool, and the examiner's attack back toward the examiner himself. With a thunderous roar, the scene became unbearable to behold. The examiner was beside himself with rage. The tables had turned, and he found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Golden substances scattered everywhere. His aura surged to its zenith. His eyes alight with fury as he glared at Lin Huangyi. Young man, you have truly provoked my ire. However, the alchemy tower imposed limitations. The immense force of its restrictions rendered the examiner unable to resist. This was the rule of the alchemy tower's trial. He was merely the examiner and could not defy its will. Lin Huangyi was taken aback. Relieved to see the examiner's figure vanished, he let out a sigh of relief. If the previous 4 encounters had merely incited the examiner's annoyance and anger, this time he had truly enraged him. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware of this. Such circumstances were intolerable for anyone. Were the roles reversed, he would feel the same. This was a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the chicken. It was no wonder that others reacted as they did. Lin Huangyi felt helpless. Who exactly was this examiner? Could it be that he was Lin Jiayi's ancestor, Lin Shanhe? If that were the case, then one might wonder if he was committing a grave offense against his own lineage. It should be considered so. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Huangyi felt an unbearable headache. He could only hope that he was not the ancestor Lin Shanhe. Otherwise, even if he were to enter the 9th level of the Dan Tower, he feared he would be unable to obtain the inheritance. The losses he had incurred for this trial were significant. The treasures he had acquired from Dongfang Yin had nearly been exhausted. As he approached the 6th level of the Dan Tower trial, he found himself devoid of any trump cards. One could only wish that the reward from the 5th level trial would be more bountiful. When the rewards materialized, Lin Huangyi was not disappointed. Before him lay the coveted Wanyan Shui, a truly remarkable treasure. This Wanyan Shui rivaled even the life lotus in value. With this, his cultivation could be elevated. By absorbing and refining the Wanyan Shui, he believed he could break through to the Ganqi realm. Such a treasure was rare and precious, akin to the life lotus. Not only could it temper the physical body and enhance cultivation, but more importantly, it would solidify the foundation and stabilize the realm. Such items were far more valuable than medicinal pills. Elevating one's cultivation through pills often came with repercussions on one's foundation. However, the refining of Wanyan Shui, much like the life lotus, bore no aftereffects and would instead enhance one's potential. After acquiring this treasure, Lin Huangyi eagerly swallowed the Wanyan Shui. As the Wanyan Shui entered his body, it transformed into a gentle energy that spread throughout his being. That it felt as if he had returned to the womb, a sensation that was indescribable. The energy of the Wanyan Shui continuously nourished Lin Huangyi's physical form. His body, previously marred by the extraction of divine blood, bore many hidden injuries. Although he had experienced some restoration through the life lotus, it was not complete. After all, the divine royal bloodline was exceedingly domineering, and its extraction had indeed inflicted severe damage to his foundation. Even with the life lotus, recovery was arduous. Now, with the infusion of the Wanyan Shui, the hidden dangers left by the extraction of the divine royal bloodline were gradually mending. Lin Huangyi's cultivation also saw a significant advancement, the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, and suddenly, Lin Huangyi felt a jolt throughout his entire being. His aura underwent a tremendous transformation, unleashing a formidable force that coalesced into an invisible Ganqi surrounding him, manifesting as sword energy. Unlike ordinary practitioners who cultivated Xiantian true qi, Lin Huangyi, due to his shattered Dantian, had forged a sword furnace within it through the swallowing heaven sword art, cultivating Xiantian sword energy instead. Now, having broken through to the Ganshi realm, he had directly achieved Xiantian Sword Gang. This was the dream realm of sword cultivators. This sword gang, immensely powerful, far surpassed the Ganshi cultivated by typical martial artists. He marveled at the incredible strength of the Xiantian Sword Gang. He had only just entered the Ganshi realm, yet his power was already formidable. While he might not yet rival those in the spirit transformation realm, he mused that typical peak Ganshi realm practitioners would likely not stand a chance against him. Lin Huangyi felt a swell of pride in his heart. Within the Ganshi realm, his strength was undoubtedly unparalleled, and he was invincible among those of the same realm, a notion he held with certainty. His anticipation for the upcoming trials grew ever more fervent. To be precise, it was the rewards following the trials that he eagerly awaited. Having only just passed the 5th level of the Dan Tower trials, he had already reaped such tremendous benefits. If he were to complete all the assessments, could he not strive for the spirit transformation realm? The very thought brought him exhilaration as he stepped slowly into the 6th level of the Dan Tower. Outside the Dan Tower, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The 6th level, someone had actually entered it, and in such a short span of time. Among the 10 participants in this Dan Tower assessment, only 6 had passed the 1st level trial. 4 had failed to even clear the 1st level. Of the remaining 6, 1 was expelled from the 2nd level. Among the 4 still in the 2nd level, 3 remained, while 1 had progressed to the 3rd level trial. Only 1 individual was far ahead, having already entered the 6th level of the Dan Tower. What a terrifying feat! Who could this individual be? It must be Tai Tu, a formidable spirit transformation realm expert, possessing the bloodline of the barbaric giant. So strong that only he could effortlessly pass through the preceding 5 levels of trials. Not necessarily, another voice interjected. The Dan Tower trials do not merely assess cultivation levels. They evaluate one's innate talent and strength. If we consider equal cultivation levels, Tai Tu may not surpass Lin Huangyi. I believe the one who has entered the 6th level is very likely Lin Huangyi. I concur. The probability is exceedingly high. Lin Huangyi is a descendant of Lin Shanhe and wields the Shanhe Ling. The inheritance of the Shanhe secret mansion may well have been prepared specifically for him. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, Lin Huangyi possessed the advantage of time, place, and circumstance. The master of the Shanhe secret mansion was Lin Shanhe, Lin Huangyi's ancestor. This inheritance was intended for the descendants of Lin Shanhe. Otherwise, it would not be that only the bloodline of Lin Shanhe could unlock it. Even if he were to acquire the inheritance, what of it? His strength remains merely at the Xiantian realm. Should we kill him, we could still seize the inheritance. Precisely, once he obtains the inheritance, we can slay him and take it from him. As he stepped into the 6th level, Lin Huangyi found himself in an arena. There were already 2 individuals waiting their point. One of them was familiar, a certain old friend, the one who had suffered a setback in his schemes. The other was somewhat recognizable, his appearance reminiscent of Lin Huangyi's own. Another one to contend with. After failing to outsmart the first one, Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow slightly. "Old Lin, how should we deal with this lad?" The assessment officer inquired. "Regardless of the circumstances, he is still your nephew. As an elder, why lose your temper?" Old Lin replied with a warm smile. The assessment officer retorted, "Irked, it is not you who has been hurt. Yet you speak with such nonchalance. Haha. What is there to laugh about?" The assessment officer, now indignant, warned, "Believe it or not, I will take this lad's life." Old Lin interjected, "You will not, unless you wish to be trapped here for eternity. Besides, you cannot kill him." The assessment officer fell silent. Old Lin turned to Lin Huangyi and asked, "Little E, do you still remember me?" Lin Huangyi gazed at the familiar figure before him, yet could not recall his identity. "Who might this esteemed elder be?" "I am your father," the assessment officer declared. Lin Huangyi replied with a cough, "Great elder, let us refrain from using such vulgar language. It does not suit your demeanor." Old Lin remarked, "What demeanor does he have?" The assessment officer rolled his eyes and said, "What demeanor? Having been humiliated by you, I have never felt so constrained in my life, if it were not for cough." "Cough." Old Lin interrupted him with a couple of coughs. "Esteemed elders, is the assessment for the 6th level merely a conversation?" Lin Huangyi inquired, perplexed as he looked at the 2, yet within, he mused, "Could these 2 be playing a part to conspire against me?" Perhaps, given that this assessment officer had been outsmarted by him more than once, he considered the possibility of other schemes as he scrutinized the two before him, particularly the one named Old Lin. Could he truly be the master of the Shanha's secret mansion, Lin Shanha? The likelihood seemed slim that T.O. contrived such a scheme against him was indeed a convoluted endeavor. Elders, feel free to employ any means you wish. There is no need for subterfuge. My cultivation has now reached the Ganchi realm, and I am not as easily defeated as before. Old Lin remarked, "You rascal. I am indeed your father, Lin Qingxian." Upon hearing the words, Lin Huangyi felt a buzzing in his head. Memories from his childhood began to resurface, intertwining with the figure before him, strikingly similar to his father, Lin Qingxian. "Are you truly my father? How can you prove it? After all, they were within the trials of the Dan Tower. You bear a mark upon your heart, one that I personally inscribed," replied the elder Lin. Lin Huangyi squinted. Indeed, there had once been a mark upon his chest. Yet now it was absent. This mark had never been known to anyone, not even to Lin Yue, the one closest to him in the Lin clan. How then did this man know? He lifted his garment and said, "I have no mark upon my chest. Are you certain, esteemed elder?" Old Lin gazed in astonishment. "How can this be? It was undoubtedly there, a seal that I personally placed. Unless your bloodline has been extracted." At this thought, Old Lin trembled, looking at Lin Huangyi with disbelief, his eyes filled with sorrow and pity, yet boiling with rage as he exclaimed, "Who dared to extract your bloodline? I shall rend him limb from limb." In that moment, Old Lin's aura erupted, his fury seemingly capable of tearing apart the very 6 levels of the Dan Tower. Lin Huangyi took a deep breath. "Are you truly my father?" The disappearance of the mark on his body coincided with Zhao Bingshuan's extraction of his divine king bloodline, a fact known to none. If he was aware of this, it was likely that he was indeed his father, Lin Qingxian. "Absolutely," Lin Qingxian affirmed with a nod. "Xiao Yi, I am sorry for failing to protect you properly. However, it was a matter of necessity. I had my own grievances. Father." Lin Huangyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Since Lin Qingshuan's departure, he had endured countless disdain and grievances. Were it not for his relentless efforts, he would not have secured a place within the Lin family. In his youth, he envied those with parental protection. While he was left to fend for himself, to survive, he toiled harder than others, shedding blood and sweat. Who could truly empathize with such bitterness? When Zhao Bingshuan's machinations led to the extraction of his divine king bloodline, Lin Huangyi felt as though the heavens had collapsed. How unjust the heavenly path seemed. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of the inheritance space, he wondered if he could have endured such a blow. All of this was tied to his parents, who had forsaken him. He had once harbored hatred towards them, but later found peace, realizing they may have had their own unavoidable struggles. "My child, it is I who has wronged you," Lin Qingxian said. "Tell me, who extracted your divine king bloodline?" From a moment of Lin Huangyi's birth, Lin Qingxian had known his son bore the divine king bloodline in a small clan like the Lin family in Yunqing. Possessing such formidable lineage was not advantageous for Lin Huangyi or the clan itself. Thus, he had sealed Lin Huangyi's bloodline. Yet he never anticipated that, despite this, Lin Huangyi's divine king bloodline would still be discovered and extracted. Lin Huangyi shook his head. "Father, I will handle this matter myself. It is merely the divine king bloodline. If it is lost, so be it." Lin Qingxian was taken aback by his son's nonchalance. That was a bloodline of supreme status. How could he be so indifferent? Yet, it made sense. Lin Huangyi had already attained the realm of Gangxi. Without the power of the bloodline, it would be impossible for one so young to achieve such prowess. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator. Could it be that he had regained the power of the bloodline? The examiner was equally astonished. How could one whose bloodline had been extracted break through to the Gangxi realm in such a short time? Unless the bloodline had been reshaped. However, reshaping a divine king bloodline was an arduous, nearly impossible feat. Even reward from the Dan Tower could not accomplish this. This young man carried a tremendous secret. "Old Yang, he is my son, your nephew." Lin Qingxian coughed lightly. Aware of the examiner's thoughts, he too recognized the monumental secret residing within his son. one that perhaps surpassed the inheritance of the Mountain River Hall. This secret must not be disclosed. The consequences would be unimaginable. The examiner chuckled awkwardly. Old Lin, you overthink. Am I that type of person? Lin Qingxian shot him a sidelong glance. I hope not. Otherwise, even after all these years of friendship, I would show no mercy. Lin Huangyi inquired. Father, esteemed elder, are you the examiners of the Dan Tower? Lin Qingxian replied, this is a long story. This is not my true form, but merely an incarnation I left behind. Years ago, I passed the trials of the 9 levels of the Dan Tower. However, alas, I lacked the talent for alchemy and could not obtain the tower's inheritance. Thus, the ancestor divided this incarnation from my supreme powers to remain here. As for my true self, I know not where it is. Lin Huangyi pointed at the previous examiner and asked, what about this elder? Lin Qingxian explained, Old Yang, unlike me, has always been examiner of the Dan Tower. Long before my arrival, Lin Huangyi pressed, what must I do to pass the 6th level of the trials? His primary concern was this matter. With his father's incarnation serving as an examiner, surely he would not face undue hardship. Lin Qingxian responded, give it your all and defeat us. The trials of the Dan Tower. Even as your father, I cannot show leniency. It is a matter of rules beyond my control. Lin Huangyi queried. What are the trials for the 7th and 8th levels? And the 9th? Lin Qingxian cautioned, the subsequent trials are exceedingly difficult. However, as my son, these trials should not pose a challenge for you to IT that moment. The previous examiner interjected, Old Lin, you have said too much. Lin Qingxian urged, child, come forth and let me witness your strength. Lin Huangyi gazed at the man before him and sighed. How I wish this were all true. Yet alas, what is false remains false. Break! With a firm shout, Lin Huangyi altered the scene before him. Lin Qingxian vanished, leaving only the examiner. How did you see through it? The examiner stared at Lin Huangyi in astonishment, believing his illusion to be flawless. Yet, Lin Huangyi had managed to escape its grasp, proving to be formidable indeed. Lin Huangyi shook his head in silence, fixing his gaze on the examiner. Esteemed one, I must thank you once more for allowing me to experience familial affection. Therefore, I have decided this time I shall spare you. Little fellow, quite impressive, I shall await you on the next level. The examiner's figure gradually faded. Before Lin Huangyi appeared a divine eye, transforming into a radiant beam that shot into his brow. The divine eye melded into Lin Huangyi's flesh, bestowing an astonishing enhancement to his bloodline. His power surged exponentially in that moment. Gangxi Realm, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, in the span of mere breaths. Lin Huangyi's cultivation had soared through 3 realms that a wealth of information flooded his mind. This was none other than the Eye of the War God. Lin Huangyi was taken aback. For the average person, this was an immense boon. The Eye of the War God was an innate divine ability of the War God of the heavenly domain, accessible only to those of the 3-eyed divine clan bloodline. The fact that this divine eye had integrated into his being meant he now possessed the bloodline of the 3-eyed divine clan. Was this a blessing or a curse within the inheritance space? The sword god of the heavenly domain had once stated that bloodlines were a malignant tumor of the heavenly path, shackling the strong from breaking free. Now that the eye of the war god had fused with his flesh, could he still extricate it? Just as Zhao Bingxian had extracted his divine king bloodline. This simply will not do. If I fail again, I may truly become worthless. Lin Huangyi dismissed this thought and stepped into the 7th level of the Dan Tower. As soon as he appeared, the examiner spoke. You are at the 4th stage of the Gangxi realm. The benefits you have gained are indeed enviable. Though he was the examiner, the rewards granted to those who passed the trials of the Dan Tower were not solely at his discretion. When Lin Huangyi first entered the Dan Tower to undertake the assessment, he was merely at the 5th stage of the innate realm, yet he had now broken through to the 4th stage of the Gangxi realm. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was a source of immense envy. It was a testament to Lin Huangyi's exceptional talent, undoubtedly aided by the reward from the Dan Tower trials. Were he an ordinary warrior, even with numerous resource rewards, he could not have fully refined and absorbed them in such a brief period. However, Lin Huangyi achieved this, which showcased his formidable prowess. Ah, my esteemed friend, we meet again. What surprises shall you bestow upon me this time? Lin Huangyi gazed at the examiner before him. Previously, this formidable individual had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Now, however, the examiner regarded him with an utterly neutral expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This state was the most terrifying of all. The examiner's strength had now reached the 9th stage of the spirit transformation realm, that a direct confrontation would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. In truth, had it been a straightforward fight on the 6th level, Lin Huangyi would not have easily triumphed over him. Fortunately, the trial on the 6th level was an illusion, which had minimal impact on Lin Huangyi, allowing him to navigate it with relative ease. You possess considerable talent, young one, but do not let it lead to arrogance. Such pride will yield you no benefits. The examiner cautioned, past this level, you may have to endure the agonizing pain of 10,000 swords piercing your heart. If you cannot withstand it, well, your martial heart may shatter, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Consider carefully whether you wish to participate in this assessment. Lin Huangyi replied, why not? Having come this far, what reason do I have to abandon my path? The examiner responded, I merely wish to see a prodigy like you not fall from grace. The challenges of the 7th level are not to be taken lightly, from the 6th level onward. The subsequent assessments will profoundly affect your very essence. Lin Huangyi stated, there is no need for further words. Esteemed one, whatever the trial may be, I shall embrace it. The examiner nodded slightly. Since you have made your decision, proceed. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared before Lin Huangyi. He stepped inside and found himself in a sword mound. Upon seeing the sword mound, Lin Huangyi breathed a sigh of relief. As a swordsman, he feared nothing related to swords. The Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique allowed him to command countless swords. How could a mere sword mound challenge him? Lin Huangyi walked slowly toward the mound, where innumerable swords were embedded, some sharp, some broken, and others akin to scrap metal. Each sword possessed its own spirit. Some swords had long since perished, devoid of life, while others still thrived. Some slumbered peacefully, while others stirred with vitality. Here was an ideal place for cultivating the sword path. This was not merely a trial of the Dan Tower. It could well be deemed a sword path assessment. Lin Huangyi approached a broken sword. A surge of sword qi lunged toward him. He raised a hand and consumed the sword qi. The Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique was operating at its zenith, perfectly requiring this sword qi for sustenance. For him, the sword qi here was akin to nourishment. Step by step, he absorbed and refined the sword qi that came his way. This was no trial. It was a reward. Even if this level offered no rewards, the sword qi alone was ample compensation. After devouring a plethora of sword qi, Lin Huangyi's cultivation broke through to the 5th stage of the Ganqi realm. How exhilarating! He was filled with immense joy. This place was truly his sacred ground for cultivation. Such a trial, if repeated, would be an unadulterated delight. Where else could one encounter such fortune? He pressed onward, ravenously consuming sword Q. At last, he arrived at the central area of the mound. In the very heart of this sword mound stood an altar, upon which rested an ancient sword. The blade was covered in rust, and the wooden hilt was unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary aura. Yet, Lin Huangyi was certain that this sword was far from ordinary. How could it possibly occupy the center of this sword mound if it were not special? This sword mound was constructed in its honor. It was the sovereign of this place. Lin Huangyi reached out to caress the sword, speaking, brother sword, here you lie, a gem shrouded in dust. Why not join me in conquering the world? At that moment, the sword began to tremble, as if responding to his words. Seeing this, Lin Huangyi smiled, but he grasped the hilt firmly, channeling the sword qi within him, and effortlessly drew the sword from the altar. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The entire sword mound was filled with surging sword qi, and countless swords soared into the air, converging towards Lin Huangyi. These myriad swords coalesced, ultimately merging into shadows that fused with the sword in Lin Huangyi's hand. The overwhelming sword qi surrounding him also flowed into his being. Lin Huangyi felt a jolt as he stood rigidly in place. The sword furnace within his dantian voraciously consumed the immense sword qi. His cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. Just moments ago, he was at the 5th stage of the Ganqi realm. Now he had reached the 6th stage in the blink of an eye, and his ascent continued. Seventh stage of the Gangxi realm. This was utterly exhilarating. Lin Huangyi could hardly fathom that just days prior, he was merely in the blood qi realm. How little time had passed, yet had already ascended to the seventh stage of the Gangxi realm. Even if his divine king bloodline had not been drawn upon, training with it would hardly yield such a terrifying rate of advancement. Only when he reached the pinnacle of the seventh stage of the Gangxi realm did he finally come to a halt. Gently caressing the sword in his hand, Lin Huangyi discerned its identity. The sword was named Zhan Kong, an ancient relic left by sword cultivators of Europe. The information he gleaned from Zhan Kong was scant. He only knew it was currently incomplete and far from its former glory. Yet even so, the Zhan Kong sword was remarkable. With a mere flick, a blade of sword qi pierced the ground 3 feet deep. This sword was indeed powerful. With such a divine weapon in hand, his strength had ascended to a new level. With his current prowess, he could contend against those in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Huangyi felt confident that if he were to battle the Iron Butcher at this moment, he could effortlessly slay him. The Zhan Kong sword was razor-sharp, capable of easily penetrating his defenses. Having secured the Zhan Kong sword, Lin Huangyi's cultivation had also surged to the seventh stage of the Gangxi realm. This signified that he had successfully passed this level of the trial. In an instant, he was transported before the examiner. Upon witnessing Lin Huangyi's emergence, the examiner's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He could scarcely believe it. Others had reached the seventh level in the past, yet each had emerged grievously wounded. Even the mightiest of beings, upon their emergence, often find themselves in a state of disarray. Yet, Lin Huangyi was an exception to this norm. In stark contrast, he emerged unscathed, his garments untouched by even the slightest tear. Astonishingly, his cultivation had surged from the fourth level of the qi condensation realm to the seventh. The disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. For an average martial artist, the journey from the innate realm to the qi condensation realm demands an immense investment of time and energy. Yet this young man accomplished it in less than a day. With such an accelerated pace of cultivation, it is not far-fetched to predict that he could soon reach the spirit transformation realm. Truly, one cannot help but feel a mix of admiration and envy. He is indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Lin Huangyi remarked, "So, esteemed one, how do you find this experience?" The examiner, regaining his composure, looked at Lin Huangyi and said, "You truly have opened my eyes. Young it appears that everything within this pill tower has been tailored for you." Lin Huangyi replied, "Naturally, as a scion of the Lin clan, this secret repository of mountains and rivers is a legacy left by the ancestors of the Lin family. Who else could it possibly be intended for?" This assertion left the examiner momentarily speechless. The secret repository had been opened numerous times, and countless descendants of the Lin clan had entered the pill tower, yet none had truly obtained the legacy. However, this young man before him might genuinely possess the potential to inherit it. Once he acquires this legacy, the examiner would find himself liberated. With this thought, the examiner's spirits lifted significantly, and his gaze toward Lin Huangyi softened. This young man was indeed commendable. It is quite possible that he would rely on him in the future. Congratulations, young man, on passing the seventh level of the trial. The eighth awaits you, and I believe your prowess will see you through. I wish you swift success." Lin Huangyi observed the examiner's smile before he vanished. He was momentarily taken aback. How had the examiner, who had previously threatened him, transformed so completely? It was quite unexpected. From the examiner's demeanor and tone, there was no hint of treachery. Perhaps it was his remarkable talent that had astonished him. Lin Huangyi mused to himself. Before long, the reward for passing the seventh trial arrived. Lin Huangyi remained remarkably calm, devoid of the anticipation he had previously exhibited. Perhaps it was due to the plethora of benefits he had already reaped during the trial. The reward was a jade box, intricately carved with enigmatic runes that contained a restrictive seal to secure the treasures within. Upon grasping the box, Lin Huangyi sensed an astonishing energy emanating from it. When he opened it, a pure essence of soul power radiated forth. He promptly closed it, lest the medicinal properties dissipate. The treasure within the jade box was exceedingly rare, a legendary soul-reviving elixir known as the soul-nourishing flower. This miraculous herb could mend the soul and was far more precious than the life lotus. It appeared that he had acquired all the treasures within this pill tower. What else might remain? Perhaps he should strive to secure the legacy directly. Then, all that is valuable would rightfully belong to him. Lin Huangyi chose not to utilize the soul-nourishing flower just yet, as its time had not yet come, as he prepared to close the jade box and place it into the legacy space. A faint voice echoed that it was the esteemed elder from the legacy space. Lin Huangyi, have you obtained the soul-nourishing flower? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Huangyi's heart swelled with joy. She had awakened. This was splendid news. For upon leaving the secret repository, he would face formidable adversaries from various factions, and he needed all the advantages he could muster. With the Elder's awakening, he now possessed an additional trump card. Indeed, this is the soul-nourishing flower I essed of use to you, esteemed Elder. The mysterious woman replied, it is indeed useful. With this flower, my soul will become more solidified, and I can restore a considerable amount of my expended strength. I did not expect you to gain such substantial benefits in these few days. Not only have you ignited the sword furnace with spiritual fire, but your cultivation has also reached the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Which is indeed surprising. Lin Huangyi humbly responded, it is merely luck. The mysterious woman countered, luck is a component of strength. However, you now find yourself in a predicament, though perhaps it may not be a true burden at this moment. Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what do you mean, esteemed elder? The mysterious woman explained, the divine eye upon you is a manifestation of the three-eyed divine clan's bloodline. Lin Huangyi chuckled wryly. This war god's eye is something I just acquired. It fused directly into my flesh and gave rise to divine blood, which I had not anticipated. You have a remedy for this. Esteemed elder, the mysterious woman replied, this is a divine bloodline, something many covet. For you now, it may yield benefits, accelerating your cultivation speed. However, once your strength reaches a certain level, this three-eyed divine clan bloodline will become a malignant tumor, and you'll be unable to rid yourself of it. Lin Huangyi asked, what about now? Is there a way to resolve it? The mysterious woman shook her head. No, you originally possessed the bloodline of a divine king, but it was drawn upon once, causing significant damage and injuring your essence. Now, the power of the three-eyed divine clan's bloodline has replaced your original divine king bloodline, reinforcing your foundation. However, should you forcibly extract it again, you will be rendered completely incapable of cultivation. Lin Huangyi exclaimed, what are we to do? The mysterious woman reassured him, at present, it is not a calamity. It will expedite your cultivation. Your current level is merely that of the Qi condensation realm. Once your strength is sufficient to unlock the 2nd legacy monument, we can address this issue. Lin Huangyi nodded. It must be so. For him, it was indeed not a misfortune. Who would ever complain about their cultivation speed being too rapid? Now that he possessed a divine bloodline, practicing the Devouring Heaven Sword Technique would become even more intuitive. Perhaps it would not be long before he could unlock the legacy space and comprehend the 2nd legacy monument within. The mysterious woman stated, I shall make use of the soul-nourishing flower. Focus on your cultivation. Unless you face a life or death crisis, do not awaken me. Lin Huangyi internally sighed. A life-threatening crisis was likely imminent. After all, he had slain Dongfang Yan of the Pill Dao sect and had thoroughly offended Su Yi. Once he exited the Pill Tower, he would be besieged by numerous prodigies. It was uncertain how many would fall beneath his blade. Upon leaving the secret repository, he would be pursued by powerful forces. Within the legacy space, the mysterious woman, having received the soul-nourishing flower, wore a complex expression, her brow furrowed. Lin Huangyi, I did not foresee you embarking on the path of the bloodline. Is it due to this? I shall not allow it to come to fruition. The 8th level of the Pill Tower. As Lin Huangyi stepped into the chamber, he was immediately met with a wave of searing heat. Before him lay a sea of flames, and in the distance, a volcano erupted, with molten lava surging beneath his feet. What manner of trial awaited him? Where is the examiner? Lin Huangyi called out. Esteemed one, please show yourself. The examiner materialized, stating, Lin Huangyi, do you see the volcano in the distance? Deep within its core lies a spiritual fire, the earth flame spirit fire. The trial for this 8th level is to traverse to the center of the volcano, defeat the Earth Flame Beast, and earn the recognition of the Earth Flame Spirit Fire. Lin Huangyi inquired, "What is the strength of the Earth Flame Beast?" He possessed utmost confidence in obtaining the Earth Flame Spirit Fire's acknowledgement. Having already refined the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fire, the Earth Flame Spirit Fire would be no challenge. Initially, Lin Huangyi had been pleasantly surprised by the acquisition of the Scarlet Flame Spirit Fire. But to discover yet another spiritual fire here was beyond his expectations. That if he could consume and refine the Earth Flame Spirit Fire, integrating it into the sword furnace, would it not enhance the furnace's capabilities? The examiner replied, "It is quite powerful, equivalent to the 1st level of the celestial realm. However, I believe you are more than capable. Best of luck, young man. I have faith in you." The expression of the examiner left Lin Huangyi somewhat suspicious. Before he could inquire further, the examiner had already vanished. Lin Huangyi sensed that this individual harbored ill intentions. That earlier expression was undeniably one of schadenfreude. Within this volcano, dangers abound. Moreover, the strength of the Earth Flame Beast of the celestial realm is not to be underestimated. Although he had once slain Zhao Shiqi of the celestial realm, that victory had been facilitated by the power of a mysterious elder entity present, while he had indeed broken through to the Qi gathering realm. The disparity between him and those of the celestial realm was considerable. The difficulty of the trials was escalating. During the assessment on the 7th level of the Pill Tower, had it not been for his mastery of the Devouring Sword Technique, enabling him to counter the terrifying sword energy within the sword tomb, he would have surely faced defeat. Now, at the 8th level of the trials, it will be even less feasible to expect an easy passage. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Lin Huangyi proceeded with measured steps, his innate sword energy circulating to its utmost. Although his practice of the Devouring Sword Technique was still in its infancy, its potential to consume the essence of heaven and earth was already substantial. The sword furnace within his dantian was not only capable of absorbing sword energy for cultivation, but could also harness the power of flame to enhance the spiritual fire contained within. The flames here were remarkably pure, ideal for his training. Lin Huangyi channeled his technique, drawing the surrounding fire energy toward himself with fervor. The red flame's spiritual fire within his furnace became increasingly agitated. Voraciously devouring this untainted force, Lin Huangyi's own cultivation steadily advanced. Now, having once again obtained a divine bloodline, his rate of progression had more than doubled compared to before. This was the advantage of possessing a divine bloodline. Even though his divine bloodline remained quite tenuous, it was still profoundly remarkable. Lin Huangyi couldn't help but reflect on how, had his former divine king bloodline not been extracted but rather unsealed and fully activated, his cultivation speed would have been truly staggering. He finally comprehended why those formidable sects would go to such lengths to vie for geniuses endowed with bloodlines. The power of bloodlines was indeed terrifying. In a short span, Lin Huangyi felt his strength increase significantly. The surrounding fire energy had thinned considerably. The red flame's spiritual fire within him, initially at the 1st tier, now showed signs of a breakthrough. With the fire energy becoming sparse, Lin Huangyi ceased his cultivation and hastened his pace. In just a few breaths, he had ascended to the summit of the volcano. With the war god I activated, Lin Huangyi peered into the depths of the volcano. This volcano was profoundly deep. Even with the war goddess the very bottom remained elusive. Inside, it was a sea of crimson, with magma continuously surging. Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow slightly. There appeared to be no other entrances. Was he expected to plunge directly into the magma? No, there was a restriction in place. Lin Huangyi raised his hand and swung the void cutter sword. Unleashing a blade of sword energy, a crisp sound echoed as a restriction shattered before him, revealing a passageway. As Lin Huangyi stepped inside, he felt an intense heat. Here, the fire energy was even more concentrated, causing the red flame's spiritual fire within him to become increasingly agitated, as if urging him to delve deeper. Lin Huangyi quickened his pace. Time slipped away unnoticed. The passage widened, and soon he beheld a stone platform nearby. Upon the platform lay a crimson beast, resembling a qilin, deeply slumbering. The bubbles it exhaled transformed into flames, rising continuously. The earth flame beast of the celestial realm. Its strength was indisputable. Lin Huangyi calculated that confronting this earth flame beast directly would likely yield no advantage. Currently, it was in a state of slumber. Perhaps he could take advantage of this. If only he had a beast-taming ring, he thought. Unfortunately, there was none within the storage pouch of Dongfang Yan. The beast-taming ring was not uncommon among major sects, as powerful factions often had exotic beasts serving as guardians, typically subdued using such rings. Additionally, some direct disciples with exceptional bloodlines and talents were highly valued by their sects and were thus entitled to possess exotic beasts as battle companions. Sects such as Tianyan Mansion also had guardian beasts. Zhao Bingxian, the divine maiden of Tianyan Mansion, had a Qinyan white crane as her battle beast. If he could tame this earth flame beast of the celestial realm, it would indeed be an impressive combat ally. Crack! Lin Huangyi, distracted, unknowingly stepped on something that crunched beneath him. Instantly, the earth flame beast awoke, its eyes like bronze bells slowly opened. Upon seeing Lin Huangyi, the earth flame beast sniffed and remarked, "Human, that familiar scent is quite irksome." Lin Huangyi regarded the earth flame beast with caution, ready to unleash his full strength should it attack. If he could tame it, that would be ideal. If not, he would have to eliminate it. Lin Huangyi spoke, "Earth flame beast, do you wish to leave this place?" He surmised that its strength was likely beyond the 6th tier of the celestial realm and possibly even greater. Perhaps sealed due to being imprisoned here for countless years within the river and mountain secret realm. The earth flame beast lowered its head, deep in thought that it had been confined here for an indeterminate number of years. If it could, it would certainly desire to leave. However, it found itself unable to do so. The earth flame beast gazed at Lin Huangyi, refraining from attacking. Had it encountered a human with a similar aura in the past, it would have surely devoured them whole. But times had changed. After being imprisoned for so long, it had also languished in solitude, deprived of any conversation with other beasts. Finally, a human had appeared, though the individual exuded an irritating aura. At least it provided some diversion. After pondering for a moment, the earth flame beast inquired, "Human, what do you wish to say?" Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi felt a glimmer of hope. This was an excellent sign. If he could resolve the matter without conflict, it would be splendid. Lin Huangyi proposed, "Earth flame beast, how about we strike a deal?" The earth flame beast replied, "Speak." Lin Huangyi continued, "Become my battle companion. I shall take you out of here." The earth flame beast narrowed its eyes slightly at this suggestion, causing Lin Huangyi to feel a twinge of apprehension. Although this beast was constrained to the 6th tier, akin to a human martial artist of the celestial realm, the pressure it emanated was formidable, potentially rivaling that of the 7th or even 8th tier. The earth flame beast retorted, "You are far too weak. You are unworthy of having me as your battle companion." Lin Huangyi chuckled. The fact that the earth flame beast had voiced such a statement indicated that it was wavering and did not outright reject the notion of becoming his companion. Thus, Lin Huangyi asserted, "Do not be deceived by my current cultivation. Consider how long I have been training, and remember that I possess divine bloodline." As he spoke, Lin Huangyi activated the war goddess Ai, channeling the power of his bloodline. Instantly, a terrifying pressure emanated from his bloodline. The earth flame beast could undoubtedly sense this. It was unmistakably a divine bloodline, particularly one of the esteemed three-eyed divine clan. In the celestial domain, there had once been a renowned divine warrior of that clan, the three-eyed god of war. Could this young man be a descendant of that warrior? If so, becoming his battle companion would not be a loss. It was said that the three-eyed god of war possessed a battle companion known as the Howling Celestial Dog. While he was not of the Howling Celestial Dog lineage, he too possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Should one awaken the ancient bloodline, it may not necessarily be inferior to that of the Howling Heavenly Hound. The crux of the matter lies in whether this young lad can indeed grow to become a god of war. The earth flame beast remarked, "What of a divine bloodline? It is exceedingly rare and pales in comparison." Lin Huangyi chuckled, for it was evident that the earth flame beast had been thoroughly shaken. It was clear that it yearned to depart from this place, and the allure of his divine bloodline was immensely captivating to it. Thus, Lin Huangyi remarked, "It seems you are reluctant. since you are unwilling. I shall not press you. With my capabilities, capturing a battle beast in the future will not pose a challenge. Provided my bloodline and strength are elevated, why then, I cannot fathom how many formidable divine beasts would be eager to follow me. With that, Lin Huangyi feigned turning to leave. Upon witnessing this, the earth flame beast grew anxious and exclaimed, "Human, wait!" Lin Huangyi halted his steps and inquired, "What? Have you agreed?" The earth flame beast replied, "This emperor can acquiesce. But there are conditions." Lin Huangyi rejoiced, asking, "What are the conditions?" The earth flame beast continued, "This emperor's status is exalted. I once roamed the heavenly realm with boundless glory. Yet, to my dismay, I was ambushed by that despicable scoundrel. Imprisoned in this wretched place, you bear the scent of that loathsome individual. You must be his descendant, yes?" Lin Huangyi responded, "Who is the person you speak of?" "If it is my ancestor Lin Shanhe, then that would indeed be the case." Upon hearing this name, the earth flame beast expressed great disdain, rising to its full stature and pacing upon the stone platform. "It is he, that vile, despicable son of a turtle. Not only did he ambush this emperor, but the earth flame beast continued to curse profusely, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Huangyi found himself in a position of amusement. It appeared that his ancestor had indeed committed some egregious, unspeakable acts against this earth flame beast. Quickly, Lin Huangyi interjected, "Speak, what are your conditions? Let us see if I can accept them." The earth flame beast widened its eyes in disbelief. "What? Do you still look down upon this emperor? Merely proposing a few conditions is an act of generosity on my part. To serve this emperor is a privilege for you. And by rights, as a descendant of that turtle's offspring, I should never become your battle pet. Rather, you should aspire to be my human pet." "Indeed, that's how it is," the earth flame beast declared. "I have decided to accept you as my human pet." Lin Huangyi was at a loss for words. This creature was quite the chatterbox that a human pet. How absurd. Earth flame beast. The earth flame beast's eyes widened in indignation, retorting, "Call me Emperor Brother." Lin Huangyi conceded, "Very well, Emperor Brother. You wish to take me as your human pet. I see no sincerity in that. If you are unwilling, then I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the earth flame beast sneered, "Leave, young one. Where do you think you can go, although you possess a divine bloodline? Your strength is feeble, merely at the Qi realm. This emperor, despite being suppressed, is at the 6th tier, akin to your human race's celestial walking realm. If you can escape my grasp, I shall call you father." Lin Huangyi coldly chuckled. "Should it come to a fight, I would not fear you. Moreover, even if I cannot defeat you, I can easily escape. Should my life be threatened, I will be teleported away. However, you cannot. If you refuse to comply, you shall remain here for eternity, waiting for my strength to increase. Once I seize control of the Pill Tower, you shall have much to endure to that point. Roasting an earth flame beast should have quite the delectable flavor. I have never tasted the roasted meat of a 6th-tier exotic beast." The earth flame beast fell silent upon hearing this. Realized that Lin Huangyi spoke the truth. This young lad, with extraordinary talent, was undoubtedly the heir of that individual. Sooner or later, he would inherit everything, and if it were to end up as roasted meat, it would indeed be a most humiliating fate, with a drooping head. The earth flame beast lay down, dejectedly saying, "Very well, young one, you have won. You are just as shameless as that scoundrel Lin Shan." It was disinclined to linger here any longer. It was dull, exceedingly dull. There was no delectable food, no beautiful beasts, and not even anyone to converse with apart from a mindless mass of spirit fire. There was nothing else. It had been here for a considerable time, and if this continued, it truly felt it would go insane. Lin Huangyi's lips curled into a smile. It was done. This time, it was effortless. Capturing a powerful battle pet was the dream of many, and he had achieved it. Moreover, this battle pet was no weakling. It merely had its strength sealed. Once the seal was lifted and its power restored, who knew how formidable it would become? When that time came, taking it out would surely attract admiration. Lin Huangyi declared, "Acknowledge your master." The earth flame beast, thoroughly dispirited, said, "Young one, I agree to become your battle pet, but you must not overreach. Furthermore, you must guarantee that this emperor enjoys abundant delicacies." And you must assist me in finding 10, if not 100, beautiful beasts. Lin Huangyi was elated and nodded. This earth flame beast was not only a glutton, but also quite discerning. Rest assured, I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content. Yes, for beautiful beasts. I will assist you in finding them. When the time comes, you shall have as many as you desire. The earth flame beast's eyes sparkled at this. You swear it. Lin Huangyi raised his hand, swearing, I vow to provide you with ample delicacies and to assist you in finding countless beautiful beasts. This satisfactory. The earth flame beast beamed with joy. You are perceptive, young one. You are no longer so detestable. Moreover, from now on, you shall call me Emperor Brother, not merely earth flame beast. Dio, you understand. As long as Emperor Brother is pleased, there will be numerous benefits for you. Lin Huangyi sighed, Emperor Brother. The earth flame beast was in high spirits. You are on the right path. Following this, the earth flame beast shrank in size, leaping to Lin Huangyi's side and bit down on his arm. A drop of blood fell onto the earth flame beast's head. Immediately, a mysterious rune appeared, one embedding itself in the earth flame beast's mind, while another flew into Lin Huangyi's brow. In the next moment. Lin Huangyi felt a connection formed with the earth flame beast. He could control its life and death. The contract was established. The earth flame beast had now become his battle pet. Emperor Brother. The earth flame beast queried, What is your name? Lin Huangyi, he replied. And you, what is your name? The earth flame beast responded, This emperor is called Di Hua. You must call me Emperor Brother, understood? Lin Huangyi nodded. Understood. The earth flame beast nodded in satisfaction and continued, Lin Huangyi, do you have any food? Provide me some. I have not tasted delicacies in hundreds of years, and I am absolutely famished. Lin Huangyi shook his head. Not at the moment, but when we get out, I shall ensure you are well fed. The earth flame beast insisted, Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and leave this wretched place. I am utterly tired of being here, not wishing to stay even a moment longer. Lin Huangyi inquired, Is there a flame spirit hidden within this volcano? The earth flame beast replied, Indeed, that flame spirit is imprisoned behind that wall. Are you interested? You carry the aura of spirit fire. You must possess a flame spirit already. Do you still want that one? Lin Huangyi affirmed, Yes, my purpose in coming here is to obtain that earth flame spirit. The earth flame beast cautioned, Young one, do you not know that a person can only refine one flame spirit? Should you forcefully refine two, it is quite easy to be blown to bits. Even if you survive the explosion, you should be cautious. The earth flame beast shook its head vigorously. Survive the explosion? Who do you think you are? Young one, I urge you not to act recklessly. If you were to perish, I would have to accompany you. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Lin Huangyi reassured, I am well aware. Just lead me there. The earth flame beast muttered, Not going. This emperor does not wish to accompany you to your demise. Lin Huangyi pressed, You truly will not go. The earth flame beast retorted, If I say I won't go, then I won't go. My word is unbreakable. Lin Huangyi mused to himself, If you won't go, then so be it. I will search at my own pace, though I cannot predict how long it will take to exit. After all, outside there are delicacies and beautiful beasts. Who knows how many may have been slaughtered and turned into food? In any case, no one would care. Upon hearing this, the earth flame beast's eyes lit up, and it snorted, Fine, I shall take you. Lin Huangyi thought to himself, You won't escape that easily. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry, lest we delay, and the magnificent beast transforms into a delectable dish for consumption. The earth flame beast declared, Remember, if you dare deceive your emperor brother, I shall make you regret it. Step aside. I must unleash my power. With a swift motion of its paw, an overwhelming force erupted, instantly shattering the wall and creating a gaping hole. Crossing through this aperture, they beheld not far ahead a spirit flame ensnared within the magma. This was the earth flame spirit, a level surpassing even the crimson flame spirit. Yet, like the earth flame beast, it had been imprisoned here for far too long, unable to absorb energy and enhance its strength, resulting in a significant decline in its potency. Had it been in its peak condition, the earth flame spirits would have been terrifying, far beyond what Lin Huangyi could fathom. Release! Lin Huangyi swung his sword, the sword energy slicing through the restraints in an instant that he then reached out, grasping the earth flame spirit. This sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. The earth flame spirit offered no resistance, being seized and subsequently merging into his very being. This spectacle left the earth flame beast astounded. "You fool! Are you seeking death? You already possess a spirit flame within you. Understand that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The two flames will inevitably clash. Why absorbing them both? You are courting your own demise. You've brought about your own ruin. What are you wailing about? Are you not a divine beast? You lack even a modicum of patience. If I did not possess complete confidence, would I act so recklessly? Am I so eager to court death?" Lin Huangyi retorted, channeling the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique to subdue the earth flame spirit. As soon as the earth flame spirit entered his body, it clashed violently with the crimson flame spirit. The two spirits, each unwilling to yield, generated an intense shockwave that reddened Lin Huangyi's face, making him feel as though he might ignite into flames. The earth flame beast lamented, "Alas, my fate is truly unfortunate. After being suppressed for so many years, I finally found the opportunity to escape, only to face death here today. How tragic it is for a once mighty beast god to fade into nothingness." The raging forces threatened to tear Lin Huangyi's flesh apart. The excruciating agony contorted his features. "This is my body, my territory. The dragon coils around me. The tiger lies beneath me." With a furious roar, Lin Huangyi pushed the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique to its utmost limits. The sword furnace within his dantian surged forth like a domineering emperor, infusing innate sword energy into the fray, forcibly suppressing the powers of the two spirit flames. They had no choice but to submit. Under the pressure of the innate sword energy, the two flames finally ceased their resistance, gradually beginning to merge. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, the crimson flame spirit and the earth flame spirit fused into a singular new spirit flame. To Lin Huangyi's astonishment, this newly formed spirit flame possessed a will of the sword and harbored a devouring attribute. This nascent spirit flame was far more formidable than either of its predecessors, its power magnifying several-fold. Since it was a new spirit flame with a devouring attribute, it would henceforth be known as the devouring spirit flame, in the distance, the earth flame beast, who had been resigned to its fate. Observed Lin Huangyi's tumultuous flames being subdued, feeling a mix of surprise and relief. At the very least, it would not meet its end today. Lin Huangyi's cultivation began to ascend, and before long, he shattered the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the Qi realm. Reaching the 8th layer, the earth flame beast watched in astonishment. This youth had actually managed to refine 2 spirit flames. Unbelievable. Having accomplished this feat, Lin Huangyi stood, gesturing, "Fire, fire, let us depart." The earth flame beast, infuriated, exclaimed, "Call me Emperor, brother. Do you understand? If you continue to call me Fire, fire, I shall turn against you." "Understood, Fire, fire," Lin Huangyi replied, though the earth flame beast seethed with indignation, feeling utterly helpless. In the next moment, the space shifted, and Lin Huangyi, accompanied by the earth flame beast, found themselves in a grand hall. The examiner had been waiting for quite some time, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated their arrival. "You've come," Lin Huangyi stated, "aren't you surprised, esteemed one?" The examiner replied, "Not surprised. If he could not accomplish this, you would not have been chosen, nor deemed worthy of his legacy." Lin Huangyi inquired, "What about the rewards for this level?" "What are they?" The examiner responded, "Have you not already received them? What more do you seek?" Lin Huangyi pressed, "Surely there should be some form of acknowledgement." After a moment contemplation, the examiner tossed a token, saying, "This is my personal token. Once you leave, you may use it to find me at the Xuanji Gate." Lin Huangyi paused momentarily, accepting the token. "Xuanji Gate?" The examiner clarified, "Xuanji Gate, Yangchun," though Lin Huangyi had not heard of this force. He nodded, pondering whether it was a hidden sect or perhaps situated in the upper realm. "Proceed to the 9th level. He has been waiting for you for quite some time." After the examiner's form gradually dissipated, a portal for transportation appeared before him. Without hesitation, Lin Huangyi stepped inside. Outside the Pill Tower, everyone was in shock. The 9th level had been reached, an unprecedented feat, as no one had ever entered the 9th level of the Pill Tower trial within the Mountain River Secret Repository. Today, someone had achieved it. But who could it be? Was it Tai Tu? Or Su Yi, perhaps Lin Huangyi? I believe it must be Lin Huangyi, one speculated. Despite his lower cultivation, it should be Tai Tu, who is at the spirit transformation realm. What do you know? Tai Tu is merely a brute, lacking intellect. He possesses only strength. How could he possibly have the capability to enter the 9th level? Another countered, in my opinion, it must be Lin Huangyi. Though he has the lowest cultivation, do not forget, he is a descendant of the Lin family, carrying Lin Shana's bloodline. If he had not opened this Mountain River Secret Repository, we would never have been able to enter. The crowd nodded in agreement. This Mountain River Secret Repository is a legacy left for the descendants of the Lin family by Lin Shanha. We are merely stepping stones for him. Someone chuckled bitterly. Once Lin Huangyi receives the legacy, will we not be in peril? We had just surrounded and attacked him, completely offending him. Indeed, we must not allow him to obtain the legacy to that moment. A young man with red hair spoke up. What is there to worry about? He is merely at the innate realm. Even if he possesses Lin Shana's legacy, it amounts to little that if he proves to be unwise, we shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Merely at the innate realm? The others scoffed. You underestimate Lin Huangyi. Though he may be at the innate realm, he wields the Mountain River token, capable of activating the Mountain River Grand Formation. Even Su Yi and Feng Xiaoan, in unison, could not best him. Should he acquire the legacy, he might fully control the entire Mountain River Secret Repository, and at that point, he would be invincible. The red-haired youth surveyed the crowd, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, revealing that he was at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. With me, Yi Jinbei, present, what is Lin Huangyi in comparison? Yi Jinbei. The Yi Jinbei ranked 36th on the Divine Martial list. The crowd gasped in surprise. Who would have thought he was here as well? The Mountain River Secret Repository is truly bustling at why Yi Jinbei's power was indeed formidable. He had made a name for himself by slaying 2 Heavenly Movement Realm experts shortly after entering the Spirit Transformation Realm. Rumors had it that Yi Jinbei had also acquired the legacy of a martial sovereign, greatly enhancing his strength. Although his cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, his prowess likely far surpassed that of the Heavenly Movement Realm. Now, he was likely stronger than 36th on the list. If he were to intervene, even if Lin Huangyi obtained the legacy, he would likely stand no chance. With Yi Jinbei here, our hopes are all but extinguished. Point 1 lamented. The strength of Yi Jinbei is far from that of Tai Tuesday. If he were merely at the Spirit Transformation Realm, the crowd could easily besiege him. However, if he possesses the power of the Heavenly Ascendance Realm, the situation changes entirely. Warriors beneath the Spirit Transformation Realm are akin to mere ants when faced with a master of the Heavenly Ascendance Realm. Even a combined assault would be futile. Many began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet, there remained those who clung to hope, for the allure of the Mountain River Secret Repository's legacy was simply too enticing. Particularly the supreme treasures within the Dan Tower. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire them, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. What does it matter how formidable Yi Jinbei may be? Men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Having dared to enter this place, they had long since cast aside considerations of life and death. Moreover, if Lin Huangyi were to obtain the legacy, his strength would undoubtedly surge, and a clash with Yi Jinbei might result in mutual destruction, thereby presenting them with an opportunity. Yi Jinbei surveyed the crowd, fully aware of their thoughts. Play the role of the fisherman. One must possess the strength to do so. How could a mere flock of sheep hope to contend with a ferocious tiger? Once the confrontation began, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Even if they joined forces, what of it? They were all but ants, easily crushed beneath a hand. As the 9th level of the Dan Tower illuminated, others participating in the trials were swiftly teleported out, including Tai Tu, Su Yi, Feng Xiaoan, Zhao Xiaoman, and others. Only Lin Huangyi remained absent. Lin Huangyi had truly emerged. He had obtained the legacy of the Dan Tower. Just as I suspected, Su Yi emerged from the teleportation. His face ashened. He had not anticipated that Lin Huangyi would be the one to acquire the legacy. What did it matter if he had obtained it? He must be eliminated, grinding his teeth. Su Ye's eyes glimmered with unrestrained, murderous intent. That I am coming for you. Ninth level. What secrets lay within this ninth level of the Dan Tower? A legacy. A legacy of alchemy. Lin Huangyi approached the ninth level with eager anticipation. The ninth level appeared rather ordinary. A small loft reminiscent of a study. In the center stood a desk, behind which a figure clad in a blue robe faced away from Lin Huangyi. Upon sighting the figure, the earth flame beast erupted in fury, baring its teeth and charging forward, exclaiming, "You vile son of a turtle! You've kept me trapped here for so many years. How utterly detestable! I shall devour you!" Before it could reach the front, a domineering force erupted, pinning the earth flame beast to the ground, rendering it immobile. The figure turned, speaking in a gentle tone. "Little pup, what are you barking about? After all these years, have you not learned your lesson?" Lin Huangyi was taken aback. The person before him must be Lin Shanhe, ancestor. Lin Shanhe regarded Lin Huangyi with evident satisfaction. "You are Lin Huangyi?" "Yes, ancestor," Lin Huangyi replied. Lin Shanhe gestured for Lin Huangyi to take a seat. After all these years, the Lin clan finally has a worthy descendant. 20 years ago, a boy who bore a striking resemblance to you came. Unfortunately, he was overly arrogant and ill-suited for the path of alchemy. "That must have been my father, Lin Qingxian," Lin Huangyi responded. Lin Shanhe continued, "Indeed, it is apparent that you are almost a carbon copy of him. However, your personalities differ greatly. You carry not only the bloodline of the Lin clan, but also that of the Divine King. Yet, it seems to have been siphoned away. Otherwise, your current strength would be far greater." Lin Huangyi nodded. "Your insight is remarkable. Ancestor, that my Divine King bloodline was indeed extracted, weakening my foundation. However, I have turned misfortune into fortune by cultivating an unparalleled secret technique, which has allowed me to restore my cultivation." Lin Shanhe remarked, "The Divine King bloodline is exceedingly rare, and once extracted, it is challenging to recover. Therefore, I have passed on the Eye of the War God to you, allowing the bloodline of the Three-Eye Divine Clan to manifest within you. Although this bloodline cannot compare to the Divine King bloodline, it is still quite formidable that if nurtured properly, it may enable you to dominate a region and achieve the highest of heights." Lin Huangyi could not help but smile wryly. For him, possessing the bloodline of the Divine Clan might not necessarily be a blessing. Nevertheless, the ancestor meant well. Such treasures are exceedingly precious, likely sought after in the higher realms that cultivate the descendants of the Lin clan. This ancestor had indeed invested considerable effort. "Thank you, ancestor." While the bloodline of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan might bring him trouble and was not what he desired, gratitude was still in order. Lin Shanhe continued, "There is no need for such formalities. My time here is limited. This is merely a fragment of my essence that I shall soon dissipate, so listen closely to what I have to say." "Please, ancestor, I am all ears," Lin Huangyi urged. Lin Shanhe elaborated, "The Lin clan once basked in unparalleled glory within the higher realms, even if we have fallen into decline. Yet our foundation remains. 1,000 years ago, a significant event transpired in the higher realms that severely wounded the Lin clan's vitality. It was for this reason that I relocated a branch of the Lin clan to the lower realms, specifically the current divine martial continent, and established this mountain river secret repository as a means of legacy. However, even so, the Lin clan is now in a precarious state. Those individuals have already caught wind of our existence and dispatched people to the divine martial continent." Lin Huangyi frowned deeply upon hearing this. "Ancestor, who exactly are those individuals? And why do they target the Lin clan?" Lin Shanhe shook his head. "You are still too weak. Knowing too much would be detrimental to you and could potentially expose your identity, bringing calamity upon you." Lin Huangyi pressed further, "Was my father's disappearance over a decade ago related to those individuals?" Lin Shanhe could not deny this, stating, "It is highly possible. Your father's talent was remarkable. Even if he could not compare to your Divine King bloodline, he was still extraordinary. When he entered the Mountain River secret repository, he had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, just one step away from the heavenly ascendance realm. However, he was overly proud and looked down upon the Lin clan's legacy, merely taking a soul-nourishing pill from the Dan Tower before departing. Lin Huangyi was perplexed that my father only took a soul-nourishing pill. Lin Shanha nodded. The soul-nourishing pill is crafted using the soul-condensing flower as a catalyst, supplemented with other spiritual herbs. Primarily aimed at repairing damaged souls. Your father had no injuries at that time, that if I'm not mistaken, it likely pertains to your mother. Lin Huangyi inquired. Did you also meet my mother? Did she accompany my father into this place? In Lin Huangyi's memories, he had little impression of his mother, only vaguely recalling a beautiful woman with a gentle disposition. Lin Shanha explained, though your mother entered the Mountain River secret repository, I suspect her origins are extraordinary. The divine king bloodline within you comes from her. Ancestor, did my father leave any words behind? What is my mother's background? And what has become of her now? Lin Huangyi asked. Lin Shanha replied, the circumstances of your father and mother are likely also related to those individuals from the higher realms. I cannot provide specifics. What you must do now is focus on enhancing your cultivation. Once you reach the returning origin realm, visit the ancestral land of the Lin clan. Remember, if you have not attained the returning origin realm, do not attempt to force your way into the ancestral land. Lin Huangyi's curiosity intensified at Lin Shanha's words. What secrets lay hidden within the ancestral land? He had previously visited the ancestral land, finding it unremarkable, seemingly devoid of any great mysteries. However, that might have been due to his low cultivation at the time. There must be formations and restrictions within the ancestral land that he could not perceive without sufficient strength. Ancestor, must one reach the returning origin realm to enter the ancestral land? Lin Huangyi asked. Indeed, Lin Shanha affirmed that if your cultivation does not reach the returning origin realm, you must not force your way into the ancestral land. Unless the Lin clan faces imminent extinction, otherwise it would bring disaster upon the clan. You must remember this. Lin Huangyi assured. Rest easy, ancestor, I shall remember. Seeing Lin Huangyi's solemn promise, Lin Shanha nodded in satisfaction. Take this. With that, a storage ring appeared in Lin Shanha's hand. Within it are some cultivation resources you will find useful. These should suffice to help you reach the returning origin realm. Lin Huangyi took the ring. Casting a sweeping glance within, the resources were piled together like a small mountain that he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, it is pleasant to bask in the shade of a great tree. Having a powerful backing is indeed delightful. If this venerable ancestor had always guarded the Lin clan, how could it have fallen into such decline? Had he been nurtured under the guidance of this ancestor, perhaps his current cultivation would have already reached the realm of celestial movement, or even beyond. Thank you, venerable ancestor. Lin Shanha said, come closer. Lin Huangyi approached that moment. Lin Shanha pointed at Lin Huangyi's brow. Instantly, a torrent of immense information surged into Lin Huangyi's mind. This was the alchemical inheritance of Lin Shanha. His methods of refining elixirs and numerous ancient formulas were all embedded within this legacy. To fully grasp these teachings would undoubtedly require an immense amount of time. Once the transmission was complete, Lin Shanha transformed into a mark and merged into Lin Huangyi's body. This Dan Tower was the heart of the Mountain River secret repository. And together with the Mountain River token, it constituted a supreme treasure. IT has now been passed to you. I hope you can lead the Lin clan towards a glorious future that moment. Lin Huangyi's cultivation began to ascend. The last vestige of power from the venerable ancestor elevated Lin Huangyi's cultivation from the 8th layer of the Qi condensation realm to the 9th layer, placing him just a step away from the spirit transformation realm. Lin Huangyi sat cross-legged, commencing the consolidation of his cultivation, as well as refining the Dan Tower to completely master the Mountain River secret repository. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware that numerous prodigies outside the Dan Tower awaited his emergence. Once he stepped outside, he would be besieged by the crowd. Even with his newly attained 9th layer cultivation, he lacked absolute confidence in confronting so many talented individuals. Yet what troubled Lin Huangyi the most were not the individuals within the Mountain River secret repository. His greatest threat lay with those old geezers outside the repository. They posed the true peril. One must understand how precious the inheritance of the Mountain River secret repository is. Those old fellows were coming for it. Once he stepped out, he would undoubtedly attract the pursuit and interception of various factions. If he was unprepared, he might find himself trapped in a dead end upon exiting. After several breaths, Lin Huangyi had completely refined the Dan Tower. The mountain river token had fused with the Dan Tower. It turned out that when combined, they formed the Mountain River Tower, which was indeed a supreme treasure, seemingly only a fragment of its entirety. Lin Huangyi was utterly astonished. The origins of the Mountain River Tower were extraordinary. Even in its incomplete state, it was already immensely powerful. How terrifying would its full form be? It was beyond imagination. It appeared that his venerable ancestor possessed profound depth. The past glory of the Lin clan was not mere talk. Because of this, Lin Huangyi grew increasingly curious about the Lin clan. What secrets did it hold? What lay hidden in the ancestral grounds? What force in the upper realms targeted the Lin clan? Where were his parents? What identity and background did his mother possess? Numerous mysteries awaited his discovery. It seemed he had gained many more objectives, not only seeking revenge against Zhao Bingxian after enhancing his cultivation. Lin Huangyi took a deep breath, preparing to exit. Looking at the earth flame beast, which lay prone on the ground, he said, "Huh, get up. The venerable ancestor has already departed. Why are you still pretending to be dead? We are about to leave this place." The earth flame beast then stood up, snorting, "That old bastard. If it weren't for this emperor's cultivation not being restored, I would have certainly beaten him to a pulp." Lin Huangyi chuckled, "How about I summon the ancestor's avatar, and you can get another try?" The earth flame beast retorted fiercely, "Try? Hurry up and open this damned place. This emperor can hardly wait to get out. My beautiful beasts are waiting for my affection." Seeing its anxious demeanor, Lin Huangyi couldn't help but secretly laugh, thinking that what awaited it outside might not be beautiful beasts but rather a flurry of blades and fists. Possibly even life-threatening. The Dan Tower opened. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the exit. Lin Huangyi, accompanied by the Earth Flame Beast, slowly emerged. The Earth Flame Beast looked at the densely packed crowd ahead and remarked, "So many have come to welcome you. It seems you are doing quite well." Lin Huangyi whispered, "Diga, it's your turn to shine. These are all enemies, here to kill me." The Earth Flame Beast's expression darkened. "So, these are your foes?" Lin Huangyi replied, "Not exactly foes. They all seek to seize the inheritance." The Earth Flame Beast declared, "Leave it all to me. They're merely a bunch of insignificant characters. Watch this emperor perform." From a distance, Tai Tu and Zhao Xiaoman spotted Lin Huangyi and immediately approached him. The Earth Flame Beast, seeing someone coming close, was ready to strike. Lin Huangyi hurriedly stopped it, saying, "Diga, hold on. These two are allies." Zhao Xiaoman glanced at the Earth Flame Beast with some surprise and said, "Lang Jun, congratulations on obtaining the inheritance." Tai Tu took a look at the Earth Flame Beast, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from it left him in shock. A battle pet! He never expected Lin Huangyi to have such fortune in acquiring a battle pet, and a remarkably powerful one at that, definitely surpassing the spirit transformation realm. This was likely a beast of the 5th rank or higher. With such a battle pet, facing the onslaught of the crowd would be considerably easier. "Lin, brother, your cultivation?" Just moments ago, his attention had been on the Earth Flame Beast, but upon seeing Lin Huangyi, he was astounded. Lin Huangyi's cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the Qi condensation realm. This speed of advancement was astonishing, evoking envy in others. Zhao Xiaoman exclaimed, "Lang Jun, you've broken through to the Qi condensation realm. And it's the 9th layer." Lin Huangyi smiled slightly and replied, "Just luck that at this moment." Everyone present fixed their gazes on Lin Huangyi, filled with jealousy. He had obtained the inheritance, reaped immense benefits, and his cultivation had soared from the innate realm to the 9th layer of the Qi condensation realm in an instant, evoking great envy. "Lin Huangyi, hand over the inheritance, and I will spare your life." "Indeed, Lin Huangyi, if you wish to live, you must surrender the inheritance." Lin Huangyi regarded the crowd with a cold smile, saying, "So many of you desire the inheritance? Yet it exists in a singular form. How do you propose to divide it? From the resources within the Dan Tower, simply take them out, and we can share equally." "Well said, let's bring it out and divide it. Everyone gets a share." Lin Huangyi laughed heartily. "You are merely dreaming. If you want the inheritance, come and take it by your own merit. Everyone, attack together, kill him." Immediately, several individuals charged forward. Lin Huangyi let out a cold snort, and with a sweep of his sword, a blade of energy sliced through, cleanly and decisively slaying his attackers. Lin Huangyi pointed his sword forward. Who else wishes to meet their demise? Several prodigies were swiftly dispatched, causing the onlookers to freeze in fear, hesitant to advance, and one wished to walk into their own death at AKT this moment. Yi Jinbei slowly stepped forward. The crowd parted to make way. Yi Jinbei said, "You are Lin Huangyi, ninth layer of the Qi condensation realm. Quite impressive, though merely adequate." Lin Huangyi narrowed his eyes. This fellow possessed formidable strength, having surpassed the spirit transformation realm. Beside him, Taitu spoke up. "He is Yi Jinbei, ranked 36th on the Divine Martial Earth list, in the third layer of the spirit transformation realm. He is slain too in the celestial movement realm, and has since gained the favor of the martial marquis, now possessing unfathomable strength." Lin Huangyi coldly replied, "Rank 36th? And what of it? Do you also wish to seize the inheritance?" Yi Jinbei said, "It is merely the alchemical inheritance. It holds little value that I can offer you an opportunity. Follow me and become my retainer." Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi burst into laughter. "You dare to think I would become your retainer? What are you, to deserve that?" Yi Jinbei's expression turned icy, his eyes glinting with malice. I could see this moment. A retainer beside Yi Jinbei immediately shouted, "Lin Huangyi, you seek death. Do you know, to become young Master Ye's retainer is a privilege. Do not be ungrateful." Another retainer shouted, "Lin Huangyi, who do you think you are? Such audacity. Young Master Yi holds a position of great esteem, one that is not to be sullied by your insults. Bow down and offer your apologies to young Master Yi at once." Lin Huangyi coldly retorted, "Get lost. I have no habit of being anyone's dog." Yi Jinbei was equally incensed. "Lin Huangyi, who granted you the audacity to act so brazenly before me? You are courting death." With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Yi Jinbei, a potent force that surged towards Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi summoned the innate sword energy within him to withstand Yi Jinbei's oppressive might, and then addressed the earth flame beast, "Digo, this brat named Yi is yours to handle." The earth flame beast glanced over and remarked, "This boy is no simple opponent. He emanates the aura of a fifth-tier exotic beast." Lin Huangyi inquired, "Are you afraid?" The earth flame beast immediately retorted, "Afraid? Me? What nonsense! I am a divine beast. What is his battle pet to me? Once I reveal my true form, his pet will immediately cower and lick my toes." Lin Huangyi replied, "Then I shall await your performance." The earth flame beast refused, saying, "I won't act without benefits. You dream of having me fight for free? Not a chance, not even a window." Lin Huangyi scoffed, "Just empty boasts. You are less than a dog." The earth flame beast fumed, "You dare belittle me?" Lin Huangyi's words incensed the earth flame beast, which stepped forward and glared at Yi Jinbei. "What are you shouting about?" "Lin, with me protecting you, if you wish to live. Get lost. Otherwise, I shall devour you." Yi Jinbei's expression hardened. The exotic beast before him instilled a sense of threat to fifth tier, undeniably fifth tier. But so what? Lin Huangyi, do you think that this fifth-tier beast can save you? Naive. Yi Jinbei produced a beast-taming token, and a flash of light revealed a blazing lion. Its massive form loomed as large as an elephant, making the earth flame beast appear diminutive in comparison. "Flame, go kill that dog!" Roar! The blazing lion bellowed and charged at the earth flame beast. The latter, sensing the threat, enlarged its form and swatted at the oncoming lion with a paw. Taken by surprise, the blazing lion was struck squarely. Its jaw twisted askew to eye in that moment. Lin Huangyi also made his move. Seizing the initiative, he activated the Mountain River Array, unleashing formidable power. With a swing of the void-cleaving sword, he unleashed a terrifying sword aura aimed directly at Yi Jinbei. Yi Jinbei's face changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin Huangyi's shameless ambush. The pressure from the Mountain River Array hindered his strength. Faced with Lin Huangyi's fearsome strike, he was filled with trepidation. Drawing his long knife, he countered with a domineering slash. The clash of blade and sword aura resulting in both combatants being pushed back several steps. At this juncture, Yi Jinbei regarded Lin Huangyi with deep caution. Though suppressed by the Mountain River Array, he recognized Lin Huangyi's extraordinary prowess. It must be noted that Lin Huangyi was merely at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, while he himself was at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, Lin Huangyi hailed from this desolate region. whereas he originated from the central continent, where spiritual energy and cultivation resources differed vastly. If given the same resources, would Lin Huani not surpass him? This thought ignited a fierce killing intent in Yi Jinbei's eyes. He must eliminate Lin Huani. Lin Huani, how dare you lay hands on me? You are courting death. Today, I will surely kill you. Yi Jinbei's murderous resolve solidified, unleashing his full power with the destruction godblade. Lin Huani's expression grew grave. Things had escalated. He had to admit that Yi Jinbei's ranking as the 36th on the divine martial list was not merely for show. This strike transcended the spirit transformation realm. Most practitioners at the heavenly movement realm would struggle to withstand it. Lin Huani understood that he could not meet this attack head-on. He must evade its edge. Were they outside the Mountain River secret mansion? Lin Huani would need to exercise caution. However, here within the Mountain River secret mansion, it was his domain. Even true heavenly movement realm experts would have to bow before him. Why, Yi Jinbei, I must concede your strength. But you have overlooked one crucial detail. This is the Mountain River secret mansion, and I am its heir. This is my territory. Lin Huani raised his hand, causing the Dan Tower to tremble as if a great mountain were quaking. Cracks appeared in the ground, prompting everyone to retreat. Mountain River Tower, suppress him. The Mountain River Tower soared into the air, hurtling towards Yi Jinbei. Everyone was taken aback, including Yi Jinbei. This was sheer cheating. They had forgotten just how formidable the Mountain River Tower was. Especially within the confines of the Mountain River secret mansion. The Mountain River Tower commanded the very essence of a land, governing the yin and yang, and severing the heavens and earth. The power of the Mountain River suppressed all. Yi Jinbei felt a life-threatening crisis and unleashed his trump cards. Talismans erupted forth, striving to counter this terrifying blow. Crack, crack. Even so, it was insufficient to withstand Lin Huani's might that he struggled desperately, teetering on the edge of life and death. Lin Huani, if you dare kill me, know that I am the heir of the Yi clan of the central continent. Should you slay me, the entire Yun city and even the northern region will be in turmoil, leaving no stone unturned in retribution. He knew he was outmatched and could only resort to threatening Lin Huani with the safety of Yun city and the northern region to save his own life. Lin Huani laughed heartily. What do I care for Yun city or the northern region? If you dare to strike at me, it is a path to death that a killer must face the consequences. I shall see what happens when I kill you. What can the Yi clan of the central continent do to me? Lin Huani summoned the void, cleaving sword once more. Sword rise, the sword soared forth. A flash of light slicing through the air, the void cleaving sword cleaved through Yi Jinbei's neck, and in the next moment, a head was severed. Why, Yi Jinbei was dead. A once prominent scion of the Yi clan had fallen. Heavens, young Master Yi is dead. Lin Huani, you are finished. The entirety of Yun City, nay, the northern region, will fall to ruin because you dared to slay young Master Yi. Two attendants, witnessing Yi Jinbei's demise, were driven to madness. The esteemed heir of the Yi clan had perished in this remote corner of Yun City. The death of the Yi scion was a calamity of monumental proportions. The two attendants rushed towards Lin Huani, knowing that returning empty-handed would mean certain death, and a grim fate awaited them. Lin Huani's gaze turned icy as he swung the void, cleaving sword again, a flash of light, and the two met their end. The death of Yi Jinbei left everyone in shock. Not only the onlookers, but even Tai Tu and Zhao Xiaoman were rendered speechless. Why, Yi Jinbei, despite being only at the third level of the spirit transformation realm, had combat prowess that surpassed ordinary practitioners at the heavenly movement realm. Yet he had been decapitated by Lin Huani's sword. The brutality of his demise was hard to fathom, as if caught in a dream. Such audacity would surely unleash a storm of bloodshed across Yun City and the northern region. The Yi clan of the central continent wielded immense power, with the death of young Master Yi. How could they possibly remain passive? With Yi Jinbei's death, his battle pet could not survive either. It was soon dispatched by the Earth Flame Beast. The inner core was extracted and consumed in a single gulp. The Earth Flame Beast approached Lin Huani, holding the massive form of the blazing lion, and said, Lin, well done. This little one's inner core shall be consumed by me, and its flesh will make for a delightful feast. Lin Huani nodded. waving his hand to retrieve the corporeal form of the blazing lion. This moment, the crowd, who originally sought to seize Lin Huangyi's legacy, fell utterly silent. Meanwhile, Su Yi and Fang Xiaoan, perceiving the peril, had already departed. Despite their deep-seated enmity towards Lin Huangyi, the display of his formidable prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. The remaining individuals hastily activated their teleportation, vacating the vast arena in short order, leaving only a handful behind. Tai Tu glanced at the corpses of Yi Zhunbei and the others, swallowing hard as he remarked, "Brother Lin, you have stirred a great calamity. The Yi clan will not let this go unpunished." Zhao Xiaoman offered a bitter smile, saying, "My lord, Yi Zhunbei is of no ordinary lineage. The Yi clan in the Central State is immensely powerful, rivaling even the Divine Sword sect. Having slain him, you will find it difficult to escape retribution. Once we emerge from the Mountain River secret mansion, you must leave swiftly." Lin Huangyi replied, "What of the Yi clan? Should they come, I shall kill one. Should two come, I shall slay a pair. I will inevitably venture to the Central State. This city is too small, as is the northern region. Moreover, I must seek my parents, which will lead me to the Central State sooner or later." Tai Tu cautioned, "Brother Lin, you may not comprehend the terrifying nature of the Yi clan. Let me put it this way. The Tianyun Mansion is the strongest faction in the northern region. Yet when faced with the Yi clan, it pales in comparison. Although the mansion's lord, Zhao Yuntian, possesses remarkable strength, he must bow in deference before the Yi clan, refraining from any arrogance." Lin Huangyi was aware of Yi Zhunbei's extraordinary background, but had no choice but to kill him. Furthermore, given the current situation, there were no alternatives. The deed was done, and there was no point in lamenting it. Lin Huangyi asserted, "You all should leave. I shall bear the consequences alone to prevent implicating you." Tai Tu responded, "Brother Lin, your words imply that you underestimate me." Tai Tu, "As brothers, we naturally share both fortune and adversity. That if I were to abandon you, what would that say about our brotherhood?" Zhao Xiaoman added, "I will not leave. The Yi clan dares not act against me." Lin Huangyi felt a surge of gratitude, but reiterated, "Tai Tu, Xiaoman, following me would only be a burden. Though the Yi clan is formidable, I am not afraid. It will not be so easy for them to kill me. On the contrary, if they capture you and force my hand, that would be disastrous." Upon hearing these words, both fell silent. Lin Huangyi spoke the truth. Should the Yi clan strike, they would undoubtedly send their strongest. Although the two were exceptional among their peers, facing a Yi clan powerhouse would be an entirely different matter. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. After a moment of hesitation, Tai Tu clasped his hands and said, "Brother Lin, take care. I shall depart first." With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Xiaoman then urged, "My lord, come with me. I will seek my masteress assistance if she is willing to intervene. Even the Yi clan would not dare to harm you." Lin Huangyi shook his head. Zhao Xiaoman's background was shrouded in mystery. On the surface, she was the saintess of the underworld mansion, but her true affiliations were undoubtedly complex. One thing was certain: the forces behind her were not of the righteous path. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Huangyi did not wish to rely on Zhao Xiaoman. He assured her, "Xiaoman, do not worry. The Yi clan cannot harm me. Go, I will be fine." Zhao Xiaoman, seeing his resolute demeanor, replied, "Then you must be cautious. If anything happens to you, I will ensure the Yi clan suffers immensely." With that, Zhao Xiaoman left the Mountain River secret mansion without a backward glance. The Earth Flame beast grunted, "These two young ones possess considerable strength. If their backing were to assist you, your burdens would be lighter. Why must you drive them away?" Lin Huangyi retorted, "I, Lin Huangyi, prefer to face my challenges alone. I do not require the strength of others." The Earth Flame beast scoffed, "Nonsense. A single person's power is limited, and your strength is still insufficient to contend against many foes. The principle of 2 fists cannot oppose 4 hands. Do you not understand?" Lin Huangyi smiled and said, "I may not be able to face many now, but I will be able to in the future." The Earth Flame beast replied, "Confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance can lead to arrogance. I have heard of the Yi clan. Even in the upper realms, they are a dominant force. The young man you killed, with his remarkable talent and imperial bloodline, was surely a key target for the Yi clan. You have slain him, and the entire clan will surely go mad with rage." Lin Huangyi regarded the earth flame beast. Despite its words, there was no trace of fear in its gaze. After all, was not the emperor still present? Surely the Yi clan, with your strength, would not be of concern, correct? The earth flame beast raised its head proudly, saying, "Indeed, the Yi clan is nothing before me. Were I at my full strength, they would not dare to act recklessly." However, it then added, "But right now, I am significantly weakened and have yet to recover. Should I encounter a practitioner of the divine realm, I would be at a loss and would have no choice but to flee." Lin Huangyi chuckled. "You, the divine beast, would flee? How could that be?" The earth flame beast rolled its eyes, stating, "I am not foolish. Why would I engage in a fight I know I cannot win? That would be tantamount to seeking death." Foolishness, that said, the young girl carries a trace of underworld energy. If her backing were to intervene, the Yi clan would be easily dealt with. Of course, if your ancestor were to act, you would be safe. Lin Huangyi inquired, "What force stand behind Xiaoman?" "Do you know, Emperor?" The earth flame beast replied, "I know a bit." Lin Huangyi pressed, "Do tell." The earth flame beast shook its head. "Knowing too much would not benefit you." Lin Huangyi conceded, "If you choose not to share, then so be it. Let us depart. Emperor, are you prepared to flee?" Moments later, Lin Huangyi emerged outside the Mountain River secret mansion. Upon his appearance, he drew the attention of the crowd. News of his slaying of Yi Zhenbei had already spread far and wide. After all, so many had witnessed it, and attempting to conceal the information was utterly futile. He was indeed a ruthless figure, daring to kill even the son of the Yi clan, a true embodiment of ferocity. Lin Liang and the other members of the Lin clan rushed forward, asking, "Patriarch, are you unharmed? I have heard that you killed the Yi clan's heir." Yi Zhenbei. "Is this true?" Lin Huangyi nodded. "It is true. He sought to kill me, and I struck him down." Lin Liang's expression shifted dramatically. "This is dire. Patriarch, you must flee. Leave this place at once, as long as you remain alive. Our Lin clan will have hope." With the confirmation of Yi Zhenbei's death, it was clear that the Lin clan would face retribution from the Yi clan of the Central State. The Lin clan was weak and could not possibly contend with the might of the Yi clan. Should they act, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Once the Yi clan strongmen made their move, the Lin clan could be annihilated in an instant. Lin Huangyi felt utterly helpless. He, himself, could escape, but the Lin clan was not so fortunate that the solution needed to be devised. He turned his gaze to one person, Yi Hongyan, the Sword Sovereign. The only force capable of protecting the Lin clan was Yi Hongyan of the Divine Sword sect. While the Yi clan was indeed powerful, they held a significant degree of caution towards the Divine Sword sect. At this moment, Su Yi, standing behind Yi Hongyan, glared at Lin Huangyi with seething anger. When their eyes met, he exclaimed, "Lin Huangyi, you have offended the Yi clan. You are doomed. Master, this fool has no understanding of the heavens and earth, having killed the Yi clan's heir, Yi Zhenbei. We should seize him and hand him over to the Yi clan. We would surely gain much in return." Why? Yi Hongyan shot Su Yi a cold glance, silencing him immediately. Lin Huangyi addressed Yi Hongyan, "Senior Yi, may I request a word in private?" Yi Hongyan nodded, and the two stepped aside. In that moment, Yi Hongyan noticed that Lin Huangyi's cultivation had ascended to the qi condensation realm, having risen from the innate realm to the 9th level of qi condensation in a remarkably short time. Even with Lin Shanha's alchemical inheritance, this was astonishing. Moreover, it was evident that Lin Huangyi's bloodline power had significantly recovered. Though not entirely restored, it was impressive enough. Otherwise, he could not have slain Yi Zhenbei. Among the younger generation, while Yi Zhenbei was not considered the pinnacle, he was certainly among the elite. Why? Yi Hongyan inquired, "Are you now willing to become my disciple?" Lin Huangyi replied, "I have killed many, including Yi Zhenbei of the Yi clan and Dongfang Yan of the alchemy sect. Even your disciple Su Yi nearly perished in my hands. Senior, would you still wish to take me as a disciple?" "That would certainly offend many. And can you withstand the pressure from the Yi clan and the alchemy sect?" Yi Hongyan fell into silence. "This young man is truly a madman. I had misjudged him at that time. His talent is indeed terrifying. However, this young man is unruly. If I were to take him as a disciple, I fear that I would have to clean up after him every day." That moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Little fellow, since she is unwilling to accept you as her disciple, I shall take you under my wing. From this day forth, you shall be the true disciple of Gongsun Yulan." Following this, a woman clad in white silk appeared before them. Yi Hongyan immediately furrowed her brows and coldly addressed the newcomer. "Gongsun Yulan, do you wish to oppose me?" Gongsun Yulan replied, "Oppose you? Yi Hongyan, do not be so self-important that if you refuse to accept him as a disciple, do you think you can prevent him from becoming my student?" Yi Hongyan retorted angrily, "Gongsun Yulan, he is my disciple. What chaos are you trying to create?" Gongsun Yulan declared, "What do you mean, your disciple? He is now my disciple, the true disciple of Gongsun Yulan." Gongsun Yulan looked at Lin Huangyi and said, "Disciple, let us depart. If there are any issues, your master will resolve them." Yi Hongyan, in a fit of rage, drew her sword and pointed it at Gongsun Yulan, saying, "Do you wish to duel with me? If it comes to battle." Who was afraid? Gongsun Yulan was not one to be trifled with either. Both were elders of the Divine Sword sect, and among the three great female sword cultivators of the sect, their strength was formidable. It was well known that the two had never gotten along. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. These two female sword cultivators were actually about to fight over Lin Huangyi. Standing aside, was filled with resentment and envy. If Lin Huangyi became a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, whether under Yi Hongyan or Gongsun Yulan, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Even the Knight clan of Zhongzhou would have to consider the Divine Sword sect stance before acting. After all, the Divine Sword sect was not weak. Of course, the younger generation might still attempt to target Lin Huangyi, provided they were not among the ancient relics. But given Lin Huangyi's current strength, there were not many among the younger generation capable of defeating him, as the two women appeared ready to clash. Lin Huangyi interjected, "Elders, please do not be angry. Young man, speak up. Whom do you wish to serve as your master?" Both women fixed their gazes on Lin Huangyi. "You must think carefully before you answer." They warned. Both were formidable and domineering in their own right. Choosing one would inevitably offend the other. In truth, Lin Huangyi leaned toward selecting Gongsun Yulan. After all, if he became Yi Hongyan's disciple, how would he resolve the enmity with Su Yi? That was a dilemma. That if he became Yi Hongyan's disciple and entered the Divine Sword sect, Su Yi would likely scheme against him at every turn. Once they became sworn brothers, it would be challenging to seek revenge. "Why not become my disciple?" At this moment, another voice emerged. Yi Hongyan and Gongsun Yulan's expressions shifted instantly as they turned to look at the newcomer. They both bowed in respect. The figure appeared before them in an instant. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse that it was yet another woman, dressed in simple training attire. Compared to the other two, her beauty was equally striking, and though clad in modest garb, she exuded an ethereal grace. "My heavens! I can't believe all three of the Divine Sword sect's great female sword cultivators are here. Lin Huangyi truly that exceptional." The crowd was consumed with envy. The three great female sword cultivators of the Divine Sword sect were vying to take him as a disciple. Among them, the most powerful and esteemed was Xianyuan Songhai, who was also the martial aunt of Yi Hongyan and Gongsun Yulan. Her position in the Divine Sword sect was exceedingly high, second only to the sect leader. Xianyuan Songhai had never taken a disciple before. Who would have expected her to descend the mountain this time, and for the sake of accepting a disciple? What qualifications did Lin Huangyi possess to attract such fierce competition among three women? Jealousy burned fiercely within Su Yi, who stared intently at Lin Huangyi, silently urging him not to agree. He understood that if Lin Huangyi consented to become Xianyuan Songhai's disciple, his chances of exacting revenge would be utterly diminished. Xianyuan Songhai's status within the Divine Sword sect was simply too elevated. Moreover, even the Knight clan would hesitate to act against Lin Huangyi. "Elder, do you truly wish to accept me as your disciple?" "Naturally, but I have killed many and offended numerous factions." Xianyuan Songhai spoke with an authoritative tone. "How many have you killed? Which factions have you offended?" "I, Xianyuan Songhai, will bear it all. In the future, should you kill, I will clean up after you. Who dares to defy? I will strike them down." Given her declaration, if Lin Huangyi still hesitated, he would be a fool. I am willing. Yi Hongyan and Gongsun Yulan had both wished to take Lin Huangyi as a disciple. But with Xianyuan Songhai's appearance, they lost all interest. Xianyuan Songhai remarked, Then you shall no longer refer to me as elder, disciple. You may greet your master. Lin Huangyi marveled at the unexpected turn of events. Not only had he acquired the inheritance of the Mountain River secret mansion, but he now also had the Divine Sword Sect as his backing. With the protection of the Divine Sword Sect, even the Knight Clan and the Alchemy Sect would have to think thrice before acting against him. Particularly, the Lin Clan of Yunqing would be shielded by the Divine Sword Sect, making it impossible for the Knight Clan and Alchemy Sect to act against him. To seek revenge, he would only need to enhance his own strength. Good, very good. Xianyuan Songhai was overjoyed and said to Lin Huangyi, "Now, you are my only true disciple." Yi Hongyan expressed, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring such a fine disciple." Gongsun Yulan added, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring such a fine disciple." The crowd erupted in congratulatory remarks. Those who had hoped to seize Lin Huangyi's inheritance now dared not speak a word in the presence of Xianyuan Songhai. Who would dare to act against Lin Huangyi? It would be tantamount to courting death. One must understand that Xianyuan Songhai's strength was terrifying even within the Divine Sword Sect. And one dared to confront her. Xianyuan Songhai nodded. "Thank you." She then turned to Lin Huangyi and said, "With your innate sword bones and divine bloodline, excellent, excellent. That Songhai Peak shall have a worthy successor." It was evident that Xianyuan Songhai was in a remarkably good mood at this moment. Only Hong Yin and Gongsun Yulan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in their hearts. After all, they had finally found a promising talent, only to have him snatched away, which naturally left them feeling resentful. Yet, there was no recourse. After all, the visitor was Xianyuan Songhai, their martial aunt, who had never taken a disciple before. Even the ancient figures within the Divine Sword Sect would not dare to challenge Xianyuan Songhai. Suyi gazed at Lin Huangyi, knowing that avenging his grievances would be exceedingly difficult. With Xianyuan Songhai's protection, Lin Huangyi could walk freely within the Divine Sword Sect, and, indeed, across the entire Divine Martial Continent. As long as he did not court danger. Only in certain secret realms or during sect assessments could anyone lay a hand on Lin Huangyi. His enmity towards Lin Huangyi would have to be suppressed for the time being. Su Ye's gaze did not escape Lin Huangyi's notice. He relished this feeling, being so deeply loathed yet untouchable. The sensation of having backing and support was truly exhilarating. Everyone present was consumed by jealousy towards Lin Huangyi. The feeling of being the center of attention was undeniably delightful. "Come, disciple, let us return to the Divine Sword Sect. After the formal disciple ceremony, you shall be my true disciple." Xianyuan Songhai was almost impatient. "Master, there are still many matters I need to resolve. Therefore, I must delay my return to the Divine Sword Sect for a while. That I hope for your understanding," Lin Huangyi replied, despite his desire to go to the Divine Sword Sect immediately. He still had unresolved matters, especially concerning Lin Yue, who remained within the Lin clan. He wondered whether she had awakened yet. Xianyuan Songhai slightly furrowed her brow and asked, "What matters do you still have to address? After the master-disciple ceremony is concluded, would it be acceptable to return later?" Lin Huangyi said with a bitter smile, "Master, there's no need to rush to the Shunjian sect. How about I make a brief visit back to the Lin clan in Yunqing before accompanying you to the Xinjian sect?" Xianyuan Songhai replied, "In 1 month's time, the sect's grand competition will take place, and time is of the essence. Within this month, you must elevate your cultivation to the spirit transformation realm. It has been over a century since Songhai Peak last participated in the sect competition. This time, we must secure the top position and attain first place." Lin Huangyi confidently asserted, "A mere sect competition. As long as Master grants me a little time, securing first place will be a mere formality." Xianyuan Songhai was both surprised and pleased by Lin Huangyi's unwavering confidence. "Disciple, you appear quite self-assured, but your current strength is still lacking. The true disciples of the Shunjian sect's 9 mansions and 13 peaks are all exceptionally powerful. The weakest among them has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, while the strongest have ascended to the peak of the heavenly journey realm. Furthermore, the sect's champion has already attained the divine aspect realm. Do you still consider this simple?" Lin Huangyi was momentarily taken aback that he had not anticipated the true disciples of the Shunjian sect to be so formidable. The weakest among them had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. How astonishing! This meant that someone like Su Yi, who ranked at the bottom, was virtually insignificant. Lin Huangyi was only acquainted with Su Yi, whose talent and strength were indeed remarkable. Yet even he could not compete. The Xinjiang sect was truly formidable. In comparison, the Tianjin prefecture was vastly inferior. Lin Huangyi scratched his head and remarked, "Well, this should not pose too much of a problem, as long as Master provides sufficient resources. Breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm within a month should be entirely feasible as for the heavenly journey realm. It may be a bit challenging, but not impossible. Since you possess such confidence, I shall trust you." Xianyuan Songhai nodded. In that case, I will accompany you for a while to help you address any remaining matters." Lin Huangyi's acceptance into the Xinjiang sect had become a certainty. In the Tianjin prefecture, Luo Yi's expression darkened. He felt a deep bitterness within. Why had he agreed to send Lin Huangyi away from the Tianjin prefecture? Now, the prefecture had lost an extraordinary prodigy, and a swordsman at that. He wondered what the prefecture lord was thinking to have let Lin Huangyi go. Sigh. Luo Yi could only sigh. It was now impossible to bring Lin Huangyi back to the Tianjin prefecture. There was no remedy for regret. He would have to think of ways to strengthen their relationship. Fortunately, he had not offended Lin Huangyi before. Otherwise, if he sought revenge against the Tianjin prefecture, it would be even more troublesome. However, Lin Huangyi's expulsion from the Tianjin prefecture would surely create a rift, and he must work diligently to mend their relationship. Upon returning, he would have the prefecture lord recruit some members of the Lin clan into the Tianjin prefecture. He would also need to have the prefecture lord extend certain privileges to the Lin clan, such as providing protection for them, which might help restore his relationship with Lin Huangyi, in contrast to Luo Yi's concerns. Lin Liang and the others were filled with joy. Just moments ago, they were deeply worried and even regretted making Lin Huangyi the clan leader, but now their emotions were a roller coaster ride. Their hearts could scarcely bear the fluctuations. Now that Lin Huangyi had become a disciple of Xianyuan Songhai from the Xinjiang sect, it meant that the Lin clan was secure, with the protection of the Xinjiang sect. How could the Yi clan of Zhongzhou dare to act against them? They would certainly not risk provoking the Xinjiang sect by targeting Lin Huangyi. This signified the lifting of the Lin clan's life and death crisis, and they no longer needed to worry. Lin Huangyi pondered for a moment and said to Xianyuan Songhai, "Master, these matters are trivial. I would not dare to trouble you that I can handle them myself." "Very well," Xianyuan Songhai replied. "Once you have resolved your affairs, come find me at the Xinjiang sect." Xianyuan Songhai produced a token and handed it to Lin Huangyi. "This is my identity token. When you arrive at the Xinjiang sect, present it, and no one will dare to obstruct you." Lin Huangyi accepted the token and nodded. "Thank you, Master. This token also carries a trace of my sword intent, that in times of danger, it may save your life." Once Xianyuan Songhai and the others departed, only the Lin clan members and Luo Yi remained. Those who had been spectating also dispersed. After all, Lin Huangyi had become a disciple of Xianyuan Songhai from the Xinjiang sect. Who would dare to act against him now? Luo Yi looked at Lin Huangyi and said, "Lin Huangyi, since you have already joined the Xinjiang sect, I shall no longer insist on your return to the Tianjin prefecture. However, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. As for the Lin clan, I will watch over them until you leave Yunqing for the Xinjiang sect." Lin Huangyi replied, "Thank you, Elder Luo." This was a gesture of goodwill from Luo Yi, which Lin Huangyi naturally would not refuse. After all, the distance between the Xinjiang sect and the Lin clan was considerable. If any issues arose, it would be impossible to address them promptly. Having the Tianjin prefecture oversee matters would certainly be much better. Luo Yi said, "No need for formalities. After all, you're also a disciple of the Tianjin prefecture." With that, Luo Yi turned to leave that moment. Zhou Weihua from the Dying Kingdom spoke up, "Young Master Lin, I previously mentioned that if you were willing to join our Dying Kingdom, I would grant you the position of General of the Tiger Guards. However, your status has now changed. The position of General is no longer befitting of you. Nonetheless, I have already contacted the kingdom as ruler, and if you wish to join our Dying Kingdom, you may become a prince, equal in status to me." This was an effort by the Dying Kingdom to win over Lin Huangyi, a fact Lin Huangyi was well aware of. The Dying Kingdom was merely an average dynasty in the northern region. not comparable to powerful factions like the Tianyin Prefecture, let alone the super sects like the Xinjiang sect. With his acceptance into the Xinjiang sect, Lin Huangyi's status would undoubtedly rise significantly. If Lin Huangyi could become a prince of the Dying Kingdom, it would be an immense boon for the kingdom. After all, every powerful dynasty requires strong guardians or substantial backing. Lin Huangyi's exceptional talent and boundless potential meant that if he became a prince of the Dying Kingdom and later ascended to become a superpowerhouse, the kingdom would reap unimaginable benefits. Hence, Zhou Weihua was so eager to offer this. Lin Huangyi responded, "Thank you, Prince Hu, for your kind offer, but I cannot accept the title of Prince of the Dying Kingdom." Zhou Weihua replied, "Brother Lin, there is no need for modesty. If you are willing, the 4 major cities, including Yunqing, will be your fiefdom, and you will not need to concern yourself with the affairs of the royal estate. Others will handle them for you." Lin Huangyi understood that this was essentially a gift of goodwill. With a change in status comes numerous benefits. As a disciple of Xianyuan Songhai from the Xinjiang sect, countless individuals would seek to curry favor with him. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware of the myriad advantages this status would bring, but he also understood that it was merely superficial, an illusory bubble. Without sufficient strength, all of this could be easily shattered at this moment. Lin Liang spoke up, "Clan leader, you should agree. If Lin Huangyi becomes a prince of the Dying Kingdom, it would be tremendously beneficial for the Lin clan. At that time, the entire Yunqing will be Lin Huangyi's fiefdom, greatly aiding the development of the Lin clan. Before long, we could restore our former glory, which is what Lin Liang and the others have long aspired to." Zhou Weihua added, "Brother Lin, you should accept the offer." Seeing the enthusiasm of Lin Liang and the others, Lin Huangyi eventually nodded in agreement. After all, this was indeed a favorable development for the Lin clan. "Ha ha! Brother Lin, from now on, we will be like family. Whenever you have a time, do visit your brother's fief. I promise to treat you well with food and drink," Zhou Weihua exclaimed, delighted by Lin Huangyi's agreement. Upon hearing about the promise of good food and drink, the Dying Beast immediately perked up and exclaimed, "Good food and drink? Ah, splendid. I find myself quite hungry at this moment. Why not embark on our journey now? What are we waiting for? There is no better time than the present." Zhou Weihua inquired, "And who might this be?" The Earth Flame Beast responded, "I am the elder brother of Lin Huangyi. He is under my protection." Lin Huangyi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clarified, "This is my battle pet. Pay it no mind." The Earth Flame Beast bellowed angrily, "Lin Huangyi, do you wish to turn against me?" Lin Huangyi retorted, "All you do is eat. Once we return to the Lin clan, I'll ensure you are well fed." The Earth Flame Beast insisted, "I am already starving. I must eat now to make tea this moment." Zhou Weihua interjected, "Ah, esteemed beast, I happen to have some provisions here. If you wouldn't mind, I could offer you some." The Earth Flame Beast's mouth watered profusely as it exclaimed, "I wouldn't mind at all. Hurry and present it. I am utterly famished." Zhou Weihua promptly summoned his subordinates to bring forth an array of fish and meat. He was no fool. The battle pet before Lin Huangyi could articulate human speech, indicating its formidable nature. More importantly, Zhou Weihua could not discern its true strength even with his Qianxing realm cultivation, underscoring the beast's extraordinary power. Furthermore, given that it was Lin Huangyi's battle pet, it was wise to foster goodwill. For Zhou Weihua, having Lin Huangyi as a brother would significantly bolster his influence in the Dian dynasty, deterring those who might wish to challenge him. How could he possibly be stingy under such circumstances? "I am grateful. My brother, of course, becoming a foreign prince in the Dian dynasty is but a trivial matter for Lin Huangyi. However, the benefits it could bring to the Lin clan are indeed worthwhile, as it represents an investment from the Dian dynasty itself. Only the truly gifted receive such treatment, and now he too enjoys it." Once everyone had departed, Lin Huangyi and the members of the Lin clan left the Tianluan mountain range and returned to Yunqing, in the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Huangyi hurriedly entered, anxious about Lin Yuer's condition. Had she awakened? Upon pushing open the door, he found Lin Yuer already conscious, accompanied by a woman. This woman donned a long dress adorned with flowers, her beauty both elegant and dignified, exuding an air of superiority. Her cultivation was exceptionally high, nearly rivaling that of Yi Hongyan and others. Who could this be? What brings her here? Has Lin Yuer's unique bloodline been exposed? Countless questions raced through Lin Huangyi's mind. The woman regarded Lin Yuer and asked, "Is he your master?" Lin Huangyi remained on high alert, pondering the woman's origins and intentions. "Yuer, come here quickly." As Lin Yuer approached, he inquired, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The young clan leader, Lin Yuer, replied, "This is my elder sister, Chun Yuo from the Hundred Flower Valley. I owe my awakening to her assistance." Chun Yuo looked at Lin Huangyi and stated, "So, you are Lin Huangyi. You have arrived just in time. Lin Yuer will become my disciple in the Hundred Flower Valley and will accompany me there for training. Your master-servant relationship is hereby dissolved." Lin Huangyi's expression darkened. The dissolution of their master-servant bond was of little concern to him. He had never regarded Lin Yuer as merely a servant, but rather as family. However, Chun Yuo's tone was quite irksome. Besides, what was this Hundred Flower Valley? Lin Huangyi had never heard of it. Lin Yuer following her to the Hundred Flower Valley did not seem advantageous. Perhaps Chun Yuo was merely interested in Lin Yuer's special bloodline and wished to extract it. As he had experienced such situations before, the extraction of her bloodline would cause significant harm to Lin Yuer. Therefore, Lin Huangyi would not agree until he was certain of her intentions. "I have never heard of this Hundred Flower Valley. And as for my relationship with Lin Yuer, it is not for you to dictate. If Lin Yuer wishes to leave me or the Lin clan, she is free to make her own decisions." Upon hearing Lin Huangyi's words, Chun Yuo was instantly enraged. "You ignorant child, it is quite normal for someone as uninformed as you not to know of the Hundred Flower Valley. Let me enlighten you. The Hundred Flower Valley is a reclusive sect. The Tianyan Mansion pales in comparison. Any elder from the Hundred Flower Valley could easily obliterate it. Lin Yuer possesses a unique physique and exceptional talent, making her the ideal candidate for training in the Hundred Flower Valley. As for you, with your mediocre qualifications, you will no longer be on the same level as her. If you truly care for her, do not hinder her progress. At this point, Lin Yuer interjected, "Sister Yuo, you must not speak ill of the young clan leader. He possesses remarkable talent and was once the holy son of the Tianyan Mansion. He was simply wronged by malevolent forces that drained his bloodline and crippled his cultivation. Furthermore, I will not leave the young clan leader unless you agree to let him accompany us to the Hundred Flower Valley. Otherwise, I shall not go." Lin Yuer's words deeply touched Lin Huangyi. Drained of bloodline and crippled in cultivation, Chun Yuo was puzzled. Lin Huangyi was already at the 9th level of the Ganqi realm. He hardly appeared to be someone whose cultivation was rendered ineffective. However, in her eyes, the 9th level of the Ganqi realm was merely average and not particularly impressive. He was not even qualified to enter the Hundred Flower Valley, especially since the valley did not accept male disciples. She replied, "Do not be deceived by this fellow. He is merely at the 9th level of the Ganqi realm. How could he possibly have had his bloodline drained and cultivation crippled?" Lin Yuer, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Young clan leader, has your bloodline and cultivation fully recovered? That is truly wonderful." Lin Huangyi nodded. "Yes, my cultivation has completely recovered. And what does it matter? You will surpass him in your future cultivation." Lin Yuer was overjoyed. To her, Lin Huangyi was her everything. As long as he thrived, all would be well. How could I possibly compare to the young clan leader? Chun Yuo remarked, "Do not underestimate yourself. Your talent far surpasses his. With his abilities, he could at best reach the divine aspect realm. Attaining the returning origin realm would be a remarkable achievement for him. As for you, once you accompany me to the upper realm, you will be in entirely different worlds." Upper realm? Lin Huangyi seized upon this key phrase, and no wonder he had never heard of the Hundred Flower Valley. It was from the upper realm that it explained the woman's arrogance and disdain for others. What she currently exhibited was likely not her true strength. "Sister Yuo, if you do not allow the young clan leader to accompany us to the Hundred Flower Valley, then I shall not go." Lin Yuer reiterated her stance. Chun Yuo, filled with frustration, was incensed. "What merit does he possess to deserve such devotion from you?" Lin Yuer countered. "Without the young clan leader, there would be no Lin Yuer. Had it not been for the young clan leader, I would have perished long ago." Sighing, Chun Yuo said, "I will compensate him. Though his bloodline has been taken, he has regained some strength, yet his essence has been damaged. making future progress difficult. That I possess a divine-grade bloodline pill, which was originally prepared for you. I shall now give it to him as compensation. With this divine-grade pill, it will be sufficient to restore his bloodline and even elevate it further. Lin Huangyi was astonished upon hearing this, a divine-grade bloodline pill. If this were to be known, it would cause a frenzy. The revelation of such news would shake the entire divine martial continent. Divine-grade pills were exceedingly rare throughout the continent. Just one could forge a superlative powerhouse, especially for those nearing the end of their lifespans. Obtaining a divine-grade pill could rejuvenate them and grant them a new lease on life. Though Lin Yu did not fully comprehend, she understood the value of a divine-grade pill. It would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits to Lin Huangyi. She hesitated, aware of the pill's significance to him, yet reluctant to part ways with him. After much contemplation, she finally spoke. Sister Yurua, I am willing to accompany you to the 100-Flower Valley, but first, please give the pill to the young clan leader. Chun Yurong cast a glance at Lin Huangyi and said, You young lad, do you not realize the fortune accrued over countless lifetimes of cultivation that has led Yu to treat you in such a manner? Slowly, she produced a jade vial. Upon opening it, a rich surge of bloodline energy wafted forth. Merely inhaling its essence caused Lin Huangyi's own bloodline to begin absorbing it, resulting in a significant enhancement that he understood that this bloodline pill was undoubtedly genuine. Take it, Chen Yurong capped the vial and handed it to Lin Huangyi. The vial felt as if it bore immense weight. Is this bloodline pill truly beneficial for you? Lin Huangyi inquired. Chen Yurong replied. Somewhat irked, of course it is useful. It was prepared specifically for her. Wouldn't you agree? That is reassuring. Lin Huangyi inspected the pill, confirming its authenticity, before approaching Lin Yu and instructing, Yu, open your mouth, young clan leader. Lin Yu began, but before she could finish, Lin Huangyi placed the bloodline pill in her mouth. The pill was consumed in an instant. I could see that moment. Chen Yurong was taken aback, never expecting Lin Huangyi to part with such a precious item. This was indeed a divine-grade bloodline pill. Not only was it rare in the lower realms, but even in the higher realms, it was a treasure of great value. Even the 100 Flowers Valley possessed only 2 such pills. How could he be so generous? At that moment, Chen Yurong's gaze towards Lin Huangyi shifted. Young clan leader, why did you give me the pill? Lin Yu attempted to spit it out, but it was already too late. Fear not, this bloodline pill is far more beneficial for you. Once your cultivation improves, you will be able to protect me. Do you understand? Lin Huangyi smiled, for while the bloodline pill was indeed precious to an ordinary person, it held little significance for him. The power of the bloodline was not paramount to him. Were it not for circumstance, he would even wish to discard the bloodline of the three-eyed divine clan within him. But there are no buts. Lin Huangyi, aware of Lin Yu's unspoken concerns, interrupted her. He then turned to Chen Yurong, his tone becoming rather domineering. I consent. You may take Yu to the 100 Flowers Valley for her training. However, should I discover any mistreatment towards her, the entire 100 Flowers Valley shall be reduced to a wasteland. Upon hearing this, Chen Yurong couldn't help but chuckle. You speak with great bravado, but considering your genuine concern for Yu, I shall overlook your rudeness. Otherwise, such words would warrant your demise. Lin Huangyi let out a light laugh, exuding a formidable sword intent, standing there as if he were an unparalleled divine sword. That a sword cultivator? Chen Yurong's expression shifted slightly. No wonder he was so audacious and confident. It turned out he was a sword cultivator. In the realm of cultivation, sword cultivators were known for their dominance and fearsome combat prowess. They were exceedingly rare, and their path was fraught with challenges. Yet, among those of equal realm, sword cultivators were virtually invincible, without peer. Thus, they were often regarded with trepidation. Powerful sects favored sword cultivators above all. Should a prodigy of the sword path emerge, they would be fiercely contested by various factions. Chen Yurong waved her hand. Lin Huangyi immediately felt an overwhelming pressure that suppressed his sword energy, leaving him with a sense of frustration, as if his strength had nowhere to be applied. You are formidable, Lin Huangyi remarked, gazing at Chen Yurong. However, if you were to suffer any grievances, I would not spare you. Though my current cultivation may not match yours in time, I shall surpass you and stand at the pinnacle of the nine heavens realm. Such ambition, I truly admire. Chun Yurong nodded, her satisfaction evident. Confidence is essential on the path of cultivation. But mere confidence is insufficient. It remains to be seen if Lin Huangyi possesses the requisite capability. The path of the sword cultivator is arduous. I hope you can endure. Be candid. I previously hoped you would sever ties with Yuer. However, you have altered my perception of you. Were it not for your gender, I would have considered accepting you as a disciple of the Hundred Flowers Valley. Sister Ro, cannot the young clan leader also train in the Hundred Flowers Valley? Lin Yuer interjected. Chun Yurong shook her head. No, the Hundred Flowers Valley does not accept male disciples. Is a rule. However, if he wishes, I can introduce him to other factions. Lin Huangyi replied. There is no need. I am content to cultivate here in the lower realm. Besides, I already have a sect here. Focus on your training in the Hundred Flowers Valley. It won't be long before I ascend to the upper realm to find you. By then, I hope you will have acquired sufficient strength. Chun Yurong was somewhat taken aback. You wish to ascend to the upper realm? Do you understand the magnitude of the faction I am recommending to you? The resources available in the upper realm far exceed those you could gain here 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, something any cultivator in the lower realm dreams of. Lin Huangyi smiled. The path of cultivation is one step at a time. Everything else is ephemeral, that I will eventually reach the upper realm, but not just yet. That I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Young man. Chun Yurong handed him a talisman, saying, keep this. When you reach the heavenly domain and encounter difficulties, you may shatter this talisman in a critical moment. It could save your life. This time, Lin Huangyi did not refuse and accepted the talisman. Thank you, he said. Let us go. Take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuer's eyes glistened with tears, filled with reluctance. Elder, please take Yuer away. With that, Lin Huangyi turned and exited the courtyard. Though reluctant, he understood that the Hundred Flowers Valley was indeed the best place for Lin Yu. There, she could access the finest resources. Remaining with him would subject her to turmoil and potential danger. His strength was insufficient to protect her. After Chun Yurong departed with Lin Yuer, Lin Huangyi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In the distance, the earth flame beast entered, its mouth covered in grease. That woman was incredibly powerful. She must be from the Hundred Flowers Valley in the upper realm, Lin Huangyi affirmed. That young girl possesses remarkable talent and a mutated bloodline. Why not keep her? She could be of great assistance to you in the future. That I possess an excellent technique here that allows you to cultivate alongside that girl, rapidly enhancing your cultivation. If you play your cards right and use some herbs, that woman from the upper realm could join in, and then you could... Lin Huangyi shot a disdainful glance at the earth flame beast. Kicking it, you lecherous beast, who is like you? Always thinking of such ridiculous things. The earth flame beast retorted, you dare to kick me? You are provoking me. Do you know that? Moreover, what do you know, young man? My techniques are not so simplistic. They are remnants left by ancient emperors. Though incomplete, if cultivated to the utmost, they could even break the shackles of the heavenly path. I am looking out for you. Yet you fail to appreciate my good intentions. Not necessary. Lin Huangyi dismissed the notion of ancient emperor techniques. He was quite satisfied with his current cultivation of the sky, Devouring Sword Technique. Furthermore, within the inheritance space, there were 8 paths of inheritance. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, it would be more than sufficient. However, the earth flame beast seemed to know something more, yet Lin Huangyi chose not to inquire further. Clan leader, there is grave news. At that moment, a person rushed in, panic evident in their voice. Lin Huangyi frowned. What has happened? The ancestor has been severely injured. Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi's expression changed dramatically. He turned and strode outside. The injury of ancestor Lin Liang was indeed a serious matter. Logically, having already entered the Divine Sword sect under Xian Yuan Songhai, who would dare to be so reckless as to assault the Lin clan? Could it be that the Night clan has come? However, it cannot be that swift. Lin Huangyi arrived at the front courtyard and beheld his ancestor, Lin Liang, drenched in blood, his breath chaotic. His current state was akin to that of a candle flickering in its final moments. What could have transpired? Who dared to lay hands upon the venerable ancestor? Lin Liang, with great effort, raised his hand. uttering, "Patriarch, you have arrived, do not speak yet. Allow me to tend to your wounds." Lin Liang shook his head. "It is futile, Patriarch. There is no need to exert yourself, that I am well aware of my own condition." Lin Huangyi insisted, "Ancestor, you must not succumb. Our clan still requires your guidance." "Indeed, Ancestor, the Lin clan needs you," echoed the crowd in unison. Lin Huangyi turned to the ancient earth flame beast that had followed him out. This creature had existed for countless years, a relic of the past, and should possess a solution. "Digu, quickly, save our ancestor." The earth flame beast glanced at Lin Liang and remarked, "I can offer aid, but—" Lin Huangyi interjected, "But what? Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush." The earth flame beast continued, "He is already at the brink of his lifespan. And now, grievously wounded, the hidden injuries within him have flared up. Unless we procure a healing elixir akin to the life lotus to rejuvenate his body, he stands little chance of survival." Lin Huangyi's brow furrowed. A remedy like the life lotus was not easily attainable. He had already used one previously. Where could he possibly find another? Not even within the confines of the mountain and river hall was one to be found. "Is there no other way?" he inquired. The earth flame beast replied, "There exists another secret technique that could save him." Lin Huangyi pressed, "What is this technique? Speak." The earth flame beast explained, "Locate a 1,000-year-old blood python. Extract its inner core and blood, and combine it with various spiritual herbs to restore his vitality. This could enable him to break through the bottleneck of the heavenly movement realm and ascend to the divine aspect realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi felt a pang of despair. Where could he possibly find a 1,000-year-old blood python? Moreover, even if he did find one, defeating such a formidable beast would be an arduous task, as it was a 6th-tier extraordinary creature, comparable to a divine aspect expert. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible. Regret washed over him. Had his master, Xinyuan Songhai, been present, perhaps it could have been achieved. Coughing violently, Lin Liang expelled several mouthfuls of blood. "Patriarch, do not exert yourself on my behalf. I have borrowed enough time from the heavens already," he said, accepting the inevitability of his fate. Lin Huangyi felt utterly helpless. Within the Lin clan, Lin Liang had been one of his staunchest allies, aside from Lin Yue. When Lin Yong had pressured him, it was Lin Liang who had stood up for him, even upon learning that he had killed the Night Clan's heir. Yijinbei, Lin Liang had never considered abandoning him, choosing instead to facilitate his escape. "Digu, is there truly no other option?" Lin Huangyi implored. The earth flame beast replied, "The methods I just mentioned are the conventional ones. There are others, albeit unconventional and likely difficult for you to accept. They belong to the realm of dark arts. Should you employ them, this old fool might descend into the path of evil." "Speak on," Lin Huangyi urged. "We could gather 100 newborn infants, siphon their life force, and infuse it into him to suppress his injuries, followed by cultivating a dark secret technique to grant him renewed vitality. However, this method is exceedingly wicked. After its practice, one must rely on the life force of newborns for cultivation, or else, upon hearing such a proposition, Lin Liang immediately rejected it. "What nonsense is this? This is the path of darkness, condemned by righteousness. How could I, Lin Liang, ever resort to such measures? Even if it means death, I will not acquiesce. To do so would plunge the Lin clan into an irretrievable abyss. Such acts I would never commit." Lin Huangyi could only offer a bitter smile. This rascal, suggesting such methods. Are there truly no viable alternatives? The earth flame beast retorted, "The conventional ones I mentioned are beyond your reach, are they not? This is hardly uncommon. Countless ancient relics have practiced such techniques during the primordial times. Powerful clans have done unspeakable things to extend their lifespans, appearing righteous while secretly committing heinous acts." Lin Huangyi shot a glare at the earth flame beast. "Enough of your useless chatter. You are the one who speaks of options, yet you offer none that are feasible. Truly a rascal." With that, the earth flame beast shook its head and left. "Patriarch, do not waste your strength on my account. Life and death are fated. I have lived long enough." Lin Liang had long since put aside concerns of life and death. After all, even without this incident, his days were numbered. He was merely facing the inevitable sooner. Sighing deeply, Lin Huangyi acknowledged the grim reality. "Ancestor, Who were those that attacked you? Lin Liang's tone turned grave. Patriarch, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Those individuals were probing for news of your father. And their intentions were malevolent, that if I am not mistaken, they seek vengeance. They are likely enemies of your father. Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow. They came to seek information about my father? Indeed, their strength is formidable. I was repelled after a mere encounter. Had I not used a secret technique to escape, I would likely have perished, Lin Liang reflected, a shiver of fear coursing through him. The power of that individual was terrifying. He regretted having engaged with them. Should they discover the Lin clan and locate Lin Huangyi, it could spell disaster for their lineage. It is my fault for being so careless. This time, I fear it may implicate you, Patriarch, and jeopardize the Lin clan. Lin Huangyi's emotions were a tumultuous mix. The fact that they were seeking information about his father implied a potential lead on Lin Qingxian. However, given their formidable strength and enmity, he recalled Lin Shanha's warnings. Could these be the individuals Lin Shanha had spoken of? If so, the Lin clan was in grave danger. His current strength was insufficient. Against such foes, he stood no chance. With their presence in Yun City, it was only a matter of time before they discovered the Lin clan. He could easily depart for the Divine Sword sect to evade them. But what would become of the Lin clan in his absence? Patriarch, you must leave the Lin clan at once and head to the Divine Sword sect. Once there, those individuals will be powerless against you. Lin Liang coughed up another mouthful of blood, fragments of his insides mingled within. Clearly nearing the end of his life, vitality waned. Hurry and leave this place. At that moment, a formidable force erupted within Lin Liang, and as he opened his eyes wide, life fled him. Clearly, it was a hidden hand left by the enemy to locate the Lin clan. The Earth Flame beast reappeared before everyone. Visibly agitated, it was the work of those individuals, it said, its expression tense. Lin Huangyi had never witnessed the Earth Flame beast so anxious. Who are they? Do you know something? The Earth Flame beast urged, we must depart immediately. Those individuals are on their way. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Recognizing the urgency, Lin Huangyi addressed Lin Yong and the others. Lin Yong, take all the clan members and flee to the Tianwan mountain range. I will divert their attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong and Yang Han's expressions changed dramatically. No, Patriarch, that is out of the question. You are the hope of our Lin clan. Even if we all perish, we cannot allow anything to happen to you. Lin Yong vehemently opposed, despite his previous antagonism towards Lin Huangyi, for the sake of the clan's survival. The situation had now shifted drastically. Lin Huangyi, endowed with exceptional talent, possessed a powerful bloodline, and was a sword cultivator. In these contemporary times, he has once again entered the revered Shunjian sect, becoming one of its disciples. His potential boundless. Provided no unforeseen events transpire, he is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. As long as he draws breath, there remains hope for the entire Lin clan. However, should Lin Huangyi perish, it seems the Lin clan would truly be devoid of hope. The members of the clan, including Lin Yong, are acutely aware of this reality. Clan leader, you must depart first. We will divert their attention to create an opportunity for your escape. Indeed, clan leader, you should go ahead while we handle the aftermath. Lin Huangyi felt a surge of emotion within him, but resolutely shook his head, declaring, I am the clan leader. Do my words mean nothing to you? I command you to leave at once without hesitation. Should anyone dare disobey, I will excommunicate them from the Lin clan in my capacity as clan leader. Lin Yong and the others were deeply moved, knowing that Lin Huangyi acted for the sake of the clan and for them. Clan leader, they echoed, if we must leave, we shall go together. If we are to die, let us face death united. Indeed, as members of the Lin clan, even in death, we shall never falter. Our ancestor once proclaimed that the Lin clan's offspring must stand tall in death, never resorting to cowardice, let alone allowing the clan leader to sacrifice himself for our sake. Lin Huangyi continued, listen to me, everyone. With my strength, I might withstand the enemy, but you are different. Your abilities are far too feeble to contend with them. The Lin clan must preserve hope. Thus, Elder, take a portion of our people to the Tianwan mountain range. Elder Liu, lead another group to Tianyin Prefecture. And Uncle Shursan, take a contingent to the Dying Kingdom. Lin Yong and the others exchanged knowing glances, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action, for it presented some chance of survival. Very well, Lin Yong nodded. Now, let us hasten our departure. Lin Huai called out to the earth flame beast. Digu, let us confront those individuals. Upon hearing this, the earth flame beast shook its head, exclaiming, Lin Huai, are you mad? Their strength is formidable, and you are merely at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Facing them would be folly. You would be courting death. Lin Huai retorted, What? Are you afraid? The earth flame beast replied, Afraid. Do you think this emperor knows the meaning of fear? However, you are still young. Your future is bright. To throw your life away would be a great pity. Lin Huai asserted, Since you're not afraid, then let us go. I am eager to discover who these individuals truly are. Here they come. A group of men approached swiftly. The Lin clan had just departed, leaving only Lin Huai and the earth flame beast behind. This youth bears a striking resemblance to Lin Qingxian. Indeed, he must share a significant connection with Lin Qingxian. Capturing him could yield information about Lin Qingxuan's whereabouts. When the men lunged toward Lin Huai, eye in their eyes, Lin Huai was merely a martial artist at the Qi realm, weak and easily dispatched. Digu act, Lin Huai commanded. The earth flame beast transformed, becoming colossal. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly tore through one man's abdomen, spilling intestines across the ground. A life extinguished. Meanwhile, Lin Huai was not idle. The mountain river hall materialized. Descending like a great mountain, its terrifying aura stunned another adversary. In that fleeting moment, Lin Huai unleashed the Zhan Kong sword. With the art of sword mastery, the blade flickered and another foe succumbed, his throat slashed open. Out of the 4, 2 had been swiftly eliminated. The leader narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the sudden ambush. This youth, despite his low cultivation, possesses a myriad of techniques. This beast is clearly of the 5th rank, comparable to a 6th rank entity. Ouyang Lai clapped his hands, exclaiming, No wonder he is associated with Lin Qingxian. Who are you in relation to Lin Qingxian? The earth flame beast returned to Lin Huai's side, whispering, This fellow possesses astonishing strength. He has likely reached the pinnacle of the divine image realm. The pinnacle of the divine image realm? Lin Huai furrowed his brows. This presents a considerable challenge. While fighting may be futile, perhaps I can glean some information before making my escape. Lin Huai demanded, Who are you? You dare to slay my Lin clan's ancestors and invade our territory, thinking us defenseless? Ouyang Lai responded, Who are we? Do you not know? It seems Lin Qingxian is not present here. Lin Huai replied, I do not know who Lin Qingxian is to me, but you have killed my clan's ancestor. Today, you must provide an explanation. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Regardless of the situation, one must assert their presence. Thus, Lin Huai raised his voice, threatening the 2 adversaries. Ouyang Lai chuckled. Little fellow, your strength may be lacking, but your bravado is remarkable that a mere Qi realm martial artist dares to be so audacious. Do you think that with this 6th rank black dog and your treasure, you can contend with me? In Ouyang Lai's eyes, Lin Huai was but an insignificant insect. The black dog before him possessed decent strength. Yet it was still insufficient. He was merely curious. Otherwise, he would have simply struck down Lin Huai without hesitation. The earth flame beast, incensed by being called a dog, retorted furiously, Scoundrel! How dare you call me a dog? You are the dog. Your entire family are dogs. The earth flame beast lunged, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Ouyang Lai. Unfazed, Ouyang Lai sent forth a powerful punch. The overwhelming force shattered the air, striking the earth flame beast. With a thunderous crash, the earth flame beast was sent flying far away. Fire, fire! Lin Huai's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the earth flame beast's might. Yet he could hardly believe that it was so easily overpowered by this individual, revealing a staggering disparity in strength. Think it has not perished. Ouyang Lai expressed mild surprise. His punch had harnessed the power of the pinnacle of the divine image realm. Yet this beast had survived, albeit with superficial wounds. How intriguing! I shall enjoy its flesh. It has been many years since I have tasted 6th rank dog meat. The earth flame beast rose and approached Lin Huai. Cursed, were it not for my cultivation still being suppressed, how could a mere divine image realm warrior overpower me? The earth flame beast was enraged, but felt helpless. Its strength was confined to the early stages of the 5th rank, equivalent to the early stages of the celestial realm. The man before them was a formidable divine image realm expert. Possibly at its peak, to slay him would be utterly impossible. Yet the earth flame beast was not intimidated. With its robust physique, even a divine image realm expert would struggle to harm it. However, Lin Huai's situation was different. He was merely at the Qi realm, far too weak that a divine image realm powerhouse could easily take his life. Boy, reveal Lin Qingxuan's whereabouts, and I may spare your life. Lin Huai coldly retorted, "What the divine image realm? If you push me to the brink, I shall kill just the same." Seeing Lin Huai's obstinacy, Ouyang Lai appeared to lose patience. "I shall deal with this dog first." Dragon emerges from the sea. Ouyang Lai soared into the air, unleashing a powerful barrage of punches akin to 2 dragon-like forces, brutally charging at the earth flame beast. Mountain River Hall suppressed the mountains and rivers. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware that this strike was immensely domineering, given the current strength of the earth flame beast. It was nearly impossible to withstand. He had no choice but to exert every ounce of his power. At this moment, Lin Huangyi held nothing back. The might of the Mountain River Palace surged to its zenith, and the void-slashing sword flew forth. An astonishing wave of sword energy erupted, aiming directly at the assailant. The blade of light clashed against the force of the punch, but could not completely sever it. The punch still struck both the earth flame beast and Lin Huangyi, sending the massive creature hurtling away once more. Lin Huangyi, akin to a kite severed from its string, was unable to resist. The disparity in power was far too great. Lin Huangyi activated the Heaven-Swallowing Sword Technique, endeavoring to absorb the overwhelmingly tyrannical punch. Fortunately, Lin Huangyi had consumed the Lotus of Life, refining his physical form, and had also inherited the bloodline power of the Three-Eyed Divine Clan, greatly enhancing his physical strength several-fold compared to before. Otherwise, this punch alone would have been sufficient to obliterate his corporeal form. "Sword cultivator," Ouyang Lai exclaimed, astonished at Lin Huangyi's abilities. This young man, despite his relatively low cultivation level, possessed a multitude of techniques. What astonished him further was that this youth was indeed a sword cultivator. The prowess displayed just moments ago was already comparable to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, and even rivaled some weaker practitioners of the celestial ascendance realm. Truly, he was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. With a future that held boundless potential, he was an extraordinary genius. However, what of a genius? If he could not be utilized for one's own purposes, he would have to be eliminated, nipped in the bud. A remarkable sword cultivator, yet it was regrettable that he was destined to perish at my hands today. Lin Huangyi narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Ouyang Lai. "If you wish to kill me, you must first prove you possess the capability. Youngster, do not presume that being a sword cultivator renders you invincible. Let me demonstrate the insurmountable gap in our cultivation levels." Ouyang Lai unleashed his formidable aura in full force. This was the power of the divine manifestation realm. Behind him, the ethereal figure of a dragon flickered into existence. This was the might of the divine manifestation. The dragon roared and lunged toward Lin Huangyi. He found himself utterly immobilized, suppressed by the divine manifestation power. It was a moment of life and death. The earth flame beast intended to intervene, but saw a radiant glow emanating from Lin Huangyi. An overwhelming force surged forth from him, and his aura skyrocketed, breaking through to the celestial ascendance realm. Moreover, it continued to rise until it stabilized at the pinnacle of that realm. Lin Huangyi rejoiced, realizing that a mysterious elder within the inheritance space had awakened. After borrowing her power, his aura solidified at the pinnacle of the celestial ascendance realm, or the divine manifestation realm. "I fear it not." Lin Huangyi bellowed, "Void-slashing sword, go." With a sweep of the sword, a blade of energy shot forth, a flash of brilliance illuminating the air. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the intangible sword energy shattered the dragon's ethereal form. Ouyang Lai let out a muffled groan. His body momentarily halted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Lin Huangyi in disbelief. This youth, who had merely been at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, had in an instant ascended to the celestial ascendance realm. Had he been at that level from start, Ouyang Lai would not have feared him. But the unfortunate reality was that Lin Huangyi had begun as a practitioner of the Qi transformation realm, and the gap in their strengths was monumental. Now he wielded the supreme sword with such prowess, in a moment of carelessness. Ouyang Lai's dragon manifestation was shattered, resulting in a backlash that left him gravely injured. His strength diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Elder! A man behind him gasped in shock at the sight. He had never anticipated that their elder would be defeated by a youth barely 20 years of age. He rushed to support the faltering Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai waved his hand, looking at Lin Huangyi and asking, "Who exactly are you? What is your relation to Lin Qingxian? With your strength, even Lin Qingxian would not be your match." Although Lin Qingxian was indeed exceptionally talented, he was merely at the 6th level of the celestial ascendance realm, and his strength was insufficient to contend against the divine manifestation realm. The youth before him bore a striking resemblance to Lin Qingxian, yet was significantly younger. Lin Qingxian was already in his 40s, while this young man had yet to reach 20. Such formidable power at such a tender age rendered him an object of envy among all sections. Could it be that this lad is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect? With such strength, he must have a formidable backing. Perhaps he is a favored protector left by the Divine Sword sect? Ouyang Lai felt a bitter pang in his heart. This truly was an unexpected turn of events. He was an elder of the Ouyang family from the Western continent, and had come to the northern region in pursuit of Lin Qingxian. Now, it appeared he might not return to this moment. Lin Huangyi felt emboldened. Previously, he had no certainty of victory. But now, with the assistance of the mysterious elder from the inheritance space, slaying the man before him was no longer an insurmountable task. Especially as he was already severely wounded. "I am Lin Huangyi, and Lin Qingxian is my father. May I inquire as to your identity and your reasons for seeking my father? Is he back in the northern region?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lai was taken aback to learn that this youth was indeed Lin Qingxian. It was truly a case of the pupil surpassing the master. To possess such cultivation at such a young age was genuinely enviable. His mind raced, and he discerned from Lin Huangyi's tone that this lad was unaware of his father's circumstances. This could be leveraged as a means of coercion to secure his own life. Lin Qingxian was indeed fortunate to have such an extraordinary son, inspiring great envy. After forcefully stifling his internal injuries, Ouyang Lai replied, "I am Ouyang Lai, an elder of the Ouyang family in the Western continent. Your father, Lin Qingxian, forcefully intruded into my Ouyang family, slaying 3 of our talented youths and stealing our clan's treasured Tianyang pearl. Thus, I pursued him to this place." "When did this occur?" Lin Huangyi questioned skeptically, sensing half-truths in Ouyang Lai's words. Nevertheless, he gleaned some information regarding his father, Lin Qingxian. Ouyang Lai continued, "This transpired a month ago. After he seized the Tianyang pearl, he vanished. Our family dispatched numerous individuals to search for him, but he remained elusive. 3 days ago, we received intel that he had appeared in the northern region, which prompted my pursuit." Lin Huangyi frowned. If his father, Lin Qingxian, had indeed returned to the northern region and to the Lin clan, why had he not come to see him? Did he harbor some unspeakable burden that prevented him from revealing himself? Seeing Lin Huangyi's troubled expression, Ouyang Lai added, "I have disclosed all that I know." Lin Huangyi fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, "Regardless of the circumstances, it is a fact that you have slain an elder of my Lin clan. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter, or your life shall be forfeit." Ouyang Lai smiled wryly. "This matter is indeed my fault, but ultimately, it is your father Lin Qingxian's doing." Lin Huangyi shot him a glare. Ouyang Lai immediately shifted his tone. Speaking softly, "What do you wish?" Lin Huangyi replied, "I have heard that your Ouyang clan possesses another clan treasure aside from the Tianyang pearl." Ouyang Lai exclaimed, "That is impossible. Do not even think about it. Just kill me." Lin Huangyi countered, "Then let us exchange for something else, the Xiantian sword monument." Lin Huangyi had heard of the Xiantian sword monument belonging to the Ouyang clan and thought to himself that during his time in the inheritance space, He had acquired the supreme sword technique, the heaven-swallowing sword technique. What could the Ouyang clan's sword monument possibly hold? The Xiantian sword Dao steel is indeed a rare and extraordinary treasure. For sword cultivators, it possesses an immense allure. Should one acquire this steel, it could significantly benefit their sword cultivation. Ouyang Lai initially intended to refuse, yet he was acutely aware that turning it down now would undoubtedly lead to his demise. While the Xiantian sword Dao steel is precious to the Ouyang clan, it is merely a useless trinket. Despite possessing the steel for many years, the Ouyang clan has yet to glean any profound insights from it. Even those sword cultivators who have attempted to comprehend the steel have gained nothing of value. Thus, surrendering the Xiantian sword Dao steel to Lin Huai seemed harmless. Therefore, Ouyang Lai stated, "Very well, I can grant you the Xiantian sword Dao steel. But how can I hand it over when it is not in my possession?" Ouyang Lai had his own calculations in mind. The steel resided within the Ouyang clan in the West Continent. It was merely a matter of whether Lin Huai had the audacity to retrieve it. Once he returned to the Ouyang clan, the situation would be entirely different. Although this young man exhibited extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Once he ventured to the West Continent, he would be at Ouyang Lai's mercy. Lin Huai had already devised his own strategy. The mysterious elder of the inheritance space had informed him that another treasure of the Ouyang clan was a spatial treasure capable of transmitting objects across distance. As an elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Lai naturally had the authority to utilize it. Ouyang Lai, do not presume that I am oblivious to the fact that your clan possesses another treasure. A spatial artifact that can transmit items across distances. Given your status, it should not pose a problem for you to summon the Xiantian sword Dao steel, correct? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lai's complexion turned pale. Outsiders only knew that the Ouyang clan possessed a spatial treasure, their clan's most prized possession, yet few were aware that this treasure could transmit objects across distance. Where had this young man acquired such knowledge? Now that he was aware, should he fail to transmit the Xiantian sword Dao steel here, his escape would be nearly impossible. However, even if he did manage to transmit the steel, Lin Huai might not spare him. Yet, he had no other options in this moment. He was the fish, and Lin Huai was the knife. How can I trust you? What if you change your mind after obtaining the sword Dao steel? Lin Huai replied, Do you have any other choices? Ouyang Lai retorted, You must swear that once you obtain the Xiantian sword Dao steel, you will not lay a hand on me. If you refuse, then you may as well kill me. With that, Ouyang Lai closed his eyes, adopting an attitude of surrender. Lin Huai affirmed, Very well, I swear that as long as I, Lin Huai, possess the Xiantian sword Dao steel, I shall not act against you. Upon hearing Lin Huai's vow, Ouyang Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then produced a jade talisman, forming a complex seal. This was a communication talisman. After a brief exchange, he sat cross-legged and began to form intricate hand seals. Soon, a rift appeared in the void, through which an ancient, mysterious stone steel was transmitted. Upon the appearance of the sword Dao steel, Lin Huai sensed a stir within his internal sword furnace. Indeed, as he had anticipated, this sword Dao steel was beneficial to him. However, Lin Huai's expression remained impassive. With a wave of his hand, the sword Dao steel vanished, absorbed into the inheritance space. Upon witnessing Lin Huai claim the sword Dao steel, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ouyang Lai's eyes. Now that you have obtained the sword Dao steel, may we take our leave? Lin Huai signaled to the Earth Flame Beast that moment. The Earth Flame Beast, with a fearsome visage, stepped forward. Humph, you think you can escape? How naive. Wasn't it quite enjoyable when you struck me earlier? The Earth Flame Beast's massive paw struck Ouyang Lai, sending him flying several zhang away. The individuals surrounding Ouyang Lai were left utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light sliced through, instantly slaying one of Ouyang Lai's companions. Leaving him alone. You have no honor, Ouyang Lai exclaimed, battered by the Earth Flame Beast's assault. Now gravely injured, he lacked the strength to resist. Seeing Lin Huai's despicable actions, he could only cry out, Are you not afraid of the heaven's retribution? The Earth Flame Beast laughed heartily, Old man. You are far too naive. Lin Huai has indeed sworn not to act against you, but I have made no such vow. He had exploited the loophole. Yet Ouyang Lai found himself utterly powerless. He glared fiercely at Lin Huai. Lin Huai, you are as despicable as your father. Lin Qingxi, do you think this will suffice to bring about my demise? The earth flame beast delivered slap after slap, ruthlessly pummeling Ouyang Lai until he resembled a swollen pig. Oh, I am quite eager to see what other tricks you have left. Before long, Ouyang Lai underwent a shocking transformation. A terrifying demonic aura erupted from him. His eyes turning crimson and his presence becoming bizarre and sinister, he gazed at the two with a chilling laugh. I must thank you both. Were it not for you, I would never have had the chance to fully seize this body. Lin Huai observed the demonized Ouyang Lai and glanced at the earth flame beast. He understood that if the earth flame beast had not been completely confident, it would have long since dispatched Ouyang Lai. Rather than allowing the situation to escalate, as expected, the earth flame beast remarked, I had expected someone of great renown, yet you are merely a small pawn. What a disappointment. Ouyang Lai fixed his gaze on the beast. What arrogance! A mere 6th grade dares to act so brazenly before me. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a wave of demonic energy that was terrifying in its intensity. Wherever the energy flowed, it corroded all in its path. However, to his astonishment, when the demonic energy touched the earth flame beast, it had no effect whatsoever. The overwhelming demonic grasp seemed to be nothing more than a gentle breeze to the beast, merely ruffling its fur. How is this possible? Ouyang Lai could not believe it and struck again, this time with even greater ferocity, yet the outcome remained unchanged. What have you done? Ouyang Lai was now panicking. His attacks had no impact on the earth flame beast, indicating he posed no threat. What have I done? The earth flame beast scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Have you really believed that I would not notice the demon seed within you? Who do you think I am? I have dealt with the demonic path countless times over the millennia. If I failed to recognize a mere demon seed, my life would have been in vain. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lai's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he stared at the earth flame beast. How could this 6th grade, residing in the lower realm, possess such knowledge? Who are you? How do you know this? The demonic path had retreated for 1,000 years, and in this lower realm, it was impossible for anyone to be aware of it. Could this beast truly hail from the higher realms? The earth flame beast struck him down, then pressed a paw upon his face, demanding, Speak! How many demon spawn have descended to this realm? How many demon seeds are among you? Ouyang Lai's visage contorted with rage as he cackled maniacally. No matter who you are, you shall all perish. The demon lord shall ultimately conquer the 9 heavens domain and subjugate this universe. Upon concluding his words, the demonic energy enveloping Ouyang Lai began to coalesce and churn restlessly. The earth flame beast hastily withdrew, and in the next moment, the demonic energy within Ouyang Lai expanded to its utmost limit. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Ouyang Lai's body was utterly obliterated. Lin Huangyi observed this scene, his expression grave and solemn. The concept of demonic paths and demonic seeds was a revelation to him. Could it be that such dark forces truly existed in this world? He had previously thought it merely a fabrication found in books. What he had understood as the demonic path was merely a deviation in cultivation, a descent into the realm of evil. Yet it now appeared that those like Ouyang Lai, who were corrupted by demonic seeds, were not what he had envisioned as the demonic path at all. You are a sword cultivator. Do you intend to refine the heavenly profound sword steel now? The earth flame beast expressed surprise upon seeing Lin Huangyi produce the heavenly profound sword steel at this moment. IT seemed rather impulsive. IT had assumed he would wait for a more opportune moment or perhaps travel to the divine sword sect before attempting to refine it. Lin Huangyi nodded. I must comprehend and refine this heavenly profound sword steel at once. However, before that, I must first deal with the marks upon it. The earth flame beast regarded Lin Huangyi with a hint of astonishment. This young lad was remarkably astute. Despite his youth, he possessed such profound knowledge. Had he been an ordinary young man, he would likely have acted without hesitation that a cautious mindset is indeed a virtue. Only those who embody such traits can persist on this perilous path of cultivation. Indeed, young Lin, This heightened vigilance is the key to your potential as a formidable powerhouse. Lin Huangyi couldn't help but shake his head inwardly at the praise. He was far too young to contemplate such matters deeply. Were it not for the guidance of that mysterious elder within the inherent space, he might never have realized the existence of the tracking mark on the heavenly profound sword steel. The Earthflame Beast observed Lin Huangyi, discovered the tracking mark with surprise. This lad was indeed exceptional. The mark was exceedingly subtle, and even it would not have been able to locate it so swiftly. Shall I assist you in eliminating this tracking mark? Lin Huangyi declined. It is merely a tracking mark. For me, erasing it is not a challenge. The Earthflame Beast pressed, then why do you not act? Lin Huangyi replied, I am contemplating whether to use this tracking mark as bait. The Earthflame Beast wore an expression of disbelief, and then remarked, You are quite bold, young lad. Are you not afraid that your scheme might backfire, attracting an even more formidable adversary to eliminate you? Lin Huangyi smiled gently. The distance from the western continent to the northern domain is considerable. It will take at least 3 days for them to arrive. 3 days is ample time for me to prepare. Furthermore, the members of the Ouyang clan are not foolish. Ouyang Lai was a revered elder of the Ouyang family, possessing immense strength and the right to wield their treasured artifacts. His death indicates that the opposing party must be thoroughly prepared to act against me. The Earthflame Beast nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, the absence of the Ouyang clan does not imply that those demonic wretches will remain idle. Lin Huangyi countered, But you are here, Emperor. The Earthflame Beast raised its head proudly. You do understand. I possess immense strength, and those demonic creatures are no match for me. However, the methods of the demon race are devious and insidious. If they were to conspire in secret, even I might struggle to protect you. Thus, until your strength has sufficiently grown, it would be wise to avoid provoking them. The Earthflame Beast was not jesting. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The demon race was merely a subject of legend, yet they had now manifested. He had gleaned much about the demon race from ancient records. Wherever they invaded, devastation followed, leaving naught but corpses in their wake. Whether truth or myth, it was evident that the demon race was extraordinarily fearsome and cruel. Perhaps the disappearance of his parents was intricately tied to the demon race. His ancestor, Lin Shanhe, along with the mysterious elder in the inheritance space, had avoided the topic, indicating their profound trepidation that it was clear that their strength placed them at the pinnacle of the divine martial continent. Or perhaps even beyond it, that if they harbored such fears, how could he, a mere youth, not feel apprehensive? Yet, in his quest to uncover the fate of his parents, he had no choice but to take risks. Emperor, guard me while I refine the heavenly profound sword steel. The Earthflame Beast responded, You possess courage. I admire that. Rest assured, I shall protect you. No one shall approach while I am here. Lin Huangyi settled into a meditative posture. The heavenly profound sword steel floating before him, he activated the swallowing heaven sword art, unleashing a formidable, devouring force from the sword furnace within him that a surge of crimson flame, sword energy, surged forth. Striking the heavenly profound sword steel, the tracking mark upon the steel shattered instantly under the might of this overwhelming sword energy. This moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Ouyang clan in the western continent. An elder suddenly trembled, his eyes snapping open. Damn it! Ouyang Lai has been slain, and the mark I left on the heavenly profound sword steel has been destroyed. Who dares oppose the Ouyang clan? In the divine martial continent, the central region was the strongest, while the northern domain was the weakest. Within the northern domain, the Tianyan Mansion was the mightiest force. Yet even the strongest within Tianyan Mansion would bow before him. Who in the northern domain would dare lay a hand on the Ouyang clan? Such audacity was outrageous. Ouyang Yifeng, clan leader, take the Ouyang 18 guards to the northern domain and ascertain the cause of Ouyang Lai's death. Bring the perpetrator to the Ouyang clan, alive or dead. Understood, clan leader. Lin Huangyi remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Ouyang clan at this moment. Having eradicated the tracking mark, he directly absorbed the heavenly profound sword steel into his body. The Earthflame Beast watched in astonishment. Was this lad seeking his own demise? The heavenly profound sword steel contained a terrifying sword intent. Even those at the divine manifestation realm would hesitate to directly incorporate it into their bodies. Should the sword intent erupt, it could result in catastrophic consequences at that moment. Even a divine king would be powerless to save him. The earth flame beast felt a surge of anxiety, yet there was no recourse. All it could do was wait and see how Lin Huangyi would resolve the situation. As Lin Huangyi swallowed the heavenly profound sword steel, he sent it into the sword furnace within his dantian, pushing the swallowing heaven sword art to its zenith. The seals and restrictions upon the heavenly profound sword steel shattered in an instant. A terrifying sword intent exploded forth, sweeping across a radius of 100 feet. In an instant, the surrounding flora was shredded to pieces beneath the overwhelming sword energy. This little rascal, the earth flame beast, cursed in frustration. The fearsome sword energy nearly injured it. More critically, this violent outburst of sword energy would undoubtedly attract the attention of other powerful beings. Thus, the earth flame beast was compelled to employ secret techniques to seal off the surrounding area, concealing the terrifying sword energy. Within the inheritance space, the mysterious woman sighed. This lad was truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Far too reckless. The heavenly profound sword steel was a legacy of sword intent left by a certain individual, not something easily refined. Were she not to intervene, Lin Huangyi would likely meet with certain death. At that moment, even the sword furnace within Lin Huangyi's body was torn open by the terrifying sword intent. If she did not act immediately, the destruction of the sword furnace would result in his immediate demise. An even more overwhelming force erupted, enveloping Lin Huangyi's body and suppressing the terrifying sword intent unleashed by the heavenly profound sword steel. So be it. This is a debt I owe you for my past life. The mysterious woman once again infused a formidable power into Lin Huangyi, seamlessly integrating the sword intent of the Xiantian sword Dao steel into the sword furnace within his dantian. The entire Xiantian sword Dao steel was shattered by her force. Merging with the sword furnace, the previously incomplete sword furnace became whole upon this fusion. The Xiantian sword intent was thoroughly refined by Lin Huangyi, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of his strength. Boom! Moments later, his aura surged to its zenith. In the next instant, a muffled sound emanated from within him, shattering the barrier of the Gongqi realm, propelling him into the first level of the spirit transformation realm. At this juncture, Lin Huangyi's cultivation had ascended once more, marking his advancement into the spirit transformation realm. His body underwent a profound metamorphosis, spirit transformation, an evolution of the divine essence. His vital energy coalesced into a singular entity within the sword furnace of his dantian, giving rise to a divine sword. Ordinarily, one would condense a primordial true spirit within the dantian using innate true qi, achieving the spirit transformation realm. Yet Lin Huangyi had manifested a divine sword as his primordial true spirit, imbued with terrifying power and the ability to devour. Truly formidable. As this primordial spirit sword coalesced, Lin Huangyi felt an insatiable hunger. The surrounding elemental energies surged into him at an alarming rate, all being voraciously absorbed by the primordial spirit sword, continuously refining its form. The earth flame beast stood in stunned silence. What kind of prodigy is this? This is merely a breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm. Yet he consumes such an overwhelming amount of elemental energy, like a colossal whale devouring the SEA.IT was utterly astonishing. Generally, even those who break through to the celestial movement realm, or even the divine aspect realm, do not exhibit such a terrifying phenomenon. What astonished him further was the faint emergence of a dreadful divine sword phantom behind Lin Huangyi. This phantom exuded an overwhelming dominance. The earth flame beast felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of its soul, causing it to tremble. Is this truly the spirit transformation realm? The earth flame beast found it hard to believe. How could an ordinary cultivator condensing a primordial true spirit in the spirit transformation realm be so fearsome? This clearly resembled the manifestation of a primal divine aspect, and such an unparalleled sword cultivator could only have attained this kind of dominance. Could it be that this young man is the reincarnation of an ancient? Peerless sword cultivator, the earth flame beast couldn't help but swallow hard, reluctant to observe Lin Huangyi any longer for fear that the divine sword phantom might unleash its wrath upon him, an encounter he could scarcely endure. This young man is truly formidable. Perhaps becoming this young man's battle companion is not such a bad fate after all. With this thought, the earth flame beast lay down upon the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Huangyi was brimming with power. However, the surrounding elemental energies were insufficient to propel his cultivation beyond its current limits, having reached the threshold of the first level of the spirit transformation realm. After a short while, he slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying sword radiance flickered within his gaze. He then raised his hand and, with a gentle wave, unleashed a sword chi that instantly tore a massive fissure into the ground. The power of this casual strike was astonishingly fearsome. Upon witnessing Lin Huangyi awaken, the earth flame beast circled around him, scrutinizing him for a while before speaking. Lin, my young friend, impressive indeed. You've reached the spirit transformation realm, and your aura surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Reminiscent of my own grandeur in my prime, Lin Huangyi replied. Naturally, I cannot be compared to you, brother emperor. The earth flame beast, upon hearing this, proudly lifted its tail and declared, of course not. It's good that you understand. I'm not one you can measure against. Nonetheless, your talent is quite commendable, perhaps comparable to 1/10 or 1/12 of my own. Lin Huangyi chuckled, dismissing the earth flame beast's words. He was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Now, with the primordial spirit's sword condensed, his power had surged several-fold. If previously he had to rely on the strength of the Mountain River Hall or the prowess of that esteemed predecessor within the inheritance space to contend with celestial movement realm experts, he now felt confident enough to face them without relying on those sources. Indeed, Brother Emperor's words are most accurate. I shall strive to emulate your example and aspire to become a sword god in the future. Traversing the heavenly realms, the earth flame beast snorted. Let us see if you can barely manage to become the foremost sword cultivator in the divine martial continent before you talk about that. Lin Huangyi responded, You speak the truth. The earth flame beast said, Let us depart from here. I am absolutely famished and in need of a meal. Lin Huangyi thought, This creature must be a reincarnated glutton. Just prior, it had been feasting with abandon. Seeing Lin Huangyi remain still, it urged, Come on. What are you dawdling for? Lin Huangyi replied, All right. Now that the immediate troubles have been addressed, the Lin clan need not abandon their homeland. However, the Ouyang clan would inevitably find this place eventually. Lin Huangyi did not wish to remain in a state of constant vigilance, although Luo he had promised to assist in watching over the Lin clan. The strength of the Heavenly Fortune Manor was likely insufficient to contend with the Ouyang clan. Moreover, his relationship with the Heavenly Fortune Manor was not particularly favorable. After all, Zhao Yuntian was still his adversary. How could he possibly oppose the Ouyang clan for the sake of the Lin clan? That seemed implausible. Thus, should he seek a way to eliminate the Ouyang clan? With this thought, Lin Huangyi shook his head. Was he becoming too arrogant? He had only just broken through to the spirit transformation realm and was already letting hubris take root. Such a mindset was perilous. Excessive pride was unwarranted, in the divine martial continent. Countless prodigies existed. Within the same realm, there were certainly those stronger than him. One must remain humble and not succumb to vanity. Just as Lin Huangyi prepared to summon Lin Yong and the others. The earth flame beast interjected, Kid, I just told you to leave, yet you linger. Now trouble is upon us. How irritating. No sooner had the earth flame beast spoken than Lin Huangyi spotted a dozen figures clad in black rushing toward them at breakneck speed. These black-clad individuals remained silent, launching straight into an offensive. Their strength was formidable, with the leader already at the pinnacle of the celestial movement realm, while others ranged from the celestial movement realm to the spirit transformation realm. You lot, hold that beast down. The rest of you, come with me to slay him. Upon hearing this, the earth flame beast was incensed at being referred to as a dog. Without a moment's hesitation, it transformed into its most powerful form, a massive and imposing figure. The others, undeterred by the earth flame beast transformation, surged forward instead. Meanwhile, the leader, flanked by two celestial movement realm experts, advanced toward Lin Huangyi. Realizing they were targeting him, Lin Huangyi pondered whether they were assassins or enemies from the past. Regardless, he was now in peril. However, this also provided an opportunity to test his newfound strength. If you wish to kill me. Perhaps you had a chance before, but now it is simply impossible. Without hesitation, Lin Huangyi summoned the Mountain River Hall. The Grand Formation instantly activated, deploying his most powerful trump card. If they were merely ordinary celestial movement realm cultivators, he would not be concerned. However, the leader among them was at the pinnacle of the celestial movement realm, just a step away from the divine aspect realm. Such strength made Lin Huangyi wary. As his own cultivation still rested within the spirit transformation realm at that moment, the three black-clad attackers formed a siege around him. The Mountain River Formation imposed significant pressure on them. One of them struck first, and Lin Huangyi drew his Zhan Kong sword, initiating the Mountain River Formation, ready to suppress his foes. After a soft exhalation, he swung the Zhan Kong sword in his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy. The sheer force of the blade was astonishing. The man in black attempted to block with his sword, but how could the Zhan Kong sword be so easily resisted? Upon collision, the black-clad man's sword shattered instantaneously. Subsequently, the momentum of the Zhan Kong sword remained undiminished, slicing directly through the man's chest. The sword energy pierced through his body, claiming his life in an instant. The leader's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. Ling Bian Realm? He had never anticipated that Lin Huangyi's cultivation would advance so significantly in such a brief period, and certainly not by such a considerable margin as a sword cultivator himself. He possessed immense strength, rendering him virtually invincible within his realm. When he had merely been at the Gangxi realm, he could contend with those in the Tianxing realm by leveraging the power of the Mountain River Array. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to the Ling Bian realm, he was even more terrifying. Such astounding talent was beyond comprehension. Given time, who could rival him? If they did not eliminate him before he fully matured, they would face insurmountable challenges in the future. The team must be killed. A chilling glint flickered in the leader's eyes. Everyone at any cost. Eliminate Lin Huangyi. As soon as the order was given, all the men in black charged towards Lin Huangyi, disregarding their lives. Lin Huangyi and the Dian beast exchanged worried glances. These individuals were evidently death warriors, each prepared to exchange their lives for the kill. However, the Dian beast had regained much of its strength, now equivalent to the peak of the Tianxing realm. Little Lin, I can only hold off a portion of them. The rest is up to you. If it becomes too difficult, resort to your trump card. The Dian beast managed to fend off most of the black-clad assailants, leaving only the leader and three others to besiege Lin Huangyi. He need not reveal his secret weapons just yet. The current situation presented an excellent opportunity for training. These opponents were formidable, yet they had not pushed Lin Huangyi to his limits. Should he find himself overwhelmed, he could always call for assistance later. Killing him was imperative. They could not afford to grant him any chances. The leader of the black-clad men felt a tightening in his chest as he heard this. If this youth were to summon help, everything would change. After all, he had already joined the Divine Sword sect and become a disciple of Xianyuan Songhai. If Xianyuan Songhai were to appear, they would have no more opportunities. They were only able to attack while Lin Huangyi had yet to enter the Divine Sword sect. Thus, this was their most advantageous moment, that if they missed this chance, killing him would become an insurmountable task. The four rushed forward in unison. Lin Huangyi's expression turned slightly grave. After all, among the four, three were at the Tianxing realm, while only one was at the peak of the Ling Bian realm. The leader was the most powerful. It seems you are unaware that a true sword cultivator is least afraid of being besieged. The number of opponents holds little significance. Lin Huangyi raised his hand, invoking the sword control technique. Instantly, everyone felt the surge of sword intent. Several swords were hurled from their owners' grips. Sword control technique, a grand sword cultivator? The leader exclaimed in shock. Impossible, even at the Ling Bian realm. One could not be a grand sword cultivator. The youth's terrifying prowess exceeded their imagination. Despite having already overestimated Lin Huangyi's talent, they had still underestimated him. Die. Lin Huangyi uttered a single word, and with a flash of sword light, the weakest among them was slain by the sword energy. Next, the Zhan Kong sword shot forth like lightning, claiming another life. Only two remained in the assault against him. The leader of the black-clad men swung his long knife down with brutal ferocity. The blade's energy was savage, tearing a horrifying rift in the ground that a smile crept onto Lin Huangyi's lips as he vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind the two. This was the mastery of the shortened earth technique. By the time the two realized what had happened, it was already too late that a flash of sword light severed a head from its body. In mere moments, Lin Huangyi had dispatched 3 of his assailants, leaving only the strongest, the leader, the Dian beast. Initially worried, was astounded to witness Lin Huangyi's overwhelming power as he unleashed a brutal slaughter. Lin Huangyi was still merely at the first level of the Ling Bian realm, yet the strength he displayed was astonishing. The Dian beast had not fully recovered. Were it to face Lin Huangyi, it too might find itself a victim of his blade. Truly terrifying. Was a sword cultivator truly this powerful? The Dian beast mused. The so-called sword cultivators it had encountered before must have been mere pretenders. In comparison to this youth, they were worlds apart. Only you remain. Lin Huangyi fixed his gaze on the remaining opponent. The man's aura felt somewhat familiar to him. Moreover, since he recognized the shortened earth technique, it was highly likely that he belonged to the Dongfang family. Speak, who sent you to kill me? The leader of the black-clad men remained silent, once again swinging his long knife at Lin Huangyi. This strike was even more ferocious. He had begun to burn his own life force, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the Shunxiang realm. Die. The black-clad man roared, his aura surging. A chilling gleam radiated from his long knife, and a hint of blade intent emerged. An ethereal image of a colossal eagle faintly manifested behind him, signifying his imminent entry into the Shunxiang realm. He swung the long knife. The giant eagle's phantom soared into the air, charging towards Lin Huangyi. You wish to forcibly ascend to the Shunxiang realm to kill me. Lin Huangyi scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I have slain those in the Shunxiang realm before, a sword to cleave the heavens. The Zhankong sword glimmered with intense radiance as Lin Huangyi's innate spiritual sword merged with it. As this sword was unleashed, a colossal phantom of a spiritual sword appeared in the void, its brilliance blinding and its terrifying energy instilling fear. The temperature around them plummeted in that instant. This strike seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of heaven and earth. It was utterly fearsome. Crack. The sword cleaved the black-clad man's long knife in two. The giant eagle's phantom was shredded by the sword energy. The leader of the black-clad men was defeated. Lin Huangyi pressed his foot down on the leader's chest, forcefully tearing off his mask, and demanded in a harsh voice, "Speak, who exactly sent you?" A cold smile crept across the black-clad man's lips. "Kill me." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Huangyi's eyes. "Since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he exerted tremendous force with his foot, and with a muffled thud, the black-clad man's chest caved in. The leader of the black-clad men thus perished beneath Lin Huangyi's foot. That on the other side of the battle, the Dian beast had already dispatched the remaining black-clad warriors. Observing Lin Huangyi's decisiveness, the Dian beast furrowed its brow. "Are you not leaving a single one alive for interrogation?" Lin Huangyi shot him a cold glance. "I have already interrogated him," and he refused to speak. "If that is the case, what use is there in sparing him? Besides, even without questioning, I have already deduced most of the truth." His tone was filled with confidence and determination, as if everything were within his control. The Dian beast's voice was steady and powerful. "As long as you are certain." Lin Huangyi nodded slightly. Though he had offended many, few possessed the strength to reach this point. He had long since arrived at his conclusion. The individuals behind this were either Su Yi or the Dongfang family's kin. The only ones capable of recognizing the shortened earth technique were the Dongfang family. Eradicate the roots of a problem is a lesson well understood. That a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Huangyi's eyes. Although his current strength was insufficient to confront the Dongfang family, it did not signify that he would concede defeat. One day, he would make the Dongfang family pay the price they deserved. The earth flame beast, with its piercing gaze, looked at Lin Huangyi and said, "Young Lin, that recent battle has significantly drained my energy, and I am now quite famished. We must hasten to find something to satiate my hunger." Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi immediately nodded. I will instruct them to prepare a sumptuous feast for you, ensuring you are both satisfied and delighted. The earth flame beast's eyes sparkled with joy at this response, its mouth nearly stretching from ear to ear. Haha, you truly understand me. For the earth flame beast, food was of paramount importance, more significant than anything else. Within the Dongfang family, chaos ensued. What? They're all dead? Yes, clan leader. Dongfang Shuo was incensed, violently overturning the tea set on the table. Useless wretches. They couldn't even handle a mere child in the Qi realm. Worthless, all of them. Beside Dongfang Shuo stood a beautiful woman, continually weeping. Husband, you must avenge Yenner. Dongfang Shuo growled fiercely. Wretched woman, all you do is weep. What good does that do? That little beast Lin Huangyi shall face a fate of 1,000 cuts. Nearby, Dongfang Kuei interjected. Elder brother, we must avenge Xiao Yan, but at present, Lin Huangyi has already become a disciple of Xianyuan Songhai. It may not be easy to deal with him now. Killing Lin Huangyi may not pose a challenge, especially if we deploy the family's strong warriors, but such actions would surely provoke Xianyuan Songhai's wrath. Xianyuan Songhai holds a special position within the Divine Sword sect. Even the sect leader, Jian Wuan, dares not provoke her, now that Lin Huangyi is her sole disciple. Anyone who dares to kill him would undoubtedly incur Xianyuan Songhai's furious retaliation. Should she take action, the entire Dongfang family would be unable to withstand it, and likely face annihilation. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman Su Xiaoyan became displeased, exclaiming through her tears, "Second brother, what do you mean by that? Are we to let Yenner's death go unavenged? Husband, if you fear trouble, then let my Su family take on the task of avenging Yenner." Dongfang Kuei replied, "Sister-in-law, that is not my intention. Xiao Yan's revenge is imperative. However, we must find a legitimate method to kill Lin Huangyi, ensuring Xianyuan Songhai has no grounds for complaint. Otherwise, provoking her anger would leave both the Dongfang family and the Su family unable to bear her wrath." Dongfang Shuo seethed with anger. His only son had been killed, and yet he found himself powerless to seek vengeance, which left him feeling deeply frustrated. "Second brother, do you have any ideas?" Dongfang Kuei responded. "In 1 month's time, the Divine Sword sect will hold its grand tournament. That will be our best opportunity to kill him openly." Dongfang Shuo's eyes brightened at this prospect. Indeed, it was an excellent opportunity. If Lin Huangyi were slain during the tournament, even Xianyuan Songhai would be powerless to intervene. Slamming his hand on the table, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. "Very well, it is settled." Dongfang Kuei furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his concerns. "However, there's a dilemma that if Lin Huangyi chooses not to participate in the tournament, our plan will fall through." Dongfang Shuo smirked confidently. "Rest assured, he will undoubtedly participate. Lin Huangyi is Xianyuan Songhai's only disciple. How could he possibly miss the tournament? Do not forget, Songhai Peak has been neglected for 8 consecutive years. If no one participates this year, the peak will likely be dissolved by the sect. Xianyuan Songhai would never allow such a thing to occur." Dongfang Kuei gently shook his head, interrupting Dongfang Shuo's reverie. "Elder brother, Xianyuan Songhai's status is not to be underestimated. Even if her disciple does not participate in the tournament, Songhai Peak would not be dismissed for that reason." Dongfang Shuo's brow furrowed into a knot of confusion. "If that is not acceptable, then what do you propose we do, Kuei?" Dongfang Kuei inhaled deeply, his eyes flickering with resolve. "We need to find a reason that both Xianyuan Songhai and Lin Huangyi cannot refuse." Dongfang Shuo frowned in puzzlement. "What reason?" Dongfang Kuei smiled slightly, as if he had a plan in mind, whispering, "Elder brother, do you recall the incident from 30 years ago?" Dongfang Shuo's brow tightened further, as if recalling something. He hesitated. "Are you suggesting?" Dongfang Kuei's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he spoke in a low tone. "Indeed, as long as we present that item as the prize for this tournament, Xianyuan Songhai will have no grounds to refuse." Dongfang Shuo's brow furrowed deeply, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. "But if we truly produce that item, my Dongfang family may find itself embroiled in considerable turmoil." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan's emotions spiraled out of control, tears brimming in her eyes. She cried out in grievance, "Dongfang Shuo, How can you say such a thing? We finally have a chance for revenge. And yet you hesitate. You wish for Yenner to rest in peace? Su Xiaoyun's weeping irritated Dongfang Shaw, who rubbed his temples in frustration, unable to counter her words. Enough. Why are you crying? Dongfang Shua's steady voice cut through the sorrowful atmosphere. Second brother, as you said, let us proceed. But this time, we must ensure that Lin Huangyi's life is extinguished to avenge Yenner. A fierce glint crossed Dongfang Kuei's eyes as he replied, Elder brother, you can rest assured. Once that item is revealed, Xianyuan Sanhai will surely go mad, and at that point, Lin Huangyi's end will be nigh. Dongfang Shua frowned in contemplation but remained cautious. Even so, we must not let our guard down. Lin Huangyi has already proven his exceptional abilities by eliminating Dongfang Cheng, that if anything goes awry, it would be a tremendous loss. Dongfang Kuei stated, I will find a way to enlist the help of Gu Jingshan. Hearing this, Dongfang Shuo raised an eyebrow. Looking at Dongfang Kuei, are you referring to that Gu Jingshan from the Divine Martial Earth ranking? Did he not leave the Divine Sword sect 3 years ago for training? Is he truly back? Dongfang Kuei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Gu Jingshan has returned to the Divine Sword sect. His strength is unfathomable. It is said that he has successfully entered the Divine Aspect realm. If he were to take action, killing Lin Huangyi would be as simple as crushing an ant. Dongfang Shua fell silent for a moment, expressing his concerns, but Gu Jingshan may not be willing to offend Xianyuan Sanhai on our behalf. A ruthless glint flickered in Dongfang Kuei's eyes as he replied with a cold smirk, What of Xianyuan Sanhai? As long as we can offer Gu Jingshan sufficient benefits, he will naturally act. After all, in this world, there are no permanent enemies, only everlasting interests. Moreover, elder brother, have you forgotten that person? Dongfang Shaw clapped his hands and laughed. Indeed, I nearly forgot that individual. If he were to intervene, Gu Jingshan would have no reason to refuse. Time flies. It is high time to let him stretch his legs. Dongfang Kuei added, although we must wait a month to eliminate Lin Huangyi. During this period, we can make a move against his family. Let him taste the bitterness as interest. With the arrangements for the Lin family completed, Lin Huangyi set off for the Divine Sword sect. Although he was concerned that the Ouyang family and the Dongfang family might target the Lin family. He knew he could not remain at the Lin family home indefinitely, as he had his own matters to attend to. Thus, Lin Huangyi left behind the Mountain River Hall and established the Mountain River Great Array within the Lin family. With the protection of the Mountain River Great Array, the entire Lin family would remain safe for a short time. Even if a strong expert from the Divine Aspect realm were to attack, they would not easily breach the Lin family's defenses. However, during this brief period, the members of the Lin family could not venture outside freely. The Earth Flame Beast scoffed at Lin Huangyi's actions, expressing its disdain. For its own safety was of utmost importance. Yet Lin Huangyi had chosen to leave such a crucial treasure behind for the safety of the Lin family. Youngster, you have left the Mountain River Hall with the Lin family. What about yourself? Without the Mountain River Hall, your strength is significantly diminished. What will you do if you encounter a formidable foe? Lin Huangyi replied, aside from the Mountain River Hall, I possess other means. In this divine martial continent, there are few who can kill me, unless those old fossils abandon their dignity and bully the weak. The Earth Flame Beast rolled its eyes. Such situations are not unprecedented. It is quite normal. Lin Huangyi chuckled. With my master protecting me, they would need quite a bit of courage to attempt such a thing. He had once come to understand that his master, Xianyuan Sanhai, was a figure of utmost significance within the Divine Sword sect. Even the sect leader harbored deep apprehensions, refraining from offending her. It could be said that as Xianyuan Sanhai's disciple, he could walk with unparalleled confidence within the Divine Sword sect. The thought of having such a formidable backing was indeed exhilarating. The Earth Flame Beast, observing Lin Huangyi's expression, scoffed. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Once we ascend to the upper realms, and I proclaim my name, humph, everyone will have to show you respect. Lin Huangyi chuckled lightly. Going to the upper realms? That's still a long way off. What? Does my esteemed emperor think that announcing your name here in the lower realms would be of any use? The Earth Flame Beast's countenance darkened. This brat dared to expose his shortcomings, truly infuriating. The Earth Flame Beast retorted angrily, I am renowned in the upper realms. What does this lower realm amount to? Lin Huangyi replied with a grin. Indeed, my esteemed emperor is the most impressive. The lower realm is beneath your notice. The Earth Flame Beast declared, as long as you understand, this lower realm is nothing worthy of my attention. The two continued their playful banter as they journeyed onward. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals attempting to seize the inheritance of the Mountain River secret repository from Lin Huangyi. Most of these individuals were mere wandering cultivators. But their strength was insufficient. They could not have anticipated Lin Huangyi's rapid rise in power. The strongest among them barely reached the first level of the Skywalker realm, rendering them utterly inadequate in Lin Huangyi's presence. The Earth Flame Beast muttered, "How dull. Why can't we encounter someone stronger?" Just as he spoke, the ground trembled and the sound of galloping hooves approached. Looking up, they saw clouds of dust rising in the distance. Lin Huangyi remarked, "You truly have a knack for foreboding. It's happening again. I can see this moment." Lin Huangyi's expression grew slightly serious. The approaching figures were formidable, unlike the earlier random cultivators. This group seemed well prepared. Could it be that, like before, they were from the Dongfang family? As the individuals drew near, the leader, a bald man with a muscular physique and a large cleaver, pointed at Lin Huangyi and declared, "You are Lin Huangyi. Prepare to die." This man possessed immense strength, having already set one foot into the divine aspect realm. He was not to be underestimated. However, as long as he remained in the Skywalker realm, it mattered little. Among the dozen or so individuals, aside from the bald leader, the rest were also in the Skywalker realm, yet they paled in comparison to him. Had it been just one person, without the Earth Flame Beast, Lin Huangyi would not have hesitated to flee. However, with the Earth Flame Beast by his side, it was a different story. The adversaries they encountered thus far had merely served to temper his cultivation, but they were generally unimpressive and yielded little benefit. This bald man was different. At the peak of the Skywalker realm, nearly stepping into the divine aspect realm, he was an excellent sparring partner. "Who are you? Who sent you? Is it the Su family or the Dongfang family? Or perhaps the Ouyang clan?" The bald man paused at Lin Huangyi's words. "You, kid, have offended quite a few people. Haven to you. Your grandfather is none other than Su Daqiang from the Su family." Lin Huangyi inquired, "Su family? Were you sent by Su Yi?" Su Daqiang, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. "No, young pretty boy, why do you ask so many questions? I'm not here to reminisce. Listen, I want to bully you. Come, let's have a fight. If you win, my life is yours. If you lose, then prepare to die." Lin Huangyi couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. This bald man seemed to lack a few screws. Yet this was advantageous. It spared him unnecessary effort. Very well. Lin Huangyi's aura surged as he unsheathed the void-cleaving sword. In that moment, his presence transformed entirely, resembling a divine sword freshly drawn from its sheath. This caused Su Daqiang's expression to shift to one of gravity. Holding his cleaver, he focused intently on Lin Huangyi. This young pretty boy's strength was indeed formidable, that he was not merely in the energy manifestation realm, as previously claimed. He had attained the spirit transformation realm that it was rumored that he had slain beings in the Skywalker realm, while still in the energy manifestation realm. Now, having advanced to the spirit transformation realm, his power had only grown. Ordinary Skywalker realm warriors were no match for him, especially considering he bore the inheritance of the Mountain River secret repository. When combat began, life and death hung in the balance point. One slash to split the mountain. Su Daqiang roared, wielding his cleaver with ferocity. The power of the peak Skywalker realm erupted as he swung his blade, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Lin Huangyi's figure flickered, moving with incredible speed. This strike was immensely powerful, and Lin Huangyi naturally would not face it head-on. He executed the art of spatial contraction, instantaneously repositioning himself behind Su Daqiang. However, to Lin Huangyi's astonishment, Su Daqiang's reaction was extraordinarily swift. The cleaver altered its trajectory mid-swing, slicing back toward Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi raised his sword to parry the blow. Truly, a formidable presence at the threshold of the divine aspect realm. Lin Huangyi retreated 3 steps, while Su Daqiang merely swayed slightly. A spirit transformation realm fighter with such strength. You're the first I have encountered aside from Gu Jingshan. Lin Huangyi stood firm with his sword and declared, Su Daqiang, you seem like a man of integrity. Though your appearance is fearsome, your nature is not malevolent. If you depart now, you may escape with your life. Su Daqiang's aura intensified, his battle spirit surging. I came to kill you. Today, it is either your death or mine. Come, let me see what capabilities allow one to be accepted as Xianyuan Songhai's disciple. Use all your strength. Let us settle this once and for all. Lin Huangyi took a deep breath. It seemed you were intent on death. Then I shall oblige you. Daha. I am never afraid of death. And if I were to perish at the hands of such a prodigy, it would be a blessing. Come, Lin Huangyi, this will be my strongest blow, that if you cannot withstand it, then you shall die. Su Daqiang laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to life and death. His aura surged wildly, and a phantom appeared behind him, a general wielding a battle blade, exuding an overwhelming presence, gazing down upon the world. Lin Huangyi sighed. What a pity! With that he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, countless swords flew forth, converging in the sky. The sword control technique. How remarkable! I did not expect you to be a master swordsman. Su Daqiang was elated upon witnessing this. He was a practitioner of the blade, and Lin Huangyi was a swordsman. This was a clash between blade and sword. Let us see whose weapon proves mightier. Su Daqiang soared into the air, gripping his blade with both hands, and struck down with all his might. His entire being fused with the phantom behind him, and as he unleashed the blow, it seemed as though the very heavens would dim in its wake. Lin Huangyi's expression turned serious as he waved his hand. Sword control, attack. The countless sharp swords in the sky converged into a magnificent great sword, descending upon Su Daqiang. The moment the great sword collided with the cleaver, Lin Huangyi's void-cleaving sword also shot forth with incredible speed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Lin Huangyi was sent flying, while Su Daqiang was merely pushed back several dozen steps. Yet, in that instant of collision between blade and sword, a flash of sword light darted past Su Daqiang. He stared blankly at the gaping hole in his chest. His heart had been pierced. What a terrifying sword control technique. The master swordsman was indeed extraordinary. I die with honor. Upon uttering those final words, Su Daqiang succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Although Lin Huangyi survived, his condition was far from favorable. His body bore the heavy scars inflicted by sword qi. With gashes marring his flesh and blood flowing profusely, he had to concede that this was the gravest injury he had ever sustained. He coughed a few times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as he gazed at the distant figure of Su Daqiang, who, despite having breathed his last, still stood upright. A wave of emotion washed over him. This was a worthy adversary, a true swordsman, albeit one who had chosen the wrong allies. With Su Daqiang's demise, the others who had accompanied him were engulfed in a seething rage. Unlike Su Daqiang, their singular aim was to eliminate Lin Huangyi. Though he had led them, he was now no more. Despite his death, Su Daqiang had severely wounded Lin Huangyi, prompting them to fixate their vengeful attention upon him. For them, Lin Huangyi's survival meant their own demise. Only by extinguishing his life could they hope to secure their own. Kill him! They cried in unison, without a moment's hesitation, charging towards Lin Huangyi. The earth flame beast stirred, ready to defend against any attempt on Lin Huangyi's life, asserting its dominance. Its form swelled to an enormous size. With a swift flick of its tail, it dispatched one assailant instantly, then leaped forward, slaughtering the two foremost attackers in a heartbeat. The remaining adversaries paled in disbelief, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous creature possessed such formidable might. It was indeed a powerful beast on a distant peak. Su Yi and Fang Xiaohan seethed with frustration. Incompetent fools, utterly worthless, unable to eliminate even a single spirit transformation realm cultivator. Fang Xiaohan exclaimed, "We cannot allow him to reach the Divine Sword Sect. Otherwise, our lives will be in jeopardy." The Divine Sword Sect held a life-and-death arena, where disciples of lower cultivation could challenge those of higher realms, and refusal was not an option. What if Lin Huangyi were to issue such a challenge? They both understood the implications, which is why they regarded Lin Huangyi with such trepidation. His cultivation speed was alarmingly rapid. When they first encountered him, he had merely been at the Bloodchi realm, and now, not long after, he had ascended to the spirit transformation realm. Such progress surpassed even that of Gu Jingshun in his prime. Indeed, we must eliminate him before he reaches the Divine Sword sect. Feng Xiaohan insisted. Your aunt is foolish to send only a handful of weaklings. The Dongfang family has powerful cultivators. Dispatching a spirit realm expert would pose no challenge in taking down Lin Huani. Su Yi remained silent, contemplating the unexpected surge in Lin Huani's strength. The Dongfang family likely refrained from deploying true power due to their fear of Xianyuan Songhai, that if they were to bully the weak, the wrath of Xianyuan Songhai would be unbearable. Even the Su family could not risk sending a spirit realm expert against Lin Huani. Should the younger generation attempt to thwart him, Xianyuan Songhai would remain indifferent. But if they dispatched a spirit realm expert to hunt Lin Huani, the consequences would be dire. If Xianyuan Songhai were to be enraged and unleash his fury upon the young elites of every family, who could withstand it? Su Yi shook his head. There is no hope. Neither the Su family nor the Dongfang family can send a spirit realm expert. Feng Xiaohan chuckled wryly with Lin Huani's current prowess. It is exceedingly difficult to slay him without a spirit realm intervention. Even if they do not triumph, he can still escape. Had I known Lin Huani would become this formidable, I would never have agreed to ally with you against him. Feng Xiaohan pondered that if they could not prevent Lin Huani from reaching the Divine Sword sect, they would have to go to him, offering an apology and seeking his forgiveness. Though such actions would bring shame. A true man can endure humiliation when necessary. Perhaps there is another way, Su Yi suggested. Feng Xiaohan pressed, what method do you propose? A glint of coldness flashed in Su Ye's eyes as he lowered his voice. Hire an assassin or an outsider. Feng Xiaohan's face paled in shock. Su Yi, have you lost your mind? Hiring an assassin is one thing, but enlisting the aid of outsiders is unacceptable to the human race. Su Ye's expression twisted with intensity, his voice grave. I am not mad. If Lin Huani lives, I will surely die. Feng Xiaohan opened his mouth but found no word. Su Yi had become obsessed. Yet the truth remained, he had antagonized Lin Huani too severely, repeatedly attempting to bring about his demise, making this a situation of life and death. Let us depart before we are discovered. Su Yi cast a glance at the distant Lin Huani, rising to leave without a trace of hesitation. Lin Huani, sensing nothing amiss, looked up but found no signs of danger. I could see that moment. The earth flame beast had dealt with all adversaries. Noticing Lin Huani deep in thought, it inquired, what troubles you? Have you discerned something? Lin Huani replied, I sense someone observing us from afar. The earth flame beast retorted, we are in desolate mountains. It is unlikely anyone is here. Should there be beasts, that would be no surprise. Lin Huani shook his head. It is not a beast. There is a faint aura of malice. The earth flame beast raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Those extraordinary prodigies were often shielded by fate, and any intent directed at them could indeed be sensed. That is not unexpected. Those who come to kill you will surely number more than these, as you have slain many of their kin, each one a beacon of hope for their families. A cold glint ignited in Lin Huani's eyes, his murderous intent surging forth. Those who dare to strike at me must be prepared to die. For every one that seeks vengeance against me, I shall slay one. For two, I shall eradicate two. The earth flame beast regarded Lin Huani with satisfaction. Indeed, your mindset reflects my judgment. One must possess such resolve on the arduous path of cultivation. To ascend to the pinnacle, one must tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of bones. If you exhibit indecision, it is you who will meet your end. I in this world. It is either you perish or I do. There are no other options. Lin Huani gazed ahead. Beyond this mountain lies Tunglong County, a place rife with chaos and perfect for bloodshed. If there are assassins, they shall be there. Let us proceed. I wish to see who else seeks to court death. The earth flame beast cautioned, you may not fear those in the heavenly action realm, but those in the spirit realm could prove troublesome. Lin Huani responded fiercely, even if they are in the spirit realm. As long as I live, they shall die. Since Lin Huani began practicing the Swallowing Heaven Sword art, his recovery rate had become astonishingly rapid. In no time at all, his injuries had healed significantly. The two resumed their journey. An hour passed, and dusk fell. They finally arrived at Tunglong County. Lin Huani's arrival stirred no notable commotion. Although evening had set in, the streets bustled with hurried passersby, as if something significant were about to unfold. Lin Huani stopped one individual, asking, "Good sir, what has transpired? Why does everyone appear so hurried?" The man scrutinized Lin Huani before replying, "Young brother, you must be from out of town." Lin Huani confirmed, "I hail from Yin City, en route to the Divine Sword Sect for cultivation." The man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Indeed, young brother is a true gem among men, a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. I am most honored." Lin Huani replied modestly, "You flatter me, but may I ask what is happening in the city? I would appreciate any insights you can share." He offered a few pills as a token of gratitude. The elderly man, lacking in cultivation, beamed upon receiving the pills. "Young brother, you are too kind. Since you wish to know, I shall share." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice point. 3 days ago, a formidable female cultivator appeared outside the city. Each night, she descends upon the town to capture individuals, particularly handsome young men of cultivation. Many have already been taken, and those who were seized have turned to mere bones. Lin Huani deduced she must be a malevolent practitioner. Seeking to absorb the essence of the young, he inquired further, "Are there no strong cultivators in the city to deal with this issue?" The old man shook his head and said, "That female cultivator possesses formidable strength. Just the other day, the city lord engaged in battle with that malevolent cultivator and had his arms severed." Lin Huangyi felt a profound shock. In Tunglong County, where a motley of characters resided, it was evident that to ascend to the position of city lord, one must possess extraordinary prowess. Yet, to have an arm cleaved off by that female malevolent cultivator speaks volumes about her undeniable power. Could it be that the strong ones in the city allow her to act with impunity? The old man sighed. What can be done? With such formidable strength, even the city lord is no match for her, let alone others. Lin Huangyi then inquired, "Has no one ventured out to seek aid?" The old man replied, "That female malevolent cultivator has already set up a formation outside the city. Tunglong County is now a place where entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Those who have attempted to leave have met with tragic ends." He glanced at Lin Huangyi, noting his youth. "Even if you were a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, your cultivation is unlikely to surpass that of the city lord. Alas, young brother, you should find a place to hide for the time being. Wait until dawn tomorrow and devise a way to leave." After speaking, the old man looked at the sky and, without waiting for Lin Huangyi's response, hurriedly departed. The earth flame beast yawned and remarked, "Interesting, a malevolent cultivator has actually appeared here." Lin Huangyi responded, "That female malevolent cultivator arrived 3 days ago. Could it be that she came for me?" The earth flame beast replied, "There's a possibility, albeit a slim one, that I sense a surge of malevolent energy here, indicating that a significant event is about to unfold. It is highly likely that she has come for that purpose." Lin Huangyi activated his God of War eyes to scan the surroundings, discovering that the area where the city lord's mansion stood was encircled by malevolent energy. As if something was about to break free, the aura of evil was terrifying. Could it be that some malevolent entity was suppressed here? The earth flame beast cautioned, "Lin, that malevolent energy is exceedingly domineering. I advise you to avoid stirring trouble and find a place to rest. Leave this place by tomorrow." Lin Huangyi shot a glance at the earth flame beast, saying, "Are you afraid?" The earth flame beast retorted, "What do I have to fear? You humans have an old saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This malevolent force is too fearsome. With our strength, we cannot suppress it. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Lin Huangyi replied, "It seems you truly are afraid that we humans also have a saying, a gentleman acts with purpose and refrains from action when necessary. If you are frightened, you may find a place to hide, while I investigate the city lord's mansion." The earth flame beast, flustered, exclaimed, "What does this emperor have to fear? This malevolent force poses no threat to me. It is you whose cultivation is meager. Should you be invaded by malevolent energy, you could easily fall into madness with no hope of recovery." Lin Huangyi asserted, "I harbor righteous energy within. What is there to fear? This trifling malevolent aura cannot affect me. Besides, greater risks yield greater rewards. Do they not?" The earth flame beast lamented, "You madman, you are truly a lunatic. Following you has brought me nothing but misfortune." Without hesitation, Lin Huangyi strode toward the city lord's mansion. The earth flame beast, resigned, had no choice but to follow. The pair soon arrived outside the city lord's mansion, which, contrary to expectations, stood with its doors wide open that a strong stench of blood wafted from within. Lin Huangyi exchanged glances with the earth flame beast. Realizing that the situation was likely dire, he quickened his pace and dashed into the mansion's interior courtyard. Within moments, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of bodies, some already cold, while others, though alive, emitted continuous cries of agony. All bore faces darkened, evidently tainted by malevolent energy. Lin Huangyi pressed on, reaching the depths of the mansion. There he encountered an ancient ceiling altar, upon which sat a frail figure. The individual, gaunt and pallid, had his eyes tightly shut. As Lin Huangyi approached, the figure suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Who are you?" he inquired. Lin Huangyi felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the man had not been corrupted by malevolent energy. "I am a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, passing through this area. Upon noticing something amiss, I came to investigate. May I ask who you are and what has transpired here? Why is there such a proliferation of malevolent energy?" Upon hearing that Lin Huangyi was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, the man visibly relaxed. "That I am Long Wan Yin, the city lord of Tunglong City. My family has guarded this place for a millennium. Yet I never anticipated such calamity to befall you. My death is inconsequential, but what are the tens of thousands of citizens in Tunglong County who will suffer? As a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, could you possibly save Tunglong City from this disaster?" Lin Huangyi clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Your actions are commendable, esteemed elder. If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost." Long Wan Yin's face brightened at these words, and he rose to bow to Lin Huangyi, saying, "Excellent, excellent. I express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of the city." Lin Huangyi hastily interjected, "That is unnecessary. Please first elucidate the situation here." That moment, the earth flame beast sniffed the air and spoke. "It is the aura of the three-eyed evil king." Upon hearing this, Long Wan Yin displayed a look of astonishment. That this beast could identify the malevolent entity they were suppressing was indeed remarkable. "Your battle companion is quite extraordinary, able to recognize the aura of the three-eyed evil king." The earth flame beast puffed up with pride, declaring, "I have encountered not only the three-eyed evil king, but even the three-eyed evil god." Lin Huangyi queried, "Are you familiar with the three-eyed evil clan?" The earth flame beast explained, "The three-eyed evil clan was originally known as the three-eyed clan, sharing a common ancestry with the three-eyed god clan, where the former served the latter. However, the three-eyed clan was eventually corrupted by malevolent energy, falling into the path of evil, leading to an irreconcilable rift between the two clans." Long Wan Yin nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that is correct. That I perceive that you possess the bloodline of the three-eyed god clan. Should you fully activate it, you may be able to assist me in restoring the seal and completely subduing the three-eyed evil king." The revelation that Long Wan Yin could discern his bloodline made Lin Huangyi somewhat wary. It seemed that Long Wan Yin could see through his thoughts, for he activated his bloodline, revealing a faint phantom of a divine eye at his brow. However, this phantom could not compare to Lin Huangyi's God of War eyes. "There is no need for concern, young master. In truth, my family also carries the bloodline of the three-eyed god clan. Our ancestor was an elder of that clan, left here to suppress the three-eyed evil king, thus establishing my long family." The old man's words rang true. The earth flame beast had indeed heard of this in the upper realms. With the beast's assurance, Lin Huangyi lowered his guard. However, the fact that even an elder of the three-eyed god clan could not subdue the three-eyed evil king suggested that defeating him would be an arduous task. Yet, assisting Long Wan Yin in restoring the seal might be feasible. Just then, the earth flame beast's next words astonished both Lin Huangyi and Long Wan Yin. "Lin, this presents an opportunity for you that if you manage to kill the three-eyed evil king, it could lead to a significant enhancement of your power, perhaps even allowing you to directly ascend to the celestial realm. As for you, Old Dragon, once the three-eyed evil king is slain, your clan will enjoy lasting peace." Long Wan Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? The strength of the three-eyed evil king is exceedingly terrifying. He transcends this realm. His power is beyond your imagination. With our combined strength, we are far from sufficient to act rashly would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Lin Huangyi turned to the earth flame beast, pondering its sudden change of heart. This creature had previously insisted on dissuading him, yet now was advocating for a risky confrontation with the three-eyed evil king. This was utterly uncharacteristic. What scheme was the beast concocting? Could it be that the three-eyed evil king possessed something that could restore its former strength? If so, that would indeed make sense. Lin Huangyi remarked, "Beast, have you lost your mind?" The earth flame beast retorted indignantly, "You are the one who has lost your mind. I am perfectly clear-headed." Lin Huangyi countered, "If you are not mistaken, why then speak such impractical words?" The earth flame beast shot Lin Huangyi a sidelong glance, stating, if the three-eyed evil king were at his peak, he would indeed be terrifying. However, he is now but a shadow of his former self. After over a millennium of sealing, his power cannot recover. I have calculated that tomorrow, specifically at noon, when the sun's energy is at its zenith, will be the time when he is most vulnerable, thus presenting the best opportunity to strike. Long Wan Yin furrowed his brow, deeply troubled. Even though the three-eyed evil king had been sealed for over 1,000 years and his power significantly diminished, he remained formidable. Even if tomorrow marked the day of the solstice, which would greatly restrict his abilities, he still surpassed ordinary divine beings and could rival those of the returning essence realm. Currently, I am gravely injured, and Brother Lin is merely at the spirit transformation realm. Furthermore, the enemy we face is not limited to the three-eyed evil king, but if it were only the three-eyed evil king, Long Wan Yin might dare to take a risk. However, outside the city, dark forces have long been lurking, likely remnants of the three-eyed evil king's lineage. Their incessant harassment of Tunglong City aims to free the three-eyed evil king. The earth flame beast remarked, "Tonight is crucial. Those evil cultivators outside will undoubtedly launch a massive assault on the Lord's manor to break the seal before tomorrow and release the three-eyed evil king. Thus, we shall face a bitter battle tonight." Long Wan Yin smiled wryly. "If we could reinforce the seal now, we might still stand a chance. Present, aside from myself, the other elders are busy strengthening the seal." The earth flame beast glanced at Lin Howie and said, "This is not a major issue. I and young Lin can hold our ground." Lin Howie lowered his voice, "Fire. Have you lost your mind? Those evil cultivators will surely come out in full force to rescue the three-eyed evil king. How can the two of us withstand that?" The earth flame beast retorted, "Aren't you the one aspiring to be a hero? This is your chance to shine. What? Are you having second thoughts now? Where is your previous bravado?" Lin Howie replied, "Fire, tell me the truth. Does the three-eyed evil king possess something you desire? If you don't explain, I won't help you." Seeing that Lin Howie had discerned his intentions, the earth flame beast had no choice but to admit, "How did you figure that out?" Lin Howie responded, "It's so obvious. You are gluttonous and cowardly, always trying to prevent me from taking risks. Yet now, knowing the dangers, you urge me to as contradictory. How could it be otherwise if there were no benefits?" The earth flame beast chuckled. "You are indeed clever, young one, to understand my thoughts." Lin Howie continued, "So, tell me, what advantage is worth such a risk? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I will not cooperate." The earth flame beast asserted, "Killing the three-eyed evil king benefits both you and me. You can refine his bloodline, significantly enhancing your strength, with a good chance of even breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. For me, I could obtain a drop of the beast goddess blood." Lin Howie was taken aback, staring at the earth flame beast. "Is that true? The three-eyed evil king actually possesses the beast goddess blood?" The allure of the three-eyed evil king's bloodline was not particularly strong for Lin Howie. He was well aware of the long-term implications of bloodline power. If he were to continue enhancing his divine bloodline now, his cultivation speed would indeed become astonishing, and his strength would grow with the bloodline's power. However, the stronger he became and the more potent his bloodline grew, the harder it would be for him to extract it again. In contrast, the beast goddess blood was a different matter entirely. If the earth flame beast were to acquire the beast goddess blood, it would likely restore much of its strength. Currently, it was merely at the 6th rank. With the beast goddess blood, it could ascend in one leap. Even if it did not reach the 8th or 9th rank, breaking into the 7th rank would be entirely feasible. The earth flame beast nodded confidently. I have already sensed a stirring of the beast god's blood within me. Indeed, there is beast god's essence within this seal. Originally just an ordinary tiger lion, it had evolved into the earth flame divine beast precisely because of the beast god's blood. Thus, the allure of the beast god's essence was immense for it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Howie said, "In that case, I will accompany you on this risk. However, you should understand that this time, the danger is greater than any we have previously encountered if you don't present something of value. We will not be able to overcome this challenge." The earth flame beast laughed heartily. "Fear not. I have my methods. Just sit back and watch the show." Seeing the earth flame beast's smug demeanor, Lin Howie was genuinely surprised. This creature, usually carefree and indulgent, was now exhibiting such confidence. Clearly, it had a plan. "Very well. I shall await your performance at this moment." Long Wanyan frowned, still skeptical of the earth flame beast. "Time is running short. The dark forces are approaching. Are you both certain you can hold out? If necessary, we should reinforce the seal together. It is the safest course of action." For Long Wanyan, he did not wish to take risks. Completely sealing the three-eyed evil king was the most secure option as for killing the three-eyed evil king. That was a thought he dared not entertain. Even his ancestors had never accomplished such a feat. How could they possibly achieve it now? Although Lin Howie was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect and exceptionally gifted, he was still young. The battle pet before him was merely at the 6th rank. The three-eyed evil king was currently attempting to break through the formation S seal. If the dark forces arrived, it would be a coordinated attack. If the three-eyed evil king were to break the seal, it would be too late. The entire city would face annihilation. The earth flame beast scoffed. "What is there to fear? With me here, those dark forces are nothing to worry about." Outside the city, a fierce wind stirred. A wave of terrifying auras descended. It was the evil cultivators. Lin Howie could feel it. Long Wanyan's expression grew serious. "They are here. That woman is exceedingly formidable." Having previously crossed blades with her, he knew her strength was incredible. Last time, he had only narrowly repelled her. This time, she came prepared, and there was more than one of them. Were it not for Lin Howie's intervention, he would likely have been ready to sacrifice himself to reinforce the seal. Lin Howie reassured, "Rest easy, City Lord. I am here with Emperor." Long Wanyan replied, "Thank you both for your efforts." As his words fell, a domineering force surged toward the Lord's manor, shattering the doors in an instant. "Long Wanyan, your aunt is here. Be wise and open the seal quickly, or Tunglong City will be left with nothing." A woman strode in, riding a monstrous serpent. Lin Howie gazed at her and the fearsome serpent before him, his expression grave. The woman's cultivation was exceedingly high, and her malevolent aura filled him with revulsion. Moreover, she exuded an immense pressure he had never experienced before. The giant snake beneath her was colossal, measuring over 10 zhang in length. Long Wanyan shouted, "Demonic fiend, you shall not break the seal." The female dark cultivator coldly replied, "You are simply refusing to drink the wine offered and instead asking for punishment." Long Wanyan retorted, "Demonic fiend, do not be reckless. This is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. If you wish to live, depart quickly. Otherwise, the might of the Divine Sword sect would descend upon you, leading to your soul's destruction." The female dark cultivator turned her gaze to Lin Howie, laughing heartily. "This boy at the spirit transformation realm thinks he can stop me. Yet he is quite handsome." As she spoke, the dark cultivator licked her lips, eyeing Lin Howie as if he were prey. "It seems I misjudged. His masculine energy is quite rich. Though merely at the spirit transformation realm, it surpasses that of many divine beings, such magnificent vitality. If I were to consume him, my power would ascend to new heights." Realizing this was the female dark cultivator who had captured warriors days prior, Lin Howie coldly replied, "Get lost." The female dark cultivator responded, "Oh, your cultivation may be low, but your temper is quite fierce." She appeared even more intrigued. Lin Howie turned to the earth flame beast. "Emperor, I leave this to you to that moment." The female dark cultivator finally noticed the earth flame beast. Currently, it resembled an ordinary small dog. Yet, as the earth flame beast unleashed its terrifying aura, the dark cultivator's expression changed drastically. The massive serpent beneath her grew restless. The female dark cultivator struggled to calm the serpent and gaze at the earth flame beast. "Who are you?" The earth flame beast boldly declared. "I'm the one who will kill you." The gaze of the female evil cultivator shimmered with a frosty light. "To kill me, a mere 6th grade, dares to act insolently before me. Even if your status is special, I shall slay you nonetheless." With that, the female cultivator sprang into action, her movements swift as lightning, in the blink of an eye. She had reached the front of the earth flame beast. That moment, the earth flame beast remained unperturbed, summoning a golden talisman. "Golden armored divine general, vanquish evil. Go." The golden talisman instantly transformed into a resplendent golden deity. This deity wielded a trident-bladed weapon, and as it faced the advancing female cultivator, it swiftly swung its weapon. A flash of golden light surged forth, sending the female cultivator hurtling backward. Astonishingly, she proved no match for the golden deity. Lin Huangyi watched the earth flame beast, internally murmuring, "This fellow possesses so many treasures and yet does not reveal them, that I must devise a plan to extract some valuable items from it." The once formidable female cultivator, under the onslaught of the golden deity, found herself retreating step by step, and after several exchanges, she was ultimately slain. The giant serpent also lost its head. Long Wanyan was left dumbfounded. This battle pet could unleash such might with a mere talisman. That was a powerhouse of the divine appearance realm. Before this golden armor divine talisman, it was utterly vulnerable. Lin Huangyi then exclaimed, "Your Majesty is indeed formidable." The earth flame beast replied with pride, "Naturally, your Majesty's strength is beyond your imagination." Lin Huangyi grinned slyly. Looking at the earth flame beast, "Your Majesty, do you have any more of those golden talismans?" "I could use 1,000 or 800. The earth flame beast's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 or 800? Do you think they grow on trees? What a bold thought. I have none." "Not even one." The earth flame beast shook its head incessantly, its head bobbing like a rattle drum. "How stingy." Lin Huangyi understood that this creature was quite shrewd, having lived for countless years, hoarding who knows how many treasures. However, extracting anything from his possession would likely be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. "I could see this moment." Long Wanyan spoke up. "Though the female cultivator has been dealt with, the formation seal may soon falter." The earth flame beast asserted, "We absolutely cannot allow the three-eyed evil king to break the seal now. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." The earlier golden armored divine talisman had caused a considerable distress. Such talismans are exceedingly precious. Using one means losing one. If its strength were restored, that would be one thing. But in its current state, these are vital for survival. Lin Huangyi suggested, "Lord Dragon, let's go check on the seal. We must not allow the three-eyed evil king to escape." Long Wanyan nodded in agreement. He produced a command talisman, and after casting a seal, a door appeared at the original altar location. "After you." Lin Huangyi said cautiously. He was not familiar with Long Wanyan. What if you were plotting against him? One must always be wary. The earth flame beast silently approved. Long Wanyan said no more and turned to enter. Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast followed closely behind. Upon entering, Lin Huangyi beheld 4 elders, each seated at one of the 4 cardinal points, their hands raised high, channeling immense power into the ceiling formation. Within that formation resided a terrifying aura. It was indeed the three-eyed evil king. The earth flame beast regarded the three-eyed evil king with a grave expression. It seemed the evil king had sensed the arrival of Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast, but did not take them seriously. One was merely at the spirit transformation realm, while the other was a 6th grade beast, far too weak to be of concern. This seal had imprisoned him for countless years, and it was finally on the brink of being shattered. "Brother, why have you brought an outsider in?" The 4 elders frowned at Long Wanyan's introduction of an outsider at such a critical moment. The seal was growing increasingly fragile, and if they did not find a way to reinforce the formation, they would all face dire consequences. Not only that, their entire clan could suffer utter annihilation. Although they had already separated some of their kin, The three-eyed evil king was no trifling matter and bore a deep-seated grudge against them. After all, it was their clan that had guarded the seal for countless years, and should he escape, he would surely exact revenge. The three-eyed evil king had once threatened them, declaring that should he escape, he would curse the entire lineage of the Long clan with bloodline retribution. Long Wanyin explained, "This young brother is a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. He has come to assist us in dealing with the three-eyed evil king." The mention of the Divine Sword sect brightened the elders' expressions. The sect was immensely powerful, and if they intervened, it would be much easier to prevent the three-eyed evil king from breaking the seal. Indeed, but where are the other strong members of the Divine Sword sect? Long Wanyin smiled wryly, shaking his head. "Only Lin Gongzi is here. There are no others." Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions fell into despair. What could a mere spirit transformation realm youth accomplish? Even if he were a prodigious disciple of the Divine Sword sect, he could not alter the outcome. His strength was far too inadequate. The three-eyed evil king could easily eliminate him with a mere breath. Seeing their disappointment, Long Wanyin hurriedly clarified, "Do not underestimate Lin Gongzi and his battle pet. The female evil cultivator was just defeated by Lin Gongzi's battle pet." Long Wanyin was slightly taken aback, looking at the earth flame beast. It was able to defeat that female evil cultivator. She was a powerhouse of the divine appearance realm. While its strength is commendable, it is merely 6th grade. How could it possibly defeat her? Indeed, perhaps that female cultivator was merely pretending, trying to deceive us. Another elder speculated. Long Wanyin, sensing their skepticism and fearing Lin Huangyi's displeasure, quickly interjected, "Lin Gongzi, please do not take offense. These old fellows are just like that." Lin Huangyi replied, "It's quite all right. It is to be expected, after all. My cultivation is merely at the spirit transformation realm." Long Wanyin sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Huangyi was not angered. If Lin Huangyi were to leave now, they would have no means to address the sealing issue at hand. Have you all grown senile? Do you not recognize the bloodline power within Lin Gongzi? Upon hearing this, the elders suddenly noticed a faint bloodline pressure emanating from Lin Huangyi. They were immediately taken aback. The emergence of such a phenomenon could only imply one thing. This young man possessed the same bloodline as them, and his bloodline was at a far higher rank, surpassing theirs by a considerable margin. Otherwise, such bloodline pressure would be impossible. Long Wanyin remarked, "Brother, just who is this young man? Could he be someone from the upper realms?" Their clan had long since declined on the divine martial continent, with bloodline power becoming increasingly scarce. Moreover, this young man bore the surname Lin, which was not of their Long clan lineage, clearly indicating that he was not one of their kin. The only other possibility was that he hailed from the upper realms. Long Wanyin shook his head. That is not the case. However, it is undeniable that Lin Gongzi possesses the bloodline of the three-eyed divine clan. Initially, I planned to leverage Lin Gongzi's bloodline power to completely seal the three-eyed evil king. However, Lin Gongzi and his battle pet wished to eliminate any future threats by directly slaying the three-eyed evil king. The four elders were left in sheer astonishment upon hearing this. Slaying the three-eyed evil king was a notion they never dared to entertain. Just how formidable was the three-eyed evil king? Even after being sealed for countless years, his power had diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its peak, yet he remained exceedingly fearsome. This was something their ancestors had never accomplished. Could this young man truly achieve it? Moreover, he was merely at the spirit transformation realm. To entertain the idea of slaying the three-eyed evil king was nothing short of a fantasy. "Brother, are you jesting with us? To slay the three-eyed evil king is a dream we dare not even entertain." If they were to succeed in slaying the three-eyed evil king, it would mean their clan's complete liberation, freeing them from generations of confinement in this cursed place. Lin Huangyi asserted, "Esteemed elders, what Lord Dragon stated is indeed the truth. I and your majesty have come here specifically to slay the three-eyed evil king." Long Wanli remarked, "Even though you are a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, your cultivation is far too feeble. The might of the three-eyed evil king is beyond your imagination. Sealing him is already a monumental challenge. To think of slaying him is nothing short of delusional." Long Wanli remained unconvinced. He dared not take risks. "Brother, we cannot afford to gamble." Indeed, the other three nodded in agreement. After all, this matter concerned the very survival of the entire Long clan, and they could not take such a risk lightly to AT that moment. The Earth Flame Beast spoke. Even if you manage to seal him this time, what about the next? How long can the seal hold? If I am not mistaken, this formation has already encountered unforeseen circumstances a decade ago. Has it not? Moreover, in recent years, the seal has grown increasingly fragile, and soon you will find it difficult to maintain it. The words of the Earth Flame Beast left everyone in contemplative silence. IT spoke the truth. Even if they succeeded in sealing him now, how long would that seal endure? A year, 2 years. They had no certainty in their hearts. Furthermore, the Long clan had fallen into decline. There had not been a formidable prodigy among them in the past 30 years. If they continued down this path, the Long clan would be unable to sustain the seal, that if it were not for this, Long Wanyin would not have separated a portion of the clan members. Seeing that they had been swayed, the Earth Flame Beast continued. Tomorrow marks the day of Supreme Yang, the moment when the three-eyed evil king is at his weakest. AT that time, his strongest state will barely reach the pinnacle of the divine manifestation realm. If we join forces, our chances of vanquishing him are exceedingly high. Should we miss this opportunity, we must wait another century for a similar chance. Can the Long clan afford to wait? Long Wanyin forced a bitter smile. Let alone a century. We cannot even afford to wait a mere 10 years. Brother, we shall heed your counsel. In the end, Long Wanli and the others surrendered their choice to Long Wanyin, effectively consenting. Since prolonging the seal was merely a delay, it was better to take a bold risk. Long Wanyin declared, "We have no retreat left. If that is the case, let us confront the three-eyed evil king head-on." "Indeed, I have grown weary of this existence," one responded. After all, this day would come eventually. What is there to fear? The resolve of the group ignited fiercely. They had endured the humiliation of merely maintaining the seal for far too long. None wished to continue in this manner. Moreover, the Earth Flame Beast's assertion was valid. The day of Supreme Yang was indeed the time when the three-eyed evil king would be most vulnerable, and it presented their only opportunity. If they missed it, they would be unable to contend with the evil king's might thereafter. Let us first reinforce the seal temporarily. If this continues, the formation will surely collapse before tomorrow arrives. Lin Huang looked towards Long Wanyin and the others. How do we reinforce the formation? Long Wanyin replied, I shall impart to you the sealing magic great handprint. Lin Huang nodded. Once Long Wanyin finished explaining the sealing magic great handprint, Lin Huang had comprehended it sufficiently. Lin, my younger brother, give it a try. The address had shifted from young master Lin, younger brother Lin, indicating that Long Wanyin and the others had placed their complete trust in Lin Huang and the Earth Flame Beast. After mentally rehearsing the sealing magic great handprint, Lin Huang executed it. The moment he did so, Long Wanyin and the others were left agape, unable to believe their eyes. In his first attempt, Lin Huang had flawlessly performed the sealing magic great handprint, showcasing an astonishing power. A prodigy, a peerless prodigy, Long Wanli exclaimed, and oh wonder you have become a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Your talent is simply remarkable. You are the most exceptional genius I have ever encountered in my life. The sealing magic great handprint of our Long clan is notoriously difficult to master, and ordinary individuals would take an immeasurable amount of time to even grasp its basics. Yet you, upon first attempt, have surpassed even those of our clan who have practiced for over a decade. One could not help but acknowledge Lin Huang's extraordinary martial talent, which was enviable to the core. With minimal effort, he had made such progress. Now, as Lin Huang executed the technique a second time, he had already reached a minor completion stage. Within the seal, the three-eyed evil king had noticed this development. His voice resonated. Youngster, you are not a member of the Long clan. Why do you seek to seal me? The king? Are you aware of the consequences of provoking me? Lin Huang coldly retorted, Three-eyed evil king, are you threatening me? The three-eyed evil king replied, Youngster, do you seek to incite my wrath? Lin Huang responded, Incite? I not only wish to provoke you, but I also intend to slay you. The three-eyed evil king, enraged to the point of laughter, said, Boy, such audacity, with merely the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. You dare to act brazenly before me. You are truly ignorant of your own limitations. With that, Lin Huang felt an overwhelming mental force surge towards him. However, this posed no threat to Lin Huang. A fierce sword intent within him dissipated the mental power effortlessly. Lin Huang gazed at the three-eyed evil king within the ceiling formation and disdainfully remarked, "What else can you do besides ambushing? You are merely a cornered dog, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Not that it matters. Your arrogance will soon be an end. Tomorrow is your day of reckoning." Having failed in his ambush and now facing humiliation, the three-eyed evil king was infuriated. "Boy, you have successfully roused my ire. When I escape, you shall be the first to perish." Lin Huang replied, "If you escape, you shall die." The three-eyed evil king was seething with rage. A dignified evil king had never endured such humiliation. "Boy, it will not be long before I break free. That time, no one will save you." Although he could expend mental energy to attack Lin Huang now, it was unnecessary. Breaking the seal was his paramount objective. Despite his fury, the three-eyed evil king was filled with confidence. As if everything was already under his control, it was evident that he had made all necessary preparations, waiting only for the right moment to shatter the seal and unleash carnage. What could instill such confidence in him, with nary a hint of concern? Could there be a traitor among them? Once the seal was thoroughly reinforced, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to a place of safety, Lin Huang spoke. "Everyone." The three-eyed evil king appeared exceedingly confident earlier, seemingly unconcerned about our reinforcement of the seal, which likely suggests something amiss. Long Wanyin inquired, "Could it be that young brother Lin has discerned something?" Long Wanli added, "Speak freely, do not hold back." Lin Huang stated, "I suspect there is a traitor among the Long clan." This declaration sent a jolt through Long Wanyin. How could this be possible? However, as he reflected on the past decade, the weakening of the seal and the possibility of an insider among the Long clan became increasingly plausible. He glanced at the other four, unable to fathom the implications. If the traitor were one among them, the seal would have already been broken. Impossible. "Brother, we would never betray the clan or submit to such evil." Indeed, they affirmed, should we betray the clan, we would meet a most unfortunate end. Long Wanli and the others nodded in solemn oath. Long Wanyin shook his head. "I do not doubt my brothers. If you were to betray the clan, the formation would have been shattered long ago." Long Wanli remarked, "Few are those who can access the array seals. Apart from us old fellows, only Tianxing and his companions remain." Lin Huangyi asserted, "This is rather straightforward. If there are traitors among us, they will undoubtedly act today." The hearts of Long Wanyin and others were filled with anguish. They had never anticipated that there could be traitors within the Long clan, especially those who sought to unleash this malevolent being. It is worth noting that countless members of the Long clan had perished at the hands of the three-eyed evil king. The Long clan and the three-eyed evil king were sworn enemies for eternity. Now that a traitor had emerged within the Long clan, collaborating with the three-eyed evil king against their own kin, it was unbearable for Long Wanyin to accept. With a fierce glare, Long Wanli gritted his teeth and declared, "Whoever betrays the family shall face a fate worse than death." In the night, the moonlight bathed the courtyard. As if a layer of silver sand had been spread across it, a figure moved swiftly, entering the forbidden inner sanctum of the Long clan. Outside, Long Wanyin and the others watched the newcomer with solemn expressions. They had sensed the unusual movements of the three-eyed evil king and understood that the array seal was on the verge of collapse. To safeguard the talented younger generation of the Long clan, they had instructed Long Tianxing and the others to depart. They never anticipated that Long Tianxing would return, and in such a furtive manner. This wretch, Long Wanli glared at the individual, seething with anger. Long Tianxing, his grandson, was the most gifted of his generation in the Long clan, receiving special care and expectations from the family. Yet they could not fathom that he would conspire with the three-eyed evil king against his own family. "I shall kill him." Long Wanli could no longer contain himself. Rising to take action, Long Wanyin quickly restrained him, saying, "What are you doing?" Acting now would only alert the enemy. Lin Huangyi echoed, "Elder, please hold on. He alone cannot break the seal. After all, there are 3 other elders inside." Though held back, Long Wanli muttered in frustration, "Fortunately, we did not impart the method to break the seal to them. Otherwise, this wretch would have surely shattered it." Both Long Wanyin and Long Wanli were astonished that such a scourge had arisen within the Long clan. How could they face their ancestors in the future? Before long, Long Tianxing emerged again. Producing a talisman, Lin Huangyi discerned clearly that it was a communication talisman. With remarkable skill, Long Tianxing shattered the talisman and re-entered the forbidden area. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. Long Wanyin looked at Lin Huangyi and said, "Young brother Lin, we owe you a great debt this time. Had it not been for you, we might still be in the dark." Now that the sealing array had been reinforced, the three-eyed evil king could not hope to break free from within. He would require external assistance. Clearly, Long Tianxing alone would not suffice. But who could that external force be? Both Long Wanyin and Long Wanli were eager to find out. Lin Huangyi proposed, "Elders, you should proceed into the forbidden area. I will handle things here with Digu. Then we shall trouble you," they replied, turning to enter the forbidden ground. Once they had departed, Lin Huangyi turned to the Earth Flame Beast and said, "Digu, it is once again time for you to showcase your prowess. This fellow possesses countless treasures, and we must ensure he pays a price." The Earth Flame Beast retorted, "Lin boy, do you think I am unaware? The treasures you hold far exceed mine. Just the innumerable artifacts left to you by that scoundrel Lin Shanhe are more than enough, not to mention the inheritance of the martial marquis you obtained from that night Jinbei." Lin Huangyi realized the Earth Flame Beast was trying to extract more from him, which was unacceptable. This creature was exceedingly stingy. Digu, that reasoning does not hold water. This time, you're the one who will confront the three-eyed evil king. If you are unwilling, we can simply reinforce the sealing array with Long Wanyin and the others, ensuring it lasts another decade. By that time, my strength will have surely increased, making it easier to deal with the three-eyed evil king. The Earth Flame Beast fumed, "Lin boy, you scoundrel, you are indeed a descendant of that old bastard Lin Shanhe, just as despicable and shameless." "Thank you for the compliment," Lin Huangyi replied. Fine, consider a concession for me. Here." The Earth Flame Beast tossed him an item. Lin Huangyi caught it and discovered it was a sword box. Such a rarity, a splendid item. Even before opening the sword box, he could already feel the surging sword energy within. This energy made the sword furnace within him stir with anticipation that if he were to absorb this sword box, his cultivation could potentially reach new heights. "Lin boy, you must not swallow this sword box." The Earth Flame Beast interjected. While Lin Huangyi was still contemplating, the Earth Flame Beast continued, "This sword box is meant for arranging sword formations as a sword cultivator. You can use this set of sword boxes in formation I to establish a 9 heavens annihilation sword formation to vanquish those malevolent beings." Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the prospect of arranging a sword formation intrigued him. This set of sword boxes was immensely powerful, yet it bore no formation itself, although he had previously arranged formations, such as the Mountain River Great Formation, that was merely activating the existing formation of the Mountain River Hull. Creating a formation from scratch was far too challenging. After all, he was not a formation master. "Digu, you are putting me in a difficult position that I am not a formation master. How could I possibly assist you in arranging this so-called 9 Heavens Annihilation Great Formation? Moreover, I have never even heard of such a formation, so I have no idea where to begin." The Earth Flame Beast rolled its eyes and said, "It is merely about arranging a formation. It is quite simple that I know you cannot do it. So, I am giving you this to try out." The Earth Flame Beast tossed another item. Lin Huangyi looked and saw it was a transmission jade talisman. His eyes brightened. A magnificent item. Indeed, he had only ever seen such transmission jade talismans in ancient texts. In this lower realm, such things were non-existent, existing only in legend, yet it had truly appeared before him. "Digu, is this truly genuine?" The Earth Flame Beast replied irritably. "What do you think?" Lin Huangyi inquired. "If such a treasure exists, why do you not use it for yourself?" This question struck a nerve with the Earth Flame Beast, causing it to exclaim in anger, "Kid, are you finished? If you do not want it, then return it to me." "Want it? How could I refuse?" Lin Huangyi quickly stowed it away. What nonsense! Such a treasure was not something one could simply return. Once it was in his hands, it was his possession. Returning it was out of the question. The Earth Flame Beast huffed, "Hurry up and learn. Otherwise, time will run out. Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi crushed the transmission Jade Talisman. Instantly, it transformed into a beam of white light, rushing into his brow. Soon, a wealth of information regarding formations flooded his mind, specifically about the Nine Heavens Annihilation Sword Formation. After a brief moment, Lin Huangyi slowly opened his eyes. That he had anticipated receiving the inheritance of the Path of Formations, but instead he had only acquired the knowledge of this specific formation. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he gazed at the sword box in his hands, which felt familiar. The sword box had not yet been refined, but that posed no challenge for him. That it was merely a sword box. He practiced the supreme sword Dao, the swallowing sky, and controlling sword technique. If he could not even refine such a small sword box, what was the point of his sword cultivation? Digu, please protect me while I refine this sword box. Understood. Lin Huangyi projected his spiritual will into the sword box, which offered no resistance and directly acknowledged its master. Lin Huangyi was slightly taken aback. He had expected it to take some effort. Oh my astonishment, it proceeded with such remarkable ease. Lin Huangyi opened the sword box, revealing 9 formidable swords within, the sword furnace within him stirring restlessly. He hastily suppressed it and closed the box. Should the sword furnace consume this box, it would mean the loss of a significant weapon. Digu, do you still possess that inheritance Jade Talisman? It would be splendid if it were related to array techniques. You rascal, have you already refined it? The Earth Flame Beast observed Lin Huangyi, who had only been gone for a few breaths. Now opening his eyes, filled with doubt, Lin Huangyi replied, with such striking looks, "What can I do?" The sword box recognized its master on its own. Digu, do not divert the topic. Do you have any more Jade Talismans related to array techniques? I would greatly appreciate a few more. Hearing this, the Earth Flame Beast felt a profound sense of frustration. This sword box had been in its possession for an indeterminate amount of time, and while it had once sought to refine it, it had been utterly incapable. Yet in Lin Huangyi's hands, it had immediately recognized its master. This preferential treatment left the beast feeling quite irked. Infuriating? No, it was infuriating for a beast. It now had no desire to converse. What are you thinking? A few more inheritance Jade Talismans? This emperor has none. I've already given you this one. Lin Huangyi, perceiving the look in its eyes, knew full well that this creature was not speaking the truth. However, he could not afford to press too hard. Patience was key. There would be ample time in the future. Lin Huangyi said, "If there are none, then so be it. Why must you be so angry? At worst, once we have dealt with the matter of the three-eyed evil king, I will treat you to a grand feast. How does 1,000 roasted suckling pigs sound? Too many. 10. Are you sending me off like a beggar? 900.100. Too little. At least 800. They engaged in a spirited haggling. Ultimately, they settled on 300. Lin Xiaozai set up the formation quickly. They are already approaching. The Earth Flame Beast gazed anxiously into the distance. This moment, Lin Huangyi felt a chill in the air. That was the aura of evil. What is the rush? It is merely a formation. Lin Huangyi said nonchalantly, raising his hand to open the sword box. Instantly, the 9 divine swords soared forth, with one positioned at the center, while the other 8 darted towards 8 directions. 9 Heaven's Annihilation Sword Formation. Activate. With a soft command, the sword light flashed. The formation roared to life. That moment, 3 powerful auras finally arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman, with hair as white as silver, bore an elderly visage, resembling tree bark, and wielded a skeletal staff. As for the 2 men, one was thin and pallid, as though drained of all color, while the other was stout, with several large growths upon his forehead. It is the 9-headed mad lion. The 9-headed mad lion? Digu, are you referring to that lumpy fellow? Upon reaching a certain level of strength, one could transform into human form. This was not unusual. The Earth Flame Beast, currently at the 6th rank, could easily have transformed during its peak. This indicated that the lumpy figure before them possessed extraordinary power. Digu, these 3 individuals will not be easy to deal with. Lin Huangyi felt a twinge of anxiety. Without assistance, even with the formation, it would be challenging to confront these 3. Of course, I am aware they are formidable. What is the background of that lumpy fellow? Why do you hold him in such high regard? Noting the Earth Flame Beast's tension, Lin Huangyi grew increasingly curious. The Earth Flame Beast replied, "That fellow is a beast from the upper realm." Lin Huangyi inquired, "A beast?" The Earth Flame Beast explained, "In your lower realm, they're referred to as exotic beasts. In truth, once these so-called exotic beasts from the upper realm develop intelligence, they can be classified as either demon beasts or divine beasts. Demon beasts are also known as the Demon Clan." Lin Huangyi asked, "And divine beasts?" The Earth Flame Beast answered, "Divine beasts are ancient creatures of immense strength, standing atop a few select races." Lin Huangyi remarked, "Ultimately, they are all demon clans." The Earth Flame Beast countered, "Not quite. Once you ascend to the upper realm, you'll understand what myriad races truly are. The human race is merely one among many. As for the demon clan, it is just a general term. The races you refer to as exotic races, aside from humans, are merely a broader classification. Why am I telling you this? Your strength is too weak. Knowing it serves no purpose." Lin Huangyi insisted, "But it is good to be informed." The Earth Flame Beast rolled its eyes, stating, "There is no time for that now. We must deal with these three first." Lin Huangyi declared, "Diga, you go ahead. I will cheer you on." The Earth Flame Beast retorted, "Get lost. Though this emperor is powerful, my cultivation is sealed, and I cannot exert my full strength. Now you can control the Nine Heavens Annihilation Sword Formation. With its power, you can defeat them." Lin Huangyi did not trust the Earth Flame Beast at all. This creature was a crafty one. Its words were hardly credible. It sought to exploit him into using his trump cards. Which was out of the question. Diga, how about this? I will handle one, and you take on the other two. How does that sound? If that does not work, then so be it. Lin Huangyi calculated that the Earth Flame Beast, eager for the beast god's blood essence, would inevitably agree. Fine. The Earth Flame Beast, feeling quite helpless, knew well that Lin Huangyi was cunning. Attempting to gain an advantage from him was nearly impossible. Becoming his battle pet meant a lifetime of toil. This moment. The three had already noticed the formation. The nine-headed mad lion exclaimed, "What is happening? There's actually a formation here. That kid said it would be unimpeded." The white-haired crone remarked, "Could it be that we were deceived by that brat?" The pallid man shook his head, speaking with conviction. "Impossible. That brat does not possess such audacity, especially since the evil king has already planted an evil seed within him. He would never dare to disobey the evil king's command." The three exchanged glances. "That brat has been exposed." The pallid man asked, "What should we do now?" Simultaneously, the white-haired crone and the pallid man turned to the nine-headed mad lion. "Nine-headed sovereign, what do you suggest?" The nine-headed mad lion replied, "It is merely a formation. We can break through it. Our goal is to shatter the seal and rescue the evil king. Are we really going to abandon our objective over this trivial formation?" The white-haired crone offered, "Let me give it a try." With a flourish of her staff, a surge of bloodlight shot towards the sword formation. In the next instant, the formation erupted with a terrifying brilliance. Sword energy surging forth. It struck the crone's staff with tremendous force. Boom! The crone's body could not withstand the overwhelming sword energy and was sent hurtling away. Such ferocious sword energy. This is the Nine Heavens Annihilation Sword Formation. The nine-headed mad lion's expression shifted as it glared at the formation, then bellowed in anger. "Dihuahua, come out. I know it is you." Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi was taken aback by the fury in those words. "I say, Diga, did you perhaps kill someone's parents or seduce their spouse?" The Earth Flame Beast's face flushed slightly. Then it retorted, "This emperor would not even deign to touch his wife." Lin Huangyi, upon hearing this, looked at the Earth Flame Beast with a sly grin. "Diga, I never would have guessed you to be such a character. No, such a beast, given how the nine-headed mad lion looks. I doubt its wife is anything to write home about. It seems your taste is truly unique." The Earth Flame Beast huffed. "What is unique? Get lost. This emperor has no wish to converse with you." Outside the formation, the nine-headed mad lion unleashed a frenzied onslaught. "Dihuahua, you rascal. I know you are inside. Come out." The Earth Flame Beast taunted, "If you have the guts, come in. Let me see if I won't slay you." Hearing the Earth Flame Beast's voice, the nine-headed mad lion's rage intensified, its eyes turning crimson with madness. It recalled the Earth Flame Beast's various actions and completely lost its reason, charging directly into the sword formation. How dare it rush in? It was courting death. The Earth Flame Beast was overjoyed. If it were outside the formation, dealing with the nine-headed Mad Lion would indeed pose a considerable challenge. However, now that the nine-headed Mad Lion dared to intrude into the sword array, the situation was entirely different, with one human and one beast joining forces and harnessing the power of the Nine Heavens Annihilation Sword Array. The nine-headed Mad Lion was akin to a turtle in a jar. Lin, let us strike together and eliminate this creature. Very well. Lin Huang did not refuse. This was the perfect opportunity. He manipulated the formation, and 9 divine swords coalesced into one. Then, a terrifying sword aura erupted. The Earth Flame Beast also appeared before the nine-headed Mad Lion. Today, nine-headed, marks your day of demise. Emperor Fire, I shall tear you apart. Upon seeing the Earth Flame Beast appear, the nine-headed Mad Lion charged wildly without a moment's thought. At that moment, Emperor Fire opened its mouth and released a talisman. This talisman transformed into beams of light that instantly ensnared the nine-headed Mad Lion, tightening ever more around it. The nine-headed Mad Lion found itself utterly immobilized. Struggling in vain to escape this moment, the dreadful sword light descended in a flash of white light. The nine-headed Mad Lion's head was severed. Seeing Lin Huang halt, the Earth Flame Beast spoke loudly. Continue. This beast has 9 heads. Having lopped off, just one will not kill it. We must sever all 9 heads to ensure its demise. Indeed, before the Earth Flame Beast could finish speaking, another head sprouted from the nine-headed Mad Lion's neck. Lin Huang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to once again gather the sword aura. Another strike followed, one after another. He severed all 8 heads. Lin Huang was nearly exhausted. The nine-headed Mad Lion was indeed formidable. Despite having been killed 8 times, its ferocity remained terrifying. Just as Lin Huang was recovering, it seemed the nine-headed Mad Lion had also regained its senses. Emperor Fire, you wretch, release me. Release you? Unthinkable. You must perish. The Earth Flame Beast would never let it go. That was simply ludicrous. If you kill me, you shall die too. The evil king is about to emerge. If you slay me, your demise is assured. Once the nine-headed Mad Lion regained its clarity, it ceased its frenzy. It did not wish for death. The Earth Flame Beast scoffed. I know it is the three-eyed evil king. The nine-headed Mad Lion retorted. Since you know is the evil king, you should understand that you cannot kill him. His power has been restored. Once he breaks free from his seal, none shall stand against him in this divine martial continent. The entire continent shall fall under the evil king's dominion, and all races shall become his slaves. If you release me now, I will speak favorably on your behalf before the evil king and ensure you are held in high regard. The Earth Flame Beast laughed heartily, mocking, You think I would bow to the three-eyed evil king? Absurd. When I was at my peak, did the three-eyed evil king dare to lay a finger on me? The nine-headed Mad Lion silently cursed, thinking, What nonsense. The reason the three-eyed evil king did not act was due to that formidable presence behind you. Without that, you would be nothing. However, the nine-headed Mad Lion dared not voice this. It still wished to survive. That was then. Now your strength is likely only at the 6th tier. Restoring your power will be exceedingly difficult. If the evil king emerges, you will not be able to withstand him. The nine-headed Mad Lion incessantly persuaded. Such words are futile. You should prepare to die. The Earth Flame Beast declared, Lin, have you rested enough? If so, let us slay this lion. Its inner core should be quite valuable. After consuming it, I should be able to restore my strength to the 7th tier. All right. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Huang's eyes as he gathered another sword, Aura .9 Heaven's Annihilation Sword. Kill! Sword lights flickered as countless sword auras cascaded from the heavens. The nine-headed Mad Lion, wishing to speak, found it was too late. Its body was instantly pierced by the sword auras, riddled with numerous holes. With the death of the nine-headed Mad Lion, the Earth Flame Beast eagerly rushed forward, tearing open the lion's flesh to extract its inner core, swallowing it whole. In the next moment, the Earth Flame Beast's aura surged. Reaching the 7th tier, the Earth Flame Beast had broken through to the 7th tier, significantly enhancing its power. Outside the formation, upon the death of the nine-headed Mad Lion, the remaining pale-faced man and white-haired old woman were left dumbfounded. What should they do? The nine-headed Mad Lion had been slain. Neither could believe it. This nine-headed mad lion was a formidable being from the upper realm, now felled in a single encounter. What could they possibly do? If even the nine-headed mad lion was not their match, they were even less so. The pale-faced man said, "Shall we flee?" The white-haired old woman smiled bitterly. "Where could we escape? We are both bound by restrictions." "Fleeing would lead to death," the pale-faced man asked. "Then what shall we do?" The white-haired old woman resolutely replied, "We must fight. There remains a glimmer of hope, as long as we do not enter the sword array. They cannot do anything to us." She understood that the reason the nine-headed mad lion was so easily defeated was not due to its weakness, but rather because this sword array was overwhelmingly powerful. Without the strength of this sword array, they might not necessarily perish. But the white-haired old woman interrupted him. "There is no but about it." The pale-faced man continued, "We came here to rescue the evil king. If we do not enter now, how can we possibly save him?" The white-haired old woman replied, "Do you forget? We have an insider, trust in Long Tianxing." The pale-faced man expressed doubt. "Is that guy reliable?" "If he were truly dependable, no one would have set up a sword array here to obstruct us." The white-haired old woman, recognizing the truth in his words, understood their predicament. They had no other options. If they forced their way through, they would surely die. Leaving this place was also a dead end. Both bore the restrictions of the three-eyed evil king planted by Long Tianxing, that if they could not rescue the three-eyed evil king today, their fate was sealed at this moment. The earth flame beast had completely refined the nine-headed mad lion's inner core, solidifying its power at the initial stage of the 8th tier. Lin Huang had also nearly recovered. Surprisingly, the white-haired old woman and the pale-faced man did not attack, leaving Lin Huang quite astonished. Were these two truly so frightened that they could not move? The earth flame beast, now at the 8th tier, exuded an impressive aura and confidence that if they do not attack us, shall we remain idle? How naive. One for each. Let us eliminate them both. Lin Huang smiled and said, "Brother Emperor, your strength has already returned to the 8th tier. In this divine martial continent, you are undoubtedly a top-tier existence, unmatched. There is no need for me to intervene. You can handle it alone." This flattery pleased the earth flame beast immensely. "Very well, then prepare to witness my performance." "Step aside, young one." With that, the earth flame beast leaped out of the formation and stood before the pale-faced man. The sudden appearance of the earth flame beast startled the pale-faced man, who quickly raised his hand, producing a sword box. Lin Huang's eyes lit up at the sight of the sword box. He had just acquired a sword case, a massive box, while the pale-faced man's was a long, elegant sword box. Far more aesthetically pleasing than his OWNAS, the pale-faced man opened the sword box. A long sword flew out in an instant. A sword control technique. Is he also a sword cultivator? The earth flame beast's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, it struck out, sending the long sword flying. "Lin, this one is yours. I shall deal with the old witch." After speaking, the earth flame beast turned in charge of the white-haired old woman. Lin Huang was momentarily taken aback. Although the pale-faced man's cultivation level was somewhat weaker than that of the nine-headed mad lion, he was still at the divine image realm. Lin Huang had slain beings at the divine image realm before, but that had been mere luck. Now, facing a true opponent of the divine image realm, he was not entirely confident. The pale-faced man, upon realizing this, wore an extremely grave expression. He fixated on Lin Huang, especially noting his control over the sword array, which was immensely formidable. Though he too was a sword cultivator, it was evident that Lin Huang, despite his youth, was no ordinary adversary. However, the mastery over this sword array has reached its zenith. "Do not approach." The pale-faced man retreated, fear gripping him. The aura emanating from Lin Huang instilled a profound sense of dread within him. For his sword quaked in terror. As a sword cultivator, his sword was synonymous with life itself. Now, if even his sword sensed fear, it was a testament to the terrifying power wielded by the youth before him. Could this lad be an unparalleled sword cultivator, or perhaps the sovereign of swords? Or might he possess the emperor of swords in his grasp? If it were the latter, it would be manageable. However, should it be the former two scenarios, how could he possibly contend against such might? Lin Huang smiled faintly, perceiving the terror that haunted the pale-faced man's heart. This was indeed the best outcome, as he himself lacked certainty. Esteemed brother, I see you are also a sword cultivator, since you wield a sword. Your nature must not be malevolent. Moreover, the power you possess is distinct from theirs. It is not of the evil path. Why not consider redeeming yourself? Sword cultivators are, in essence, exceedingly pure, devoid of convoluted thoughts. Naturally, Lin Huai was an exception, being a natural-born swordbone with a divine bloodline, destined to be a formidable sword cultivator. The pale-faced man wore a bitter smile, revealing his internal struggle, as if engaged in a battle within himself. It was evident that he was deeply conflicted. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to slay Lin Huai with a single strike. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his own strength was formidable. Perhaps he could not vanquish Lin Huai, after all, for he was a sword cultivator of the divine aspect realm. Lin Huai sighed inwardly. During his time in the city of Yun, he had encountered little, having never seen anyone in the celestial realm. Only the celestial court possessed such beings. The divine aspect realm was exceedingly rare. Yet recently, he had encountered numerous experts of the divine aspect realm, even those surpassing it. When had the divine aspect realm become so undervalued? Lin Huai mused to himself, wondering when he might also break through to the divine aspect realm. That moment, the pale-faced man spoke. I too wish to redeem myself. But, upon hearing this, Lin Huai sensed an opportunity and inquired, what difficulties do you face? You may share with me. Perhaps I can assist in resolving them. The pale-faced man replied, I have been ensnared by a restriction. And furthermore, my only daughter has been taken by them that he was utterly helpless. For the sake of his daughter and his own survival, he had no choice. Lin Huai regarded the pale-faced man, uncertain of the truth of his claims. In this world, one could never be sure of anyone's honesty, especially as he and the pale-faced man were still adversaries of restriction. Who placed this restriction upon you? And what kind of restriction is it? Lin Huai was not overly concerned about the restriction itself. The heaven-swallowing sword technique he cultivated was exceedingly domineering, and the sword furnace within him could continuously devour restrictions, rendering it a trivial matter. If the restriction contained sword intent, it would be even better, serving as nourishment for his cultivation. The more potent the sword intent, the greater the enhancement he would receive upon consumption. The pale-faced man grimaced, saying, It is a restriction placed by the three-eyed evil king. Upon hearing this, Lin Huai was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? The three-eyed evil king was sealed within an array. How could he possibly emerge to place a restriction upon you? Could it be that you had trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Long Clan? Unless he had indeed entered the forbidden grounds of the Long Clan, it would be impossible for the three-eyed evil king to have placed a restriction upon him. However, if he had entered those grounds, how could Long Wan Yin and the others not have noticed? The forbidden grounds of the Long Clan were extraordinarily unique, accessible only to the four great elders of the Long Clan or Long Wan Yin himself. Others could not enter unless they possessed the bloodline of the Long Clan. Contemplating this, Lin Huai turned to the pale-faced man and asked, Could it be that you too are a member of the Long Clan? If this were the case, it would indeed explain much. The pale-faced man shook his head, saying, I am not of the Long Clan, but my mother is. Lin Huai was taken aback. This man truly possessed the bloodline of the Long Clan. Since your mother is of the Long Clan, then you too bear their bloodline. You must have entered the forbidden grounds and been ensnared by the three-eyed evil king. That seems implausible. If you had indeed entered the forbidden grounds, Long Wan Yin and the others would surely have encountered you. The pale-faced man stated, the three-eyed evil king utilized Long Tianxing to place the restriction. Lin Huai instantly understood the situation. It appeared that the three-eyed evil king had possessed Long Tianxing and located the pale-faced man and his companions, subsequently placing formidable restrictions upon them to control their lives and deaths, compelling them to dismantle the array's seal. The strength of the three-eyed evil king was evidently greater than he had imagined. Meanwhile, the earth flame beast had slain the white-haired old woman. Observing that Lin Huai had yet to take action, it called out, Lin, why are you still dawdling? Can't you handle a mere early-stage divine aspect cultivator? If it comes to that, I shall take care of it. With that, the earth flame beast prepared to act. The pale-faced man was startled and intended to retaliate, but Lin Huai hastily interjected, "Wait, do not act yet." The earth flame beast, perplexed by Lin Huai's command, queried, "Why not? This pale-faced man is our enemy, tainted with evil energy, akin to the three-eyed evil king. They are all nefarious beings that if we do not eliminate them, we shall surely face great trouble." "Why? Do you know this fellow? Could he possibly be one of your Lin clan?" Lin Huai shook his head and replied, "Certainly not. However, he is of the Long clan, and the three-eyed evil king has placed a restriction upon him." The earth flame beast scrutinized the pale-faced man and remarked, "So, it appears that both he and you have been ensnared by the three-eyed evil king. Compelled to come here." The pale-faced man nodded. Lin Huai asked, "Emperor, can you lift the three-eyed evil king's restriction from him?" The earth flame beast shook its head, saying, "Not at present. My strength has yet to be fully restored, and I cannot remove it. If I were to recover to the 9th tier, such restrictions would be a trivial matter." The pale-faced man sighed, his heart heavy with sorrow. "It seems this is fate. My death matters not, but my beloved daughter, what fate awaits her? As her father, I am powerless and can no longer care for you." With that, he began to weep that a grown man, weeping openly. Seeing this, Lin Huai felt a pang of sympathy. Why weep? There are still solutions. The pale-faced man, hearing this, asked excitedly, "What solution?" "As long as you can lift the restriction upon me, I shall do whatever you command, serving you unconditionally, even if it means death." The earth flame beast furrowed its brow and whispered. Lin, do not trust his words. Lin Huai smiled mysteriously, responding, "Does it matter whether it is true or false?" The earth flame beast inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Huai explained, "He is the perfect bait." "Is he not?" The earth flame beast's eyes lit up. "Good lad, your mind is quite devious. However, this is indeed a viable strategy." Lin Huai continued, "Regardless of whether he speaks truth or lies, I shall assume he is deceitful. He will undoubtedly seek every means to enter the forbidden grounds, that if we do not allow him to enter now, and the three-eyed evil king senses his presence, we can use him as bait." The earth flame beast cautioned, "Things are not that simple. The three-eyed evil king is exceedingly cunning. You may be overestimating your plan, and it could backfire." Lin Huai laughed heartily, saying, "But you are here, Emperor. I trust that with your strength, we shall not falter, shall we?" The earth flame beast retorted, "How could that be? With me present, the three-eyed evil king is but a trifling matter." After a brief deliberation between the two, they turned their attention to the pale-faced man. At that moment, he was fixated on Lin Huangyi, eagerly awaiting a definitive response. This was, after all, his singular chance. Even if survival was possible, he did not wish to be puppeteered by the three-eyed evil king for eternity. Reduced to a mere fiend, ultimately, he was still of the human race, possessing both human blood and human spirit. This brother of his could not completely break the binding imposed by the three-eyed evil king, but it could be suppressed. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man felt a tinge of disappointment, yet hope flickered in his heart, a glimmer of life. The prospect of suppression was indeed favorable. At the very least, it meant he need not face death. Lin Huangyi then spoke, "I can temporarily suppress the binding of the three-eyed evil king for you until we slay him together. Once we have vanquished the three-eyed evil king, the binding within you will unravel effortlessly." The pale-faced man was taken aback, staring at Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast, incredulous that they dared to entertain the notion of slaying the three-eyed evil king. He stammered, "You cannot be serious." The earth flame beast regarded him with disdain and replied, "What? Are you afraid? For you, death is inevitable. Why not fight with everything you have?" The pale-faced man pondered this. It was true. Fear gripped him, yet they were right. It was indeed the only opportunity he had. If he could not break free, death awaited him regardless. The malevolent tactics of the three-eyed evil king would surely lead to a dreadful fate should he break free. Even if he survived, he would become nothing more than a puppet of the three-eyed evil king, devoid of freedom and perhaps even consciousness. Death seemed a more favorable option. His only concern was for his daughter, whom he hoped could be entrusted to their care. Gazing at Lin Huangyi, the pale-faced man's eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion. Lin Huangyi said, "I understand your plight. However, you must trust us, we would never gamble our lives recklessly. If we dare to act, we are assured of success. The pale-faced man nodded, his gaze steady on Lin Huangyi. I can agree to your terms, even if it means facing death, but I must have one request. At that moment, his eyes bore a sincere plea. Lin Huangyi discerned that he was not merely acting. The genuine emotion he exuded was unmistakable. A father's love? Yes, it was indeed paternal love. This thought reminded Lin Huangyi of his own father, Lin Qingxian. Why had he once acted so ruthlessly? Perhaps it was born of his own helplessness. Every father, every mother, harbors profound love for their children. This is indisputable. Name your request. Lin Huangyi replied. If I should meet my end, please ensure my daughter's safety. Lin Huangyi nodded in agreement. Very well. I promise you, should you perish, I will not only rescue your daughter, but also provide her with a good home. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lin Huangyi responded. There is no need for such formality. However, you must understand what it takes to earn my complete trust. At this juncture, we cannot afford any missteps. You are well aware of the terror the three-eyed evil king embodies. If a single miscalculation could lead to our ruin, I must proceed with caution. You comprehend my meaning? I understand, the pale-faced man affirmed. With that, he unleashed a surge of sword energy, slicing his fingertip to sign the master-servant contract. By the heavens above, I, by Wuxiang, willingly recognize the one before me as my master, vowing to remain loyal through the cycles of life and death. Should I breach this oath, may I suffer the torment of the 9 heavens' thunder and perish, never to be reborn. With his declaration, the contract was sealed. Lin Huangyi felt a newfound control over by Wuxiang's life and death. At this moment, he was completely at ease. The Earthflame Beast was equally astonished. This was splendid, for they now had an ally. The pale-faced man, or rather, by Wuxiang, possessed formidable strength. Though merely at the second level of the divine manifestation realm, he was a sword cultivator, a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, while he might not rival Lin Huangyi's extraordinary prowess, he would certainly hold a decisive advantage against others of the same realm. Well done, young man. Now we finally have someone we can command, the Earthflame Beast exclaimed, elated. Until now, no one had been able to direct it. Even when it wished to have Lin Huangyi perform tasks, it was impossible. It was a battle pet, while Lin Huangyi was the true master. Now, with Bai Wuxiang in the fold, the dynamic had shifted. Congratulations, young man, on making the wisest decision. Master, Bai Wuxiang spoke with utmost respect. The Earthflame Beast felt quite pleased. This Bai Wuxiang, in addressing Lin Huangyi as master, filled it with immense satisfaction. He patted Bai Wuxiang on the shoulder and said, Good lad, you're on the right path. From now on, if you need anything, I shall protect you. Thank you, master, Bai Wuxiang replied humbly. Lin Huangyi was content as well. However, he felt a twinge of regret that Bai Wuxiang had now become his servant, making it challenging to claim the sword box in his possession. That he mused whether he could alter the appearance of his sword box to resemble Bai Wuxiang's exquisite sword case. Wouldn't that be even more impressive? At that moment, the sword box within the sword array began to transform, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. In a matter of breaths, it metamorphosed into a beautifully crafted sword case, adorned with ancient and mysterious sword symbols that dazzled the eye. Excellent, truly excellent, Lin Huangyi remarked, thoroughly pleased at this juncture. The Earthflame Beast and Bai Wuxiang realized Lin Huangyi's intentions. Bai Wuxiang, in particular, wiped the sweat from his brow. For him, the utmost priority was his daughter, followed closely by his sword case, which represented his very essence as a sword cultivator. With the sword in hand, his existence was affirmed. Should the sword be destroyed, he too would perish. After stowing away the sword case, Lin Huangyi inquired, Bai Wuxiang, aside from the three of us, are there others involved? Bai Wuxiang replied, Master, to my knowledge, there should be none. However, the Earthflame Beast furrowed its brow and remarked, for what I gather, the three-eyed evil king is exceptionally cunning and meticulous. If he could control Long Tianxing, it stands to reason that he likely has other means at his disposal. Bai Wuxiang lowered his head. Acknowledging, Master, I am indeed lacking. Lin Huangyi reassured him, there is no need for such self-reproach. This matter does not rest on your shoulders. Whether the three-eyed evil king has other powerful individuals under his control is of secondary concern for now. Firstly, I will address the binding he has placed upon you. Yet the earth flame beast interjected, hold on, young Lin. Taken aback, Lin Huangyi queried, what seems to be the issue, Emperor? The earth flame beast explained, do you not need bait? If you seal the binding within by Wuxiang now, we would lose a valuable opportunity to exploit the three-eyed evil king. Lin Huangyi shook his head, asserting, now that Bai Wuxiang is one of us, there is no need to gamble with his life. However, Bai Wuxiang interjected, Master, the Emperor speaks truthfully. If you seal the binding within me, we lose the chance to deceive the three-eyed evil king. With my cooperation, it would be significantly easier to deal with him. The earth flame beast added, see, Bai Wuxiang concurs. After all, the three-eyed evil king is immensely powerful and not easily confronted. Lin Huangyi countered, did you not say you have a method to deal with the three-eyed evil king? We only need to wait until tomorrow noon to slay him. The earth flame beast replied, indeed, there is a method, but ensuring absolute certainty would be preferable. Facing someone as formidable as the three-eyed evil king is exceedingly perilous. After all, I have yet to fully recover my strength. Slaying the three-eyed evil king will require considerable effort and cannot be taken lightly. Lin Huangyi was acutely aware that the earth flame beast spoke the truth. Just as he was about to speak, he detected the sounds of a scuffle emanating from the forbidden area. The expressions of the three individuals swiftly shifted. Something had transpired in the forbidden zone. Lin Huangyi instructed, Bai Wuxiang, remain here. If anyone else dares to intrude, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood, Master, Bai Wuxiang replied. Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast promptly raced towards the forbidden grounds of the Long clan. Upon their swift entry into the forbidden area, they were met with a shocking sight. Several elderly men were engaged in a shameless act. The earth flame beast's complexion altered, cautioning, be wary. This is the 7th grade divine medicine, the ultimate ecstasy powder. Upon hearing this, Lin Huangyi hastily retreated. This was utterly alarming that a 7th grade divine medicine, something of such caliber, indicated immense power. It was no wonder that the old geezers like Long Wannian had fallen prey to it. But why was Long Tianxing unaffected? Lin Huangyi observed Long Tianxing, who appeared calm and composed, seemingly impervious to the effects, which struck him as peculiar. Looking closer, he saw that Long Tianxing was attempting to break the seal. Yet he was utterly incapable of doing so. This realization brought relief to both Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast. Had they not reinforced the sealing array earlier, the situation could have been dire. The predicament faced by Long Wannian and his companions was indeed grave, unless one considered the possibility that Long Tianxing was neither a man nor a woman. Lin Huangyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Long Tianxing was truly ruthless. If he was neither man nor woman, he could only be a eunuch, a man. It was unlikely that anyone would willingly relinquish such a thing. However, thinking further, it became clear that this young man was currently under the control of the three-eyed evil king, which rendered the situation less surprising. What should we do now? Brother D, should you handle Long Tianxing? No, the earth flame beast declined. The scene before them was indeed an eyesore. The potency of the divine medicine seemed far from dissipated. Should they enter, they might also fall victim. The earth flame beast was unwilling to take that risk. The power of the divine medicine was truly astounding. What a pity such a divine remedy wasted in such a manner, lamented the earth flame beast, feeling quite distressed. Lin Huangyi had already retreated outside. He wished to avoid witnessing this spectacle any longer. Prolonged exposure might leave him with psychological scars upon their swift return. Bai Wuxiang inquired, Master, have you resolved the matter? Lin Huangyi shook his head. It is far from simple. The problem is exceedingly tricky, and Brother D and I are not in a position to address it. Bai Wuxiang responded, not in a position? Then let me handle it. Seeing Bai Wuxiang volunteer, Lin Huangyi still shook his head. Bai Wuxiang assumed Lin Huangyi doubted his capabilities and hurriedly reassured him, Master, rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort. Lin Huangyi replied, it's not as straightforward as you believe, and besides, you currently cannot enter the forbidden area. After all, the entrance to the Long clan's forbidden zone is restricted. Allowing him to give it a try was not out of the question. At this moment, the Earth Flame Beast interjected, stating that the restriction was not an issue, as it could lead him inside. Lin Huangyi remained silent and instead asked, "Brother D, how long will the effects of the divine medicine last?" The Earth Flame Beast replied, "I was just about to mention this. The effects of the divine medicine endure for quite a long time. It may take more than an hour or two to wear off. In my view, it would be best to let Bai Xiaozai handle this matter." An hour or two, to Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow. That duration was indeed excessive. They could not afford to wait. Should any unforeseen complications arise, it would lead to significant trouble. The Earth Flame Beast continued, "The time is too lengthy. I fear something might go awry. Perhaps that scoundrel, the three-eyed evil king, is deliberately plotting against us?" Lin Huangyi nodded. "That is a possibility." The Earth Flame Beast growled fiercely, "We cannot allow that scoundrel to have his way." What a joke. To the Earth Flame Beast, that divine beast's blood is of utmost importance. It is something it must obtain. If this opportunity is lost, who knows when it will be able to restore its cultivation. In this lower realm, it was likely the only chance they would have. It was a chance that must not be missed. Lin Huangyi remarked, "But that is a divine medicine. We cannot withstand it." The Earth Flame Beast countered, "Did not Bai Xiaozai say he would go? I believe it is a fitting opportunity. He will surely succeed." Lin Huangyi replied, "I doubt that. He still bears the restrictions of the three-eyed evil king. If the three-eyed evil king activates the restrictions using his power, wouldn't that allow him to break the seal from within? Unless we can remove the restrictions imposed by the three-eyed evil king from him right now." The Earth Flame Beast, upon hearing Lin Huangyi's thoughts, understood his intentions well. "You, young man, merely wish to pilfer something from me, do you not?" Lin Huangyi chuckled. "How could that be? Brother D, do you think I am that kind of person?" "Indeed, you are precisely the kind of person." The Earth Flame Beast produced a small protective shield, exquisitely crafted and resembling a small bell, adorned with the engraving of a green dragon. With this item to safeguard him, the divine medicine would have no effect. Lin Huangyi regarded the object in his hand with some hesitation and concern. The effects of the divine medicine were indeed formidable. Should he also fall victim, his life's reputation would be ruined. Why hesitate? "Will I deceive you?" the Earth Flame Beast urged. Lin Huangyi asked, "Brother D, are you certain this item is effective?" The Earth Flame Beast replied impatiently, "Of course it works. If you are unwilling, return it to me, and I shall go myself." Having acquired the item, Lin Huangyi would never return it. That would be a mere fantasy. His aim was to seize what the Earth Flame Beast possessed. Without any further deliberation, Lin Huangyi tossed the item into the inheritance space, ensuring the Earth Flame Beast could not reclaim it. "Brother D, wait for me. I will handle that young man in no time." With that, he stepped into the forbidden area of the long-planned the entrance. Lin Huangyi raised his hand, and a flash of sword light erupted. Sword control technique. The sword light sliced through the air, swiftly reaching Long Tianqing. Sizzle. The strike produced sparks as it grazed Long Tianqing's neck, leaving Lin Huangyi astonished. Was Long Tianqing truly that formidable? Moreover, he had launched a surprise attack. In an instant, Long Tianqing turned his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Lin Huangyi. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time," he declared, his tone dripping with allure. "Are you a person or a specter?" This tone was simply unbearable. He truly was an androgynous individual, utterly repulsive. "I am Long Meyer. You must be Lin Huangyi?" Long Tianqing's words made Lin Huangyi furrow his brow. Logically, this individual should not recognize him. Yet here he was identifying him. It could not possibly be that Long Wanyan had informed him, or perhaps the three-eyed evil king. Noticing Lin Huangyi's momentary stupor, Long Tianqing delicately posed, "Someone has offered a handsome reward for your death. However, you are quite handsome, and they may find it hard to part with you." Lin Huangyi was momentarily taken aback. It was common for someone to wish him dead, but to have Long Tianqing act on such a request. This individual, neither man nor woman, turned out to be an assassin. It seemed he had underestimated Long Tianqing as for who might want him dead. The image of a figure flashed through Lin Huangyi's mind. Sui. It could only be Sui. Did Sui send you to kill me? Who is Sui? I do not know her. If it's not Sui, then who? Lin Huangyi's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be the Dongfang clan? Or perhaps the Night Clan of Zhongzhou? Or could it be the Ouyang clan of Shizhou? It appears that I have offended quite a number of individuals. It seems imperative that I hasten to elevate my cultivation. Otherwise, the multitude of adversaries will be insurmountable. Let us first deal with this effeminate individual before anything else. Long Tianxing, I perceive that your consciousness remains intact. You have not been entirely consumed by the three-eyed evil king. Thus there is hope for your salvation. Long Wan Yin and the others, after all, are your elders, with Long Wanli being your grandfather. How can you bear to treat them in such a manner? Upon hearing these words, Long Tianxing was instantly filled with rage. Do not mention those old fools to me. Were it not for them, I would not be in such a predicament at this juncture. Long Tianxing's eyes were ablaze with resentment and fury. Lin Huai was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. What history and grievances lay between Long Tianxing and Long Wanyin? However, Lin Huai was not inclined to delve into such matters at present. He regarded Long Tianxing and stated, "Your grievances are your own, and they can be resolved externally. Yet the three-eyed evil king is a formidable malevolence. If released, it could plunge the entire divine martial continent into chaos and suffering. This concerns the safety of the realm, and you must tread carefully in your considerations." Long Tianxing retorted coldly, "What does the suffering of the divine martial continent have to do with me?" This Long Tianxing was utterly unyielding that a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Huai's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon him. "It seems you are beyond reason and insist on engaging me in combat." Long Tianxing responded, "Lin Huai, I have heard of your prowess in the sword arts, having become a disciple of the esteemed Xianyuan Songhai of the Divine Sword sect. Now, let me witness your true strength." As he spoke, Long Tianxing brandished his weapon, a pair of willow leaf blades. With both hands gripping the blades, his eyes shimmered with lethal intent, and a murderous aura began to envelop him. Currently, Long Tianxing's cultivation level was merely at the celestial ascendancy stage. Yet, the aura he exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner at this level, perhaps even rivaling that of a typical divine aspect realm expert. The essence of the blade, this individual had indeed comprehended the way of the sword. Lin Huai could not help but acknowledge that Long Tianxing was undoubtedly a prodigy in swordsmanship, that it was lamentable. However, that such an extraordinary talent harbored animosity towards Long Wanli and the others, who were, after all, members of his own clan, nurtured as key figures by the Long family. The intricacies of this tale piqued Lin Huai's curiosity, yet the present moment was not one for idle gossip. "I did not anticipate that you were a swordsman. I have encountered a swordsman of great renown before, though he tragically chose the wrong path. What of you? Is there still room for change? Once the battle begins, life and death will be uncertain, and there shall be no turning back." Long Tianxing interrupted, "What are you rambling about?" In an instant, Long Tianxing moved with astonishing speed. With a sweep of his dual blades, two streams of blade energy surged towards Lin Huai, infused with a terrifying murderous intent. The blades were instruments of death, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Lin Huai. "A single sword can pierce the heavens." Lin Huai exclaimed, raising his slash-void sword to meet the attack. The sword art reached its zenith. This strike was supreme, capable of shattering realms. Once again, the clash between swordsman and swordsman ensued. Long Tianxing was indeed formidable. But alas, his swords were not pure. Perhaps it was due to the myriad thoughts swirling within him, or the burdens of hatred and discontent weighing heavily upon him. Nevertheless, when the blades collided, the overwhelming force sent both combatants staggering back. One could not deny the tremendous power of Long Tianxing. Though this strike was not Lin Huai's most powerful, many had perished beneath its edge, including formidable foes. What a terrifying sword, Long Tianxing mused, gazing at Lin Huai with a hint of envy. "Your blades are impressive, yet they lack purity, falling short of certain essence." Lin Huai, fixated on Long Tianxing, felt his heaven-devouring sword technique surge within him. Although the blade energy had entered his body, it was inconsequential before the sword furnace. It disintegrated almost instantaneously, transforming into pure energy that melded with Lin Huai's being to devour all things. This is no mere boast. Should you relinquish all distractions and devote yourself to cultivation, Perhaps you could become a legendary sword deity. Lin Huai discerned the potent sword intent concealed within Long Tianqing. From whence did this sword intent originate? He could not ascertain. Yet he was certain that as long as Long Tianqing lived and focused on his cultivation, he was destined for greatness. Long Tianqing internally chuckled bitterly and sighed. Had I encountered you sooner, we might have forged a friendship. Long Tianqing's words sent chills down Lin Huai's spine. The tone was, well, rather discomforting, especially given the ambiguous demeanor. If you were to return to the righteous path and aid me in vanquishing the three-eyed evil king, perhaps we could still become friends. Long Tianqing replied with a tone laced with mockery. What constitutes the righteous path? And what defines the wicked? Are you suggesting the likes of Long Wanli for the so-called righteousness of the realm? They would sacrifice even their own kin. The Long family has endured generations of such sacrifice. What worth is that? If one can turn against their own flesh and blood, what does that signify? If this is the righteous path, I would rather forego it. Lin Huai was rendered speechless if he could surmise the truth in what Long Tianqing said. Such matters would be intolerable were they to befall him. Our stances diverge. While I sympathize with your experiences, you have made your choice. Today, it appears that one of us shall perish here. And I can assure you, it shall be you. Lin Huai's aura erupted, radiating absolute confidence. The sword in his hand mirrored that confidence. With the sword in hand, he was invincible. This was the innate prowess of a swordsman, the embodiment of the unparalleled sword path. Upon hearing this, Long Tianqing's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Very well. If I am to perish by your hand, it shall be worth it. Long Tianqing's voice underwent a subtle transformation, and his aura began to escalate. The two blades in his grasp merged into a single long sword, imbued with an exceptionally domineering power. The essence of the dominant blade, the previously soft sword intent, had morphed into this now formidable blade intent. Lin Huai was genuinely astonished at a prodigy. This was indeed a genius of the blade path. Were Lin Huai also a practitioner of the sword, he might have felt a twinge of jealousy. Long Tianqing appeared relatively youthful. Barely in his 30s, such a tender age, to have comprehended two extreme sword intents was nothing short of extraordinary. Were the members of the Long family blind? They had driven such a talent to enmity with them. And this was still bloodkin. How lamentable! Alas, today, this unparalleled prodigy, this extraordinary swordsman, shall likely meet his end here. Lin Huai slightly raised his right hand, summoning a divine sword from the void. This was Lin Huai's innate spiritual sword. Behind him, a phantom of a divine sword subtly materialized, embodying the supreme will of the sword path. Long Tianqing gazed upon this apparition and realized that beneath this sword, his demise was inevitable. Who could withstand the supreme will of the sword path? Long Tianqing knew he could not. Very well then, death too can be a form of liberation. The sword has been unsheathed. Lin Huangyi's sword intent has instantaneously pierced through his heart. This strike was exceedingly swift, so much so that he could scarcely perceive it. Along with this, the will residing within the body of the three-eyed evil king was utterly shattered beneath this sword intent. Subsequently, a radiant aura surged within Long Tianqing's body, manifesting a crimson blade before him. The domineering essence of the sword surged forth, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space itself under its terrifying might. What an overwhelmingly fierce blade! At this moment, Lin Huangyi could only bitterly smile within. Although he had just slain Long Tianqing, this strike had drained him significantly, nearly exhausting the power within him. Now, confronted with such a tyrannical sword, he found himself nearly incapable of resistance. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of this mere blade? If that were the case, it would be far too humiliating in an instant. The crimson blade was before Lin Huangyi at this juncture. He closed his eyes. The oppressive sword intent rendered him completely immobile. Even the thought of employing talismans was beyond his capability. Now, it seemed he was doomed. Despair filled Lin Huangyi's heart. Yet in the next moment, the crimson war blade astonishingly fused into his body, entering his dantian. This left Lin Huangyi momentarily bewildered. What did this blade intend to do? Did it seek to usurp his very being? Rather than slaying him, it chose to enter his body, did it not realize this was his territory? Lin Huangyi was unexpectedly elated. This could truly be viewed as a rebirth from calamity. Just moments ago, had the blade wished to kill him, he would have had no recourse. His only hope lay in the mysterious predecessors within the inheritance space. Now, with the Crimson Warblade daring to enter his body, an opportunity had presented itself. As the Crimson Warblade entered his dantian, it unleashed an overwhelmingly fierce power, seemingly intent on tearing apart the sword furnace within him. The immense force battered relentlessly against him, causing Lin Huangyi tremendous agony. Pain. It was truly excruciating. This suffering was akin to the unbearable torment he had experienced when his dantian shattered. This moment, the sword furnace within his dantian also erupted with formidable strength. The Crimson Warblade was clearly provoking him, seeking to seize its territory. How could he permit this? The Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique surged into action. The sword furnace began to absorb the power of the Crimson Warblade. Initially, the Warblade was exceedingly dominant, even gaining the upper hand. The entire sword furnace seemed on the verge of being shattered beneath its oppressive sword energy. However, as time passed, the blade's energy was gradually consumed by the sword furnace, and the Crimson Warblade found itself in a stalemate. At this juncture, Lin Huangyi had regained much of his strength. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, how dare this mere blade exhibit such arrogance within his body? It was just a blade, and he would subdue it. Lin Huangyi's anger flared. He had nearly been killed by a mere blade. What a humiliating tale this would be to recount. Here he was, a dignified sword cultivator, and yet he had almost been bested by a blade. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Within his own domain, dragons should coil, and tigers should lie down. Lin Huangyi exerted all his might into the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique, voraciously consuming the sword intent emanating from the Crimson Warblade. He could absorb sword intent. The same applied to blade intent. However, the process of refining the absorbed blade intent was considerably more challenging than that of sword intent. Yet now, it was no longer a matter of choice. It was imperative. Otherwise, having such a domineering warblade within him would be exceedingly stifling. A sword cultivator. He was not a blade cultivator. The clash of sword and blade was not something he could afford to grapple with further. He could not fathom why this particular blade had chosen him. After all, he was a natural sword talent, not a prodigy of the blade path. After absorbing a portion of the blade intent, Lin Huangyi's cultivation level experienced a notable enhancement. Reaching the second stage of the spiritual transformation realm, this moment, he had finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, now that he had entered the spiritual transformation realm. The rate of improvement was significantly slower than before. The Crimson Warblade seemed to sense something, and it ceased its resistance. However, it occupied a portion of his dantian. The now passive Crimson Warblade began to seal itself off. Lin Huangyi's eyes widened in surprise. The Crimson Warblade had sealed off the space, rendering the sword furnace incapable of further absorbing and refining the blade intent, regardless of how Lin Huangyi manipulated it. The Crimson Warblade remained indifferent, causing him considerable frustration. An unwelcome guest had entered. What was the origin of this blade? It was so domineering and powerful. Currently, his cultivation was still too low. Once his cultivation improved and his strength increased, he would deal with this troublesome blade. How infuriating! This wretched thing was utterly useless. Long Tianxing's death incited the wrath of the three-eyed evil king, yet he found himself powerless. Originally, he had intended to utilize Long Tianxing's strength to break the formation and shatter the seal. Now, with the seal fortified and Long Tianxing deceased, even his fragmentary essence had been completely obliterated. This meant that the difficulty of breaking the formation had significantly escalated. Who exactly was that lad? Once I escape, I shall make you wish you were never born. This moment, the three-eyed evil king harbored an intense hatred for Lin Huangyi. Within the forbidden grounds, Long Wanyin and the others continued. Lin Huangyi sighed deeply, delivering a powerful punch that sent them flying to this point. Their consciousness had partially returned. How disgraceful! They felt utterly humiliated. Long Wanyin and his companions wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Elders, please suppress the evil energy. Observing their nearly suicidal expressions, Lin Huangyi swiftly intervened. Dying now would only benefit the three-eyed evil king. This calamity was instigated by him, and he must be dealt with. Otherwise, the entire divine martial continent will face utter devastation. I implore you, elders, to consider the greater good. The group sighed in resignation. Very well. All the blame lay with that wretched creature, but a scourge. Long Wanli was particularly self-reproachful. However, upon seeing Long Tianqing's corpse, his emotions became exceedingly complex. Once they arrived outside the forbidden grounds, Long Wanli and the others bowed to Lin Huangyi. Brother Lin, we are deeply grateful to you. Had you not appeared in time, our Long clan would have faced a dire catastrophe. Lin Huangyi regarded them and replied, there is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. However, Long Tianqing possessed remarkable strength as a gifted blade cultivator. It is truly unfortunate. Although I wished to spare his life, I found myself unable to do so. Long Wanli responded with resentment. Well done. That wretched creature. If not for him, how could our Long clan have fallen to such depths? Brother Lin, we are immensely grateful for your removal of this traitor. Despite these words, it was undeniable that Long Tianqing was indeed a prodigy and a hope for the Long clan. Alas, he had strayed onto the path of evil. Lin Huangyi remarked, esteemed elders, there may be hidden truths regarding Long Tianqing's situation. As for the details, once we address the matter of the three-eyed evil king, you may investigate it further, Long Wanli asserted. There are no hidden truths. That wretched creature forsook his clan and ancestors, and he deserves death. Lin Huangyi shook his head. They were far too obstinate. Such was the nature of any prominent family. Yet, what did it have to do with him? Time flies swiftly, and soon the second day arrives. Within the Forbidden Realm, the formation seals begin to show signs of cracks. At this moment, it is still before noon. Yet the sun's rays blaze fiercely. The three-eyed evil king understands that his moment of vulnerability is approaching. He must shatter the seal before midday. Otherwise, these adversaries may turn against him. At this juncture, Lin Huangyi permits Bai Wuxiang to enter first. Bai Wuxiang, why have you only just arrived? Sensing Bai Wuxiang's presence, the three-eyed evil king feels a flicker of unease. He perceives that the restrictions he has placed within Bai Wuxiang still persist. Alleviating his worries, as long as the restrictions remain, he is confident that Bai Wuxiang cannot escape his control. Now that Bai Wuxiang is here, he can break the formation and break free from the seal. Hurry, open the formation. Bai Wuxiang responds, my lord, this formation is exceedingly tyrannical. I cannot break it. The three-eyed evil king furrows his brow slightly. Indeed, the seal has been reinforced, its strength multiplied several times compared to before. Alone, Bai Wuxiang finds it difficult to breach the seal. Within the confines of the seal, his power is suppressed, making it challenging to exert his strength. Otherwise, given his prowess, breaking the seal would not be overly difficult. Regrettably, Long Tianqing has been slain. Had he been alive, leveraging Long Tianqing's power would have made overcoming the formation significantly easier. Damn it, that wretched little creature has thwarted my grand design. The three-eyed evil king feels deeply frustrated. As a formidable evil king, he is humiliated by a mere warrior from the lower realm. This is indeed a vexing predicament. Currently, there is but one method to resolve this issue, with his strength suppressed within the seal. He must separate his own power and create a clone, utilizing Bai Wuxiang's corporeal form to work together and thoroughly tear apart the formation. He knows well that the imperial fire aims to destroy him at the zenith of Yang. Yet is he not also waiting for the zenith of Yin? From extreme Yin springs Yang, from supreme Yang to Yin. This is the cycle of Yin and Yang. How could he not grasp this principle? The moment of supreme Yang is when he is at his weakest. However, before the zenith of Yang appears, there exists the extreme Yin that fleeting instant lies as opportunity to completely shatter the seal. Come here. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang feels a twinge of apprehension. What? Afraid I will slay you. The three-eyed evil king's voice echoes once more. My lord. The three-eyed evil king coldly replies, I am well aware that your presence here is undoubtedly part of those rascal schemes. But so what? They conspire against me. Yet I am not also scheming against them? Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang inwardly curses the situation. This is problematic. Everything is under the three-eyed evil king's control. It is over. Today, it seems he truly will meet his demise here. If death is to be his fate, then let it be so. He hopes that his master will honor his promise and rescue his daughter. In that moment, Bai Wuxiang feels a powerful force surge into his body. Instantly, his consciousness is shackled. His physical form has completely lost control. This is the immense price the three-eyed evil king has paid to enter Bai Wuxiang's body with a clone. Outside the Forbidden Realm, Lin Huangyi and the others have long awaited this moment. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. The Earth Flame Beast speaks, Three-eyed Evil King. We have waited long enough. Quite the clever scheme. The Three-eyed Evil King, controlling Bai Wuxiang's body, retorts, but do you think this will suffice to deal with me? You are too naive. Once I eliminate you, I will use your life essence to restore my strength. Three-eyed Evil King, I am fully aware of your every move. Today shall be your end. Hearing the Earth Flame Beast's words, the three-eyed evil king's eyes flash coldly, fixating on the beast. This fellow dares to refer to himself as this emperor. His origins must be far from ordinary. Just then, as the Earth Flame Beast reveals a certain item, the three-eyed evil king's expression changes drastically. This object is far too familiar. Who exactly are you, and how could you possibly possess this item? Who am I? The Earth Flame Beast chuckles, staring intently at him. Hand over the beast god's blood within you, and perhaps I shall grant you a complete corpse. The three-eyed evil king's eyes flicker with cold light. Few are aware that he possesses the beast god's blood. This fellow evidently hails from the upper realm. Furthermore, that item is even more extraordinary. Could it be that this individual is connected to that certain being? However, the three-eyed evil king soon chuckles again. And no matter who you are, your current strength is merely at the 7th rank, vastly inferior to me, that I will eliminate you first. The three-eyed evil king swiftly moves. Arriving before the Earth Flame Beast in the blink of an eye, a flash of light gleams, and the object before the Earth Flame Beast emanates a white glow. Seal. At this moment, Lin Huangyi forms a seal with his hands. A drop of blood shoots forth from Lin Huangyi's hand, and the sealing magic instantly descends upon Bai Wuxiang. This moment, the three-eyed evil king's clone within Bai Wuxiang is immediately confined. Damn it, how could this brat possibly belong to the three-eyed divine clan? The object in the Earth Flame Beast's possession is precisely the sealing mark of the three-eyed divine clan. This sealing mark is the nemesis of the three-eyed evil clan, specifically crafted by the three-eyed divine clan to combat the traitors of the three-eyed evil clan. Only those of the three-eyed divine bloodline can wield it. The three-eyed evil king had initially been quite confident. After all, even if the Earth Flame Beast possessed this sealing mark, it would not be capable of fully unleashing its power. However, he never anticipated that Lin Huangyi would possess the bloodline of the three-eyed divine clan. Allowing him to manipulate the sealing mark and confine his clone within Bai Wuxiang, as a result, he must now break free from the sealing mark. Otherwise, he would genuinely lose the opportunity to shatter the seal. Break, three-eyed divine light. Shatter for me. The three-eyed evil king invokes a secret technique, attempting to break the seal. Yet how could that be possible? The Earth Flame Beast and the others would never allow him such an opportunity. It must be a strike to kill. Although this is merely a clone, slaying it would severely injure the three-eyed evil king's true form. When that time comes, with the arrival of Supreme Yang, it would signify the three-eyed evil king's demise. This moment, the Earth Flame Beast steps forward. Stand aside. Annihilation technique. The Earth Flame Beast unleashes an extraordinarily powerful secret technique, one that Lin Huangyi and the others have never witnessed before. There is no denying that this technique is astonishing. The three-eyed evil king's clone, suppressed by the sealing mark, finds it difficult to resist. In that instant, the Earth Flame Beast casts the annihilation technique, grievously wounding the three-eyed evil king's clone. However, the three-eyed evil king remains too formidable. Even though the annihilation technique is tyrannical, it still fails to slay him. Forcing the annihilation technique to its utmost limit could potentially harm Bai Wuxiang. Were the Earth Flame Beast to follow through with his intentions, he would eliminate both the three-eyed evil king and Bai Wuxiang together. However, Lin Huangyi does not consent, and thus it must be put aside. In this moment, Bai Wuxiang is under the control of the three-eyed evil king. The annihilation technique has wounded the three-eyed evil king, yet Bai Wuxiang is already gravely injured. The earth flame beast turns to Lin Huangyi and states, "It is now in your hands." Lin Huangyi nods to three-eyed evil king. "Surrender. Resistance is futile. Do not struggle in vain. Youngster, you are too naive. Although I am but a clone, you'll find it challenging to slay me. Should you kill me, this fellow will perish alongside me." The three-eyed evil king, emboldened by his position, was acutely aware that if Lin Huangyi and his companions chose to strike, this incarnation of his would meet its demise. Yet, it was precisely their reluctance to harm Bai Wuxiang that granted him a fleeting opportunity. "If you wish for him to live, step aside. Otherwise, I shall self-destruct, taking this wretch with me to AT that moment." Bai Wuxiang's consciousness began to stir, breaking free from the three-eyed evil king's grasp. "Master, kill me," his voice echoed. Bai Wuxiang was engaged in a fierce struggle for control of his own body against the three-eyed evil king. "There is no rush," Lin Huangyi responded, fully aware of Bai Wuxiang's intentions. "The situation has not yet reached that critical juncture, three-eyed evil king. You are far too naive to believe I am without means." Bai Wuxiang urged, "Master, this foe is exceedingly troublesome. Soon, I will lose control. Kill me and avenge me." Lin Huangyi's gaze remained calm, a terrifying pressure emanating from him. Within him resided an ancient divine stone, imbued with primordial divine power, a legacy left by the sword god of the celestial domain. This formidable force astounded all who beheld it. What an incredible display of might! What being possesses such overwhelming presence? The earth flame beast was utterly astonished, realizing now that Lin Huangyi harbored many secrets. This fearsome sword pressure was the most terrifying it had ever encountered, surpassing even the pressure it felt from that one individual long ago. Could it be the power of a god? Is this young man truly a reincarnation of an unparalleled being from the upper realms? Taking a deep breath, it dawned on the beast that following Lin Huangyi might indeed be the wisest choice of its life. What is this power? How can it be so formidable? The three-eyed evil king was taken aback. Such tyrannical strength left him utterly unable to resist. His spiritual force was thoroughly suppressed, even more so than under the sealing magic. "Perish!" Lin Huangyi, seized by Wuxiang, unleashing a horrific, devouring force from his hand, a manifestation of the Swallowing Heaven Sword Technique surging forth. The incarnation of the three-eyed evil king stood no chance of resisting. It was directly consumed into Lin Huangyi's being. Devour. Refine. This incarnation of the three-eyed evil king was utterly refined by Lin Huangyi, enhancing his own cultivation level to the third stage of the spirit transformation realm. The onlookers were left in shock. Overwhelming, fierce, incredibly powerful. This young man is truly extraordinary. "Master," Bai Wuxiang exclaimed, filled with joy as he felt the restraints within him and the incarnation of the three-eyed evil king dissipate entirely. The threat that had loomed over him was now eradicated, all thanks to Lin Huangyi, who had given him newfound hope and a fresh lease on life, free from all reservations. With the death of this incarnation, the true form of the three-eyed evil king was dealt a severe blow. The three-eyed evil king was driven to madness. Cursed. Accursed beast. That was my incarnation. He had now lost all opportunity. The formation was sufficient to suppress him for a millennium, perhaps even until his death, leaving him with no chance of resurgence. Despair enveloped him. It was absolute despair. He furiously assaulted the sealing formation, but his weakened state rendered him incapable of causing even the slightest ripple in the already fortified seal. Initially, he had awaited the arrival of the extreme moment to escape, but now hope had turned to despair. He was unwilling to accept it. His eyes grew increasingly frenzied. "No, there is still a chance." The final opportunity. The three-eyed evil king murmured to himself that, in his current state, he could only resort to self-detonation during the extreme moment to tear open a rift in the formation. If he could escape, he might have the chance to rise again. However, such thoughts were beautiful in theory, yet Lin Huangyi and the Earth Flame Beast would never grant him that opportunity. It was impossible. "Haha, Brother Lin, you are indeed formidable," worthy of being a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. This time, it was thanks to you that we managed to suppress the three-eyed evil king. Please allow me to pay my respects." Long Wanli, in a moment of awe, seemed ready to kneel before Lin Huangyi. This surprised Lin Huangyi, who hurried to stop him. "Senior, please, do not. I would be utterly ashamed." Long Wanyan added, "Regardless, even if we cannot slay the three-eyed evil king now, he has sustained heavy injuries. For at least the next 100 years, he will not stir a single ripple. The Long clan's crisis was resolved that in this century, they could recuperate. Naturally, if they could completely eliminate the three-eyed evil king. That would be even better." The Earth Flame Beast interjected, "The three-eyed evil king must die. For the Earth Flame Beast, this endeavor was all about acquiring the beast god's blood. Without it, would all this effort not be in vain?" "That cannot be allowed," Lin Huangyi replied. "Brother D, there is no need to rush. The three-eyed evil king is already at the end of his rope. We need only wait for the moment of extreme yawn, and it will be his demise." The Earth Flame Beast looked at Lin Huangyi, saying, "You, young man, have hidden your depths well. With such means, what are we waiting for? If you can deploy that technique again to slay an evil king, it would be as easy as breathing. Let us go resolve the three-eyed evil king now, lest we face prolonged uncertainty." The Earth Flame Beast's eagerness was unexpected for Lin Huangyi. This creature was only ever so proactive when it came to beautiful beasts and delectable food. For all other matters, it had never shown such enthusiasm. Clearly, the beast god's blood was of paramount importance to it. Brother D, I have just expended significant energy and must rest. For now, let it be." Upon hearing this, the Earth Flame Beast grew anxious that it realized that Lin Huangyi was attempting to play it. "I say, Lin, what condition are you in? Your cultivation has already breached a realm. How can you appear so fatigued? Just speak plainly about what you want. No need for circumlocution." Lin Huangyi chuckled. "Brother D, you possess a multitude of treasures at D. You have any supreme artifact related to the sword path? If not, perhaps something to enhance my physical body would suffice." Although Lin Huangyi's cultivation had seen a considerable rise, reaching the third stage of the spirit transformation realm, he recognized a significant flaw. His physical body remained too fragile. Even though his body was now considerably stronger than those of many celestial path and even divine aspect experts, it was still far from sufficient for him. Within him burned a fiercely dominating spirit fire, and he wielded a mysterious battle knife, alongside mysterious legacy space as treasures. All these required a robust physical body and spiritual power to endure. Most importantly, as his cultivation level rose, the power he unleashed grew increasingly terrifying. Should he ascend further in the sword path, it would mean he could wield even more formidable sword intent at that point. The utterly fearsome sword energy would erupt, and his body would struggle to withstand it. Thus, Lin Huangyi sought items that could forge his body and enhance his physical strength. Only with a strengthened physique could he endure greater power. How could he achieve a more formidable body? There were two paths. One was to find a supreme technique to refine the body. The other was to use various supreme elixirs to bolster it. For Lin Huangyi, the first option was preferable. The second could also work, but there was no guarantee against future repercussions. However, he currently lacked everything. As long as he could obtain something, he would not be picky. He had initially intended to consult a mysterious elder within the legacy space. However, that senior is shrouded in mystery, hardly granting him any opportunity. Now, the only recourse is to seek the assistance of the Earth Flame Beast Emperor. Of course, once he arrives at the Divine Sword sect, finding a suitable body refinement technique should not pose a significant challenge. Yet he has yet to reach the Divine Sword sect. The Earth Flame Beast remarked, "Sword out treasures? Do you not already possess one?" The Emperor stated, "I no longer hold any sword artifacts. The previous sword box has already been given to you. As for treasures related to body refinement, there is indeed one. But this item is rather precarious." Lin Huangyi resolutely replied, "It matters not, Emperor. Simply provide it to me. I am well aware of its safety." Upon hearing this, the Earth Flame Beast gazed at Lin Huangyi, pondering silently. "Are you certain?" Lin Huangyi, noticing the beast's expression, contemplated whether this creature harbored some ulterior motive. "Yes," he affirmed. The Earth Flame Beast chuckled. "Young Lin, you have requested this yourself. Do not lament later. Lin Huangyi felt a sudden unease, a premonition of misfortune that he had outsmarted it several times. Could this be the moment he faltered? With a sharp crack, the earth flame beast produced a long whip. The whip struck Lin Huangyi, instantly causing him excruciating pain. He leapt up, exclaiming, "Emperor Huahua, what is the meaning of this?" The whip was peculiar, striking him silently. "Did you not desire a body refinement treasure? Here it is, indeed quite rare. It is called the Divine Body Refinement Whip, forged by a formidable being who ascended through the flesh, specifically crafted for body refinement." Lin Huangyi, upon hearing this, was uncertain of the truth of the earth flame beast's claims. Nonetheless, it appeared that the beast was intentionally retaliating against him. "Emperor Huahua, you're doing this on purpose, are you not?" The earth flame beast replied, "Do you wish to keep this divine body refinement whip or not? If not, I shall reclaim it. Of course I want it." Lin Huangyi declared, extending his hand to seize the whip. As he grasped it, an inexplicable sensation surged through him, and fragments of memory inexplicably emerged in his mind. He shook his head and stored the whip in his inheritance space. "Let us proceed to the forbidden area. We must tread carefully. That fellow may act recklessly." "Emperor, your strength is exceptional. I shall merely cheer for you," Lin Huangyi said. "Do not dawdle. Employ your earlier methods to suppress that creature, and I shall deal with it," the earth flame beast commanded. Lin Huangyi shook his head. "Emperor, you underestimate the complexity. That technique is not something I can control at will." Upon entering the forbidden area, they were greeted by an overwhelming and oppressive atmosphere. The malevolent energies began to surge wildly, causing the group's expressions to shift in alarm. This was not a favorable situation. Lin Huangyi activated his war goddess, and discerned that the aura of the three-eyed evil king within the erased seal had grown exceedingly frantic. "Gaga, you have finally arrived. I've been awaiting your presence for quite some time." The three-eyed evil king fixated on Lin Huangyi, fully aware that it was Lin Huangyi who had slain his avatar. Everything was due to this young man, who had thwarted his grand ambitions, that he must be eliminated. "What is your name, boy?" Lin Huangyi disdainfully retorted. "Why inquire of a dying man?" The three-eyed evil king seethed with rage. A dying man? How audacious to deem him such! At that moment, the three-eyed evil king could no longer contain himself. An overwhelming aura erupted forth as he ignited his bloodline power, amassing his strength to its zenith. A colossal war blade materialized in the void, descending with lethal intent. In an instant, a rift tore open in the fabric of space. This is dire. This beast intends to burn its life force. Seeking mutual destruction, the earth flame beast's expression darkened, utterly astonished by the three-eyed evil king's audacious maneuver. "Do you not wish to kill me?" The three-eyed evil king glared at the group, his murderous intent unmasked. "Young ones, the moment I emerge, you shall be the first to perish." His words instilled a deep sense of dread among the group. At that juncture, the true form of the three-eyed evil king was laid bare before them. Although the erased seal had yet to be shattered, it would not withstand for long. Soon it would be rent asunder. Logically, the erased seal should not be so easily breached, having been reinforced by himself. Even if the three-eyed evil king self-destructed, it should have been impossible. Yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. The time was not yet ripe for the zenith of Yang. Should he break free of the seal, they would all meet their demise at this moment. Lin Huangyi's gaze fell upon one individual. Long Qinli, the weakest elder of the Long clan. Is you. Lin Huangyi fixed his stare upon him. "Why do this? Why?" Long Qinli cackled. "You ask me why? I have awaited this day for far too long. You all must die. All must accompany Tianqing to the grave." Long Qinli had succumbed to madness. In that instant, the group was left in stunned silence. "You dare betray the clan?" Long Wanyan bellowed. "I have had enough." Long Qinli's eyes brimmed with hatred. "Tianqing was my son, my only son, and now he is dead because of you. I shall have my vengeance." Long Wanyan and the others were astounded. "What? Long Qinli, do you comprehend what you are saying?" Long Wanyan was more shocked than ever that it was known that Long Qinli was his brother, and Long Tianqing should be his grandson. How could he possibly be Long Qinli's son? Why was this the case? Long Wanyan and the others found it difficult to accept. This was a tragedy. They felt a bitter sense of loss. What tragedy? I was meant to be with Xiaowan. It is all your fault. Long Qianli raged, and I intended to bury this deep within my heart, but I never anticipated that you would kill Tianxing. My son, you shall all pay for his death, and the entire Long clan shall accompany him to the grave. As he spoke, Long Qianli sought to completely unravel the erased seal. The group could not allow him to succeed. You wretched fool, perish, Long Wanyan roared, unleashing a punch infused with all his might. Long Qianli's power was no match for him. Long Wanyan and the others joined forces to strike. Long Qianli was unable to withstand their assault. With a resounding crash, Long Qianli was grievously injured by their combined might. Brother Lin, now it falls to you to halt the three-eyed evil king, Long Wanyan urged, recognizing the critical juncture they faced. The group struggled to maintain the erased seal, and with Long Qianli's loss, the strain had intensified. They could no longer hold on and could only rely on Lin Huangyi. Emperor, it is time for you to take action. Lin Huangyi took a deep breath. It seemed exceedingly difficult now to delay until the time of the utmost yawn. The Earth Flame Beast wore a grave expression. He understood that although they had previously defeated one of the avatars of the three-eyed evil king, severely wounding its essence, the strength of the three-eyed evil king remained formidable. If it were during the time of the utmost yawn, its power would be further diminished, but that was no longer a possibility. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to fight with all their might and take the initiative that moment. The Earth Flame Beast summoned an object, a golden talisman. Upon seeing it, Lin Huangyi exclaimed, Brother D, didn't you say there were no more golden talismans? How come there's still one? This is the last one. The Earth Flame Beast replied, activating the golden talisman. Instantly, a golden light flickered, revealing a divine general, the war god. The deity of the three-eyed race, the war god talisman. How detestable! The appearance of this golden-armored warrior elicited a flicker of fear in the eyes of the three-eyed evil king. The war god was a nightmare for their race. Having slain countless of their kin, including their emperor, who was also subdued by the war god, the Earth Flame Beast declared, Three-eyed evil king, this is a grand gift I have prepared for you. Go to your death. The golden-armored war god cast a glance at Lin Huangyi before fixing his gaze upon the three-eyed evil king. The remnants of the three-eyed race? They must be exterminated. With a sweep of his long halberd, the golden warrior unleashed a formidable divine power that sliced through the air towards the three-eyed evil king, a mere talisman incarnation. I fear nothing, the three-eyed evil king bellowed. Evil energy, rise with a slash of his blade. Malevolent energy coalesced as if an evil deity were descending. The two forces collided in an explosive clash, sending shockwaves that rippled through the surroundings in an instant. The energies detonated like fireworks, illuminating the night sky. The three-eyed evil king was pushed back yet remained defiant, while the once dominant aura of the golden-armored war god waned, his golden light dimming. This situation is troubling. Lin Huangyi furrowed his brow and urged the Earth Flame Beast, Brother D, do you have any more golden talismans? Hurry and produce them. This is not the time to conceal our trump cards. If we fail to eliminate that creature, we shall be in peril. The Earth Flame Beast was greatly incensed. This rascal possessed countless treasures and could summon powerful allies, yet chose to hoard his life-saving cards. Displaying utter shamelessness, he shouted, Lin, do you think this is a cabbage market? There are not that many. You have numerous hidden cards and countless treasures. Act quickly. Brother D, what are you saying? I'm merely a modest spirit transformation realm warrior. How can I contend with such a formidable opponent? If I strike, a single blow could obliterate me. You, on the other hand, are a divine beast from the upper realm. Although your cultivation has not fully recovered, dealing with a mere three-eyed evil king should be well within your capabilities. Lin Huangyi estimated that the Earth Flame Beast must still possess valuable items, having lived for countless years and surely hiding many treasures. After all, if they had no other options, they might as well perish together. The Earth Flame Beast, equally exasperated, decided to abandon restraint in the distance. The aura of the golden-armored war god grew ever weaker. Despite having sustained heavy injuries, the three-eyed evil king remained formidable. What war god? If the true body were to descend, I would not be a match for it. Yet you are merely a talisman incarnation. You cannot threaten me. With another strike, the golden-armored war god was once again repelled. Kid, act quickly. The war god is on the verge of defeat. Seeing the golden-armored warrior being pushed back, the earth flame beast finally grew anxious. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the sealing formation shattered in that instant. After so many years, the seal binding the three-eyed evil king had finally broken. That I have returned. What war god? Die, upon breaking free from the seal. The three-eyed evil king's aura surged even stronger. The golden-armored war god was directly sent flying. The golden divine power began to disperse. You remnants of the three-eyed race, though I am but a talisman incarnation, I shall not allow you to act recklessly before me. The golden war god transformed into a beam of light, swiftly merging into Lin Huangyi's body. Younger generation, I shall borrow your flesh for a time. Upon entering Lin Huangyi's body, the war god was taken aback. It is actually him. He had not anticipated that Lin Huangyi possessed the presence of that individual. Unexpectedly, this was fortuitous with his power within. It could not be bettered. The power of the war god surged into him. Lin Huangyi's aura exploded, lifting him into the air, his presence reaching its zenith. War god power, arise. War god halberd, engage. A golden halberd appeared in Lin Huangyi's hand. He raised it with a flourish, and a massive golden halberd phantom manifested in the void, tearing through space and appearing before the three-eyed evil king in an instant. With this strike, the three-eyed evil king's body was instantly cleaved apart. Three-eyed evil king, perish. With the defeat of the three-eyed evil king, the power of the golden-armored war god completely dissipated, and Lin Huangyi regained control of his body. However, at that moment he felt utterly drained, exhausted to the core. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the bloodline power of the three-eyed race within him had been significantly enhanced. The sword furnace inside him erupted with an astonishing devouring force, directly consuming the bloodline power of the three-eyed evil king. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Lin Huangyi was actually devouring the bloodline power of the three-eyed evil king. This was simply unbelievable. Although Long Wanyin and the others were shocked, they did not doubt it. They merely speculated that it must be the war god bestowing benefits upon Lin Huangyi. However, at this moment, Long Wanyin and the others felt a sense of relief. Everything had come to an end. With the three-eyed evil king now slain, it signified that their Long clan would be entirely free, no longer needing to guard this forbidden ground. After devouring the bloodline power of the three-eyed evil king, Lin Huangyi's aura surged once more, replenishing the nearly exhausted strength within him, and he sensed signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Boom! A domineering aura erupted from within Lin Huangyi. The terrifying sword intent astonished everyone. His cultivation has broken through again. The fourth level of spirit transformation. What an overwhelming sword intent. Can he truly be just a spirit transformation realm warrior? No one dared to believe it. Such strength was far beyond what a spirit transformation realm warrior could possess, a true prodigy among prodigies. As the body of the three-eyed evil king shattered, a crimson light emerged. Beast god essence blood, my essence blood. Suddenly, the earth flame beast shouted. Lin Huangyi opened his eyes to see a crimson crystal soaring toward him. He caught it in his hand. Kid, quickly give that to me. Brother D, is this the beast god essence blood you mentioned? This, contains an immense amount of energy that if I refine it, my cultivation might advance another tier. Upon hearing Lin Huangyi's words, the earth flame beast grew anxious. Kid, what do you intend to do? That is mine. If you consume that beast god essence blood, I don't know when I will recover. It would not consent. Lin Huangyi chuckled and replied, Brother D, this thing is beneficial for me as well that if I refine it, my cultivation should reach the heavenly journey realm. The earth flame beast's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavenly journey realm? Kid, do you think this is just any trinket? This is the blood of the beast god, which holds little value for you, being of the human race. Possessing such a thing bears negligible significance. Furthermore, given your current low cultivation level, attempting to forcibly refine it may well result in your demise. Observing the earth flame beast's evident anxiety, Lin Huangyi sought to tease it further, remarking, Is that so? I refuse to believe that I could perish from this trivial matter. This diminutive object indeed contains a considerable amount of energy. However, for it to cause my demise is utterly impossible. With that, Lin Huangyi feigned an intention to consume the beast god blood. The earth flame beast, upon witnessing this, became exceedingly anxious. What must you do for this emperor to relinquish it to you? Lin Huangyi responded playfully. This prize is mine. What will you offer in exchange? The earth flame beast gritted its teeth in frustration. You little rascal, do not push your luck. Have you not taken enough from this emperor? At that moment, the earth flame beast's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Noticing this, Lin Huangyi decided it was prudent to halt the banter before the beast truly lost its temper. Thus, he said, Brother Emperor, why must you act this way? Do you not trust me? If it is indeed yours, I shall not take it. Here, take it. Lin Huangyi tossed the beast god blood to the earth flame beast. The beast caught it, staring at Lin Huangyi in disbelief. You are giving this to this emperor? Are you truly so kind-hearted? This young man had always sought to extract benefits from the beast. Yet now he so willingly bestowed the beast god blood, leaving the earth flame beast utterly astonished. Lin Huangyi adopted a serious tone. Brother Emperor, what do you take me for? I was merely jesting with you. Upon hearing this, the earth flame beast chuckled. Lin, I knew you were not of such a nature. With that, the earth flame beast contentedly stowed away the beast god blood. This item was of immense importance to it. Once I restore my cultivation, you shall be able to traverse the divine martial continent unimpeded. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall ensure they meet their end. The matter concerning the three-eyed evil king had been resolved, and Tunglong City had returned to its former tranquility. The bustling crowds within the city were lively and vibrant. Lin Huangyi and the earth flame beast continued their journey towards the divine sword sect. Unlike before, he was now accompanied by Bai Wuxiang. On this day, Lin Huangyi's group arrived at a grand mountain known as Shigu Mountain, the very location of Bai Wuxiang's sect. His daughter, Bai Yuyu, had been detained in the Bone Temple atop Shigu Mountain by Long Tianxing. The Bone Temple was the most enigmatic force on Shigu Mountain. The monks within the temple were not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exceedingly mysterious. Bai Yuyu's capture and subsequent entrapment in the Bone Temple left little hope for her survival. Bai Wuxiang had previously attempted to infiltrate the temple covertly, but had met with failure time and again, coming perilously close to death on several occasions. This clearly indicated the formidable strength of the Bone Temple. It was rumored that within the temple resided an ancient monk with white eyebrows, whose power had reached the Guanyuan realm, though the truth of this claim remained unverified. The tolling of distant bells echoed across Shigu Mountain. At the mountain's base, an elderly man grasped a bamboo staff, sighing deeply. The appearance of this elder caused Lin Huangyi and his companions to furrow their brows slightly. There seemed to be no discernible cultivation emanating from this elder. Yet he exuded an aura of profound danger. His presence here was most peculiar. Who exactly was he? Were his intentions hostile or benevolent? It remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Huangyi had an unsettling feeling that this man was not to be trifled with. Are you intending to ascend the mountain? Lin Huangyi inquired. The elder scrutinized Lin Huangyi and replied, Young man, I perceive darkness clouding your brow. If you ascend the mountain today, bloodshed is imminent. Bai Wuxiang, upon hearing this, immediately grew displeased and stepped forward to reprimand. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? My master is a person of great fortune, shielded by destiny. How could there be bloodshed? Cease your ramblings and step aside. The elder shook his head, murmuring, A great calamity approaches, yet you remain unaware. How tragic. Bai Wuxiang, incensed, glared at the elder. You old fool, are you seeking death? Noticing Bai Wuxiang's rising anger, Lin Huangyi intervened. Bai Wuxiang, temper your rage. He then turned to the elder and added, Thank you for your guidance, venerable elder. This elder's cultivation was shrouded in mystery, yet he radiated a faint, ominous intent. Lin Huangyi was reluctant to engage with him. But if the elder dared to act, he would not shy away from confrontation. After all, the earth flame beast had significantly restored its strength, though it had yet to reach the 8th tier of the Guanyuan realm. It was nearing the late stage of the 7th tier. Its power had increased immeasurably compared to before, but if all else failed, he could still summon assistance if necessary. Contemplating this, Lin Huangyi resolved that the elder's murderous intent indicated he was an enemy, and thus it was better to strike preemptively at that moment. Lin Huangyi signaled to the earth flame beast, which understood immediately that in an instant, both man and beast sprang into action. The earth flame beast charged at the elder, while Lin Huangyi's sword, the Zhan Kong, flew forth. The sword gleamed, aimed directly at the elder's brow. The elder reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating with alacrity. Lin Huangyi's sword energy sliced through the elder's long robe, leaving a trail of crimson. The elder's eyes glimmered with cold fury as he gazed at Lin Huangyi in disbelief. How did you uncover my true nature? With the ruse exposed, the elder ceased to feign innocence. He fixed a chilling stare upon Lin Huangyi's group, his gaze brimming with unmasked malice. The murderous intent was unmistakable. He was indeed an assassin. The elder remarked, "Youngster, sharp eyes you possess. Regrettably, you have offended one you ought not to have. And today, you shall perish here." Lin Huangyi countered, "Senior, your prowess is extraordinary. Why stoop to the level of a petty villain?" The elder erupted with laughter. "Youngster, do you know who I am?" He struck the ground with his bamboo staff, causing dark energy to emanate forth. A venomous serpent coiled around the staff, its forked tongue flicking in and out. He was the bamboo snake elder of the Assassin's Guild. Bai Wuxiang, upon recognizing the elder, exclaimed, "Master, be cautious. This bamboo snake elder is immensely powerful. The most fearsome aspect is the serpent upon his staff, the ancient, lethal shn snake. Should it bite you, death is certain." The bamboo snake elder smirked lightly. "Since you are aware of my name, you should comprehend that none who have crossed me have escaped. Youngster, you would do well to end your own life, lest I be forced to take further action." Lin Huangyi's expression hardened. The #1 assassin of the Assassin's Guild had never failed in his missions. He was indeed formidable, having slain even those at the pinnacle of the Nexi realm. The serpent presented a grave threat. The snake was a 7th-tier poisonous serpent, known for its incredible speed and deadly venom. Countless lives have been claimed by its toxic bite. However, one thing was certain. The bamboo snake elder had not yet reached the Guanyuan realm. As he was merely at the Nexi realm, the pressure was significantly alleviated. If he were a Guanyuan realm expert, Lin Huangyi would have little confidence in facing him. "Oh, you presume you have me at your mercy." Lin Huangyi gripped the Zhan Kong sword tightly, while silently arranging the sword formation. The 9 Heavens Annihilation sword formation was extraordinarily powerful. A united front could suppress the bamboo snake elder. The only concern was that serpent. The bamboo snake elder sighed lightly. "It seems you are unyielding. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Xiaoming, go forth and eliminate them." At that moment, the snake shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards Lin Huangyi. Lin Huangyi swung his sword, intercepting the black serpent. However, in that split second, the serpent unleashed a stream of venom, aimed directly at Lin Huangyi's eyes. Humph! Lin Huangyi let out a light snort, his figure flickering as he executed the technique of shrinking the distance. Deftly evading the oncoming attack, the venom splattered onto the azure stone behind him, instantly corroding it, showcasing the ferocity of the toxin. Lin Huangyi and his companions were taken aback. The poison of the soul-eating serpent from the underworld was exceedingly potent. If one were to be bitten by this beast, death would be inevitable. Having failed to strike, the soul-eating serpent surged forward once more. Moving like an arrow, its speed intensified. At that moment, Lin Huangyi had completed his sword formation, the 9 Heavens Annihilation sword array. "Activate!" With a soft command from Lin Huangyi, the sky shimmered with radiant sword light. Streams of sword energy cascaded down like a torrential rain, striking the soul-eating serpent, which remarkably sparked upon impact, despite its fierce venom. The serpent's defenses were formidable. However, the sword energy's onslaught significantly slowed the serpent's speed. Though the sword array's energy could not breach the serpent's defenses, Lin Huangyi possessed the divine sword in hand. His eyes glinted coldly as he hurled the Void Slayer sword forward. With a single, earth-shattering strike, the power of the sword obliterated all in an instant. The soul-eating serpent was cleaved in two beneath the might of the Void Slayer. "My serpent, The bamboo serpent elder, witnessing the demise of his beast, was immediately struck by backlash, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. His eyes brimmed with a terrifying hatred. "You wretched creature, you have slain my serpent. I shall make you pay 1,000-fold." Lin Huangyi remained unfazed, reaching out to grasp the severed serpent in his hand. He then employed the Devouring Sword Technique to absorb and refine the creature, its inner core melting away in an instant. With the refinement of this inner core, Lin Huangyi's cultivation experienced a significant boost. Not only that, but his physical body subtly underwent a transformation, granting him a newfound resistance to toxins. A delightful surprise for Lin Huangyi. "Old fool, your little beast is dead. Now it is your turn." Lin Huangyi raised his hand, directing his sword towards the bamboo serpent elder. This old scoundrel was no benign figure, as a killer who thrived on taking lives. His hands were stained with blood, and the number of deaths he had caused was countless. He would kill indiscriminately, as long as the bounty was sufficient. Lin Huangyi despised such individuals the most. "You little beast, today I shall slay you and refine your soul into a serpent demon, ensuring your eternal torment." The bamboo serpent elder's visage twisted into a hideous mask as his form abruptly transformed. His once hunched body morphed into that of a massive serpent, a member of an alien race. Lin Huangyi's eyes flickered with cold light. This old wretch was indeed of an alien lineage. It had been many years since such beings had dared to show their faces in the divine martial continent. Think, the bamboo serpent elder was among the serpent kings of the alien race. Truly astonishing. To reveal your true form in order to kill me is quite unexpected. Since you are of an alien race, you deserve to die even more. Lin Huangyi's sword shot forth, while the blades within the sword array converged, forming a gigantic sword aimed at the colossal serpent. The earth flame beast acted without hesitation, enlarging its form and unleashing a barrage of powerful punches upon the serpent's massive body. Clang, clang. The giant sword collided with the serpent, only to be deflected. Its defenses were too formidable. The attacks from Lin Huangyi and his companions caused no harm to the giant serpent at all. Curse it, this creature's defenses are insurmountable. The giant serpent continuously lashed its tail, forcing Lin Huangyi and his companions to evade its deadly strikes. Each blow shattered the surrounding boulders, revealing the terrifying strength of the serpent. Imperial brother, this beast's defenses are truly overwhelming. How can we kill it? Think of a strategy. The earth flame beast dodged the giant serpent's strikes while counterattacking, exclaiming, "What can I do? My strength has yet to return to its peak, and I cannot breach its defenses. You, however, possess numerous treasures. Why not try using one? Perhaps it can penetrate this beast's scales. If that fails, you could always call upon your cheat master. With her strength, slaying this creature would be a breeze." At these words, Lin Huangyi could not help but roll his eyes. The earth flame beast clearly had its own methods, but was unwilling to employ them, leaving Lin Huangyi exasperated. If external attacks were futile, was an internal assault necessary? Gazing at the serpent's gaping maw, Lin Huangyi felt a surge of irritation. "Imperial brother, can you devise a way to restrain this beast while I attempt to scorch it with spiritual fire?" The earth flame beast nodded in agreement. It opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of light, a silver binding rope that ensnared the giant serpent, rendering it immobile. Upon witnessing this, Lin Huangyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Imperial brother, such a remarkable item. Why did you not reveal it sooner? With this treasure, dealing with this beast will be a trivial matter." The earth flame beast retorted, "Kid, stop your rambling. Quickly roast this beast. It has been ages since I feasted on such a large serpent. It ought to taste exquisite." Lin Huangyi raised his hands, unleashing the devouring spiritual fire, which transformed into a fire dragon that lunged at the giant serpent. The devouring spiritual fire crackled as it engulfed the serpent, eliciting a cacophony of anguished roars. Despite its dominance, the spiritual fire struggled to inflict fatal damage upon the giant serpent, causing Lin Huangyi to furrow his brow in concern. "Imperial brother, can you force this beast's jaws open?" The earth flame beast understood Lin Huangyi's intentions immediately. Given the serpent's astonishing defenses, external attacks were proving ineffective. Thus, An internal approach was the only recourse. The serpent's outer scales were its strongest defense, yet it could not possibly possess scales within. Very well, I can assist you in prying open this giant serpent's mouth. However, this creature's strength is formidable, and I can only maintain this for a few breaths. A few breaths will suffice, Lin Huangyi replied. And with that, the earth flame beast sprang into action. It leapt onto the serpent's back, delivering powerful punches before grasping its jaws and forcefully prying them apart. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Huangyi's eyes. The sword energy within him converged. Sword control, strike. A formidable beam of sword light surged into the gaping maw of the giant serpent. Roar! The serpent writhed and thrashed, attempting to shake off its constraints and rid itself of the earth flame beast. Yet, the earth flame beast clung tenaciously to the serpent's head, while Lin Huangyi unleashed a relentless barrage of sword energy into the serpent's interior. This sword energy was no ordinary energy. It was imbued with the essence of the devouring spiritual fire. The fierce and unyielding sword energy wreaked havoc within the serpent's body, turning its insides upside down. The serpent's vitality began to wane, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. While its external defenses were formidable, the giant serpent proved vulnerable within. In mere moments, it sustained severe injuries. The bamboo serpent elder, now aware that death was imminent, ignited his life force in a desperate bid for survival, transforming his power into something even more tyrannical as he reverted to human form. Boom! A heavy blow was dealt. The earth flame beast was sent flying. The bamboo snake elder's hatred intensified, evident in his gaze. That moment, the bamboo snake elder had lost all semblance of his earlier arrogance. He was now utterly disheveled, experiencing a level of humiliation he had never encountered in his 100-year career as an assassin. Even when facing a half-step return to Origin Realm powerhouse, he had never been subjected to such disgrace that he understood that killing the youth before him was now an impossibility. If he could not slay him, he had no choice but to flee. "You little beast, die!" In that instant, the bamboo snake elder erupted in fury. Swinging his bamboo staff, a terrifying force coalesced, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. This strike forced Lin Huangyi to evade. In the next moment, the bamboo snake elder's figure swiftly retreated, a diversion to escape. However, the earth flame beast had already anticipated his move. "Old beast, trying to flee? That's a foolish dream. Come back." The earth flame beast struck the ground with immense force, causing it to explode. The terrifying energy surged directly towards the bamboo snake elder. With a resounding bang, the bamboo snake elder was sent hurtling through the air. At that moment, Lin Huangyi launched his void, slashing divine sword. The bamboo snake elder, already at the end of his strength, had no chance to retaliate after being struck down. In a flash of sword light, his chest was pierced by the blade. "Die!" Lin Huangyi exhaled in relief as he looked at the lifeless bamboo snake elder. This old rascal had finally been slain. Among all the adversaries encountered, this individual had proven to be the most formidable, second only to the three-eyed evil king, and arguably even more challenging to deal with. Had he not been well prepared, he might have easily met his end at the hands of this old villain. Lin Huangyi noticed a serpent-shaped mark appearing on the forehead of the bamboo snake elder. It was a symbol of the otherworldly beings. The earth flame beast approached, seemingly lost in thought, murmuring, "The otherworldly beings have emerged. A great calamity is upon us." Lin Huangyi inquired, "Brother Emperor, are these otherworldly beings truly that terrifying?" The earth flame beast's eyes grew murky as it recalled something, then replied, "The otherworldly beings are far more fearsome than the evil spirits. The so-called evil spirits are merely creatures of this realm. However, the true otherworldly beings hail from beyond." "From beyond?" The earth flame beast glanced at Lin Huangyi and said, "This old fellow before us does not qualify as a true otherworldly being. He merely possesses the bloodline of one. The true terror of the otherworldly beings is beyond your imagination. Your current cultivation is still too weak. It's best you do not delve too deeply into the matters of the otherworldly beings. It would do you no good." Lin Huangyi felt a flicker of curiosity regarding these so-called otherworldly beings. However, since the earth flame beast had advised against it, he chose not to press further. "Brother Emperor, Why not search this old man's body for treasures? The Earth Flame Beast looked at Lin Huangyi in surprise. This young lad was actually willing to let himself search the body. Are you truly willing to let me search? Once the items are in my possession, they belong to me, and I will not share them with you. Lin Huangyi replied, of course, but I do want that binding immortal rope of yours. Upon hearing this, the Earth Flame Beast realized Lin Huangyi had ulterior motives. Absolutely not. The binding immortal rope is an immensely precious treasure. You cannot have it. That I will not search any longer. What treasures could he possibly have that could compare to the binding immortal rope? You think you can scheme against me? That's utterly unrealistic. Lin Huangyi chuckled at this. This creature was indeed quite stingy, unaware that he had already extracted numerous treasures from the Earth Flame Beast. Forget it, Brother Emperor. You are too miserly to go ahead. I no longer desire your binding immortal rope. The Earth Flame Beast regarded Lin Huangyi with lingering suspicion that IT had been outsmarted by him too many times. Almost as if it had been bitten by a snake and now feared a rope. Are you really not going to take it? Lin Huangyi affirmed. No regrets. No regrets. Only after confirming this multiple times did the Earth Flame Beast begin to search the bamboo snake elder's body. However, as it did so, a dark light shot forth. The Earth Flame Beast, caught off guard, fell victim to a hidden trap. Whatever it was, its toxicity was extreme. The fur around the Earth Flame Beast's waist began to corrode, falling away in chunks. How infuriating! Even in death, he dares to scheme against me. The Earth Flame Beast was furious. With a powerful swipe, it sent the bamboo snake elder's body flying. IT then turned to Lin Huangyi and said, Lin, did you know all along that this old beast had traps on him? Lin Huangyi feigned ignorance. Brother Emperor, you are wronging me. How would I know that the bamboo snake elder still had traps even in death? The Earth Flame Beast snorted. You definitely knew and were plotting against me. Lin Huangyi protested. This is truly a misunderstanding. Brother Emperor, you should first tend to your wounds. That poison seems quite potent, and if not dealt with properly, it may leave lasting repercussions. Your fur might fall out entirely, and you won't attract the favor of beautiful beasts then. Upon hearing this, the Earth Flame Beast realized the gravity of the situation. No, I must treat my injuries quickly. However, the poison was exceedingly aggressive that in a short time, it had already begun to spread. Even the Earth Flame Beast, with its formidable physique, struggled to withstand it. Then, it produced a talisman. As it crushed the talisman, a white light radiated forth. This white spiritual light descended upon the wound, suppressing the spreading poison and beginning the healing process. Healing talisman? Lin Huangyi was taken aback upon seeing the talisman. Healing talismans were exceedingly rare that in comparison, refining healing pills was much simpler. Healing talismans were more precious than other types of talismans. Only talisman masters of the 8th rank or higher could craft them. The healing talisman in the Earth Flame Beast's possession was extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary healing talisman. Brother Emperor, you are quite stingy. You possess such a precious healing talisman, and yet refuse to spare me a few. The Earth Flame Beast replied irritably, You think too highly of yourself that I don't have many healing talismans either, and your physique is quite peculiar. The cultivation method you practice is also very unique. You don't need them at all. Besides, you have the alchemical heritage from that old scoundrel Lin Shanhe. Once you step into the world of alchemy, will you still need these healing talismans? You could just refine some healing pills instead. Lin Huangyi countered, Brother Emperor, that is quite unfair. The alchemical heritage is not so easily digested. I currently lack the time to comprehend the methods of pill refining, and my own cultivation is not yet strong enough. The grand competition of the Divine Sword Sect is just a month away, and I have vowed to claim first place. The Earth Flame Beast retorted, You, my boy, are exceptionally talented, possessing spiritual fire within you. Learning alchemy will be a breeze for you. With just a bit of time invested, you will undoubtedly become a master alchemist. You should understand that master alchemists are incredibly rare and hold esteemed positions, commanding greater respect than your identity as a sword cultivator. Lin Huangyi was fully aware that alchemists were indeed more sought after than sword cultivators. Sword cultivators earned respect due to their formidable strength, while alchemists were revered for their essential role in the cultivation journey. True master alchemists, however, were exceedingly scarce, which is why they garnered such respect. Lin Huangyi said, Brother Emperor, Do you think I am unaware of this? While becoming an alchemist is undoubtedly advantageous, one's own strength is paramount. For me, the path of the sword is the most critical and fundamental, with alchemy serving merely as an auxiliary. If I were to abandon the sword path to focus solely on alchemy, it would be akin to forsaking the essence for the trivial. The earth flame beast held a differing perspective. Boy, is that truly how you see it? Lin Huangyi replied. What other way is there? The earth flame beast asserted, which is primary and which is secondary depends on your innate qualities and which aspect of your talents is stronger. If one possesses a greater aptitude for alchemy than for swordsmanship, then this emperor suggests that you focus primarily on alchemy. Conversely, if your talent for swordsmanship is superior, then it goes without saying. However, Lin Huai resolutely asserted, even if my affinity for alchemy is stronger, I would still choose swordsmanship as my primary pursuit in my eyes. Swordsmanship holds paramount importance. It is the ultimate discipline, whereas alchemy, in comparison, falls significantly short. As the two engaged in this debate, a figure swiftly descended the mountain. Esteemed guests, the abbot requests your presence atop the mountain, declared a young acolyte, his tone imbued with deep respect as he joined his palms together in greeting. Lin Huai and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that the abbot of the White Bone Temple was already aware of their arrival, and it was clear that he had sensed the recent skirmish. Indeed, those of the returning Origin Realm are truly formidable. Very well, let us ascend to meet this abbot, Lin Huai said. Following the young acolyte up the mountain spared them much trouble. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and they soon arrived at the White Bone Temple. Contrary to Lin Huai's expectations of a site littered with bones, they were greeted instead by structures of green bricks and white walls, in an atmosphere steeped in vibrant incense. Bai Wuxiang, is your daughter imprisoned here? Lin Huai questioned, harboring some doubts as he scrutinized the surroundings through the eyes of a war god. The atmosphere appeared far from menacing. Rather, it exuded a sense of tranquility. Bai Wuxiang responded, Indeed, Yu has been confined here. Lin Huai remarked, According to your assertions, the White Bone Temple operates with tyranny, yet what I observed does not align with your claims. Bai Wuxiang sighed, I once infiltrated this place in an attempt to rescue Yu, but I did not succeed. Lin Huai understood that Bai Wuxiang was not prone to deceit, at least not towards him as for the matter of Bai Yu. The truth would be revealed upon meeting the abbot of the White Bone Temple. Esteemed guests, the abbot has been awaiting your arrival, the young acolyte announced. Bai Wuxiang cautioned, Master, one must exercise caution. However, Lin Huai reassured him, there is no need for concern. The abbot should harbor no ill intentions. Lin Huai could sense this. Had the abbot harbored malice, they would likely have already fallen into a trap. Moreover, the abbot's formidable strength had already reached the returning Origin Realm. If he intended to strike, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the White Bone Temple, they beheld numerous ancient Buddhas enshrined before them. Atop a meditation mat sat an elderly monk. Appearing as an ordinary mortal devoid of any discernible spiritual aura, as Lin Huai and his companions entered, the old monk turned to face them, his countenance warm and welcoming. Upon their arrival, he joined his palms together in a gesture of respect and said, Esteemed guests, the old monk has awaited you for quite some time. Greetings, abbot. The earth flame beast interjected directly. Old monk, why have you summoned us? Are you here to return the girl Bai? The abbot responded with a gentle smile. We have not troubled that young lady. Rather, it is to ensure her protection that she resides within the temple. Bai Wuxiang, filled with agitation, implored, Abbot, where is my daughter? Let her come and see me. The abbot replied, There is no need for haste. Bai, your daughter is quite safe, although it is not an opportune moment for her to emerge. Bai Wuxiang's anger flared. You are preventing my daughter from seeing me? Why is this so? If anything were to happen to her, I would surely destroy your White Bone Temple. For Bai Wuxiang, his daughter represented his entire world. The inability to see her left him in a state of acute distress. He understood well that the elderly monk before him was exceedingly powerful, having already attained the returning Origin Realm. He was not a match for such strength. Yet, for his daughter, he would fight to the death. Fully aware of the futility, seeing Bai Wuxiang's agitation, Lin Huai intervened. Bai Wuxiang, do not be alarmed. I have promised to take care of your daughter's situation. Upon hearing Lin Huai's words, Bai Wuxiang gradually calmed. Lin Huai then turned to the abbot and said, "Respected elder, please forgive Bai Wuxiang. His concern for his daughter is understandable, so I ask that you do not hold it against him." The abbot shook his head. "I am well aware of Bai's deep affection for his daughter. However, should Bai attempt to take Miss Bai Yu away from this temple at this moment, her life may be in jeopardy." Lin Huai was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" The abbot continued, "This is precisely why I summoned you esteemed guests here." Bai Wuxiang, his voice tinged with urgency, exclaimed, "Old monk, what are you implying?" The abbot explained, "Miss Bai possesses a unique constitution, known as the legendary pure Yin bloodline. Such a bloodline serves as a natural furnace. Someone from the Tianhuang mountain range is already aware of this and is en route here. Should Miss Bai leave this place, she will be unable to control her own fate." Tianhuang mountain range. Bai Wuxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Huai, unfamiliar with this context, inquired, "What is this Tianhuang mountain range? Why does it instill such fear?" Having spent most of his time in the northern domain and Tianyin prefecture, he was not well versed in matters pertaining to the central continent. Bai Wuxiang replied, "Master, if someone from the Tianhuang mountain range truly has their sights set on Yu, it would spell great trouble that this moment." Bai Wuxiang felt a profound bitterness. The Tianhuang mountain range was a forbidden area throughout the entire central continent. Indeed, across the entirety of the divine martial continent. Lin Huai offered reassurance. "There will always be a solution. Do not despair." He turned to the abbot. "Elder, what is the strength of the one from the Tianhuang mountain range? Is there a way to resolve this?" The abbot replied, "The individual from the Tianhuang mountain range possesses extraordinary strength, having reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm many years ago. What level they have achieved now remains unknown. And as for a solution, I do not have one. However, you, esteemed guest, may." Upon hearing this, Lin Huai was momentarily stunned. If this individual had reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm long ago, how formidable must they be? If they had since surpassed that realm, who in the divine martial continent could stand against them? Lin Huai took a deep breath and said, "Elder, since you claim that the one from the Tianhuang mountain range is so powerful, and I am but a mere practitioner at the spiritual transformation realm, how could I possibly contend with such a being?" Lin Huai understood that if the opponent's strength had likely transcended the returning origin realm, even with the aid of the mysterious elder's power from the inheritance space, it would be grossly insufficient. Even considering his master, Xinyuan Songhai, from the Divine Sword sect, it was uncertain whether he would be able to confront such an adversary. The abbot smiled at Lin Huai and said, "Esteemed guest, with your current strength, you certainly cannot hope to rival that individual. Yet, your unique constitution allows you to address this issue at its core." Unique constitution, address the problem at its core. This revelation left Lin Huai momentarily speechless before he grasped the implication. "Elder, are you suggesting that I should destroy Bai Yu's pure Yin constitution?" The abbot nodded. "Indeed, only you possess the means to achieve this." "Only I?" Lin Huai echoed. The abbot affirmed, "Yes, only you are capable. Miss Bai's pure Yin constitution is exceedingly dominant. Ordinary practitioners cannot even approach it. Any attempt to do so would result in them being eroded by the pure Yin energy. Light injuries could occur, while severe cases may lead to death. This is precisely why the guest Long Tianxing brought Miss Bai to this temple." Bai Wuxiang still struggled to accept this reality. Yet upon reflection, he recalled that his daughter, Bai Yu, often had cold hands and feet. There were instances by the river where the entire surface had frozen over. He had assumed it was a phenomenon caused by some treasure's emergence. Now it seemed that this was likely due to the eruption of the pure Yin energy within his daughter. "Master, you must save my daughter Yu," Bai Wuxiang implored. Lin Huai reassured him, "Fear not, Bai Wuxiang. If it is within my power, I will certainly give it my all." He then turned to the abbot and asked, "Elder, please instruct me on how I might save Miss Bai Yu." At this juncture, the earth flame beast interjected, "The pure Yin constitution is quite unique. Ordinary methods will not suffice. The only way to resolve this is through dual cultivation with a pure Yang constitution." Dual cultivation? Lin Huai was momentarily taken aback, as this was an avenue he had not considered. "Brother D, are you referring to that kind of dual cultivation?" The earth flame beast nodded affirmatively, Indeed, young man. It appears you are in for a fortuitous turn. Bai Wuxiang, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his emotions swirling in a complex dance. However, he soon found clarity.